Prologue. The daughter of the late Madara Uchiha, Kushina Uchihazumaki, though she never told anyone she was his daughter, had just given birth to her two beautiful babies. The little tan boy, with a tuft of yellow hair, blue eyes, and three identical whisker marks on each cheek, she and Minato had named Naruto, meaning maelstrom, also the main character of Minato's sensei, Jiraiya's book, the tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi, whilst the small tan girl with a red tuft, purple eyes, and the same whisker marks as Naruto, she and Minato had named Kiyomi, meaning pure beauty. Whilst Kushina was recovering, Biwako and Taji were silently cradling her children, and Minato was just finishing up getting her seal, holding the Kyuubi, stable. Suddenly there was a noise, and a thump that sounded eerily similar to that of a dead body hitting the ground. She and Minato both whipped their heads around in search for what was wrong, when they both spotted it. The Sandame's wife, Biwako Sarutobi, as well as Taji lying there unmoving, a shadowy cloaked figure that donned a white mask with a black flame-like pattern on the left side, and a single eye hole loomed over the top over the now deceased bodies, with both of their children in his grasp. He spoke in a calm, even tone. "Yandame Hokage Minato, step away from the Jinchuriki, or your children will die at the ripe old age of 1 minute." As Minato was trying to figure out whom this masked man was, he was unaware that the seal holding the Kyuubi was slowly breaking, until Kushina cried out in pain. "Kushina!" shouted Minato with worry and alarm. "The seal's not done," he thought glumly. The masked man repeated again, in his calm tone. "Step away from the Jinchuriki, or do you not care if your children die?" "Hold it, Jay, just calm down," Minato tried to reason. "You should take your own advice, Minato. I am perfectly calm." The stranger spoke, mockingly. He proceeded to toss both children into the air. "Naruto, Kiyomi!" Kushina yelled with terror and worry as she saw her babies in the air and the mysterious man aiming a kunai at each of them. There was a yellow flash as Minato teleported to his children, safely moving them from harm's way. "I see. You live up to your moniker, the Yellow Flash," the masked man stated. "But now what?" he questioned. It was only then that Minato realized that the baby's blankets had several explosive tags covering them. Thinking fast, Minato safely removed the blankets and Hiroshined to safety, whilst the tags exploded, covering the now open area in smoke and debris. "Minato, Kiyomi, Naruto," Kushina cried with worry. Meanwhile, Minato had Hiroshined himself and his children to their house. He had tucked them in whilst thinking of what the masked man could be planning. He tried to separate Kushina and me, and is here when the Jinchuriki's seal is at its weakest. Could he be after Kyuubi? He came to his realization and yelled in frantic panic. "Shit. If he is, I'll have to go try save your mother. I can't let Kyuubi fall into anyone else's hands." Masked Man and Kushina. After a while of staring at Kushina, he entered the seal, where he proceeded to use his Sharingan to control the Kyuubi. On the outside, he spoke 3 terrifying words. "Come forth, Kyuubi." Then it all happened. An enormous roar and a vile red chakra. The Kyuubi appeared in all its glory. "We head for the village now," he commanded it. Stop," he heard Kushina weakly yell. He was quite surprised. She was still alive even after the extraction of the fox. He voiced his thoughts. "You Uzumaki truly are something special. Even ripping a bijou from you won't kill you. It's only fitting for the Kyuubi to kill its former Jinchuriki." Kyuubi reared its paw back and struck. The smoke settled only to reveal Minato holding Kushina away from the attack. Kushina looked around urgently and then asked with worry, "Where's Naruto and Kiyomi?" "Relax. I have hidden them somewhere safe," Minato replied soothingly. Kushina settled down at this. "Thank God." Minato stopped him. "He has the Kyuubi and is heading for the village." Minato stopped in his tracks. Useless bitch couldn't even hold the Kyuubi back. He raged internally. He sighed. "Oh well, she's on death's door anyway. I'll just make Naruto and Kiyomi weapons for the village." He thought the end part with glee, at the prospect of the village having 2 weapons. He then vanished with Kushina. "House Naruto and Kiyomi." Minato and Kushina appeared in a yellow flash. "Why?" Kushina questioned quietly. Minato placed Kushina into the bed with Kiyomi and Naruto. "Never mind why. Just stay with Kiyomi and Naruto. Minato replied sternly. Kiyomi Naruto. Kushina started to weep. Minato, thank you and good luck, she said softly. Minato faced away from her and put his cloak on. I'll be back before you know it, he proclaimed cheerfully, on the inside though he was seething. Stupid whore, I can't let him reach the village or villagers, they are the most important thing, as well as keeping the weapon. Coo. Hiruzen. Hiruzen was sitting in an office doing paperwork covering for Minato when he felt something vile. It couldn't be, could it? He thought to himself. Suddenly, an ANBU appeared in front of him. Sandame-sama, it's the QB. The QB attacked the village out of nowhere. The ANBU shouted frantically. It's as I feared. Hiruzen thought. I know I'll hold it back. You go gather and protect the civilians. Hiruzen ordered. Hi, sir. With that said, the ANBU left. The Sandame had a bunch of questions running through his mind. Did Kushina's seal fail? Were all the safeguards we put up really not enough? QB spotted Minato after he teleported to the Hokage monument. It immediately started to charge up a Bijidama and fired it at him. Minato, however, countered this by going through a string of hand seals at a very impressive pace. The Bijidama seemingly absorbed into the monument, whilst Minato held out one of his Hiraishin kunai. The Bijidama then exploded, safely outside of the village. The masked man appeared and engaged Minato in a short fight. Just as the masked man was starting to warp him, Minato teleported away. Minato. As Minato appeared back where he saved his children from the exploding tags, his thoughts were analyzing the masked intruder. My attack just slipped right through him. Then he became solid and started sucking me into some kind of dimension or something. What the hell was that move? The air distorted in front of him in a black vortex. The unknown masked shinobi started to appear in front of him. You won't get away from me, the masked man told him, having just fully appeared, whilst Minato was in deep thought about what was going on. Does he use space-time techniques too? Whatever it is must be how he moved so far after taking Kushina. He defeated the Umbu under the direct command of the Sandame, got through our most powerful, top-secret barrier we have, and must have been aware that Kushina's seal would be weakened during childbirth. Then with the seal broken, he took the QB, then he stormed straight into Konoha and didn't even pause to deal with the barrier. There's only one man I can think of that makes sense. Are you Madara Uchiha? Just after Minato questioned him, the masked man slipped off his hood showing short, spiky black hair, but Minato came to a conclusion. No, you couldn't be, he's long dead. Oh, I wouldn't be too sure about that, stated the masked man. Minato looked at him questioningly. It doesn't matter who you are, but why have you attacked Konoha? Oh, you know, it's fun. It's part of my plan, to start a war to bring peace. The mystery man answered seriously. Minato looked at him with narrowed eyes, thinking about his opponent. Whoever he is, he's incredible. He can control the QB, wield space-time ninjutsu superior to the Nidame's and my own, and clearly has evil intentions. If I don't kill him now, he will become a greater threat than the fox. There's no hope for any of you, knocked Minato out of his thoughts. The masked man charged him with a chain cuff to his wrists. Minato met his charge as he went to stab him with his kunai. The masked man, however, simply phased through him. The chain proceeded to wrap around Minato, binding him tightly. Minato teleported to his kunai again and dashed at him with one still tightly in his grasp. They charged each other again. Minato threw his kunai. It phased through the masked man's head. When it was completely out of his head, Minato created a Rasengan, still charging forward. Just as the masked man grasped his arm, gotch dash, Minato vanished, reappearing above him. Rasengan, shouted Minato as he smashed the technique into the masked man's back. The masked man seethed. Damn it, he teleported to the kunai he just threw. That was Hiraishin level 2, Minato declared proudly. Minato teleported to stab him in the back and placed a seal on him. A contract seal? Are you trying to pull the QB from my control? His masked opponent queered. Oh, I already did. It's no longer your weapon, Minato stated. It's mine. Kukuku, he thought with glee. You earned your title Yandame Hokage. You wrestled control of the fox and injured me in one move, but the fox will be mine. One day, the fox and the world will bow to my will. there are still many doors open to me. With those last few parting words, he vanished in a black vortex. Something tells me he wasn't lying. Minato, though, warily. Kyubi, hold it off until Yondaime-sama arrives, yelled one of the many shinobi to his fellow comrades. Said person looks on in complete and utter terror when he sees that the Kyubi is charging up its own attack, the Bijidama. This is awful, is the thought running through Minato's head as he sees Kyubi charging up its Bijidama. A loud cry of Kuchiyose no Jutsu rung out, and all of a sudden the Toad Boss, Gamabunta, appeared in all his glory, the Yondaime atop his head. He looked around and noticed the battle that was going on and the fact that he had been summoned on top the greatest known Biju, the Kyubi. The Yondaime has arrived, exclaimed one of the shinobi. Minato thinks back to what the masked man stated. The fox and this world will bow to my will. He bows his head. Sorry, Kushina. Hold the fox down for a minute. Minato yells to Gamabunta urgently. Look, I may be big, but I'm not a miracle worker, Gamabunta exclaimed. I need enough chakra to take him and the blast out of here. Minato yells again. Suddenly, he and the fox vanish. Minato, did he teleport the fox and himself? Hiruzen questioned. Boom. Out there, shouts Hiruzen to the ninja present, seeing the giant explosion in the distance. Minato and Kyubi. Minato gently puts Kushina down. Huff, huff, I've got to put up a barrier. Minato says to Kushina. My chakra is almost drained. Kushina thought in urgency. Chakra chains shoot out of her back, and she wraps the fox in them. UWAH! Baby Kiyomi and Naruto cry in Minato's arms. Kushina! An alarmed Minato yells. Kushina trembles in exhaustion. Ha ha, sorry Kiyomi. Naruto, I didn't mean to wake you. Minato looks on with concern. Kushina. I'll drag the Kyubi back and die with it inside me. That'll prevent it from coming back. For a while, huff. It's the only way to save the three of you with the little chakra I have left. Kushina panted out, already on death's door. She smiles sadly. Thank you for everything. No, I can't let her do that. We need the Kyubi. Minato thought in alarm. Minato thought quickly. Kushina, you made me your husband, made me the Hokage, and made me these children's father, and I. Minato started to say, however, was interrupted by a sadly smiling Kushina. Don't look sad, Minato, I'm happy. Happy that you loved me, happy that it's our children's birthday. If I had any regrets, it's that I won't see Kiyomi and Naruto grow up. At these words, Minato got even more alarmed. Damn it, I can't let her take the weapon, he screamed mentally, but composed himself. Kushina. He drifted off. You don't need to take the fox down with you. We can use the last of our chakra to see Kiyomi and Naruto one more time, he tried to reason. Huh, Kushina said with a questioning look. Just a little more convincing. Minato thought mentally. He took a deep breath and started doing some hand seals, which Kushina overlooked. I'll split the last of your chakra and seal it into each of them with the hack no Fuin Shiki. Then I'll lead the Kyubi away with a seal and non-jin shiriki like me can use. The Shiki Fujin, he exclaimed just as he finished the seals, the Shinigami appeared. Kushina's eyes flew open wide. But that user will be Dash, she exclaimed. Minato continued on interrupting her. But I'll use it to be able to split the fox's power. It's just too great. It's physically and conceptually impossible to completely seal it all. I can't let the Kyubi be revived without a Jinchuriki. It would destroy the balance of the Biju. But with the dead demon seal, I can permanently split its power in half and seal half inside Kiyomi, and the remaining half will be sealed inside of Naruto with the hack no Fuin Shiki. Minato finished explaining his excellent plan. No, Minato, absolutely not. They are our children. That's why I don't want them to have this burden, my burden, and on their own. Kushina yelled vehemently. Minato looked shocked. But why? Why the Shiki Fujin? You don't have to die as well, just so I can meet them for a few minutes when they're older. I wanted you to be there for him to raise them. So then why? Why are you sacrificing Kiyomi and Naruto? Kushina snarled. And for what? The balance of the Biju? She hollered at him. Minato looked shocked, which then turned to an appalled look. Turning your back on the country, the village, is just as bad as abandoning your child. You should understand, you saw your village fall apart. You know the pain of growing up without a home of your own. And you know that we are a family of shinobi, Minato exclaimed. Kushina looked pissed. Don't bring my village into this, Minato. They only fought so that the children could get away from the attack. If there's one thing Yuzushiogakure taught us, it is that family is the most important thing. Village be damned. It's just a bunch of buildings. Buildings can be rebuilt, but people's live cannot be returned. You think this will be Kiyomi and Naruto's home? If they are Jinchuriki, they will hate them. I wasn't because no one knew. This is different. People have been killed, the village attacked. The information won't be a secret. The village will vent its anger. Kushina yelled in fury. Minato continued on. I could never be a substitute for a mother. Things that Kiyomi and Naruto need to be taught that I could never do myself. That's the mother's job, and I need you to carry it out. Even if you only have the briefest of moments to carry it out. It's not for you. It's for Kiyomi and Naruto, smiled Minato. Don't change the subject. It's not for Kiyomi or Naruto. They'll be on their own. And hated. How could you do this? Is the village more important to you than your own children? Kushina shouted angrily. Be honest now, Minato, she said quietly. Very well, Kushina. Minato snarls. He continued. The village is the most important thing. We need a weapon to protect it, he stated. Kushina's shocked look changes to rage, and then pure undulated hatred. Her Sharingan activates and starts spinning wildly. I see, then I hate you. Minato Namikaze. I was actually starting to consider you my husband. But you're no longer my husband. You're not Kiyomi's or Naruto's father. And you won't ever be now. As far as I'm concerned, you're just a sperm donor. Kushina yelled in pure hatred and fury. Minato is shocked, but then he chuckles. I never loved you anyway. I used you for breeding a weapon. Even better, you're an Uchiha as well. At the thought of what her children would go through, and being left alone, hated, possibly even die, the emotional trauma affected Kushina. Her look gains even more hatred. The spinning Sharingan starts to morph, turning into a tri-bladed shuriken, her Mangekyo. If looks could kill. Kushina gave a hollow chuckle. I used you first, bastard. I wanted my children to be stronger than any. I couldn't find my destined mate, so I settled for the strongest. You're half Kagaya, half Senju. Haha. You didn't know though, did you? No. The QB informed me of your lineage. I only agreed for my children's sakes. You never even had sex with me. Ha ha. She cackled madly before continuing. It was simple to get pregnant. All I had to do was use my Sharingan to put you in Jinjutsu, then erase the memory of my Sharingan and implant false memories if you broke free. Though you never thought to break out because they were used for pleasure and you didn't need to suspect anything. Afterwards, I got a semen sample and was artificially inseminated. That's it. Ha ha ha. She finished cackling madly, as if insane. Minato shook with rage. He'd been outplayed, and he never even gotten laid to the whirlpool bitch. She was a fine piece of ass too. Who were your parents then? He questioned. There weren't any rogue Uchiha. That's right. I am Kushina Uzumaki Uchiha, the daughter of Madara Uchiha and Kasumi Uzumaki. And for using Kiyomi, Naruto, and myself, I'm going to kill you, Kushina shouted. Minato looked shocked, then scared. Madara, you Uchiha. He breathed shakily. He quickly tells the Shinigami to split the Kyuubi's chakra into Yin and Yang. He seals the Yin half into Kiyomi. Damn you, cursed Yondaime. Kyuubi shouts with hatred. Kushina's chains weaken due to losing more chakra with the use of the Mangekyo. Damn, can't get my revenge, sorry Muzum, Sochi. Kushina sadly thought. Minato notices the chains weakening. Damn it, useless bitch, he thought. The Kyuubi takes a chance and tries to stab Naruto in order to not the last of his chakra be sealed. Minato and Kushina appear and block the claw from reaching baby Naruto. It pierces them through the stomach, however. Looks like you win, Namikaze, you monster. Kushina snarls. Minato smirks. Oh, looks like I do. He states smugly. Kuchios no jutsu, he yells. Ah, the Kyuubi and the Yondaime. What the hell happened to you? The little toad yells in question, shocked. Gamatora, I'm entrusting you the key to both of the seals. Please hurry to Jiraiya-sensei and store yourself within him, ordered Minato. I see. Minato is making a new weapon for the village by making his children Jinchuriki, and saving the village. Hiruzen says in understanding. Got it, replies Gamatora. Now that the Shiki Fujin and first half is sealed, all I have to do is repeat the hack no Fuin Shiki and seal some of Kushina's and my chakra. I don't want Kushina trying to corrupt the weapons, but they'll be too loyal by then, and they'll need her to help control the fox, Minato thought. Cough. I don't have much time, Kiyomi, Naruto. I just want you both to follow this advice. Cough, don't be fussy eaters. Eat lots and become big, beautiful children. Take your bath every day and go to bed early and sleep well. Try to make some friends. It doesn't matter how many. Just make sure they are your real friends, people you can trust. Even a few is enough. Study your ninjutsu. I was never very good at it. Maybe you will be. Everyone has things they are good at and things they're not. Don't feel bad if you can't do it at all. Make sure you listen to the academy teachers, but only the ones you trust. And remember the 3 shinobi vices. Don't borrow money if you can help it. Save what you earn from missions. No alcohol until you're 20, and don't drink too much, it'll ruin your body. Kiyomi, as for men, don't pick someone like Namikaze. Pick someone like I know your brother will turn out to be. Naruto, as for women, I'm a woman, so I don't know what to say, but there are only men and women in this world, and someday you'll want a girlfriend, maybe more than one. Chuckle, try not to pick a weird one, try to pick someone like your mother, if only she knew. Kiyomi, Naruto, you're going to experience a lot of pain and suffering. Always stick together, and you show those bastards the true meaning of pain. Just don't forget who you are and find a dream, a goal, and don't stop until you achieve it. Sniff, there is so much more. Sniff, that I want to teach you. Sniff, but just remember that I want to stay with you, and I will always love you, no matter what you do. Kushina finished saying, with a smile on her face. You bitch. You took all of my time. Minato yells in anger. He continues. Kiyomi, Naruto, don't listen to your motor mouth mother. Your weapons. You have no emotions, no fear. Show your enemies pain, and always protect your village no matter what. Hack no Fuin Shiki. With the barrier down, the Sandaime collected baby Kiyomi and Naruto from the ceiling altar and proceeded to inform the council of the news. Council chamber. Already in the chambers were the members of all 3 of the councils, Shinobi, Civilian, and his advisors, the elders, Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo. From the civilian side, while he honestly couldn't be bothered remembering their names, they would just waste his time. From the Shinobi Council were Shibi Aburame, Fugaku Uchiha, Shikaka Nara, Inoichi Yamanaka, Chizuga Kimichi, Murakumo Karama, and vacant spots for the Senju and Uzumaki clans. He sighed. As he placed both Kiyomi and Naruto into their crib, he figured this would be a long evening. Sandaime-sama, what happened to Yondaime-sama? Inoichi questioned, looking around for Minato. Well, Inoichi, seeing as he's not here, I'm assuming something troublesome has happened to him. Isn't why you've called us here, Sandaime-sama, stated Shikaku as he focused his attention from Inoichi to Hiruzen. Nothing ever gets past you, does it, Shikaku? Hi, you're right, something has happened to Minato. Hiruzen answered. As soon as he said that, as he predicted, there were shouts coming from all of the directions of the council chambers. Hiruzen just rubbed his temples in irritation and sighed. He was right, this was going to be a long night. Silence, he ordered calmly. If you would just allow me a moment to tell you what has happened, we can deal with any issues at hand and get back to our homes and families quicker. As I'm sure all of you know by now, the QB has attacked the village. There have been numerous casualties. It just appeared out of nowhere. He paused to take a breath. Anyway, once the QB arrived near the village, numerous shinobi held the beast off until Minato arrived for battle. When he arrived, the QB was about to release a Bijudama. Luckily, Minato Hiroshined himself, the beast, and its attack outside the walls of the village. After that, he proceeded to grab twin orphans that were just born tonight in order to seal the QB into them. The Fuinjutsu he used cost him his life. It is called the Shiki Fujin. The reason it cost him his life is because the jutsu summons the Shinigami to separate the fox's chakra. He sealed the yang half into this child here, Naruto Uzumaki, he declared as he held the boy up to them. He gently placed him back after a moment. He then sealed the in half of the QB into Naruto's twin sister, Kiyomi Uzumaki. This time he held up the red-haired baby girl. Now, As far as I know, the chakra inside of Kiyomi has taken the form Kyuubi as well. So there will be in theory 2 Kyuubis. However, both will only have half of the chakra of the original. After he finished speaking, he looked around to see the reactions of his fellow shinobi and villagers. Come on, please hate them, so I can more easily mold them into weapons. He mused rather darkly, waiting for their reactions. 3, 2, 1, he mentally counted down. Just as he predicted, the chambers exploded in uproar, mainly from the civilian side. There were many calls of "kill the demons" or "finish what Yondaime-sama started." Inwardly, Hiruzen was cheering. On the outside, though, he had a barely visible smirk. Having enough of the noise, he raised some killing intent and bellowed. "Enough, you fools. These children are not demons. Minato wanted you to see them as heroes." Another round of outrage was met with that statement. He sighed. "Fine, I'll have to make some rules that will be followed, am I clear?" he asked, again influenced by some killing intent. "Hi, Sandaime-sama." Hiruzen sighed. "Good." He cleared his throat. Now no one can speak about who the Kyuubi is sealed into in public or to the younger generation. The official story is that Minato sacrificed his life in order to kill the Kyuubi. You are not to harm the children in any way. These are S-rank laws and secrets. Anyone who is foolish enough to do so will be punished with death. Does everyone understand? It was met with another round of outrage. "Enough!" Hiruzen bellowed with killing intent. I asked if everyone understood. "Hi, Sandaime-sama," was a quickly chorused throughout the room. "Hiruzen," Danzo exclaimed, getting his attention. "I think the children should be put under me to mold the perfect weapon for the village." Danzo proclaimed proudly. "No, Danzo, these children will not be weapons. They are children, nothing more, and don't you forget that. Do I make myself clear?" He spoke calmly, leaking a bit of killing intent. "TCH, fine, hi Hiruzen." All the while Sarutobi was thinking completely differently. "Well, they won't be your weapon, no one's but mine. Coo. All right, I will place the children in the orphanage now. This meeting is dismissed." Hiruzen then got up and proceeded to take Kiyomi and Naruto to the orphanage. "At least I won't have to do paperwork tonight. Yes?" he declared proudly in his head. He just dropped the twins off at the orphanage, with words to the matron that if anything harmful happened to them, there would be trouble. Not that he would actually do anything, but people didn't need to know that. Now he was on his way home when a root Yinbyu landed in front of him. "Sandaime-sama, Danzo-sama would like to have a brief meeting about the Jinchurikis," the root operative stated, in a monotone voice, devoid of emotions. Hiruzen nodded, expecting this from Danzo, but replied politely, "Yes, I was expecting as much. Tell him we'll meet in my office. I'll be there in a few." The root soldier nodded. "Hi, Sandaime-sama. Danzo-sama will be waiting." With that, the operative left to inform Danzo. Hiruzen continued on his trek to the Hokage Tower, opting to walk and enjoy the peace instead of using the Shunshin no Jutsu. Hokage Tower 5 minutes later. Upon arrival, Danzo was already seated in the office opposite the desk, calmly sipping upon some tea. He turned and faced his longtime friend and rival. "Tea, Hiruzen," he offered. "It'll be calming after the events of the Kyuubi's attack." Hiruzen simply nodded and moved to sit in the chair behind his desk. He took a sip of his tea and decided to get things started. "All right, Danzo, I want you to use your root to spread around the identities of the Kyuubi Jinchurikis." Danzo looked a bit puzzled and voiced his opinion. "Why can't I have them? Make them loyal weapons, strong as well." Hiruzen shook his head. "I want them to still retain emotions, but have them loyal to the village of their own free will. Set them with an impossible goal, like becoming Hokage. I will play the loving grandfather figure and manipulate them into wanting, no desiring to become Hokage. This will never happen, of course. They will remain loyal to Konoha through this, though. They'll be strictly loyal to me, to the Hokage, if everyone hates them sans myself." Danzo nodded, liking the idea so far. He wouldn't have them, but they would be loyal weapons for Konoha. "Very well, Hiruzen. I'll have my root spread the news. You'll notice the effects by tomorrow. You really are the best manipulator, aren't you? You've been manipulating the council for years." Hiruzen nodded, chuckling a bit. "Yes, I have, Danzo. Nothing is more important than Konoha." Danzo nodded in full agreement. Very well then, good night, Hiruzen. He nodded. Good night as well, Danzo. I look forward to seeing the news spread by tomorrow. With that said, they both went their separate ways, having thoughts about how the plan would carry out in some years' time. Konoha was safe. It would stay strong. Tonight was a good night, bar the attack and loss of some shinobi. Chapter 01. Who We Are. Time skip 3 years, 11 months, 3 weeks later. Kiyomi and Naruto are in their small room in the orphanage, sleeping, cuddling together on their single futon. It was old, moldy, and filled with holes. It was a terrible place, but they were getting through it, little by little, day after day. They were both mostly confined to their room when in the orphanage, only allowed out to use the toilet or bath. They only got baths once a week, sometimes twice if they were lucky. The little amounts of food which they got would only be the leftovers from the other orphans, and that meant that there wasn't usually that much left because, before they even got their meals, anyone whom wanted seconds got theirs, after which it was brought into their room. The plate would be collected within a time span of 10 minutes. If they didn't finish it all, it was thrown on the floor in the room. Even if there was only enough for one of them to eat, he would always give it to Kiyomi, his precious Amato. When they were allowed to play outside, it was never with the other children. So at first they would wander through the village looking for things to do. They, however, stopped this as they grew very uncomfortable with all of the hostile glares and muttering thrown their way. They now instead opted to go play in the forest just outside the orphanage. If they were ever home late, even if only by a minute, they would be locked outside and forced to spend the night outside. They learned this after it happened on 3 separate occasions. Whenever it would happen, Naruto would make sure Kiyomi was warm. Then he would worry about himself, though most of the time they would snuggle together to keep warm inside one of the hollowed-out trees they found in the forest. They are very smart children. Naruto could somehow sense emotions, and he always felt these vibes of ill intent towards Kiyomi and himself from the old man that they had dubbed publicly Gigi. He snorted at the name. The first visit the old man gave them that he could remember, he saw the glint in his eyes. He wore a visage and played the kind, harmless, grandfatherly figure, but he was really cunning, manipulative, and deceptive. As soon as he had departed, he told Kiyomi that he didn't trust him, and to never trust anyone but himself in the village. He didn't know how, but he could sense negative emotions, and practically everyone in the village had a vibe of ill intent towards them. She, of course, readily agreed, having seen through the lies of the kind old man. One of the reasons for them seeing through the mask and not trusting Hiruzen was, for some reason, Naruto and his twin sister Kiyomi have always been hated. As far back as he can remember, there were those icy cold hateful glares thrown their way, along with the constant mutterings of demon, demon brat, demon bitch, demon whore, murderer/s. These were just some of the colorful names that the people of the village had given them. What did they ever do to deserve this? Both Kiyomi and he have tried asking their Gigi, but whenever either of them would bring it up, he would just avoid the question or say, "I'm sorry, Kiyomi, Naruto, but I don't know." Another one was, "Just give them time, Kiyomi, Naruto. I'm sure they'll come around." His personal favorite was the one that they received after a beating. Naruto would say how he hated the villagers that did this to him. The old man would shake his head in disappointment. "I've already told you, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto-kun, just give them a chance. They're good people, just confused." Naruto would always narrow his eyes at that. Where was his and Kiyomi's chance? "Well, if they won't give us a chance, then neither shall we. I'll show them all. They'll pay for what they've done to Amato-chan and I," were the rather dark thoughts that came from Naruto. Orphanage, Kiyomi and Naruto's room. "Naruto and I," a little malnourished red-haired girl asked a slightly taller, malnourished boy. "Yes, Kiyomi-chan, what is it?" Naruto asked Kiyomi curiously. She looked almost like she was going to cry. "WNAR sniff we G going to get sniff out of H here? Sniff ID don't like the O orphanage." "Sniff?" Kiyomi asked quietly. Naruto's face softened. He replied as he brought her into a hug and rubbed her back soothingly. "As soon as we can, Kiyomi. I know you hate it here. I do as well. How about we ask Gigi?" He spat the name out like it was poison on his tongue. "If we can get an apartment together, after all, our birthday is coming up soon." Kiyomi looked at him with large, hopeful, wide violet eyes. "You really think so, Nii-san?" "Databane," she shouted brightly. He quickly clamped his hand over her mouth. Shoo. Kiyomi, not so loud. We don't want to get into trouble or anything. Naruto said quietly. Kiyomi looked downtrodden. Sorry, Naruto and I. Naruto brought her into a hug again. It's all right, Kiyomi. I know how much you want to get out of here. I do too. He kissed her forehead. Come on, Kiyomi. We should get back to sleep. We need to keep our strength up and rest more with how little food we get. Okay. And I-san, good night. I love you. She murmured as she started to lie down. I love you too, Amato-chan. Naruto whispered as he too drifted off to sleep, holding his sister in a tight embrace. The next day, Naruto opened his eyes as the light shone through the hole-filled curtains of their room. He looked down upon the still resting face of his twin sister Kiyomi. He almost yelled out kawaii, with how she looked, so peaceful and cute. He brought his arm around her again as he drew her back in close. She snuggled into the warmth, and he just lay there waiting for her to awaken. About 10 minutes later, curious purple eyes flew open, flickering around the room. Good morning, Naruto and I. She mumbled as she rubbed her eyes with her balled-up hands. Naruto smiled. Good morning, Kiyomi-chan. He replied happily. Hey, Kiyomi, I've done some thinking. You know how we want to be ninjas when we're older? Well, when we're strong enough and ready enough, let's leave this hellhole of a village, Databeo. Naruto whispered with determination shining in his eyes. Upon realizing he said his cursed verbal tick, his eye twitched in irritation. Kiyomi's eyes looked at him with the same amount of determination. Yash, let's do it. I can't wait. Tebane, she exclaimed excitedly. Naruto chuckled in amusement. Neither can I, Kiyomi-chan, neither can I. Naruto and I. Kiyomi questioned quietly. Yes, what is it, Kiyomi-chan? Naruto queried curiously. Kiyomi looked hesitant. Do you think that Kachan and Tusan are alive and they just hate us like everyone else? Or that they died in the Kyuubi attack? Naruto smiled sadly. I think that they are dead, but if I find them alive and they hated us, I will destroy them for leaving us to this hell. Kiyomi smiled hearing that. Okay, Nii-kun. Thanks, you always know how to cheer me up, and you always care for me. The door to their room swung open. You little monsters are allowed outside. Be back by 6. One of the more crude matrons snarled sternly. Yes, ma'am. Naruto spoke in a monotone through gritted teeth. He grabbed Kiyomi's hand and led her out of their room, and out of the orphanage, and towards the forestry that they have grown to love. Forest. Yugao was watching over her sensei Kushina's kids. She loved them dearly, and Naruto was a cutie too. Kiyomi is of course as well. She decided today that she would teach the Kawarimi no Jutsu, along with Henge no Jutsu. The main reason is to make it easier for them in the village, as well as paying her sensei back. She was apprenticed to Kushina after all. She was like a mother to her, being an orphan and all. Yugao decided it was time to reveal herself. She jumped down from the tree she was hiding in. She held up her arms, as if to say she wasn't a threat. She proceeded to take off her mask and give the kids an explanation. It's all right, kids. You needn't worry. I won't harm you. My name is Yugao Yuzuki. I'm one of the, if not the only ANBU protector whom actually does their duty of protecting you. I want to help you both. Do you want to become a shinobi and kunoichi because I'm willing to give you some help? She inquired, intrigued for their reaction. Yes. Naruto shouted boisterously. Yugao chuckled at his eagerness. It reminded her a lot of Kushina. I do as well. Kiyomi chimed in, eager to become a great kunoichi. Yugao smiled. Very well then, listen up. I'm going to help you to unlock your chakra and teach you the hand seals to the Kawarimi no Jutsu and the Henge no Jutsu. Both children nodded eagerly. Okay, now listen closely. Yugao ordered seriously. Chakra is essential to even the most basic technique. It is the molding of the physical energy present in every cell of the body and the spiritual energy gained from exercise and experience. Once molded, it can be channeled through the chakra circulatory system, which is to chakra as the regular circulatory system is to blood, to any of the 361 tenketsu in the body. Through various methods, the most common of which is hand seals, the chakra can then be controlled and manipulated to create an effect that would not be possible otherwise, such as walking on water, exhaling fire, or creating illusions. Normal chakra is a form of life energy all living individuals naturally produce to some degree. Contained in the chakra coils that mainly surround and connect to each chakra-producing organ, the energy circulates throughout the body in a network called the chakra circulatory system, similar to the cardiovascular system. Certain groups, such as ninja, have learned to generate more chakra and release it outside their bodies through their tenketsu in order to perform jutsu. Of the many different types of techniques, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, dojutsu, and so on, all require the use of chakra. However, taijutsu is different, usually requiring no chakra use whatsoever. Stamina is all that is needed. While the ninja still needs a set amount of chakra to live, i.e. life force energy, regular taijutsu doesn't require any active molding or manipulation of chakra, with few exceptions. A standard attack like a punch or kick falls into this technique category. Chakra is the resulting form of energy when two other forms of energy are mixed together. The two energies are referred to as physical energy and spiritual energy. Physical energy is collected from the body's cells and can be increased through training, stimulants, and exercise. Spiritual energy is derived from the mind's consciousness, i.e. the soul, and can be increased through studying, meditation, and experience. Having these two energies become more powerful will in turn make the created chakra more powerful. Therefore, practicing a technique repeatedly will build up experience, building up one's spiritual energy, and thus allowing more chakra to be created. As a result, the ninja is able to do that same technique with more power. This same cycle applies for physical energy, except this time, instead of doing things like meditation, the ninja could, say, do push-ups. The general term for the source of chakra, the overall physical and spiritual energy an individual has, is called total stamina. The maximum amount of chakra an individual can create and retain at a given time is called their chakra power level. Yugao paused for a good minute to let all of the new information seep in. She spoke up. All right, are you both ready to see the hand seal to unlock you chakra? Upon having both children nod, she started to show them the seal. She placed her hands in the ram seal and started to explain unlocking chakra. All right, to unlock your chakra, place your hands in this seal, the ram seal as it is known, and close your eyes. Dig within yourself until you feel a source of warmth in your stomach. When you feel this, try to bring it forth. Through this action, you will successfully unlock your chakra, though you may not get it on your first attempt. Copying her hand seal correctly the first time, which surprised Yugao, Naruto nodded to himself. He closed his eyes and took in deep calming breaths, breathing in and out slowly. All right, time to do this. It's for Kiyomi-chan, I won't fail, and I'll do this on the first time, learn jutsu, and protect her. Protect Kiyomi. That's my nindo. Naruto thought to himself. About a minute into the silence he found it. It was a humongous sea of warmth. He gently and carefully pulled at it, trying to draw it out successfully. All right, Naruto, easy and... There, he thought. With a final struggle, he succeeded in pulling forth and unlocking his chakra. Around Naruto was a clearly visible blue glow of chakra. It was swirling around him rapidly, and it seemed to wrap him in a flame-like aura. She felt him gathering his chakra, and it was increasing. My God, to not only find it, but to pull forth your chakra on your first try, and at this age. He might truly be a prodigy, greater than even Itachi, she thought. Her eyes snapped open when she felt his final tug, and the dams opened. Her eye widened in surprise. She could clearly see his chakra swirling around him, a deep, beautiful blue. It's truly unique, and this level. He must have Genin level reserves, and at this age? That's incredible. By the time he's 8 or 9 he'll have Jounin level, and probably between ages 11 and 13 he'll have Kaga level. What incredible, frightening potential, she thought. Wow, and Iaikuin is amazing. I can feel how warm his chakra is, and he unlocked it on his first try too. Okay, my turn now. Kiyomi thought in awe and determination. Kiyomi mirrored the hand seal that Yugao showed them, and that her brother just used, surprising Yugao as well. She closed her eyes and took several deep calming breaths. All right, Kiyomi, you can do it. Show Iaikuin how great you are. Kiyomi thought to herself in determination. She felt the massive sea that was her chakra. It felt incredible. It held such a warm feeling too. She gently and carefully tugged at it, slowly drawing it out. Just as she was about to succeed, she felt her grip on it weaken and she lost it. Kiyomi's eyes sprung open, a whirlpool of emotions. The main emotion, however, was sadness and self-loathing. She sniffled. I'm so pathetic. I'm sorry, Naruto and Yugao-sensei, please forgive me. She pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Naruto approached her and wrapped her in a comforting hug. Hey, it's all right, Kiyomi-chan. You'll get it next time, all right? He asked, trying to cheer his beloved Amato up. She sniffed again before replying. Why, you really think so, Naruto and She questioned him hopefully. Naruto stared into her large, watering eyes. Have I ever lied to you, Kiyomi? He asked. She shook her head furiously in reply. No, and chan. I'm sorry, I'll try again. Kiyomi gave him a big grin, wiping her eyes free of tears. I'll get it this time, Tebane. Naruto returned a smile. Yeah, I'm sure you will, Amato. Naruto replied, having complete faith in his sibling. Kiyomi repeated the same steps as before, closing her eyes in concentration and taking several deep breaths. She gripped in the warmth that was her chakra and proceeded to slowly but surely bring it forth. All of a sudden she, like Naruto before her, erupted into a magnificent blue, flame-like aura that was her chakra. Her eyes flew open and she smiled a megawatt smile whilst cheering. I did it, Naruto and on only the second try too. Yes, she was ecstatic. Naruto smiled kindly and proudly at her before replying. Yes, you did, Kiyomi-chan. Yes, you did. Yes, you did exceptional, Kiyomi. Barely anyone can unlock their chakra on the second attempt, and on the first day, let alone on their first try, and day for that matter. Yugao stated immensely proud of her sensei Kushina's children. Kiyomi's use of Kushina's verbal tick, Tebane, didn't escape her notice either. She idly wondered if Naruto inherited it as well. All right, now listen up again, please. Yugao started, wanting to get to the next part of the lesson. Now that you have both unlocked your chakra, I would like to show you the hand seals for 2 of the basic E-Rank Academy Jutsu. They are the Kawarimi no Jutsu and Henge no Jutsu. The Henge no Jutsu will be especially useful for you both. It allows you to turn into someone else. You both will be able to go into shops more easily, as well as go unnoticed by any civilians in the village, unless they have any prior ninja training, which is highly unlikely. She finished explain. Both children nodded enthusiastically to her, eager to start on the next lesson in becoming a shinobi and kunoichi respectively. All right, I'll show you the hand seals for the Henge no Jutsu first. Now follow closely and do them with me. The first one is Inut. Yugao started, moving her hands and figure into position. Both Naruto and Kiyomi followed her lead, surprisingly getting it correct on the first attempt. Great. Okay, the next one is Aya. Upon having her hands in place, she glanced at the twins to see how they were doing. Again, both got it on the first try. It was to be expected, though, and both of them were very simple seals. Great job, guys. Keep it up, she encouraged. Now, on to the last one for the Henge no Jutsu. It's Hitsuji. Yugao had to correct them several times, but it was still extremely impressive how quickly they caught on, having no prior experience with hand seals and all. Okay, you two. Now I want you to run through the seals several times before actually attempting the jutsu. Not too fast, though. 30 minutes later. After practicing the hand seals a multitude of times through, to Yugao's satisfaction, she thought they were ready to give the jutsu a shot. All right, all you have to do are those 3 hand seals and channel some chakra. So who wants to give it the first go? Yugao inquired. Kiyomi immediately looked to Naruto. He smiled. You go first, Kiyomi-chan. I think you'll do great. Kiyomi nodded appreciatively and gave a slight smirk. She ran through the hand seals at fairly slow pace, exceptional for a 3-year 11-month 3-week-old. After completing the 3 required hand signs, she channeled some chakra and shouted out, Henge no Jutsu. A cloud of smoke enveloped her, shielding her from both Yugao and Naruto's view. When the smoke cleared, Naruto's eyebrows rose, and Yugao had a small smile on her face. Well, how did I do? Kiyomi questioned anxiously. Yugao chuckled slightly, but replied nonetheless. You did great for your first attempt, Kiyomi-chan. Keep practicing and you'll have it down pat in no time at all. Yeah, you were great, Amato. Naruto chimed in. Oh, really? She questioned. Yugao nodded. Yeah, really. In all honesty, you've done better than most at it. Just keep practicing it, and you'll have it perfected in a month tops, I guarantee. Kiyomi beamed at the praise. Yugao turned to Naruto and motioned for him to go. It's your turn, Naruto-chan, she said. Naruto pouted at the suffix but nodded and got into position nonetheless. He went through the seals at a slightly faster pace than Kiyomi, and with an exclamation of Hinge no Jutsu, the area was covered in smoke again. The smoke cleared and revealed Naruto standing there, with a pretty decent hinge, not perfect, but close. Very good first attempt, Naruto. I'd say 3 weeks of practice and you'll have it mastered, visual-wise at least. Yugao told him. Naruto nodded. Great, we'll practice it each day, a few times each day to get it better. Suddenly Yugao looked saddened. Sorry, you too. I've got to go, duty calls. I brought some scrolls for both. Jutsu in case I didn't have enough time. Here, take them. I'll see you soon. Good luck. With that, Yugao chucked them the scrolls, slipped her mask on, and jumped back into the trees, vanishing from sight. Naruto sighed, pocketing the scrolls. He was enjoying the extra company. Come over here, Kiyomi-chan. Kiyomi followed as per his request. Naruto dropped down under the shade of one of the trees and began to rummage through his pockets. Kiyomi looked on curiously. A few seconds later, he pulled out a folded piece of paper and a pencil. He started to write something down. Kiyomi plopped herself down next to him and looked at the paper curiously. Where did you get the pencil and paper, Nai-chan? She asked curiously. He smirked in response. Why? I borrowed it from the orphanage, Kiyomi, he said gleefully. He went back to scribbling a few more things down. He then turned and faced her. I figured if we are leaving, we should have a plan, he informed her. She nodded. It was logical. What do you have so far, Nai-kun? She questioned him. He smiled back and faced the paper towards her, showing Kiyomi and Naruto's plans. Nothing yet, Kiyomi-chan. I was thinking we could talk about it for a few hours. She nodded in excitement. Well then, let's get started, Tebane, she exclaimed, pumping a little fist in the air. Naruto smiled. Yeah, let's get started. Several hours later. Naruto and Kiyomi had just finished discussing what plans they had to make and taking notes about them. Naruto noticed the sun was setting and turned to Kiyomi. Kiyomi, I think we should head back. The sun's starting to go down. But let's get a drink first. Good idea, Nai-chan. Let's go. Walking through the forest was a nice, peaceful, calming walk. However, walking to the taps where they could get a drink was a bit different. All of those cold glares on them. It felt so unnerving. The constant mutters, whispers, they were everywhere. They couldn't hope to escape. Naruto and I don't like the people. They're all bad, scary meanies. Kiyomi exclaimed, clearly frightened by the viscous display. Naruto took note of this and tried to soothe her. I know, Kiyomi-chan. I know. Just keep going and ignore them. It's best we just get in and out of town and back to the orphanage as quick as possible. Yeah, okay. Kiyomi agreed quietly. Arriving to where the taps where they quickly got their drink and headed back to orphanage. Once arriving outside the orphanage, they quietly snuck in the door and went straight to their room. If they didn't, they would just get yelled at and cause more trouble. It wasn't worth it. Inside their small bedroom, whilst they waited for their meal, they began discussing about training plans. Naruto was the one that got the conversation going. All right, Kiyomi, we'll need to build up physical strength first, so we'll need to eat lots of nutritious foods to be able to develop our bodies properly. Along with the foods, we'll need to do push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, and we'll also need to do some running to build up leg muscles. So that means squats as well. Kiyomi looked at him questioningly, voicing her concerns. But, Naruto and how are we supposed to get healthy food when we can barely get anything here? None of the shops will sell us healthy stuff we can afford, and even then the rotten stuff they sell us is all of our money. Naruto smiled at his sister's intelligence before answering. Simple, Kiyomi-chan. We'll borrow some seeds from some shops and make our own garden somewhere, maybe around our special spot. It's pretty hidden after all. But while the stuff grows, we're going to have to borrow some fresh products from some of the shops and stalls. Kiyomi seemed to brighten up at that. At least her Aniki would look after her. I can't wait to borrow some fresh food, yum. We hardly ever get fresh stuff unless we pick it from the surrounding forests or find it. Naruto gave her a grin before replying. Neither can I, Kiyomi-chan, neither can I. Also, the sooner we get the foods sorted, the sooner we can train. The sooner we train, the sooner we can leave this hellhole. Kiyomi beamed at his words. Just then the door to their room was harshly ripped open by one of the matrons. Time to eat, you little monsters. I'll be back in 10 minutes. You know the drill, she declared, putting the plate down with disgust. She then proceeded to slam the door and storm away, probably just in a hurry to get away from the demons. Naruto thought, snarling while clenching his fists. He turned to Kiyomi and gently spoke. You have your fill first, Amato-chan. Kiyomi gave a grateful smile while her stomach grumbled. Thanks, Nai-kun. She then proceeded to dig into the meal, eating exactly half. Are you sure you've had enough, Kiyomi-chan? Naruto asked in concern. Yup, was the simple reply he got. Okay then, I suppose we'll have to look for food in the forest tomorrow or borrow some from one of those shops, and we'll need to get those seeds too. With that said, Naruto dug into the small meal. After the matron had stormed back into the room, snatched the plate up and left, slamming the door again. Both siblings sighed. If they didn't bathe in the lake again today, they wouldn't be clean. It's time for bed, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto said gently to his beloved Amato. Hi, Naruto-kun, she mumbled out, rubbing her tired, drooping eyes. Naruto grabbed her hand and gently led her over to the bed. She climbed in and under the thin sheet first. Naruto soon followed her. He wrapped his arms around her tightly in a protective embrace, one she always felt safe in. Good night, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto whispered gently, kissing her cheek. Good night, Naruto-kun, was the sleepy reply before they both drifted off to sleep in a comfortable embrace. Next morning, 5 a.m. orphanage bedroom. Naruto took the piece of paper titled Kiyomi and Naruto's plans from the previous day out of his pocket. He glanced at what was written on the paper. Train to get super strong. Join the Ninja Academy. Graduate from the Ninja Academy. Leave the village. It was a really short list, but they didn't know what else to write or what would be in between these events. But they were the essential key roles in their dream of leaving the village. He was sure they would have a lot more things added to the list as time went on, obviously more detailed, dangerous, and secretive plan, but this was a good start, great motivation. If he trained to be strong and joined the Ninja Academy, they were, according to the list, halfway done. This would obviously be false, but beggars can't be choosers. One thing they had come up with of utmost importance was below the short list of 4. The training schedule. It was a surprisingly detailed plan for what 4-year-olds could come up with. He would obviously be adding more to his training load, but he wouldn't tell Kiyomi. He would work twice as hard as her. He felt, as her Aniki, it was his responsibility to get stronger to protect her, even if they were only minutes apart. He wouldn't make her suffer. He would endure any amount of pain, be it self-inflicted from training or a beating from the villagers. Glancing at the paper one more time, he decided to carefully read the instructions of the training regimen. 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Morning warm-up, 30x push-up, sit-ups and crunches. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Hand seals practice. 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Breakfast break. 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Jutsu practice. 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Meditation. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Lunch break. 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. 2x physical exercise, 5x running laps, 50x push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, pull-ups, squats, 100x kicks and punches each limb. 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Cool down, hand seals, jutsu practice. 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Shogi, go, mind stimulus activities. 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Go back to orphanage, have dinner, talk. 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Study theory. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Free time, talk. 9 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Bed. After reading the schedule again, Naruto made a mental note to try and do double of each exercise, to get the best as quickly as possible. He got started. 15 minutes later. 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Naruto finished chanting his first set of 50 push-ups. It wasn't quite double. However, he would add a single repetition every day to become stronger than he was the day before. On to sit-ups now, he thought. Naruto started on his sit-ups, keeping track of each one in his mind. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, 27, 28, 29, 35, 36, 37, 48, 49, 50. 15 minutes have passed since he started doing the sit-ups, bringing the time to 5:30 a.m. Now on to meditation to relax the muscles and clear the mind, as well as revising the training schedule. After 10 minutes of meditation, he decided to move on to hand seals practice for 20 minutes, bringing the time to 6 a.m. Next, he decided to go over some basic Fuinjutsu theory. It was actually in one of the scrolls from Yugao. It was on creating a sealing scroll for the remainder of the time until half an hour until Kiyomi awoke. He would have half an hour's nap each day then. As it came to 6:30 a.m., Naruto put his notes and papers away and went back over to Kiyomi's and his shared bed. He silently climbed into it and moved next to Kiyomi, wrapping his arms around her protectively, then kissed her cheek and drifted off into a nap until Kiyomi awoke him. Some 30 minutes later, Kiyomi awoke. She looked over to her Nii-chan and smiled as she was wrapped in his arms. She shook him gently while whispering for him to wake up. After a few seconds, his eyes flew open. He smiled at her and kissed her forehead. "Good morning, Kiyomi-chan." Naruto spoke softly to her. "Morning, Naruto and I," replied Kiyomi in an upbeat attitude, presumably because they agreed to start training today. Time skip 1 week. Blue eyes snapped open as Naruto awoke from the previous night's slumber. He peered out the small window that was in the room. Judging by where the sun was in the sky, it was about 7:30 a.m. Suddenly, he remembered the date today, October 10th. Today marked Naruto and Kiyomi's 4th birthday, and as such they had agreed to skip the morning routine and instead relax. It should be an exciting day for most children, but they weren't normal. Their birthday was never a happy occasion. The people of the village always seemed more rowdy. Naruto silently vowed that one day it would be a joyous occasion. Not long after Naruto had awoken, Kiyomi stirred. She looked over and saw Naruto already awake. "Nii-kun," chanted Kiyomi brightly, smiling wildly. Having remembered today was their birthday. On second thought, though, her smile faltered. It wouldn't be a good day, but they would have the best day they could make of it. Naruto, taking note of Kiyomi's unhappy look, decided to lighten the mode. "Well, happy birthday, Kiyomi-chan. I do have something for you. However, I'll give it to you later on when we're out in the forest so that no one takes it from you." Kiyomi brightened up considerably. "Really? Thanks so much, Naruto-kun." She frowned again. "But I don't have anything for you," she said with her previous downtrodden expression in place. "I've told you before, and I'll tell you again, Kiyomi-chan. I don't need anything from you. Spending the day with you and making you happy is the best birthday present I could have," Naruto declared, smiling at her. With that said, Kiyomi brightened up once more. "Really, Naruto-kun, you're not just saying that?" she questioned. Naruto remained smiling. "Yes, really, Kiyomi-chan. Now, hopefully we can get out of here into the forest soon, so I can give you your present." Just as Kiyomi was about to reply, the door swung open, and one of the matrons stood in the doorway, giving the most disgusting glare possible. "All right, you little demons," she shouted with fury. She stomped over to the both of them, picking them up by the scruff of the neck, dragging them through the orphanage and towards the door. "You demons are old enough to live on your own. We can't provide for you monsters anymore. You're on your own," she snarled, literally throwing the twins out and onto the hard concrete. In mid-flight, Naruto managed to maneuver himself to break Kiyomi's fall. A set of footsteps sounded near the door, signaling the approach of the other matron. She had what little belongings the two owned in her clutches. "All right, you demons, here is your stuff, and keep the mattress. It's infected with your filth now." With that snarled out, she tossed the belongings to the ground near the pair. This birthday couldn't get any worse, could it? They had both been kicked out of the orphanage, literally. After being kicked out, They found a nice spot in the forest to set up a sort of shelter and camp. Their spot was in the large hollowed-out tree that they have both grown fond of. Luckily, around the area, within several meters, is a multitude of berries and nuts from the various trees. There is also a nearby stream to catch fish and wash. It was time to get to work and built a suitable shelter. Kiyomi, Naruto spoke. At her nod, he continued. Can you please help me gather some of these bigger, thicker, heavier branches? Yes, sure, and I-chan. Are we going to use them to build shelter in the hollowed part of the tree? Questioned Kiyomi after facing him. Naruto nodded. Yeah, we'll get started now. It shouldn't take too long. I just want to make a sort of front out of the tree and maybe lay some leaves and grass on the ground to lay the mattress on. She nodded in agreement. Collecting the wood was simple enough. They both were able to snap the branches and move them to the tree. The design for the shelter was simple. Have them angled and piled upon each other to make a sort of front entrance to the hollowed part of the tree. Having such a simple design allowed them to finish making it within several hours. Conveniently enough, when they were gathering the wood, there were a couple of old used kunai lying around here and there. They would be extremely useful in hunting, fishing, and collecting the nuts and berries, as well as fending off any predators. After relaxing a little bit in the newly setting up shelter, Naruto and Kiyomi agreed that it was best if they collected some of the nearby berries and nuts in case any people or wild animals ate or picked them, so that they would still have some. Kiyomi decided to pick the nuts, whilst Naruto got to work gathering the berries. An hour or so of time has passed, and both Naruto and Kiyomi have gathered enough of each respective food group for a few days' worth, if rationed correctly. Naruto, with the help of Kiyomi, made makeshift pouches to carry the berries and nuts in, to clean and transport them. The pouches are made from a large piece of cloth that was actually once one of Naruto's shirts. It had become so old and worn that it wouldn't fit him and was unwearable. Naruto and Kiyomi gathered a fairly large stick that they could still carry and sharpened the stick into a spear-type weapon for extra self-defense against the wild animals, catch fish, or other small prey they could eat. The shirt they used could be ripped neatly into 3 identical-sized pieces, one used with a forked stick and some vines for a net, for fishing, and the other 2 for transporting. After finishing the creation of the tools that they would be using for however long they stayed out here, they each ate some of the various berries and nuts that they had gathered earlier on. All right, Kiyomi, I think we should go to bed and get up bright and early to start on our training, Naruto said enthusiastically. Kiyomi beamed at him and started rambling excitedly. Yeah, all right. I can't wait, Naruto and I. Let's go to bed then. Naruto shook his head, motioning for Kiyomi to go into their makeshift home first. He followed right behind her. After getting settled in, Naruto decided to say some last-minute things. Sorry, today turned out to be such a crappy day for our birthday. Naruto apologized, feeling quite guilty and regretful. He couldn't even give his Amato one nice day. Kiyomi looked back at him with her beautiful, big, wide purple eyes. She smiled and replied, It's fine, Naruto-kun. At least we're finally out of that shithole, nah? Naruto chuckled. I guess you're right, Kiyomi-chan. I guess you're right. Thanks. Good night, Amato-chan. With that said, he kissed her forehead and cuddled up to her. Yeah, no problem. Good night, Aniki. She replied, snuggling into Naruto's warmth. They both proceeded to drift off to sleep. Time skip, end of the month. Today marked the last day of an entire month. Remarkably, the Uzumaki twins have survived off the land by themselves for the entire time. They ate fruits, nuts, and cooked wild animals to survive. There was luckily a nearby stream to wash themselves in, drink from, and clean the food. Every day for hours on end, the duo of Naruto and Kiyomi trained. Throughout the length of the months, hundreds, possibly even thousands of repetitions of various exercises such as push-ups, sit-ups, and pull-ups, squats, kicks, and punches. Those are to name just a few of the exercises. Many kilometers have been run doing laps around their area, even around the wall of Konoha several times. Their endurance was truly unreal. Just as it was approaching midday, a puff of smoke erupted in the middle of the area. The Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had found them. Well, in actuality, it was the Anbu Nico, or Yugao rather, whom had spotted them and informed him. That was a few days ago. Naruto, Kiyomi, what are you doing out here? The elderly man yelled questioningly. Naruto snorted in amusement, as if he didn't already know. The orphanage. He spat the name out like it had a foul taste. Kicked both Kiyomi-chan and myself out a month ago. On our birthday, snarled Naruto, furiously yelling out the last part. Hiruzen played the part of looking shocked quite well. I'm immensely sorry. Kiyomi, Naruto, can you forgive an old man? I have an apartment arranged for such an unfortunate occasion. Naruto narrowed his eyes. If he already had one arranged, he obviously already knew. No one else was treated like this in Konoha after all. He'd play the obedient child for now, though. Naruto plastered a big fake grin on. Yeah, sure, Gigi, no problem. We don't need the mattress or anything except our clothes, right, Gigi? Naruto questioned the old man. Said old man smiled kindly. No, just your clothes, he stated simply. Both children nodded and proceeded to grab their spare sets of clothing. All right, let's go then, Gigi, Kiyomi proclaimed. Hiruzen chuckled but nodded. Yes, please follow me, he commanded. They did. There Gigi after had promptly led them to their luxuries apartment. Yeah, right. He snorted, real luxurious with all of the mold and how run down the dump was. It was a small one-bedroom, bathroom apartment. Complete with a small kitchen, the whole thing was probably only 2 or 3 times the size of their orphanage room. Oh well, they'd make do. Over the past week settling in, they have gotten the fruit and seeds. They planted the seed, and with the help of some borrowed books about gardening and speeding up the process with chakra, the plants are starting to sprout. They have found multiple trees with edible fruits and nuts and made some traps for meats and catch fish. Currently, we can find Naruto and Kiyomi laying out and discussing their training regimen. So how about we just change the schedule that we made before, but make it a lot harder to get the best results? 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. Morning warm-up, 100x push-up, sit-ups, and crunches. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Hand seals practice. 9 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. Breakfast break. 9:30 a.m. to 11 a.m. Shuriken Jutsu. 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Meditation. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Lunch break. 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. 5x physical exercise. 5x running laps. 100x push-ups, sit-ups, crunches, pull-ups, squats, 200x kicks, and punches each limb. 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. Cool down, hand seals, jutsu practice. 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Shogi, go, mind stimulus activities. 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Go back to orphanage, have dinner, talk. 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Study theory. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Free time, talk. 9 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Bed. Later we'll borrow some books from the library like Fuin Jutsu and get some weighted clothing for training and a go and shogi set for the mind. Naruto explained to Kiyomi. She nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, it sounds real good, Aniki. Using the old one as a base form for any future training we will do, and we can just add more reps to this as well as a few other things as we get further. Naruto smiled at her, already liking the sound of that. Whenever doing any training, Naruto always pushed himself to the limits and beyond. When doing laps of a field, he would do them until he was about to collapse. Then he would drag himself to a resting place, which was usually under a tree. The same went for push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, squats, kicks and punches. He would do the same amount of reps as the schedule, but would do as many sets as possible until he was in the same state as doing the laps, collapsed, dragging himself to a resting spot. One night, he found a set of old weights in one of the weapon shop's trash bins. He retrieved it, of course. He had to make a makeshift sled to pull it home. There were 5, one for each limb, as well as one for the torso, and you could make them lighter by removing some of the weight inside. It was well worth the hour or 2 it took him to retrieve them. They would be useful until he got good enough in Fuin Jutsu to make those gravity seals he read about. Incredible stuff, that Fuin Jutsu. Time skip 9 months. After the first month of the new physical conditioning routine, Naruto increased the repetitions to 120 push-ups, sit-ups, squats. Then he'd have an hour's rest and start again. Because of his healing ability, he would do this at least 10 times a day. That was 1200 of each exercise. Because of this, he changed up the morning and evening routine. Between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. Naruto would do hand seals practice, meditation, and have breakfast. His lunch break was at 1 p.m. and lasted 30 minutes. Between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. Naruto would play strategy games, have dinner, free time, and talk. 6 months after the start of his conditioning, he now does 300 reps of each exercise, 10 sets in the span of each day. That's 3,000 of each single repetition per day. He was ridiculously strong, adding to the fact that he recently added weights into the training that stacked an extra 15 kilograms. He finally set up some targets in Kiyomi-chan's. In his apartment initially, he could only hit 6 targets while Kiyomi could 5. Over the 6 months that have passed, both have proven that they could hit all 10 targets, 8 with their eyes closed. Naruto also borrowed a book on the human anatomy. They both quickly picked up important information that would greatly help them out in the future. By the end of the 9th month, Naruto has upped his total body weights to 30 kilograms from the 15. After 3 months of strenuous training, he has slightly altered the training program for maximum efficiency. He does 300 push-ups, then have a 10-minute meditation cool down, 100 sit-ups followed again by a meditation, 300 pull-ups, meditation, 10 laps around an area of approximately 10 kilometers, meditation, hold a bridge for 10 minutes, meditation, 300 punches with each arm, meditation, 300 kicks with each leg, meditation, shuriken and kunai throwing practice, followed by some hand seals practice. He would do 15 sets of this insane exercise schedule. That's a total each day of 4,500 reps of push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, punches and kicks, 150 kilometers of running each day, and 150 minutes of holding a bridge position. It was one hell of a workout, especially for one so young. Naruto, however, does all of this without complaint or hesitation. He didn't stop doing any of the tasks partway until he completed a whole task. Only then would he get a drink. Then he would continue. This routine was usually from Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, however, were slightly altered training regimen. Every 2 weeks on the Sunday afternoon, he would up his weights to grow faster and strongest quicker. Hokage Monument. Naruto gazed impassively, seemingly bored at the pathetic village from atop the Hokage Monument. I'll show you not to mess with Kiyomi-chan and I'll show you all. Naruto thought darkly in his mind, whilst clenching his fists. With one last menacing glare, he used the Shunshin no Jutsu from the top of the Hokage Monument, and back to the shitty apartment they called home. Chapter 02 Sharingan. The next morning, after a brief talk with Kiyomi last night, today the twins planned to use the Henge no Jutsu to enter the civilian library, more specifically the Academy to Genin Shinobi section of the library, and planned on hiring out books of basic maths, strategy, chakra control, and Fuinjutsu. Now some might be wondering why a civilian library would contain anything to do with shinobi. The reason was because the Shinobi Academy was actually directly run by the Civilian Council. They also had slight influence over fresh out of the Academy Genin. The council think that they usurped control of the academy and such from Hiruzen. However, he actually manipulated them and let them have it in hopes of a lowered academy standard passing more people. Sure, they'd be slightly worse off than normal, but those that passed the Jonin's secondary graduation test would quickly be whipped into shape. For these reasons, the civilian library had a small specific shinobi section. The level of the jutsu was only up to low genin level. However, it had every aspect of a shinobi up until that level. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, shurikenjutsu, kenjutsu, fuinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and chakra control. These were all of the aspects of shinobi that were up to low genin level that could be found in the civilian library. Naruto opened his eyes and took in the small room which was their bedroom. The single futon that they shared was in surprisingly all-right condition compared to the rest of the house. Naruto checked out the window and, gathering from the sun's position in the sky, believed it to be about 7 a.m. He groaned and rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. He could hardly wait to proceed with today's plan of getting some shinobi information from the library. Naruto turned his head back towards his Amato-chan. He smiled at her sleeping form, but decided to wake her up. She'd be pretty mad if he didn't. Kiyomi, whispered Naruto, shaking her gently before continuing. Come on, wake up. We've got to get started on today's plan. Remember, we're using Hinge to get inside the library. Her body shifted slightly as she groaned a little. She lifted her head up off the pillow and looked at Naruto. Upon seeing his smile, she returned a brighter one, eager to get into the plan. Yeah, I know. I really can't wait in Iikun. Oh, I wonder what they'll have. How many jutsu? I hope we don't get notice. Oh, let's go soon, Tebane. She yawned before replying excitedly, as showed from her verbal tick. Naruto chuckled at her antics. I'm excited too, Kiyomi-chan. Let's get dressed, have breakfast, and head out then, he said to her. She nodded in agreement. Naruto changed into a black t-shirt with a red spiral in the center on the front. For pants, he wore simple cream cargo shorts. Mito wore a similar shirt, but in deep blue. She also wore cargo short the same color as Naruto's. Moving out of their shared bedroom, they opted to have a few cups of ramen each. True, it was their favorite food, but it being not very healthy or nutritious, they only ate it a few times a week. It was more because it was cheap in price. All right, can we go to the library now, Naruto and I? Kiyomi questioned, eagerly wanting to go. Naruto gave her a grin. Yes, we can, Kiyomi. Remember though, we have to hinge in an alley near the library in order to make it and not be spotted by any ninja. Kiyomi nodded. The whole entire plan would be in jeopardy if people knew they could do any jutsu. They'd probably try to ostracize them even more by claiming that the demons are regaining their demonic powers or some such nonsense. Naruto and Kiyomi stepped out the front door before Naruto locked it and pocketed the key. Since it was still fairly early in the morning, the streets were overly populated for the walk to the library. They, of course, still got the usual hateful, icy glares. Some people simply choose to not acknowledge their existence. Most glared, however. Upon reaching the quite large building known as the library, Naruto checked around and saw that no one was actually out the front, much to his relief. Still being cautious, though, he discreetly peered around the side of the building, down an alleyway to see if it was clear. Upon inspection, there was no one there. He grabbed Kiyomi's hand and dragged her down the alley. Naruto had them both hidden behind a part of the wall in order to make sure they weren't spotted, nor were there hinges. The twins simultaneously went through the 3 practiced hand seals and quietly whispered, "Hinge no jutsu." A small puff of smoke enveloped their forms. It cleared a moment later, and in their places stood a simply dressed pair of civilians. The male looked about the age of 16, roughly standing at 5'6", with short brown hair and black eyes, identically clothed to Naruto, sans the red spiral. The female was about the same age, 16. She stood slightly shorter than her male companion at about 5'4", with shoulder-length blonde hair and sapphire eyes. She was clothed in a simple, deep red dress that stopped at the knees. Nodding to each other at the well-done hinges, they proceeded into the library. Upon entering the library, they were greeted with the smiling face of the female librarian by the name of Suki. Upon her asking if they needed help with anything, both shook their heads. No. She ushered them inside and told them if they needed any help, just come get her. Academy to Lojinin section. Within about 30 seconds of entering the library, the twins found their desired section. It was really convenient that no one else was there. They moved in the aisle to have a look. Wow, look at all this in Ai-chan. Kiyomi spoke excitedly with awe, having never seen so much knowledge in one place, especially something that would help them out. Naruto nodded his head in equal awe before whispering, "Yeah, just remember, only use Ai-chan, and I'll use Imato-chan so no one picks up on us." "Yeah, I know. Let's get to it then, Ai-chan," replied Kiyomi in a hushed whisper. "Let's find some books on basic maths, strategy, chakra control, and Fuinjutsu. There will probably be a few different types of each book, so we'll have to sort them out, which ones to hire out first. We can hire the others the next time we come here," Naruto said. Kiyomi nodded, before helping Naruto search for said books. The first one they spotted was surprisingly the basics of Fuinjutsu. There was only one type, however multiple copies of it, about 6 if Naruto counted correctly. Flipping through the book, Naruto saw that it was the theory behind creating a storage scroll, as well as instructions. He guessed it was such a dangerous art that it wasn't really learned by people under high genin. As such, the only book that could be found and used safely by academy students to low genin level were storage scrolls. The next book on the list found was on strategy, though near it was a few Go and Shogi boards, complete sets. He picked up a copy of the book as well as a set. This would really help develop their minds as a tactical ninja, general thinking, and IQ. Chakra control, another vital element for the Uzumaki twins, Eni Shinobi and Kunoichi really. It went double for the twins though, having the reserves they did at their young age. If they neglected doing any control exercises, they never be able to perform half of the simpler jutsu, including Jinjutsu and Iryo Ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu. They weren't necessary skills, however it wasn't necessarily casting Jinjutsu. Dispelling Jinjutsu needed great chakra control too. If either or both Uzumaki wanted to learn any Iryo Ninjutsu, though they would need extremely precise chakra control, it just made sense to get the damn book. Surprising, there were several copies of a book on maths. They ranged from simple to more complex. He would have thought it would have been kept in a different section. Maths, however, was needed for any career and everyday life in general. It was logical to have the books throughout the place. Done with the pics of what they wanted to hire, they headed to Suki at the front desk by the entrance. Suki smiled at the teens upon seeing them with some books that she presumed they were going to hire out. "Are you just hiring these out today?" she questioned them. Upon two nods, she continued, "I haven't ever seen you in the library before. Do you have a library card? If not, then you have to fill out some forms for a library card." The twins shook their heads, and Naruto spoke up. "No, neither of us has a card. Could we please take the forms and fill them out to get a library card?" Suki nodded and held out a pair of forms to them before saying, "I'll give you your library cards when they're filled out. I'll mind the books whilst you fill them out if you would like." "Yes, please, and thank you," Naruto said. Kiyomi and he proceeded to collect the forms and give Suki what they wanted to hire. The forms were simple to fill out. Not much was needed, as such they were filled out within 5 minutes. Upon handing them to Suki, they got a kind smile and a library card each. Suki quickly jotted down what they hire out and told them that they could keep them out for a duration of 2 weeks. If they needed them longer, they would have to come back and rehire them. After exiting the library with their hired-out things in a bag each, they went around the corner of the library, in the same alley they used the henges to get into the library. Both quickly undid said jutsu and proceeded a fast-paced walk back home to their apartment. Naruto quickly searched around in his pocket for the key and fished it out. Unlocking the door and entering the building, he quickly locked it again from the inside, once Kiyomi had entered too. "All right, Kiyomi, let's put these in our room and get started," Naruto said, glancing at the clock on the wall, taking note that it was 10 a.m. "Yeah, all right, and Aikun, let's get started, Tebane," cheered Kiyomi, raring to get into it all. Naruto and Kiyomi's room. "Naruto and I think chakra control would be a good thing to get started on, don't you think?" Kiyomi half asked, half questioned. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we'll start with that one," he replied. "So, what's the book say?" Naruto queried. "I'll start reading it aloud. Give me a second," stated Kiyomi back. "All right. Chakra control is a term that refers to the control of one's chakra and aptitude at controlling it. Chakra takes time and a great deal of training to gradually build up. Thus, the key is not actually having chakra, but being able to sufficiently control and conserve it. Everyone has chakra, but only skilled ninja can correctly mold and manipulate it to its fullest extent. Molding chakra involves the extraction of energies from both the body's cells and the mind's consciousness, then mixing them together within the individual. The amount of each energy will differ based on the type of technique the ninja wishes to execute. In other words, a ninja could create too much or too little chakra for a given technique, resulting in the chakra being used inefficiently. In addition, even if a ninja is able to mold the correct amount of chakra, if they cannot manipulate the chakra properly, the desired technique will not be as effective or will not execute at all. Wasting energy will also create weaknesses like early exhaustion, which would hinder the ninja's capacity to fight long-term battles. General training methods for improving one's molding and manipulation of chakra are the leaf concentration, tree climbing, and water walking exercises. As an in-between stage, some ninja can partially manipulate their chakra. This means they can use their chakra, but not effectively control it, which results in a poorly executed technique. To manipulate their chakra more easily, hand seals can be used. With these hand seals, users can control their chakra with higher efficiency. allowing them to execute their techniques more effectively. Different techniques also require the use of different hand seals. When creating a ninjutsu, the two methods of manipulating chakra are referred to as shape transformation and nature transformation. Shape transformation deals with controlling the form, movement, and potency of chakra. Nature transformation usually deals with changing the physical properties of chakra into an element. There is also the nature transformation of yin and yang, which deals with changing the ratio of spiritual and physical energies within chakra. These two methods can be implemented separately or together in order to create a technique. The general term for the exact molding and proper manipulation of chakra is called chakra control. People with skilled chakra control are usually Iryo-nin, medical nin, or sensor types, both of which requires extreme control over chakra to be effective. Jinjutsu also requires good chakra control. A good way to build up chakra in the body is to spin it into a tight spiral. Whether to spin the chakra left or right is dependent on the way the user's hair grows, either to the right or left. An opponent can negate a technique by absorb it and reversing the spin of the chakra within their own body. Most techniques take a certain shape that is usually precisely controlled from one hand to another through chakra. A good example of this is the Yondaime Hokage's Rasengan. Based on which ninjutsu the ninja uses, the amount of chakra will be different, as would the element the ninja employs. The 5 main elemental types are Katon, Futon, Raiton, Doton, and Suiton. Each ninja has the potential to better utilize one of these styles, and potentially more. Kiyomi took in a breath of some fresh air and sighed in relief. That was a whole lot of reading she just did. Well, it looks like we're starting with the leaf concentration exercise, Kiyomi-chan. Naruto stated to Kiyomi. Yeah, looks like it, Naruto and I. Well, let's get started, Tebane. We'll have to pick some leaves off some of our plants. Let's go. Kiyomi excitedly explained and dragged Naruto over to one of their pot plants. Naruto chuckled as they each plucked a few leaves in case they needed spares. Well, let's get to it. After practicing the chakra control for 3 long, arduous, continuous hours on end, both Naruto and Kiyomi mastered the leaf concentration exercise. It was now 2 p.m. and time for some well-deserved lunch before looking at doing the next chakra control exercise. Time skip 30 minutes. Just finishing their lunch, both Naruto and Kiyomi headed back to their bedroom to check what the next chakra control exercise was that they had to do. All right, Naruto and I, what's the next exercise? Questioned a curious but eager Kiyomi. Let me see. Naruto, flicking through the pages of the book. Here we go. The next exercise is tree climbing practice. Naruto started having found the exercise before continuing on with the explanation and instructions of the training. Tree climbing practice is a training method used to gain more skills with chakra control. This training involves focusing a fixed amount of chakra to the bottom of one's feet and using that to climb a tree without using one's hands. If the stream of chakra is too weak, the user will lose their footing on the tree and fall off. If it is too strong, the user will be pushed away from the tree, causing the tree to break around the point of contact, and the user will fall. Well then, Kiyomi, let's take a kunai each to our special area and get to the training. Spoke Naruto to Kiyomi excitedly. Are the kunai for marking our progress on the tree? Asked Kiyomi. They sure are, Kiyomi-chan, replied Naruto, already having got 2 kunai and gave one to Kiyomi. Well, let's go then, Databane. Kiyomi cheered in excitement. Training spot. All right, Kiyomi-chan. Now we just have to gather chakra to the soles of our feet. Naruto started closing his eyes. Having formed the ram seal, he started to channel chakra to his feet and hold it. Then we run at the tree in order to have some momentum to help us while we first start. He finished. Naruto's eyes snapped open with the determination to succeed shining in his eyes, or as a certain green spandex-clad jonin would say, burning with the flames of youth. He sprinted at the tree full force, kunai in his hand at the ready, in order to mark however far he progressed up the tree by cutting said tree. Upon reaching the base of the tree, he still kept concentrating on maintaining a chakra flow to his feet and started to run his way up the side of the tree. All the whole Kiyomi looked on in awe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-foot Naruto counted in his head the steps he had taken up the tree. He noticed that it was getting somewhat harder, and it felt as though he might fall off at any moment. Don't fall now. Come on, Naruto, concentrate, he shouted in his head. Naruto pushed a slight amount more chakra to his feet to try to stabilize himself. He continued his trek upward. He continued to count in his head along the whole way. 7, 8, 9, 10. He chanted. Finally, he lost his footing. He quickly slashed the tree where he landed and jumped between the trees down to the ground, landing softly in a crouch position. 10. Not bad for a first try. I think I might have to practice for a couple of days to fully master this technique, Naruto thought to himself. Wow, great job, Inai-chan. All right, it's my turn. Wish me luck, Tebane, Kiyomi excitedly exclaimed to Naruto. He smiled at his precious Amato before replying. Yeah, good luck, Amato-chan. All right, you can do this, Kiyomi, she thought to herself in determination. Kiyomi closed her eyes and proceeded to do exactly the same as Naruto had done before her, the ram seal and gathering chakra at the soles of her feet. Once she felt ready, her eyes snapped open and she took off towards the tree. She was determined to do as good, if not better, than Naruto. Arriving at the base of the tree next to the one that Naruto had used, she made sure to keep concentrating on the flow of chakra in her feet. When she was the appropriate distance from the base, she started to run up the tree much like Naruto had done. She had her kunai in hand for whenever she had to mark how far she got. She could only hope that she could do well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kiyomi chanted each step in her mind, never losing focus of the chakra flow in her feet, and monitoring it and how she stuck to the tree. Yes. Come on, Kiyomi, keep it up. You can do better than Inai-kun, she added in after thought with absolute determination. She continued her way up the surface of the tree, continuously concentrating on her chakra control in her feet, as well as counting each step she took. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, she shouted in her mind. As soon as she hit the 14th step, she slipped a little bit. Thinking quickly, she marked the spot on the tree where she had gotten to. She jumped between the trees and landed softly on the ground, much the same as Naruto had done previously. Naruto-kun, I got 14 steps up the tree, Tebane. How far did you get? Kiyomi gleefully and proudly shouted to him. Naruto's face lit up with a huge grin before he gave her a massive hug. Wow, great job, Kiyomi-chan. You did better than me. I only made it 10 steps. I'm so proud of you. Kiyomi's had a massive grin much like Naruto's. She was beaming at him. Thanks, Databane. She yelled back at him, returning the hug. Well, let's get back to work. I hope we can fully master this in a few days, Naruto told her. Kiyomi quickly nodded in agreement. They got back to the training. Time skip 1 week. Yugao decided that today she would visit Kiyomi-chan and Naruto-chan in order to teach them the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. True, it was a Kenjutsu, forbidden jutsu. However, it was actually an Uzumaki clan jutsu. It didn't originate from Konoha, even though most thought that it did, and Tobarama Senju took credit for it. The reason that the Uzumaki clan developed the technique was because of their large and dense chakra reserves. They had trouble doing the normal Bunshin no Jutsu. Elemental manipulation variants of the Bunshin no Jutsu were not usually taught until later on. Because of the dense, large amounts of chakra the Uzumaki clan possessed, anyone from ages 10 and up could successfully create at least a half a dozen Kage Bunshin. For normal ninja, it was dangerous because of the chakra drainage the jutsu required, as well as the fact that it divided the users. For the Uzumaki, however, it came naturally. It was specifically designed for their clan, though. She sped across the rooftops until she reached her favorite children's apartment. She felt terrible with the piece of crap they had to live in, but the Sandame assured her that it was the only building that he could have them live in for a reasonable price. She didn't believe him. He was the Hokage, and his word was law. Another thing that made her not trust him as much as she used to was when she offered to take them into her home. He spouted some bullshit about how it would affect her as a kunoichi. She would be distracted by them. It was a total load of crap, and they both knew it. They were clearly independent children, as they had been caring for themselves in the orphanage ever since Sarutobi deliberately replaced the original kind matron that headed the place. She was a young girl around the age of 17. She held no animosity towards the twins and actually took care of them. As soon as they turned 3, however, she was replaced with an older woman whom specifically loathed Kiyomi and Naruto and blamed them for the Kyuubi attack, as well as thinking they were the Kyuubi incarnated. When she questioned Hiruzen on why he placed the bitch, as she put it in charge of the place, he denied that he himself had done in, and it was the civilian council. Another load of shit. He acted as if a mob of arrogant civilians had him bent over the table screwing him. She had been present in several of the council meetings before as an ANBU guard, and she had seen it. How easily the Sarutobi Hokage had the egoistical, power-hungry civilians manipulated, and they apparently thought that they were the manipulators. That was actually quite humorous, them civilians manipulating a bunch of ninja. She broke out of her thoughts when she landed on the roof of the building opposite to theirs. She jumped off the roof and landed softly in front of their door. She took a deep breath and knocked. It only took about 30 seconds before the door was opened and she was led inside, and led to what she assumed was the kitchen table, judging by the old table and chairs. "What are you doing here, Yugao-sensei?" Naruto questioned upon facing her. She paused to think on how to word it before replying. Actually, I wanted to show you both another jutsu, if that's all right." Yugao questioned the last part. Kiyomi's face brightened upon the mention of learning another jutsu. "Really, what jutsu is it, Tebane?" she asked Yugao excitedly. "Well," Yugao started, "I was thinking of teaching you the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I believe in a few years upon the time you go to graduate the academy, you will be unable to successfully do the Bunshin no Jutsu, no matter how good your chakra control is. This is a substitute for the Bunshin no Jutsu. I guarantee, because of your massive reserves, you'll always be able to use it. Now, the best aspect of this jutsu is that it creates a solid Bunshin of yourself. When the Kage Bunshin dispels, you will retain all of the clone's memories and experiences. In theory, if you were to use, say, 10 Kage Bunshin to train, you would learn 10 times faster. This only doesn't apply to physical exercise. You will keep the memories of, say, muscle memory and the experience of a taijutsu style, but making a clone do push-ups or the likes will not add to your own physical conditioning." When Yugao finished explaining the jutsu, she looked down and noticed both Kiyomi's and Naruto's starry-eyed expression. "Yosh, let's learn it now, Yugao-sensei Tebeo." Naruto exclaimed with glee at the idea of learning such a jutsu, only to cover his mouth horrified at saying his cursed verbal tick. Yugao giggled at hearing it. "I guess that answers my question of if he also inherited Kushina-sensei's verbal tick," she thought in humor. "Yeah, I can't wait, Databane," chimed in Kiyomi, just as excited if not more so than Naruto. "All right, you two, there is only a single hand seal, it's the Bunshin seal." Yugao explained, showing them the hand seal. She checked them and was surprised that they got it perfect the first time. They must have been practicing all of the hand seals. She thought with pride. "All right, do this hand seal and channel a fair amount of your chakra and check the results." She told the duo, which did just that. Both of the twins succeeded in producing 5 Kage Bunshin, each surprising Yugao immensely. "Wow, I didn't expect you to create that many. Very well done, you two." Yugao praised them. Both children smiled at her. "Yeah, we've been doing chakra control exercises, so that wouldn't waste chakra on doing jutsu," Naruto told Yugao, stating why they could make more than she thought that they could. Yugao nodded in understanding. "What exercise are you doing?" she asked them in curiosity. "We've mastered all 3 of the one in the book," Kiyomi said enthusiastically before continuing. "The leaf exercise only took several hours to complete. After that, we moved on to the tree climbing exercise. We mastered that in 2 days. The final one was the water walking exercise, which took us the last 5 days to master, and it turns out that I'm naturally better than Naruto and I at chakra control. We know that as our reserves continue to grow, we'll have to keep practicing chakra control, though." When Kiyomi finally finished recounting what they'd done to Yugao, she was floored. "That is extremely impressive, Naruto. Kiyomi, keep up the great work and you'll be splendid ninja when you graduate the academy," she said seriously. Both Naruto and Kiyomi could only nod their head. Yugao caught a look at the clock on the wall out of the corner of her eye and realized the time. "Sorry, Kiyomi, Naruto, but I have to go again, duty and all. I'll visit when I have time again. And please call me Yugao-ne or Yugao-chan. Being called sensei makes me feel old," Yugao told them. "All right, Yugao-ne. See you later," farewelled Kiyomi cheerfully. "Yeah, bye, Yugao-chan," said Naruto. Yugao nodded with a smile and donned her Nico mask before jumping off with a final wave. Bye kids were her final thoughts as she left. You want to go to bed early, Naruto-kun? I'm tired from all of the training. Kiyomi asked Naruto. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm tired too, Kiyomi-chan. Let's go to bed. Time skip 5 years after Kyuubi attack. Over the past 3 months, both Naruto and Kiyomi continued to learn a lot through the scrolls, books, and other things that they hired out from the library every fortnight with the use of the Henge no Jutsu. Both of the twins found out that they were naturals in the art of Fuin Jutsu. From the only book they had managed to get, they easily understood the art. It was almost as if Fuin Jutsu was their language, and as such it took them very little time to fully master creating a storage scroll. The morning of the day before their 5th birthday, Kiyomi woke up and noticed that she was awake before her Aniki for once. She sat up and shook him to try and wake him up. After shaking Naruto several times, he finally stirred. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Kiyomi greeted warmly. Kiyomi-chan, can we please sleep for a bit more? I was up late last night trying to make some modifications to the storage scroll. Naruto asked her, though it was more of a statement. What? Without me? She questioned, looking hurt. You needed the sleep. Now come back and cuddle with your Aniki. I'll tell you what I was trying to do later, and we do need more Fuinjutsu scrolls though. We'll have to find a way to get more, maybe ask the old goat. He yawned out. She mumbled something and pouted cutely, puffing her cheeks out. She huffed. Fine. Naruto-kun. She laid back down, cuddling into him. He wrapped his arms around her frame, and they peacefully fell back asleep. 1.5 hours later, 8:30 a.m. Kiyomi cracked her eyes open for the second time that morning, looking out their small window into the bright sunny day. Judging by where the sun was, it was a bit after 8 a.m. She rolled back over and looked to see Naruto awake as well. Good morning again, Naruto-kun, greeted Kiyomi. Naruto chuckled. Good morning again, Kiyomi-chan. He replied, giving Kiyomi a kiss to the forehead. What do you want for breakfast, Kiyomi-chan? Humming at the question for a bit, she gave it some thought. What did she want? How about we have some fruit and a cup ramen each? We haven't had one in a while, and they are nice and simple to make. She replied upon finally deciding. Yeah, all right, let's go make it then, agreed Naruto. For the next 10 minutes, Naruto and Kiyomi prepared themselves several pieces of fruit for breakfast. Upon opening the cupboard for some ramen cups, he luckily spotted the last 2. God damn it, Naruto shouted in frustration. He sighed. Kiyomi-chan, we need more ramen. I'm going to go and buy some after breakfast. Is there anything else we need? Yeah, we need more milk, Naruto-kun. Kiyomi replied, answering Naruto's question. All right, I'll get that too. Let's have breakfast first, then I'll go and you will stay here. All right, stated Naruto. Kiyomi started to protest. However, one stern look from Naruto silenced her, and she begrudgingly agreed. Humph. Fine, but you better be safe in Ai-kun, she replied with a cute pout. With that, they both sat down at the table with their prepared breakfast, with a cry of Itade Kamasu. They began to chow down. After finishing breakfast and clearing the table, Naruto got ready to leave. Now, Kiyomi, just make sure you lock the door and stay in the bedroom with the door locked, and under the covers. I'll be back soon. With the parting advice, Naruto kissed her forehead, grabbed Gamachan, and proceeded to head out. Kiyomi sighed and mumbled something about overprotective brothers as she locked the door and moved to their bedroom, which contained a single bed. She always felt warm and safe with her in Ai-kun. Naruto strolled through the streets of the red light district. Even though it was the most rundown sector of the village, he actually felt safer there. Some of the people were just indifferent to him. A few even acted like both Kiyomi and him were normal people, though a lot of them still held hatred. A lot was better than all. Yes, it was much nicer than all of the other looks that they got. He sighed as he got closer to the better parts of the village. The looks slowly began to change until all that remained were looks of hatred and loathing. He clenched his fists. He'd show them all someday. Store. He entered one of the only stores that allowed them any entrance. Products, however, cost an absolute fortune. He picked up a few cups of instant ramen and a 2L carton of milk. According to the price tags, it would cost him a total of 600 ryo. He knew it would be much more. He sighed. He purchased the items and it came to 1800 ryo. That's right, 3.5 times normal price. Other things were up to 5 times more, but it depended on what he bought. This was the exact reason that they could only buy cheaper things like cup ramen and essentials like milk, rice, or bread. The amount of the milk and ramen was about a tenth of their combined allowance for a fortnight, just for some milk and several cups of instant ramen. After paying the ridiculous price and putting up with the hateful glare of the store owner, he left the store with his head down, furiously glaring at the ground. It was so damn unfair. How could they get anything proper if it was almost a tenth of their combined fortnightly stipend for some milk and instant ramen? That's why they didn't get many vegetables. The prices were at least 10 times the amount. All of the store owners figured that the demon brat/bitch would die sooner or later from malnutrition. Oh, how wrong they are. You see, with the way they are being treated, Naruto devised a way to get fresh fruit and vegetables. A simple but ingenious idea. All he has to do is occasionally steal some seeds from the shops. Hey, if they are going to screw him and Kiyomi-chan, he would get the last laugh. They paid enough for the rotten fruits and vegetables at first. Why should have pay for what's simply theirs or rightfully denied from them? About 3/4 of the way home, Naruto felt that something bad was going to happen. His negative emotion sensing was going off. Upon his feeling something off, Naruto quickly put his groceries near the corner of a building on the way to Kiyomi's and his apartment. He quickly back out into the open when all of a sudden 3 figures darted around him, trapping him from going anywhere. Before he knew it, he was fully trapped. Looking up at the imposing figures that had just trapped him in, he felt his blood run cold. Great, just freaking great, just his luck. The 3 that had trapped him were average height men. Clearly shinobi by the fact that they had kunai and shuriken pouches and konoha hitaites. The one directly in front of him was slightly taller than the other 2. About 5 feet 9 inches with fairly straight chin-length brown hair and a pair of beady black eyes. The man to Naruto's right was the shortest of the group. Standing at 5 feet 6 inches, he had short black hair and blue eyes. The last member of the group, and to Naruto's left, was a man standing at 5 feet 7 inches. He had dark gray hair and green eyes. All 3 of the men were sneering at Naruto. Oh, this wasn't going to be good. One of the attackers, the tallest of the group, came from directly in front of Naruto. He was running extremely fast for Naruto, but probably only genin level speed in reality, which isn't fast for shinobi. Naruto, however, could hardly keep up, giving him not much of a chance at even defending himself. Before Naruto knew what was happening, the shinobi had slammed his massive foot into Naruto's chest, sending him crashing back into the building behind him. All Naruto could feel was pain, and he groaned in it. A few of his ribs were cracked, possibly broken from his guess. God, it hurt. A shadow was cast over him. He looked up fearfully and came face to face with the same shinobi who had just kicked him. Only now he had a kunai poised to strike Naruto in the chest to end his life. As the kunai was coming toward Naruto, he realized that it was actually going in slow motion. This is it. I'm sorry, Kiyomi-chan. I can't protect you any longer. No. I must survive. I have to survive. I will survive. Naruto thought with newfound determination. Acting on pure instinct alone, Naruto brought his hands up, fingertips aimed at his attacker's chest. Teshi Sundan. 10-finger drilling bullets. He didn't know why he had yelled that out, but as soon as he did, the terrifying shinobi fell down, dead. A pool of blood started to form around the unmoving body. He was alive. His instincts helped him. What was it he called out? Ah, yes. Teshi Sundan. 10-finger drilling bullets. He'd have to do some research and see what it was. He turned to the second shinobi and jumped whilst lunging, aiming his fingertips again, this time one at his head, the other at his chest. Teshi Sundan. 10-finger drilling bullets. Naruto roared again. The effect was instantaneous. The body hit the wall behind it from the force behind the attack, and blood trailed down his forehead and poured from his chest. A brutal sight for the soon-to-be 5-year-old Naruto. He didn't even regret nor care about killing at this point. His thoughts were determined and elsewhere. 2 down. 1 to go? He could do this. Then he could get back to Kiyomi-chan. He stopped a little ways away from the final shinobi, and he finally noticed that his vision was clearer than before. In fact, he could almost swear that he could see what the wretched man was going to do by looking into his eyes. A pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, as the final ninja in the group started doing hand seals at a rapid pace, not paying attention to Naruto's eyes. All, however, was in slow motion for Naruto, as his Sharingan analyzed the jutsu. Because of the months of practice both Kiyomi and him have put into hand seals he could easily keep up, he started doing the same hand signs. They both simultaneously shouted the respective justa's name. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Both of the fireballs crashed into each other, creating a thick smoke cover for Naruto to execute his attacker, then grab his groceries and make his getaway. With that plan of action in mind, Naruto decided to put said plan into motion. Naruto ran around the man quietly. As the man started to back out of the smoke, Naruto was already behind him, his index and middle fingers aimed at the final attacker's head. When he came into the appropriate distance, Naruto muttered, "Teshi Sundan." 10-finger drilling bullets. And quietly, and watched as the body fell. What the hell just happened? I could read his movements and copy his jutsu, he thought. He looked in a window and gasped at seeing his reflection. His eyes, they were just like those red-eyed peoples from that clan. He'd find out later. He was tired, and it was time to get home. After seeing the reflection in the window and his new eyes, Naruto grabbed his groceries and ran home, not stopping for anything. He ran as fast as his little legs would carry him home. A few minutes of running and he saw the building in sight. He ran whilst feeling out his pocket for the key. He got it out just as he reached the door. He hurriedly unlocked the door and threw it open. As soon as it was open, he bolted in and locked it, jamming a few chairs and the kitchen table against the door, got the key for Kiyomi's and his room, unlocked it, shut it, and stumbled over to the bed, where Kiyomi was already napping. He tiredly moved the covers, slid in, and snuggled up with her. He then proceeded to drift off to sleep. He awoke in a sewer-like place. He looked around. "Hello, is anybody in here?" he shouted out. "Great. Why the hell am I in a sewer? I just got home. Something's not right," he thought suspiciously. Just then, breaking the silence, was an evil, booming laughter. "Mwahaha! So my jailer has finally graced me with his presence." The last bit was snarled sarcastically. Who are you?" Naruto questioned fearfully to the darkness. The room suddenly seemed to emanate some light. A large grin along with glowing red slitted eyes was seen glowing in the darkness. He shuddered at the malicious grin and vile chakra he could literally feel emanating from whatever was in a cage. "I am the great Kyubi no Yoko," the booming voice declared. Chapter 3, Explanations. "Why you're T the Kyubi?" questioned a nervous and afraid Naruto, though he tried to keep calm, which was extremely difficult under the circumstances. "Yes, I am. Now what are you doing here, Ninjin?" sneered the Kyubi viciously. Naruto flinched at the tone of voice and was about to reply only to be interrupted. "Kaha, you should see yourself, Ninjin. Oh God, your face. It's priceless." The Kyubi cackled madly with laughter. Let it be known that kitsunes were tricksters through and through. "Let me change into something more comfortable." With that said, a blinding light and smoke clouded Naruto's view of the giant behemoth. When the light faded, the most beautiful woman that Naruto ever saw was standing there. A woman standing at 5 feet 4 inches with silky blood-red hair hanging down to her perfectly shaped rear end. Her intoxicating ruby-red slitted eyes looked at him. Her pouty lips had the same ruby-red colored lipstick as her eyes, matching perfectly. She was dressed in an elegant black kimono that stopped mid-thigh level and did very little to hide her extremely large DD cup breasts. Her skin was perfectly smooth, creamy alabaster white. All in all, she was the epitome of beauty and perfection. "Kyubi no Tenshi," whispered Naruto, completely convinced it wasn't a demon fox, but an angel standing before him. Said Tenshi heard, however, and she blushed lightly. While no one except for her siblings and the Rakuto Sennin had ever seen her human form, she had never been called that before. Oh, he was such a little flatterer. "Anyway, Naruto-kun, why are you here?" she asked. "I don't know. I killed some people and I fell asleep and now I'm here." "Oh God, I killed those people." Naruto started as realization hit him that he killed 3 people within minutes. And it was so easy too. But if I didn't, then something could have happened to Kiyomi, and I can't let that happen, he thought. If I have to kill people to protect her, then so be it. I don't have to like killing, but these bastards in Konoha don't deserve our forgiveness. I'll just think of it as payback. I can't let them know that I'm willing to kill them, though. I'll also have to tell the old goat that it was in self-defense and it just happened, and I didn't want to nor mean to. I'll tell him that I used a kunai to kill them, one that I keep on me for protection, in case anything like that ever happened. That is if the old goat somehow links the incident to me. Conveniently, though, I don't believe there were any witnesses, alive at least that is. Where are we? He asked curiously, having finished his previous ramblings. It is your mind, Nin Jin, your mindscape, to be more specific, was the reply he received. Well then, if this is my mind, then why are you here? Are you sealed in me like something is a storage scroll? Inquired Naruto, curiosity getting the best of him. You're very quick and quite intelligent, aren't you, Naruto? Yes, it is like that, like a storage scroll. I wasn't killed on that night 5 years ago. The QB started. Naruto snorted. Well, obviously, what type of human could kill one of the Biju? If you were killed, why would everyone hate Kiyomi and me? For that matter, why have we never heard of a Biju being killed by anyone before if it was possible? Yes, we Biju can't be killed. We'll just be reborn. It may take months, years, but we are chakra constructs that will just reappear, though it is bothersome. The cursed Yondaime Hokage split my powers into my yin and yang half, and sealed my yin into Yamato, Kiyomi. After that he sealed my leftover half, the yang chakra, into you. Why did you attack the village that night? Not that I would have minded if you destroyed it. It wasn't entirely my fault. You see, that night, I was still sealed in my former Jinchuriki, your mother, Kushina Uzumaki. Not many people know this, but a female Jinchuriki's seal weakens during childbirth. Your father, the Yondaime, Minato Namikaze, was present to keep the seal intact while she birthed you too, her children. That bastard is my father? Naruto spat, having learned he was responsible for Kiyomi and his shitty hatred-filled life. Kurama simply nodded. Shortly after you were both born, a masked man attacked and held you hostage, demanding the Jinchuriki. He almost killed the both of you, but Namikaze's team used his prized Hiraishin no Jutsu to save you both. After hearing this, Naruto was slightly thankful to the man and mulled over forgiving him. He'd give it more thought after hearing the rest of the recount. After that, the masked man teleported Kushina-chan and via her myself out of the village. He took advantage of the now-breaking seal to control me. Through the use of the repugnant Sharingan, with the level of the Mangekyo, he was able to control me through the seal. He summoned me into Konoha, and that's when it all started. I was about to destroy most of Konoha with my Baijidama, however Namikaze's team arrived and used his Hiraishin to teleport the attack, and then himself and I out of the village again. After that, he had a little scuffling match with the masked man who claimed to be Madara Uchiha. Lies, the poser's chakra was nothing like Madara team's. Kurama roared with anger, snarling out Madara teams. After the battle, Namikaze's team made a speech about how he had to make both of you twins into Jinchuriki for weapons for the village, because it was for the good of the village, as Yondaime team put it. Kushina-chan was completely against the idea, and even though Namikaze's team broke the Kuchiyos no Jutsu contract the masked team had with me, I was still under the effects of the Sharingan. The effects of the controlling take a few days to completely wear off. My anger and the Sharingan clouded my judgment, and I didn't want to be sealed again, so I struck out hoping to end you and not be sealed again. Kushina-chan and the team jumped in front of my claw, however. Kushina-chan to protect you, and Namikaze's team to save the weapons. Kushina-chan unlocked her Mangekyo before she died, and Namikaze's team sealed me in you. After hearing the recount of that night's events, Naruto decided to voice his opinion on the matter. That was his father. He is not my father. Naruto roared, snarling Sharingan spinning wildly. A black and blue visible outline of chakra emanated from him. He's trash, a sperm donor, and nothing more. He finished before calming down and deactivating his dojutsu. I'm sorry I killed Kushina-chan. I didn't want or mean to, Kurama said softly. Naruto looked her in the eyes and could see the sincerity. I believe you, started Naruto. Were you still under the effects of the Sharingan, and it clouded your judgment like when trying to kill me? Your next prison? Inquired Naruto. Kurama nodded her head sadly. Yeah, the masked team's Sharingan's Jinjutsu hadn't completely worn off yet. It's okay then, Kurama. It wasn't your fault. We'll pay back the masked imposter team, Naruto assured her. Kurama pulled Naruto into a hug. his face pushed in between her breasts. "Thank you so much, Naruto-kun." Said person's face was blue and he was choking. "See, can't breathe, Kurama-chan." Kurama released her grip on him and he gasped in air. He almost died. But what a way to go. "Sorry, Naruto-kun. I couldn't help myself. I'm just so happy," she almost yelled out, all the while rubbing the back of her head sheepishly. "Now there are some things I have to tell you." She trailed off seriously. Naruto, catching the change in emotions, immediately stared at her in rapt attention. "If you ever need to borrow my power, feel free. I must warn you, however, my power will be extremely difficult to control and will be malevolent. Even by letting you use it, you will not be able to use Biju mode, or even a controlled chakra cloak. It will be a more malevolent cloak. The reason for this is that the Rakuto Sennin made our bodies in a way that if people tried to use our power without our consent, it would be extremely malicious and incredibly difficult to control. While it is true that I am giving you permission to use it, because of the seal that Yondaime team used, it is as if I am not allowing you to use my chakra. Added to the fact that the seal filters in my yokai into you automatically, that also counts as against my will. This will also cause bodily harm, even though it will look as the cloak is protecting you. The initial Jinchuriki state, the tailless cloak, is harmless and gives you a power boost. The only time you will ever be able to use a full Biju mode or a control chakra cloak is when you get the key to the seal and manually undo it. Then, and only then, will there be no interference with the seal and me letting you use my chakra." Naruto nodded, taking in all of the useful future information. "So I will be able to control some, but it will be harmful to my body and extremely difficult?" asked Naruto. Kurama nodded before answering. "Yes, and if you try and use all of my power without the key, at the 8th tail, Yondaime team will appear and reseal me. After that, though, it will act, and I will get free because you are forcing the use of my chakra." Naruto grimaced. He really didn't want to meet his father, though he did for the sake of decking the prick. "You are, and will be very special, Naruto-kun," Kurama said. "You have absolutely astonishing potential. You have the blood of probably the strongest clans flowing through you, the Kagaya, Senju, Uzumaki, and although I loathe it, Uchiha. You hail from all of these four extremely powerful clans. You could become the most powerful shinobi to ever walk the earth, possibly greater than even the Rakuto Sennin," she proclaimed, lost in her own little world at the possibility of her jailer being the strongest shinobi. Naruto's sweat dropped. She honestly seemed more into it than he did. Kurama gained a slight blush, thinking about the distant but near future. "And if he is that strong in about decade, perhaps I will finally have a worthy mate. Someone to dominate me. Kaha." She cackled madly inside her head. On the outside, she finally gained a light nosebleed. Naruto could only think she had finally lost the plot. Perhaps it wasn't the best idea to completely trust a Biju with questionable sanity? When she started cackling aloud, he moved back a few steps and awkwardly stared at the ground, hoping she came back to Earth. The mindscape soon. After coming out of her happy place, she continued. "You know how Kiyomi, and you can sense negative emotions." At this, Naruto nodded, and Kurama continued. "This is my special ability that my Jinchuriki can harness if I so choose." Naruto had tears brimming in his eyes. "Thank you so much, Kurama-chan. Without it, I might have been." He shivered at the picture in his mind. Some naive retard in an orange jumpsuit screaming about becoming the best Hokage ever. Databeo. Kurama's nose crinkled in disgust at the thought. "I mightn't have gotten along with you so well at that point." Naruto nodded in understanding and agreement. "I wouldn't blame you, though it would make a good cover, a mask if you will, for around the village. Well, the academy, at least no one would really bother me then." Kurama nodded with his idea. Yes, it would. After all, a smart demon is a dangerous demon, plus a shinobi's best tool is deception. Kurama decided that the next topic to address was which parent hailed from which clan. "Now I'm going to explain which clans which parent is from. So listen up, Naruto-kun." She told him. At his nod, she continued. "Kushina-chan is half Uchiha, half Uzumaki. She is related to Madara team. Her chakra is like his. It is very potent and ominous. Her red hair along with her talent in Fuinjutsu is proof of her Uzumaki lineage. She also has the Sharingan, and in her final moments unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan, as I have previously stated. So that leaves Minato team's blood. He is obviously the Senju and Kagaya. Though he never had white hair or the dots on the forehead of the Kagaya, my guess is his Senju blood overpowered the Kagaya, making his physical traits more Senju. He also never unlocked the Shikatsumiyaku, though only very few unlock it. I believe you have already, and Kiyomi-chan has the possibility to awaken it. Naruto nodded, taking in all of the information about his clans that she knew. He really did have scary potential. Now that we're finished with that, I want to show you a very handy jutsu that I picked up over the years. I'll be teaching you the Chi Bunshin no Jutsu, Blood Clone Jutsu. Naruto nodded with excitement and some glee at the prospect of learning a new jutsu, adding to his already impressive repertoire. Well, impressive for a 5-year-old. After learning the Chi Bunshin no Jutsu, Blood Clone Jutsu, Kurama started to teach Naruto some Jinjutsu. With the aid of his Sharingan, Naruto could automatically detect up to some C rank and even some B rank Jinjutsu. He wouldn't really need to practice until he reached the 3-Tomo Sharingan and possibly the Mangekyo if he ever unlocked it. Kurama suggested that a few nights every week he comes into the seal to practice, mainly with his Sharingan to use Jinjutsu in order to control people or knock them out. The reason he was training so hard was in order to be able to enter the ninja library or other places he couldn't. Mainly the ninja library, though, as to learn all of the jutsu he could. After all, he wanted to become the most powerful shinobi to ever live. The next day, as soon as Naruto and Kiyomi had finished their breakfast, and after Naruto had finished explaining last night's events to Kiyomi, they were interrupted from their idle chatter by their door being knocked on. Naruto-kun, who do you think that is? Kiyomi questioned. I don't know, Kiyomi, but whoever it is, I can't feel any malicious intent from them. You stay here, I'll open the door and see who it is. Naruto replied to his precious Amato. Getting up from the table at which he was seated, Naruto proceeded to the door. I wonder who it could be. I know they don't mean harm because it's impossible to hide any negative emotions from Kurama-chan, thus my sensing abilities. Naruto thought, his thoughts going a mile a minute. Could it be Yugao-chan? Upon reaching the door, Naruto slowly twisted the knob and started pulling it towards himself. I guess I'm about to find out. When the door was fully open, he gazed upon a beautiful long raven-haired woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She was smiling at him. The woman has a slightly round face, large soft charcoal black eyes, and pale white skin. Her beautiful long shiny raven hair ends at her perfectly heart-shaped rear end. Her torso is lean but toned and come up to her large D-cup bust. She has 2 bangs framing each side of her face. Ah, Naruto-kun? She asked him warmly. Yes, he replied dumbly, nodding his head, still having no clue as to who this was. Who might you be? He questioned sharply. Her eyes softened and she gained an even warmer look, if that was possible. My name is Mikoto Uchiha. Was your mother's best friend, was her reply. Naruto's eyes widened, his thoughts going wild. Is this really her? Why is she here now? She doesn't seem like the type of woman to abandon us. Did she abandon us, though? I'll have to verify that it is her, though. Here goes. He questioned to himself. If you are who you say you are, then who is my mother? I haven't ever been told. Naruto asked her. He knew from the conversation with Kurama-chan, but it was the best question he could come up with. Mikoto's eyes widened in shock. They didn't even know their mother's name? Kushina Uzumaki, she was known to everyone by, or Kushina Uchiha, known as only to me. Mikoto finished. Those last words confirmed she was who she said she was. She was the only person that his Kachan ever told. Well, besides Namake's team, but he's dead. You are who you say you are. You may come in, Naruto said. Mikoto's smile widened. So you did know? I guess it's fair enough. I am the only other person who knows her true last name. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she replied, following Naruto inside. They both at the table. Who is this Naruto-kun? Was Kiyomi's question. Remember this morning when I told you about Kachan's best friend? Naruto asked her. At Kiyomi's nod, he continued. Well, this is her, one Mikoto Uchiha, Naruto exclaimed, gesturing to the beautiful raven-haired woman who merely smiled. Kiyomi's eyes widened. So Mikoto-san, Naruto started, only to be interrupted. Please, Naruto-kun, Kiyomi-chan, call me Mikoto-chan or Mikoto-ka. Sen makes me feel old. Both children nodded. Why have we never met you? Naruto queried. Makoto's looked saddened. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Just before Kushina-chan gave birth to you both, I gave birth to my little girl Sayuri-chan. I also have my eldest, Itachi-kun. He was becoming a genin around the same time, so I had to juggle looking after Sayuri-chan and Itachi-kun becoming a shinobi. Also with the fact that the Sandame never released where you were to me or anyone. I couldn't find you. I had a Kage Bunshin look for you once a week, but it would look suspicious if the wife of the Uchiha clan head was snooping around a village. And the orphanages looking for the Jinchuriki twins, especially with the rumors that the Uchiha clan controlled the Kyuubi into attacking. The twins both nodded at her reasoning. She didn't abandon them, and she was in a difficult situation. Neither could blame the poor woman. She was a single person against the whole village looking for two people. Plus, if the old goat wanted to and got suspicious that she was looking for them, then she could be executed for treason. She couldn't afford that. It's all right, Makoto-chan. You couldn't do anything, but you're here now, and that's all that matters. Naruto stated, and Kiyomi, and he both gave her wide smiles. Makoto's eyes teared up. Thank you both, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto-kun, she said, giving them both warm, bone-crushing hugs. I saw what you did yesterday, Naruto-kun. I was on my way over to see you, but when you got home you locked the door, and from what I could hear you blocked off the entrance. That's why I left visiting until today. Are you all right? She questioned softly. Naruto gained a fierce look and nodded. Yeah, I'm all right, Makoto-chan. I was a bit distraught when I got home, but I met Kurama-chan, the Kyuubi, and she explained what happened and I am fine with it. I'll even do it again if I have to. Anything to protect Kiyomi-chan. Kiyomi's eyes watered at Naruto's words. She gave him a big hug. Thanks, Naruto-kun. I'm sorry you had to do that. She said back to Naruto, who simply nodded. You unlocked the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai. While I can't train you directly, I'll send a clone over once every week to check up on you. I'll also give you a scroll with what I can on the Sharingan. I'll also have to drop all of Kushina-chan's Fuinjutsu equipment. She gave me backups of everything. Naruto nodded and thanked her. I'll have to bring Sayuri-chan over one day to meet you. Or maybe you can come over to the compound, she said, sort of questioning the subject. Both children's faces lit up with a smile, and they nodded eagerly. Oh, before I have to leave, I got something for the both of you. Makoto started. She pulled out a piece of paper from God knows where, and it had a Fuinjutsu matrix on it. A storage scroll, Naruto stated. Makoto nodded at his statement. She channeled some chakra into it, and a puff of smoke erupted. Happy birthday, exclaimed Makoto. Sitting on the table was a few packs of shuriken and kunai, as well as a cake with the words Happy Birthday written across it in icing. Both Naruto and Kiyomi gained looks of glee, with twin shouts of thank you, chanted over and over again. She smiled warmly. It was a beautiful feeling she got watching their happiness as they sliced the cake up and ripped open the shinobi weapons packets. Oh, Kushina-chan, you would be so proud of them, she idly though, smiling as they handed her a slice of cake. Today was a great day for the twins, and for her as well. If only she wasn't a Kage Bunshin, and she could bring Itachi-kun and Sayuri-chan today too. She vowed silently that next year it would be the five of them. After eating the cake and a quick farewell, with promise of sending a Kage Bunshin as much as she could to visit them, and to give them Kushina's Fuinjutsu things, Makoto left them. From then on, Makoto would create Kage Bunshin regularly to keep an eye on and check up on Kushina's children, little Kiyomi-chan and Naruto-kun. In the past, she had often saved them from any mobs or anything that she could. Regretfully, she couldn't always. But they understood she had children too and couldn't look and watch after them 24/7. All right, Kiyomi-chan, we have to unlock your Sharingan now, don't we? Started Naruto, turning toward his twin. Looking at her eager nodding, he couldn't help but smile. Okay, I believe the best way to unlock it is through us sparing. If I am moving quicker than you, which I will without my weights on, and if you keep yours on, and you have to keep channeling chakra into your eyes while doing it. At her nod, he continued. I'm certain you will unlock at least the one Tomo Sharingan. I believe it depends on your emotional distress that you will unlock that level of the Sharingan. For example, I really didn't want to die, and could only think of how horrible it would be for you alone in this village. As such, and with my will to protect you, I jumped a level in the Sharingan. With you, however, I could never hurt you, and you know you're always safe, so you will probably only unlock the single Tomo sharing. Kiyomi looked quite sad. She would only unlock the single Tomo Sharingan. Kiyomi, it's not about the level you unlock. It is unheard of for a 5-year-old to unlock a single Tomo Sharingan, let alone a 2 Tomo Sharingan. At that information, she went back to her cheerful self. Well then, let's unlock me a Sharingan. Tebang. Naruto grinned. Yes, let's. Time skipped 2 weeks. Over the past 2 weeks, Mikoto gave Naruto and Kiyomi all of the Fuinjutsu scrolls that Kushina gave her. Naruto uses shadow clones to master a few of the barrier Fuinjutsu so that he can leave Kiyomi with a Chi Bunshin, blood clone, safe in the house. She even bought them some food, even homemade meals occasionally, and even some clothes. This was why Naruto vowed that he will always protect Mikoto. She is so kind to them. She is one of the only people he would protect with his life. Anyone whom dared try and harm her would die. Just last week, when himself and Kiyomi were walking around the outskirts of the village, Naruto and Kiyomi had stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a worn semi-destroyed building that adorned the Uzumaki clan spiral, as he had found out from the scroll he got that were his kachans. It turned out that the building was actually the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple. Looking through the inside, the entire back wall is decorated with masks. It was actually kind of creepy. In all 4 corners of the building, there were several seals that when swiped with Uzumaki blood, the entire shrine reverts into a storage scroll with kanji for shrine, Shinshira, on it. The shrine, aside from the masks, had several Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scrolls in it along with what each mask is for. The Fuinjutsu scrolls that were in the shrine had a seal that stores clone memories and slowly adds them to the owner's memory. Another seal is a chakra suppressing seal, which would come in handy for stealth. The third and final seal that came in the 3 Fuinjutsu scrolls is an elemental chakra test seal. Unlike chakra paper, the Fuinjutsu matrix just lights up the appropriate elemental kanji that the chakra input contains. What interested Naruto greatly was there was not 5, but 7 different kanjis for 7 different chakra natures. Awa, fire, soi, water, dew, earth, fog, wind, dangong, lightning, yin, yang, and yin yang. These were the 7 kanjis and elements. Within the 2 weeks that have passed since Naruto unlocked his 2 Tomo Sharingan, Kiyomi unlocked her 1 Tomo Sharingan, and they started their relationship with Mikoto. Today they have a scheduled meeting with the old goat, as Kiyomi and Naruto have dubbed him in private. In public, it was of course still GG to not arouse suspicion for their secret loathing of the lying, deceitful old bastard. You ready, Kiyomi? Questioned Naruto to the bathroom, where she was currently getting ready. Yeah, I'll be there in a moment, was the reply he got. He shrugged his shoulders and waited. Surely enough, 2 minutes later, Kiyomi came out, in the blue dress Mikoto had given to her, and her beautiful red hair was down. He couldn't resist the cry of kawaii that escaped his lips as he glomped her. All right, let's go, he said with enthusiasm, grabbing her hand as he dragged her out the door. They held hands all the way to the Hokage Tower in order to feel safe, as they always did. Hokage Tower. After bypassing the receptionist and proceeding to arrive at the Hokage's office door, Naruto barged on and followed closely by Kiyomi, whose hand he was dragging behind him. We're here, Gigi, announced Naruto cheerfully to the elderly Hokage. Said man smiled pleasantly. Good morning to you too, Naruto-kun, and you as well, Kiyomi-chan. Both children nodded. Hiruzen turned more serious. I trust the both of you don't know why I have called you here today for this meeting. Both children could only shake their heads negatively. He sighed before continuing. I have called you here today to say that in about 3 months the academy will start again. I would like to enroll you both. Would you like to enter to become shinobi? Naruto gained a questioning look before asking a question which he knew the answer to, but he was playing the naive brat. What exactly is a shinobi? Very good question, Naruto-kun. The Sarutobi started with a grandfatherly smile. A shinobi are the people who protect the village. Kanehagakure no Sato. They are heroes. He looked for any recognition and noticed how their eyes gained a somewhat understanding look. A hero, Kiyomi exclaimed exuberantly. Like the Yondaime, Tabeo. Naruto continued. Yes, like Yondaime-sama. Hiruzen finished, nodding in agreement. Oh yes, I'd love to become a shinobi hero like the Hokage are. I want to protect the village. I want to become the Hokage. Naruto shouted gleefully. The Sarutobi's thoughts turned even more gleeful than Naruto's act did. Yes, they're playing out exactly how I expected them to. They're exactly like loyal weapons should be. See Danzo, old buddy old pal. We didn't need them to be emotionless tools, like you would have had them become in your route. Ah, excellent. You meet the 3 admission requirements. Love the village and hope to help preserve peace and prosperity. Have a mind that will not yield, able to endure hard training and work. 3. Be healthy in mind and body. I'll make the arrangements as soon as I can. You'll be expected to turn up in about 3 months, at the beginning of the new year of the academy start. I'll call you for a meeting a week before you start so we can get you the thing you'll need, okay? He spoke sincerely. It will last for 5 years before you can graduate, all right? Hi Gigi, the twins simultaneously chanted. Great, I look forward to seeing the both of you next time. I believe we have a ramen date scheduled for next week. Hi Gigi. See you then, Tebeo/Tebane. The twins replied simultaneously again, looking forward to seeing Gigi again. Yes, goodbye, Naruto-kun, Kiyomi-chan. The elderly Hokage farewelled. Things were going well for him. After exiting the Hokage Tower, Naruto sneered at it. Damn old goat. He didn't want to waste his time at the pathetic academy for children. They would most likely limit Kiyomi and his potential, sabotage them because of the irrational hatred and loathing they felt for the twins. Naruto gained a wicked grin. He was officially a genius. They could just send a Chi Bunshin, blood clone, to the academy and gain the memories. It was sort of like the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu in that respect. He will tell Kiyomi of his ingenious plan once they arrived back at their shitty apartment. If he said anything out in the open, it could compromise them going to the academy, while sending a Bunshin in their place, but they would still technically be there, just not in person per se. They would both actually attend the first day of the academy to see how it actually is and goes. Back at their apartment. After entering their rundown apartment complex, Naruto told Kiyomi to sit at the table so that he could explain his plan of not going to the academy, but yet still going. Kiyomi found herself confused. How could you go somewhere but not be at the same place at the same time? I just didn't make any sense to her. All right, Kiyomi, started Naruto. You might think that is impossible to be in 2 places at once, and normally you would be correct to assume that because even Kage Bunshin will dispel once hit with enough force, which usually isn't that much. Kiyomi nodded at what Naruto had said so far. That's the exact way her thoughts had gone so far, and she still didn't quite get what he was hinting at. All right, so no other clones give back memories, correct? She nodded again. Getting a little bit frustrated with how he was delaying it, she puffed out her cheeks and pouted cutely. Just get on with it, Naruto-kun. Naruto chuckled at her and ruffled her hair. She kept pouting, making Naruto chuckle again, but continue. While that isn't entirely true, remember the other Bunshin that Kurama-chan showed me. It's so simple, Kiyomi-chan. Chi Bunshin no Jutsu, blood clone jutsu. As soon as Naruto had said that, she felt like banging her head against the wall. How could she forget that simple yet brilliant Bunshin? Great idea, Naruto-kun, and we don't have to waste our time in that shithole, she glomped him, relieved by the fact that they didn't have to go to the shithole, as she had just dubbed it. Thanks so much. Databane. Haha, no problem, Kiyomi-chan. I didn't really want to waste my time there either. We will go for the first day to see how it is though. HN, she replied before giggle. HN, Naruto grunted before they both laughed. Time skipped 4 months. After seeing how the academy was on the first day, they decided that they would never go again besides the final day when graduating. Since then, they have just been sending Chi Bunshin, blood clones, for that stupid academy the old goat had insisted they go to, PFT. He wouldn't take no for an answer. While the Chi Bunshin, blood clone, of Kiyomi and himself went to the academy they trained, he shuddered when he got the memories back from the Chi Bunshin, blood clone. And he had a fucking stalker. Him of all people that had to be illegal, right? It was so creepy she would hide behind poles and trees. It disturbed him to no end. He didn't feel safe at night. He often wondered how the blood clone could handle it. Poor guy. He felt honest sympathy for his Bunshin. Naruto ordered both Kiyomi's and his Chi Bunshin, blood clone, to be dead last. Kiyomi's to get better in the tests and academics while Naruto's gets better in the physical side, but they both have the exact same overall spot. Now you might be asking why it is they did this. The reason is simple. As Kurama stated to Naruto that night, a smart demon is a dangerous demon, so by acting the fool and doing extremely bad they are safest. Funnily enough, no one has questioned their ability, not even Gigi. The real training was going exceptionally well. Naruto was getting quite good with his Sharingan, but not over-reliant. He even managed to complete the chakra affinity seal that's instructions were in the shrine. Kurama-chan told him to use it, but in a few years some elements might appear as some may still be dormant. Kiyomi was doing well with her training as well, unlocked her 2-tomo Sharingan. Neither had unlocked the 3-tomo level, but figured that it would come in time and with battle experience. Kiyomi also unlocked the Shikatsumiyaku. Within a month from getting Kushina's Fuinjutsu scrolls, Naruto learned how to create a chakra storage seal of sorts. The first purpose was to collect the Sandame's chakra. The second and main purpose is for Naruto to fill it with his chakra and put it on a chi bunshin for the academy, and so that he can freely leave the village, but Kiyomi is still in the village and protected. Along with this, he could erect a barrier Fuinjutsu around their apartment that only people keyed into the seal via chakra can get in. Anyone else will simply not be able to get within the barrier. The only people currently who are keyed in are Naruto, Kiyomi, Mikoto, Sayuri, Yugao, and the Sandame for confidential reasons so that nothing is suspicious. It was actually quite funny how Naruto got the Sandame's chakra to be keyed in. He made a storage scroll that doubled as a chakra storage scroll. The chakra that is used to receive the objects from within the storage scroll is stored in a separate seal, while the objects from within the scroll are pulled out. The items Naruto placed in the scroll were a pair of Google that the Chi Bunshin would use in the future. Kiyomi and Naruto went to Gigi with the found scroll to get him to show them how to use a storage scroll and to see what was inside. Long story short, they kept the found scroll and goggles, learned how to use a storage scroll, and they also successfully obtained the old goat's chakra to use with the barrier. If he didn't have these precautions, then he would never leave Kiyomi in the hell hole known as Kanehagakure no Sato. Naruto and Kiyomi have learnt even more Fuinjutsu from the Uzumaki Shrine scrolls and some of Kushina's scrolls. Currently, with the level of chakra control and chakra Naruto has, he can make 30 clones, and he makes and leaves 20 constantly working in the Fuinjutsu scrolls he received from Mikoto and the Uzumaki Mask Shrine. The remaining 10 are left to do other training exercises with. Each couple of weeks to a month, Naruto can make more clones than before. Naruto also found the Kagaya clan Kekkei Jinkai Jutsu, along with an extremely old and lost taijutsu style, the Rokushiki style. He remembered how he got them both. It was his first and only trip out of the village so far, and he hasn't had time lately with learning the taijutsu style, Fuinjutsu, and the Shikatsumiyaku Jutsu. Flashback start. He had been out of the village for a few days and was a hinge that made him look 16. The reason was so he wouldn't get recognized. He just arrived in Nami no Kuni to get some more food, and he was strolling around and came across a sight that made his blood run cold. Tsunami. Tsunami was terrified. She has been kidnapped from her home, Nami no Kuni, and is being held captive by some bandits. She remembered how it all began. Flashback start. Dad, I'm going to get some stuff for dinner. We're out of everything. I'll be back in an hour or two. All right, Tsunami. Just be careful, and I'll see you soon, replied Tazuna to his only living relative, his beloved daughter, Tsunami. His wife had passed away when Tsunami was younger, around the age of 5. She died of an incurable cancer. I will. See you soon, Dad. With those final words, she departed on her way to the shops to resupply on food for dinner. Shops. All right, I have everything I need for the next week, provided we don't eat too much or get any visitors. She put all of the items in her basket up to the counter and waited to be charged the bill. Is this all, dear? The clerk questioned. She was a woman in her late 40s, early 50s if Tsunami were to guess. Yes, it is, thank you, she replied. Okay, the lady smiled. This comes to 4780 Rio. All right, here's the money, Tsunami said, handing over 5,000 Rio. Thanks, dear, and that's 220 Rio change. Have a good day, love. The older woman waved her goodbye, smiling cheerfully. Yes, you too. Thank you, Tsunami replied. Returning the lady's smile, she collected her shopping and started to head off home. Outside of the store, a trio of bandits were in wait, surveying potential victims to abduct sex slaves. They would either sell them or use them for themselves. The first one stood at 6 inch. He was clothed in brown shorts and a dark green shirt. He has a sword at his waist and has short brown hair. The one to his left stood at 5 inch 4 foot with medium-length gray hair. He is dressed in black shorts and a blue striped shirt and wore a bandana. He didn't appear to have any weapon on him. The final one that stood on the right stood at an even 5 inch with long shaggy black hair. He has an eye patch over his left eye and a sword strapped to the right side of his waist. All right, boss. I haven't seen any worthwhile victims with the sole exception of that lovely girl who went in the store an hour ago. She is mighty fine. Dirk said to the leader of the group, Jin. Yes, I agree. I think we'll only take her for now. We'll hang around the area for a few days though to capture a few more, though for now she will be enough to have some fun with. Don't you agree, boys? He said to his accomplices, Dirk and Shun, lustfully licking his lips. Hi, boss. Both lackeys replied simultaneously. All right, well, trail her for a bit, and then swoop in and capture her. Look, she's coming out. Jin ordered seriously. Tsunami exited the store carrying her basket of shopping. I'll be home soon, Dad. She thought. She knew he was worried about her going outside alone, but she understood. He was just being protective of her, his only child and last living relative. After about 5 minutes of walking, she was slightly suspicious of the trio of men following her. Call her paranoid, but everything just screamed wrong and danger about them. I'll be home in a few and I'll be safe. Nothing is going to happen to you, Tsunami. Come on, you're just being silly. She tried to reassure herself. She was rapidly failing, however. All right, boys, 3, 2, 1, and now. The boss, Jin whispered to his underlings. All 3 bandits sprang into action, kidnapping the young woman. The leader grabbed Tsunami from behind and covered her mouth. The other 2 grabbed an arm each, successfully rendering her harmless and helpless. All right, girlie. The leader, Jin leered as he starting to grind his manhood into her rear end. Here's how we're going to do this. He started, before he chopped the back of her neck and it all went dark. Flashback end. Had too easy, right, boys? He said to his boys. Hi, boss. Let's go and have us some fun, was the reply Jin received. The boss nodded in agreement and squeezed the now unconscious Tsunami's breast. I think it's about a D cup, boys. I get the first round of fun, you can have her after. They started to protest, but one hard look got the 2 to quieten immediately. All right, boss. They reluctantly agreed. After 30 minutes of travel, they arrived at their hideout. Tsunami was now awake, tied up, and quite frankly, she was terrified. What were they going to do? Rape her? Kill her? Pimp her out? Her mind was running rampant with unanswered and terrifying questions. She had tears spilling freely from her eyes. SHHHH, girlie. The leader started. We're going to take real good care of you. He finished licking the cider of her face from her neck up and groping her breast. She bit her lip and the tears kept falling. All 3 men grinned lecherously. Outside the hideout, Naruto's eyes were blood red and slitted. He was absolutely pissed off. He was going to enjoy killing this scum. He would make sure they all died, slowly, in agony and pain. He will utterly decimate them, destroy them. Without a second thought, he leapt into action. A sword-like bone erupted from his wrist, and Kurama's malevolent chakra turned his nails to claws. He impaled the first bastard through the lung. He coughed up a large amount of blood. Naruto proceeded to impale him through the spine and leg with the bone sword protruding from his wrist, before he used Teshi Sandan, 10-finger drilling bullets, to the head. 1, he thought with a slight amount of glee. With an impressive show of strength for a 6-year-old, he tossed the body to the side. He dashed at the next victim and drew the 2 bones that sprouted from his shoulder blades to use as katanas. He cut the man's arms off, then his legs. He walked up to the screaming and whimpering man and grabbed him by the head before impaling him through the throat. He turned to the final shit stain and grinned manically. A monster, the man whimpered. Naruto could see the man had actually peed himself. I'm the monster in all of this. Naruto snarled. You were going to rape this woman, he finished. Said woman was in tears, very grateful to her savior. Your punishment is death, Naruto yelled before he charged. He cut the man's left leg off at the kneecap. He impaled his right foot to the ground with his bone katana. He castrated him with his final katana before he pinned him to the wall through his stomach. Naruto moved back a safe distance and went through several hand seals. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. With that, a large fireball engulfed the already fatally wounded bandit, burning him alive. Naruto turned to the unknown woman he just saved. She was shaking and crying, though still tied up. Are you alright? What is your name? Naruto questioned softly, not knowing the woman's name. Tsunami, it's Tsunami, was her hesitant reply. Thank you F for saving me. She trailed off. Naruto. Thank you for saving me Nodokan, Tsunami said with a bright smile. Though she was still shaken up, she was truly grateful to this Naruto and wasn't afraid of him for what he had just done. Those monsters needed to die unless other women are to be put through the same fate she almost experienced. All right, Tsunami-san dash, Naruto started, only to be interrupted. Oh please, no formalities, Naruto-kun. You did just save me. Naruto smiled at the kind woman. All right, Tsunami, allow me to escort you home. She nodded slowly, and she showed Naruto the directions home. Arriving at the door, Naruto started to speak. I'm sorry, Tsunami, but I have to get going. Are you sure you won't stay a while? She questioned, a bit saddened that her cute savior had to go so soon. Naruto nodded in affirmative. Yes, I'm sorry. Please be safe from now on, Tsunami. I will, and thank you, Naruto-kun, she said warmly before she pulled him in close and bent down, kissing him on the cheek as a reward. Naruto's cheeks tinted pink, and Tsunami giggled at his cuteness. Thank you and goodbye, Naruto-kun, Tsunami said to her, leaving savoir. With a nod and a wave, Naruto gets going. Time skipped the next day. After the whole Nami no Kuni fiasco, he spent the rest of the day traveling towards the Mizu no Kuni border. It got to nightfall before long, and he decided to spend the night in a tree off the ground. It was out of the way and safe from any predators. He has just woken up and got down from the tree. He is currently wandered through the thick forest trying to navigate his way to Mizu no Kuni and ended up in a swamp-type place. While he was resting on a rock, he almost lost his balance and in panic grabbed onto one of the smaller rocks that appeared to be just a small reformation in the larger rock. This, however, was proven wrong when he grabbed it and swore he felt it move a bit, but quickly dismissed it as his tired mind playing tricks on him. However, when he heard a loud rumbling sound originating from the mossy swamp bank, where some vines and moss were once in place, was now a gloomy cave entrance. He did a double take and rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, and sure enough, the cave entrance was still there. He approached it carefully with caution in case of it being a trap. For good measure, he creates a Kage Bunshin and had it go in first. He heard the footsteps of the Bunshin become lighter before they vanished. After about 5 minutes of waiting anxiously, he heard the footsteps of the Bunshin signaling its arrival. What he saw puzzled him. In the Kage Bunshin's hands was an old box that didn't appear to have aged even a little bit. He could tell it was old, though, because of its style. He had never seen anything like it. What's in it? He questioned the Bunshin curiously. That's the thing, boss. It's just a scroll. The Bunshin replied. Well, did you open and read it? Naruto asked the Bunshin curiously. I did, boss. It is completely safe and appears to be some ridiculous training schedule from the first couple of lines. After that, however, it appears to be about a taijutsu style. Judging by that, the ridiculous training schedule must be required for the style. Though if you ask me, the techniques would be impossible and seems more like a lie or some crazy old coot's theory, probably useless. The Bunshin stated with a shrug. Let me be the judge of that. Naruto replied sternly. Suit yourself, boss. Good luck, see you. The Bunshin said as it puffed out of existence. Naruto got the memories and turned back to look at the scroll and began to open it, eager to read its contents. He'd skip the training schedule for now and wait until he got home to go over it. Jeppo, Moon Step. The Jeppo allows the users to actually jump off the air itself, allowing them to stay in the air for much longer than usual. Users can use this technique to cross great distances without ever touching the ground, or set themselves up for swift aerial attacks. There are variations of the technique. These are Kamisori, and the one-legged Jeppo, kicking off the air with one leg at a time, rather like hopping and keeping himself afloat. While the technique itself affords several advantages both in and out of battle for the user, it has but one major weakness. Since its usage depends heavily on the user's legs, restraining or pinning down any major parts of their lower body can significantly disrupt Jeppo. Just like Soru, there are other versions of this technique. Kamisori, Razor. A combination of Jeppo and Soru, where the user uses Soru in a zigzag motion in midair, allowing extremely fast movements in 3 dimensions. Kami-e, Paper Drawing. The Kami-e makes the user's body go limp in order to avoid any attacks and float like a piece of paper. Kami-e Suremu, Paper Drawing Slime. Instead of the body becoming limp like paper, it stretches and moves in ways slime or sludge would move in order to avoid attacks. Rankyaku, Storm Leg. The Rankyaku is a powerful projectile technique in which the users start by kicking at very high speeds and strength, sending out a sharp compressed air blade that can slice objects and greatly damage a human body. Tekai, Iron Mass. The Tekai hardens the user's muscles to the level of iron in order to nullify damage taken from attacks. However, it can be broken by strong enough. When Tekai is active, the user is unable to move. Tekai can also be used to enhance the user's attacks by the increased density one gets from using Tekai. The strength of Tekai can vary for users with different physical conditions, as a person with a higher level of muscular strength would be able to take stronger forces and enhance attacks with her use of Tekai. Furthermore, despite the increased physical density that one gains when activating this move, one should remember that the user's body is still flesh and blood. Thus, its resistance to other than solid attacks remain pretty much the same, making the user as vulnerable as ever to certain attacks. Tekai Utsuji, Iron Mass. Doitsia, this form of Tekai is used entirely as a counter instead, where the purpose is not to absorb damage from the attack, but to transfer the shock of the attack back to the attacker, which can lead to broken bones in a normal human body. Soru Shave. The Soru allows the users to move at extremely high speeds in order to avoid attacks, as well as to attack at higher speeds and with greater power. It was revealed that the principle of this move was to kick off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye. Soru, Tekai Dama, Shave. Iron Mass Ball. In this attack, the user spins her body at great speeds towards his opponent using Soru, then uses Tekai to harden his spherical body. Cho Sokuten Tekai Dama, Super Cartwheel. Iron Mass Ball, a variation on the above technique, wherein he combines his usual Tekai Dama movements with Jeppo to use it in midair. Sharingan, Finger Gun. The Sharingan is a close-quarter combat technique in which the user pushes their finger into a certain target at a very high speed, leaving a wound similar to a bullet wound. It is a very useful technique that can connect rapidly and accurately, which works well with the Rokushiki user's impressive speed and agile techniques. However, it's never been used to counter or deflect another powerful attack in any fights, which is probably because the user could easily break his finger instead of just blocking it with Tekai. Sharingan, Orin, Finger Gun. Yellow Lotus. This attack is simply a rapid-fire version of the normal Sharingan technique that hits the enemy multiple times. Tobu Sharingan, Bachi, Flying Finger Gun. Plectrum, a projectile version of Sharingan that fires sharp, compressed air bullets from the fingers, similar to Rankyaku. Unlike all other versions, this type of Sharingan is launched by flicking instead of jabbing. Tobu Sharingan Mitsubachi, Flying Finger Gun. 3 Plectrum, same as above, except the user launches it 3 times in 3 rows. Tobu Sharingan Hibachi, Flying Finger Gun. Fire Plectrum, same as Tobu Sharingan Bachi, except that the projectile is a fireball, possibly created through friction, that burns the victim upon impact. Sharingan Madara, Finger Gun. Spots appears as Aaron, performed with both hands. Gecko Jushigan, Moonlight 10 Finger Guns, a combination of Jushigan and Jeppo. After using Jeppo to get himself/herself into the air and subsequently avoid his foe's attack, the user finally uses it to launch himself towards his airborne target in a vertical drop. The added momentum and the vulnerable target make the following Jushigan more effective and harder to avoid. Jugon, Stern Beast. This is a very strong punch which is done at the same speed as Sharingan, making it even more powerful. Jugon OG, Fukuro Dataki, Stern Beast Secret Attack. Owl Strike, a rapid-fire version of Jugon, in which the user unleashes a flurry of punches at the enemy while using Soru to move around him, in order to strike from all directions. Shinaru Shurgan, Whippu, Bending Finger Gun. Whip. In this attack, the user pulls back her arm as if to use a normal Shurgan attack, then whips her arm out at the opponent at high speed, causing her arm to appear as if it is bending like a whip would, and hits the enemy with her finger. The whip aspect of this variation results in the added effect of the target being thrown forcibly backwards. Shurgan Fibu, Finger Gun. 5. The user does Shurgan with all 5 fingers on one hand. Shurgan 10, Finger Gun. 10. That does Shurgan with all 10 fingers on both. Rokugan, 6 King Gun. The Rokugan is the secret and ultimate attack of the Rokushiki style. Only those who have absolute mastery of the other 6 skills can have access to this 7th skill. The user places both her fists right in front of the target and launches a devastating shockwave, and causing massive internal injuries. This is only used during desperate situations as it takes a toll on the body. Rokushiki OG, Rokugan, 6 Powers Ultimate Attack. 6 King Gun. This is the ultimate Rokushiki technique that can damage an opponent internally and can be performed without the side effect of great pain to the user. It appears to be 2 fists held at close range that can damage the opponent with a blast powerful. With that, he had finally finished reading the ancient Taijutsu scroll for the Rokushiki style, 6 Powers style. I better be heading off towards the Mizu no Kuni again in hopes of finding some remnants of my clan, the Kagaya, be it Jutsu scrolls, clan scrolls, or even some alive people. He mused to himself. He was in an unknown area at the edge of Hai no Kuni. He was between Hai no Kuni, Nami no Kuni, and Mizu no Kuni. He mulled it over with the map in his hands, and with some input from Kurama, they agreed it would take him about a day or 2 to arrive at his destination. He put his map of the elemental nations away and sighed. Today, and probably the next few days, were going to be a long few days. He really wanted to get back to Kiyomi-chan. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Better get going. The day isn't going to wait for me, he mumbled to himself. With that, he took off. By the end of the day, he could see the water that would lead him to Mizu no Kuni. He'd sleep here for the night. The next morning, Naruto made his way across the water and made it to an island that seemed to have abandoned homes. In the far-off distance, with Sharingan activated, he could vaguely make out what he assumed was the main land of Mizu no Kuni, thus Kirigakure no Sato. He shrugged before he started to explore the abandoned island and homed. It turns out that it is the Kagaya clan land. He finds some scrolls with Shikatsumiyaku Jutsu and 2 white, tube-like hair ornaments, one for either side of his head to securing the tips of his bangs. Maybe if he grew his hair out, he'd wear them. Checking through the scrolls, each one was labeled what he assumed to be a Shikatsumiyaku Jutsu name. Altogether, there were 7 Jutsu scrolls, 1 for each Jutsu. The scrolls are labeled for each technique, and each scroll has an explanation of the Jutsu. Teshi Sendan, 10-finger drilling bullets. Hardened bones from the fingertips are shot at the enemy, with a spinning motion added to the skeletal bullets. A direct hit will excavate skin, flesh, and bone. Since the bones of the user can be regenerated, the rate of fire from the user's arsenal is limitless. This technique is essential to Shikatsumiyaku users for long-distance attacks. These attacks are known to be strong enough to easily pierce through the steel armor worn by the samurai. Yanagi no Mai, Dance of the Willow. The first of the Shikatsumiyaku's 5 dances. To perform this dance, Shikatsumiyaku users grow several long bone blades from his body for use as weapons. There isn't any set form for the Dance of the Willow. Just like a willow that is shaken by the wind, the opponent's attacks are simply parried and countered. Uncharacteristic of a willow, the hardened bones puncture and damage the opponent's body. Though the user primarily uses 2 blades grown from the palms of his hands, users can also use several secondary bones grown from their elbows, knees, and shoulders. This dance form is incredibly acrobatic, using spins, charges, and long sweeping slashes to make the strikes more effective and to evade opponents' counter-strikes. Shikatsu Miyako users can also extend his bones to attack his opponents without having to adjust his own movement. Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia. The second of Shikatsu Miyako's 5 dances, which Shikatsu Miyako users perform by modifying one of their upper arm bones to create a short, bone-hilted bone sword. The user then stabs chaotically and continuously, which causes the opponent's eyes to lag behind. The speed resembles afterimages. The hand with the sword is again and again visibly projected, and yet the movement is irregular, which makes it difficult to predict. With each thrust, the sword's track is very capable of changing. The attack comes from unexpected angles, causing a person's delicate defense reaction to come off guard. Though one can have great reflexes and moving ability, it is next to impossible to keep dodging the fierce attack until it stops. Thus, if one showed an opening, a finishing blow will be dealt by one stab in an instant. Karamatsu no Mai, Dance of the Larch. The third of the Shikatsu Miyako's 5 dances, from the body, several bones pop out all at once. The stronger the opponent's physical attack, the more powerful the counterattack is, dealing severe damage. The sudden defense, combined with the needle-like bone's high killing ability, makes way for a technique which potential is high for battle. The bones can be used to block or trap an opponent's strikes. In addition to being an unwelcome surprise for opponents, it makes the user basically untouchable at close range. If an opponent would start to get close to them, the user would start to spin rapidly, slashing the foe in multiple areas of their body. Tasenka no Mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, Flower. The fourth of the Shikatsu Miyako's 5 dances, to obtain the strongest absolute hardest weapon, a considerable amount of chakra is needed. Enhanced to the highest degree maximum solidity due to the dense compression, the bone weapon is exceedingly large. Since its destructive power has no meaning if the blow does not connect with the opponent, Shikatsu Miyako must users first binds the opponent with a vine. Sawarabi no Mai, Dance of the Seedling Fern. The last of the Shikatsu Miyako's 5 dances, countless bones rise from underground, which can be as many as thousands, up to the tens of thousands. The blades of bone indiscriminately slaughter whoever stands on the ground's surface. Furthermore, if this fails to bring down their foe, the user can become one with the bones, which in turn can allow them to attack an enemy unnoticed. After nodding at the explanations of the different jutsu provided, he figured it was time to start his trek back to Konoha, back to Kiyomi. He sighed before he got started. It'd be a long next few days. Time skip, 4 days apartment. He had made it home, and he managed to slip back in without anyone noticing. Oh, how he was smooth. He trotted to the kitchen after making sure that Kiyomi wasn't in there. Apparently, according to his bunshin, she was in the toilet. This would give him time to switch with the bunshin. He would explain how he got the scrolls to her when she got out, and then they could hopefully try to unlock her Shikatsu Miyako, if she has it, that is. When Kiyomi got back into the kitchen, he decided that he should tell her about his adventure. After a brief explanation of his trip, Kiyomi looked a little angry. "Why didn't you take me with?" she questioned him sharply. "I couldn't bring you. You were safer here with my Chi Bunshin, blood clone. And the house has a barrier seal so no one else can get in. Besides, my Sharingan is more advanced, and I have the Shikatsu Miyako for protection." At his reasoning, she reluctantly agreed and slowly nodded her head. "Next time, though, I won't have to leave without you, though, because you'll be strong enough and we'll leave together." "Oh, really, Tebane?" she questioned. Naruto smiled at her before replying, "Yeah, really." She pumped her fist in the air. "Then let's get training." Databane. Flashback end. The other day, after receiving the memory of his Academy Chi Bunshin, blood clone, reading about the epic battle of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, Naruto just had to see the battlefield himself. He consulted Kiyomi on the matter, and they both agreed to go dawn the next morning. There was no way she was missing out on getting out of the village, especially when she was ready. After a few hours of gliding through the trees, the twins finally arrived at their destination. It was a beautiful area, where the legendary battle between titans changed the landscape into the valley itself. Walking through the valley, Naruto stumbled across an odd part in the wall. It was a slight different shade from the rest, and when he knocked on it, it seemed hollow inside. After eventually breaking through, Kiyomi and he think that it is what seems to be an abandoned hideout of sorts. Carefully walking through the abandoned hidden room with their two Tomo Sharingan activated, he notices a tablet at the back of the room. It has a location written on it, Mountain's Graveyard, with a map to the place. It wasn't all that far from the Valley of the End. It is between here and Takigakure no Sato, but a bit more out of the way. The tablet also has the Uchiha crest atop it. From this, they guessed it would be about a day's travel to get there. Naruto deactivates his Sharingan followed by Kiyomi, and they notice that all of the writing with the sole exception of the Uchiha crest seems to disappear, and what looks like a three-tomo Sharingan pattern appears over the top. Naruto concludes that it is an Uchiha tablet and is sealed off with Uchiha Fuinjutsu so that no one but an Uchiha with the Sharingan could read it. Interesting, Naruto thought to himself. Wondering why such a thing would be at the Valley of the End and hidden away, he idly pondered if whoever made it chose the place because this was where the legendary shinobi Madara Uchiha fought the Shodai, Hokage Hashirama Senju, or perhaps it was Madara's from before he fought the Shodai. Naruto shook his head, clearing his thoughts. He may as well check out the place. Turning to his right, he took note of a comma that was attached to the wall. He shrugged and took it after making sure it wasn't a trap. He thought it would be an intriguing weapon to learn to use, and it seemed to be very good quality. He may as well get some use out of the thing. He swiftly exited the cave, followed closely by Kiyomi. When they were both out of the way, he did a few quick hand seals and spoke in his mind. Doton, Dorihiki. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A wall of solid earth rapidly raised formed the ground and blended into the wall, re-encasing the cave entrance. Naruto nodded to himself, pleased with his work, and got to work heading towards their apparent next destination, Mountain's Graveyard. Time skip, one day, Mountain's Graveyard outskirts. Awaking from where they got to last night, the outskirts of the new destination, he unsealed a ration bar for himself and Kiyomi, which they both ate for breakfast. Naruto decided it was time to get exploring. Motioning to Kiyomi to follow, they started making their way to a clearing. Naruto scaled a large tree to get a good overview of the place. No use on going in blind. Arriving at the top of the tree, Naruto got a magnificent view of the area known as Mountain's Graveyard. There are large bones amongst the trees and forestry. So that's why it's called Mountain's Graveyard fits. Naruto thought to himself, noting all of the bones and the mountains surrounding the place. It was literally a graveyard surrounded by mountains. "Some up here and check the view out, Kiyomi-chan," he said down to his twin. Said girl shrugged her shoulders and quickly made her way up to him. "Wow, what a view," she said in complete awe of the place. It was a great view even if it was a graveyard. He shrugged to himself, noting that it seemed pretty much abandoned. "All right, let's get going, Kiyomi-chan." She nodded in agreement, and with that they speed off through the trees in order to observe and explore the large pile of bones up close and personal. After several minutes of tree hopping, they both arrived at one of the closer skeletons and slowly and stealthily walked up to it. They reached the base and looked around it. Staring at the eye hole of the behemoth, he scaled it until he was in one of the eyes. Once there, he could see that it was actually sort of like a room, not unlike the one that he discovered at the Valley of the End. "Kiyomi-chan, come up here," he whispered to his precious Amato. She looked up at where he was and nodded. She then started to climb the surface of the bone. When she finally reached the eye hole where Naruto was, after making sure that there was nothing dangerous from above, he told her to jump on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. With that, he grasped his kama tightly and jumped down, landing swiftly on the ground, Kiyomi right on his tail. Upon landing, he noticed that the figure in the middle of the room was actually an old man, seated on a throne of wood. He looked ancient. I wonder if he is actually even alive, Naruto pondered. He activated his Sharingan and took note that the ancient old man was actually in fact alive. He decided to warily approach. When both he and Kiyomi were upon the man, a single 3-tomo Sharingan snapped open. Chapter 04 Mistakes. "Who are you?" the ancient man demanded sternly. He spoke quiet softly, however. Naruto spoke up first. "Naruto Uzumaki." As soon as he spoke his name, he saw the elderly man's eyes widen slightly. "And I'm his twin sister, Kiyomi Uzumaki, Tebane." Kiyomi chimed in, after Naruto. The man's eyes widened even more, before a soft, genuine smile broke over his lips. "I see." He trailed off, only to be interrupted by Naruto. You know the both of our names, but what is yours? Naruto questioned seriously. I am the ghost of the Uchiha, Madara Uchiha. He spoke completely serious. Madara Uchiha. Then you're our Gigi? Asked an extremely confused but somewhat excited Naruto. Madara nodded before continuing. Yes, you look quite similar to myself when I was your age. I can also see Kushina in you, and you have some of the Yandame's looks as well. He finished with a scowl, taking note of Naruto's hair color, which was primarily red, with yellow being a somewhat second main color. He also had streaks of white and black with a blue tint through it. After looking at Naruto, he inspected Kiyomi. She had hair that went down to about the middle of her back, and the front came down to about her shoulders. Her hair color was again primarily red with yellow bangs and streaks of white, yellow and black with a blue tint to it. Madara raised an eyebrow. Kids these days dyeing their hair. He shook his head sadly. Naruto gained a tick mark and his eyebrow twitched violently. It is not dyed, he squawked. Kiyomi nodded in agreement. It used to be just yellow, but then the red started to gradually take over. I had little bits of white and black, but when I awoke the Sharingan and Shikatsumiaka, the white and black came out more. Naruto mumbled just loud enough for Madara to hear. Said man smirked. Already unlocked your Sharingan. I'm impressed and proud. You also have the Shikatsumiyaku. I was not aware that your mother or Namikaze had Kagaya blood. Actually, Kurama-chan told Kachan about Namikaze's team being half Senju, half Kagaya. That is why she used Jinjutsu and artificially inseminated herself. Also, the Shikatsumiyaku is rarely awoken amongst the Kagaya. Namikaze's team didn't have the clan markings like myself or Kiyomi-chan. Kurama-chan theorized that perhaps his Senju blood overtook the Kagaya blood and it somehow erased the clan markings. Madara raised an eyebrow at Kurama-chan, but filed it away for later, all the while his smirk widened. Oh, what magnificent potential the children have, to be born of 4 clans, and to have unlocked 2 of the Kekkei Jinkai at such a young age. The Sharingan at its second level with 2 tomos in both Kiyomi's and Naruto's eyes too. He didn't think that even he himself had the 2 tomo Sharingan at the age of 5 years 6 months. It was unheard of. To think they used to call him the prodigy of the Uchiha clan. He truly was proud of them both. What about you, Kiyomi? Have you unlocked the Shikatsumiyaku too? He questioned. He wouldn't be disappointed if she didn't. It was rare enough for one person to unlock it, let alone 2. Hi, Gigi, replied Kiyomi. Madara's smirk seemed to widen even more. You're the spitting image that Kushina was at your age, Kiyomi. Madara started softly. You have the same face, eyes, and even the same hair, albeit it has a few different colors, but it is mainly red. Kushina got most of her looks and personality from your Bachan, Kasumi-chan. Huh, and you all start with the letter K. Must be something with the females of our family. Madara mused. Are really? Tebane? Asked Kiyomi, excited to learn more about their Ka-chan and Bachan. Madara gave a small chuckle. Even the same verbal tick. He trailed off. Do you have it too, Naruto? He asked curiously. And no, Tebeo. Naruto stammered before clamping his mouth shut with a look of utter horror on his face. He started to cry comically and sulked in the corner of the cave, poking at the ground with a stick he had obtained from God knows where. Madara's sweat dropped. Kind of reminds me of Hashirama when he was young. He thought in slight horror and fascination. But how? How are you still alive? And why haven't you helped us? Kiyomi spoke up suddenly. Madara gave a slight chuckle, but looked on sadly with his lone Sharingan eye. That is a long story. As for why I didn't help you, look at my body. I am barely even alive, let alone go far from this area. Both twins nodded simultaneously. Yeah, I guess, but can you please explain it more? Naruto queried. Madara gave a tired sigh before answering. Very well, look into my eyes so we can talk in a Jinjutsu as to not waste real time. I would like to be in my youth again, even if it's not real and only for a little while. At their agreement, he looked them in the eyes as his 3 tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Before they knew it, all 3 of them were in a Jinjutsu, and Madara was in his prime, suited in his navy blue Uchiha battle robes and red metal-plated armor. All right, in the Uchiha compound in the village there is the Naka Shrine. In the main hall, beneath the 7th tatami mat from the far right, is a secret meeting place of the Uchiha clan. There stands a stone monument which contains the clan's secrets and can only be read with specific dojutsu. With each level of the Sharingan, more of the stone can be read, from the 1-Tomo Sharingan to the 3-Tomo Sharingan. After that is the Mangekyo Sharingan, which can read even more. The final level of the Sharingan is the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which can read almost all of the tablet. The Rinnegan, the final evolution of the Uchiha's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the Senju's DNA. The Rakuto Senin's body and eyes, you can read the entire tablet. I never got to read the entire tablet, being that I unlocked the Rinnegan later and couldn't return to read the Naka Shrine again. The Mangekyo is unlocked with the trauma experience when losing someone close to them. It was during the clan war era both myself and my Ototo, Izuna, unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan. With each use, the user gradually loses their light. Being the head of the Uchiha clan at the time, I had to fight countless times against Hashirama, who had become leader of the Senju and used my Mangekyo more than Izuna ever did, and with little time, I had very poor vision. During a battle with the Senju clan, I fought evenly against Hashirama, but Izuna was mortally wounded by Hashirama's younger brother Tobarama. At Ototo's request, I refused Hashirama's offered truce and fled with him. As I was going blind from overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan, I accepted Izuna's dying request and transplanted his eyes, awakening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In this new form, my Mangekyo design took on a combined appearance of Izuna's and my Mangekyo, mine as the basis with Izuna's thick straight lines stretching outward. With this, I set off to destroy the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, by myself. When Madara had finished explaining this, within the Jinjutsu world, he showed them his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After taking a short breather, he continued. During the first parts of the battle, and using my new Mangekyo, I noticed that there was no longer a strain on my eyes, and my vision never deteriorated even in the slightest, no matter how much they were used. And instead of the expected slightly faded sight with the few times Izuna had used his Mangekyo, I was surprised and shocked when they were like a new set of eyes, successfully restoring my eyesight with no strain on my health. I was so thrilled. With the newfound information, I gave a new title to the new eyes, the Mangekyo with Eternal Light, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the outcome remained the same. I was still defeated by Hashirama. I finally accepted peace between our clans upon seeing that Hashirama was willing to kill himself to prove his resolve. This led to the creation of the village. I christened it the Village Hidden, behind the leaf. Thus, Kanegakure no Sato had been named, and the first of what is now known as the 5 Shinobi Nations. Before long, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans wanted to join the village, and Hashirama and I accepted. With my Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I read the stone again, and with it learned the story of the Kagaya Otsutsuki, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Rakuto Senin's mother, his sons the Senju ancestor and Uchiha ancestor, and the Jubi, the Shinju. It foretold that joy can truly come when exact opposites find unison. Before long, the Hokage had been chosen by the people, as per Tobarama's suggestion. He knew they didn't trust me, so Hashirama was chosen. I decided, being the Hokage, I had to tell Hashirama, which I did. Flashback start. This stone monument has been passed down for generations. It was never shown to other clans. It's special. To decipher it, you need to use a dojutsu. As far as I was able to decipher until now, what it says is, looking for stability, one kami was divided into yin and yang. The action of the two opposing forces created all things in nature. This logic applies to anything, Madara said to Hashirama while glancing between him and the tablet. Hashirama picked up where he left off. In other words, it says that joy can truly come when exact opposites find unison. However, there is another interpretation. Madara interrupted him. Hashirama was stumped. What do you mean, Madara? He thought wearily. Hashirama, do you think I know nothing? Madara said firmly. Hashirama gave a long pause before speaking up. Leave Tobarama to me. I can't do this without you. As the Hokage's right arm, as my brother, please work with me. The people will eventually understand you too, and at that time, you'll become the Night-Aim Hokage. Madara interjected him again. Yuro Toto, Tobarama is probably going to be the Night-Aim Hokage, and if that happens, The Uchiha are going to be exterminated knowing that. I told the other Uchiha to leave the village. But not even one of them listened to me. I couldn't protect my brother, and I'm probably not even able to protect my clan. Even though I promised my brother, my fellows don't trust me, even though I want to protect them. Madara said softly. That's not true. Everyone will realize that. Hashirama spoke up optimistically only to be interrupted by Madara again. Maybe that time I should have ordered you to kill your brother. You say I'm your brother, but for the village would you kill me or him? Madara said, looking Hashirama dead in the eyes. Hashirama continued to listen. I do understand your point, but I can't do more than this. I'm leaving the village. I found another way. After we showed each other our guts, I realized cooperation is nothing but a silent fight. Madara said seriously. That's not true. I won't let you. Hashirama stated back firmly. Madara tuned away before continuing. It depends on how you look at reality, Hashirama. Let's stop being servile at least. It'd be better for us to look at this world as just entertainment. Are you listening to me? Madara, Hashirama shouted after his friend. You're the only one that can compete with me. Madara trailed off. Hashirama gained a questioning look. While I walk towards my real dream, I'll enjoy fighting with you. Madara said back to Hashirama with a look of madness, turning evil. What are you planning, Madara? Thought Hashirama to himself. What do you mean by real dream? Isn't what we were trying to create all in this village? Hashirama tried to reason again. You can't see it. What's beyond this? What's beyond this dream? Madara replied, looking Hashirama in the eyes. A bead of sweat rolled down Hashirama's face. Then, tell me what this future dream of yours is. If it's connected to this village, then I need your help to get there, of course, as a senior. But also, as a friend, said Hashirama with absolute seriousness. TSK, there is no connection, and you will never understand it. It's useless to run after me. You should know too, that no one can stand behind me. Madara retorted with a smirk. Flashback end. After saying so, I left the village. I left the place that we reached together. The village we desired. Madara spoke softly to Naruto and Kiyomi. However, the rest of the world praised and before long imitated our village system, created by an alliance of shinobi clans after the past rivals Uchiha and Senju joined forces. Hashirama and my dream had come true. He continued fondly. Madara paused shortly before continuing on. The sons of shinobi didn't have to fight anymore. They learned and played. They were able to live long enough to know the taste of alcohol. However, I, as if trying to destroy my previous dream, kept on attacking Konoha, said Madara, shaking his head in disappointment at himself. Madara took another breath before continuing. After my final battle with Hashirama, he thought that he had killed me by running his sword through my heart. I would be dead if that was even me that he had run through. After the QB dash, he was interrupted by Naruto, however. Kurama-chan, she is called Kurama, he stated firmly. Madara getting over his shock of the Biju, the Q. No Kurama having a gender and name as well as being the one who informed Kushina of Minato's clans, he continued. After Kurama was relinquished from my Sharingan's control, I activated my eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and with the last of my chakra used the moon to enhance my Jinjutsu. Hashirama was under the influence of my Jinjutsu while I fainted from chakra exhaustion. He left soon after thinking that he had run me through, but it was my unconscious body. When I awoke, being obsessed with power, and as per the information on the Naka shrine, I implanted Hashirama's DNA from the Moku Bunshin that was left behind, which he used to fool me into thinking I had won. This successfully merged the Uchiha and Senju DNA that would later on give me some of the power of the Rikudo Sennin, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. He cleared his throat before continuing. After implanting Hashirama's DNA, I gained a slight chakra boost from the nature of his Sage Mode, enhanced Moku Bunshin. I hobbled my way along the valley which we created and at one point gathered what little chakra I received from Hashirama's DNA and made a hidden room in what was newly created valley. It was so that I could restore some of my strength and rest without being spotted and killed in my weakened state. I lay my Kama and Gunbai against the wall before casting one last Jinjutsu and giving into fatigue again. I awoke what were several hours later, the next morning, and started making arrangement for my plans. The place that I had scoped out while out of the village, the mountain's graveyard, would do. With that thought in mind, it would do good to leave a tablet here with a map to it from here, for however long I was to be here, and in the possibility any Uchiha clansman found this place, and the tablet I could use and train. I dragged one of the half-torso-sized rocks from where I made the entrance and prepared it to become the tablet. It was quite difficult in my current poor condition, but I drove ahead. It had to be done. I used the blood of my wounds as to make the seal and made it as per traditional Uchiha Sharingan Fuinjutsu, not unlike that of the Naka Shrine. After finishing my tablet, I proceeded to go back to sleep and recover my wounds. Awaking at about noon, looking around, I realized that my Genjutsu that was disguising the entrance was undone, and I wondered why I hadn't died yet, and how I had seemingly recovered so quickly. I wasn't anywhere near fully recovered, but enough to move long distances. I then noticed that all of my injuries sustained in battle against Hashirama were cleaned and bandaged. I wondered what was happening. It was then I noticed the intruder. It appeared to be a woman, between the age of 18 and 25, and she had beautiful red hair and seemed to be of royalty. Flashback start. "Who are you?" Madara demanded sternly. "Fufufu." She chuckled before continuing. "Is that any way to greet your helper? You could have very well died with those wounds." Tebane. Madara's eyes slightly twitched at being chuckled at, but smirked. "Tebane?" he questioned mockingly. The still unknown woman gained a dark aura about her, and her hair stood up. She glared at Madara before she gave him a solid smack to the top of the head. "Quiet you," she hissed. "Itat." Madara yelped in pain. It was a manly yelp, though. He wasn't a damn sissy. "What was that for woman?" he demanded again. His answer was another blow, this time a punch to the face, breaking the cartilage of his nose. Blood poured from it before he held it. Madara looked up at the demon woman and gulped in fear. He'd better keep his trap shut, especially if he wanted to live long enough to put his plans in motion. He took a deep breath before starting again. Thank you for helping me." Madara started, struggling on the words thank and help. Oh, how he loathed them. At his words, the demon in human form smiled a beautiful smile at him. "Thank you, it was no problem," she answered before she asked a question. "How did you get those wounds? They are quite vicious." Curiosity getting the better of her, it seemed he was attacked by a single or multiple shinobi. "I was in a battle," he replied. At her stern glare, he decided it was best for his health to elaborate. "I was dancing with Hashirama Senju," he finished. She raised an eyebrow at the name. "Why were you dancing with the Shodai Hokage?" she questioned. He hesitated before sighing and answering. "To obtain the opposite and find true happiness. To obtain the Rakudo's power, I needed to combine Yin and Yang, the Senju and Uchiha. Then, and only then, could I find true happiness." She looked at him like he had grown a second head. "Well, what is your name, oh great Rakudo Uchiha?" she asked. The last part said sarcastically. Madara refrained from lashing out either verbally or physically. "I am Madara Uchiha," he said quietly, expecting to be ended or attacked. "So you're Madara, huh?" she stated. "Yes, so I've told you my purpose. What will you do, no woman?" he queried. "Fufufufu," she chuckled again. "I am not woman. I am Kasumi Uzumaki Databane," she replied enthusiastically. Madara shrugged neutrally. As their eyes meet, he saw her eyes soften. "You have lost your way," she started. "Come with me. Join the Uzumaki to heal. You can have a place to live and be trusted. Maybe even find another dream and purpose," she finished. "I have my dream and purpose," he snarled in reply. "Do you?" she demanded. He faltered. He was stuck. Did he? Did he truly have a purpose? The Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan. Was that his purpose? Was that really a worthy dream? He had decided. "Fine. I'll go with you for now. What? Kasumi, at least until I'm healed, then I'll be gone and return to my plan," he finished rather darkly. "But the Uzumaki are allies of Konoha and relatives of the Senju. Won't they tell them about me and have me killed?" he asked. Kasumi shook her head negatively. "The Uzumaki clan don't want violence and wars. It is why we are on the island. Yuzushivikure no Sato. We may be allies, but we will have no part in wars. We are not looking to get people killed or start wars. Who knows, perhaps you will even find true happiness there. She said rhetorically, find a partner and have kids. Tebane. She finished, turning away from Madara and gazing out of the cave. Madara nodded, gaining actual respect for the clan before the last part rang in his head. Find true happiness. A partner and kids. He scowled at the last thought. HN. He grunted, before he looked at where she had moved to. He couldn't help but take in her figure in the slight light. She held a very curvy figure, and those pants certainly hugged that delectable-ass dash. He quickly shook off those thoughts. He didn't need a woman. He was Madara Uchiha. He was a warrior, not some pansy, damn it. And he certainly didn't need brats. All he needed was the plan. He'd bide his time in the village before continuing with his plan. I do ask you, when you're healed and if you decide to leave. She started making sure to put emphasis on the if. You must not harm or drag our clan into your plan. She finished sternly, facing him once more, hands on her hips. Madara's eyes lingered on her curvaceous body, her breasts having bounced along as she spoke. Don't fall for this shit, Madara. He tried to assure himself. Just keep thinking of the plan. He closed his eyes. HN, fine, I won't harm your clan. He agreed, not intending to keep his agreement. After all, how could you not trap a clan when you project an eternal genjutsu on the moon? She smiled again. Good, let's get going. Oh, you must leave your kama here. You may take the gun by. HN, was the reply. She rolled her eyes. I wonder if I can tame the Madara Uchiha, she thought to herself, licking her lips at the image of bandaging his well-toned body. Upon making a hanger for the kama with a Doton Jutsu, he walked over to her and stood by her side. Let's get moving then, he demanded. She rolled her eyes again. Will you stop whining, and would it kill you to use your manners? She hissed at him, her hair starting to rise again. The legendary shinobi felt very small before her gaze. He even whimpered a little bit at the not-so-distant memory of her breaking his nose with a single hit. Screw Hashirama. This woman was terrifying. If Mito had even half of her temperament, then Madara felt sorry for him. He had to admit, though, if he were to go for a woman, it'd definitely be someone like her. She wasn't a pussy or a useless woman, she was actually quite terrifying. Not that he'd ever get a woman. Or her. He was just saying. Or thinking, rather. I apologize, Kasumi-san. He almost squeaked in fright. And would it kill you to stop with the san? I'm not some old bat. At this he quickly corrected himself. Kasumi. At her harsh glare he gulped. Chan, Kasumi-chan. He hastily added. He sighed in relief at her small smile. If Tobirama were here, he'd have called him whipped. He wasn't whipped, though. No, he was just sane and wanted to live. He nodded in agreement to himself. Very well, we'll be off, Madara-kun. She started. One moment, please. I just want to use Doton, Dorihiki. Earth release. Earth-style wall. To cover up where I was staying, no one should know that I survived. At her nod of consent, he did the jutsu. Okay, we can go now, he told her. With that, she put his arm over her shoulder and jumped off into the trees, starting on their journey to Yuzushio. Time skip Yuzushio no Sato. When Madara arrived at Yuzushio with Kasumi, he didn't expect the warm welcome he received. Surprisingly, they welcomed him like family. Unlike what he originally said, he didn't leave when he was fully healed. Kasumi stayed with him the entire time, and she was actually really sweet once you got past the demon personality, as Madara calls it. She had roped him into having a date. They had both enjoyed it, and Madara actually enjoyed spending time with her. She even offered to teach him Fuinjutsu, which he gladly accepted, once getting over his pride. Before long, he had forgotten his plan and agreed to stay with the Uzumaki. He, Madara Uchiha, had fallen in love. He'd really mellowed out and surprisingly come sane again. He wrote a letter to Hashirama saying he was alive, what his plan was, and how he obtained his DNA, and now he was in love with a fiery Uzumaki girl. He said that he only hoped that he could be forgiven and that he didn't tell anyone he was alive. He didn't want the Uzumaki clan attacked for harboring a criminal. He was surprised to see that he had promptly received a letter in return, and Hashirama agreed to not tell anyone. He accepted the apology. He was glad he had his friend and brother back, and was happy he had fallen in love. No more letters were needed to be exchanged between them. Kasumi was probably the only person beside Hashirama that could keep up with him and have the possibility of beating him. It was incredible. Time skipped 4 years. Within 4 years, Madara and Kasumi were married, and Kasumi was pregnant. She had just given birth to their beautiful little girl, Kushina. Madara wholeheartedly agreed that she would just be named Kushina Uzumaki. She shouldn't be Kushina Uchiha or anything different lest people try to use her. Not the Uzumaki clan, but the other villages. Hashirama had died a few years back and left Tobarama the Nidaime Hokage's seat. This was extremely dangerous for Madara if he ever found out that he lived, let alone has a daughter. He'd probably try to kill Madara, Kasumi, and Kushina, possibly even the Uzumaki clan for harboring a criminal, Kasumi for being married to and birthing his child, and Kushina essentially just for being born. It was the sad truth. It was probably the happiest day of Madara's life, being the day that his beloved daughter was born. She got majority of looks from her mother. The red tuft of hair was a few shades darker than the normal Uzumaki color, but he was grateful that she didn't get his hair or eye color. There could be suspicions for her late in life if anything were to happen, and if she was harmed or anything because someone found out she was his descendant, he'd never forgive himself, and there would be hell to pay. He was really so thankful to the Uzumaki clan, Kasumi and Kushina. They had pulled him from the dark path he was on and helped him find happiness. He was truly eternally grateful. Time skipped 5 years. Konoha, Hokage Tower, Sandaime's office. Hiruzen had been named the Sandaime Hokage for a few years now after Tobarama had sacrificed himself for Hamura Mitokado, Kohori Udatain, Danzo Shimura, Kagami Uchiha, Terufu Akimichi, and himself. He was appointed as the Tobarama's successor, the Sandaime Hokage. Right now, he was waiting for his plan to play out and get an Uzumaki girl, the current clan head's daughter if information was correct, to safety and become the Nidaime Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Mito Uzumaki the Shodai Kyuubi Jinchuriki was getting along in age, and only an Uzumaki could keep the Kyuubi at bay. This Kushina also had special chakra amongst even the Uzumaki clan and could apparently form chains from chakra. This would be able to safety suppress the Kyuubi better than any normal Uzumaki. The plan he was waiting to play out was the massacre of the Uzumaki clan and destruction of Yuzushiobikura no Sato. He had deemed them a threat, and for the good of the village he needed to eliminate them swiftly, and not sully his, Konoha's image by being the ones to destroy it publicly. He was of course the catalyst, but no one needed to know that, certainly not any possible survivors. It was quite easy. All he had was some of Danzo's root operatives wearing Yuzushio Hitaites and attack Kumobikure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure and do various other offenses, as well as leave Yuzushio Hitaites at any crime scenes. He'd do the same to Yuzushio-bikure, but with the other nation's Hitaites. If what AMBU and root scouting reports were saying Yuzu was not really doing anything, just putting more shinobi at the defensive, the other 3 great villages though seemed to be preparing for an all-out attack, eliminating the threat. It was all going according to Hiruzen's plan. He just needed to send a platoon of ANBU or root to secure the girl while the deed was being done. He faced Danzo, whom had just entered the room. Hiruzen had decided. Danzo, he greeted his longtime rival and friend with a nod. The same gesture was returned. Hiruzen, I think I'll have your root go and collect the girl. Have them leave immediately and station in the area. They are to move in and rescue the target in the chaos. It will begin very soon. Hiruzen ordered. Danzo gave another curt nod. Very well, it shall be done, Hiruzen. We shall not leak the information of the future Jinchuriki's status? He inquired before leaving. No, we shall not. We may need to use her with the next Hokage, and we don't want to frighten people away, especially with the prospect of having a willingly loyal Uzumaki clan, perhaps when she births a boy. She will have served her purpose, and we can make him the Sandaime Kyuubi Jinchuriki, loyal to AT, and submissive because of the hatred. Danzo nodded again. As you wish, Hiruzen, I'll be deploying the team. Good day. Hi. Thank you, Danzo. Good day to you too. Hiruzen finished as Danzo left the office. If all played out, they would soon have their next Jinchuriki, and a threat to Konoha would be wiped out. The offspring of that threat would be a future loyal clan to Konoha, willingly or unwillingly. Time skipped 2 days, Yuzushiogakure. They had no idea how it happened or why it did. They invaded their barriers and defenses and started to slaughter their kin and destroy their homeland. It was nothing short of an extermination. Buildings were on fire and majority of them destroyed. There were the cries of the children and yells of the Uzumaki clan. Why was this happening to them? They'd never joined in on any of the wars. Out of nowhere, Kimogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure shinobi, numbering in the thousands, were attacking them. Madara sighed as he killed another enemy shinobi. He was battling next to Kasumi, and not many Uzumaki were left. This had been going on for several hours already. Things weren't looking good. Why? Why was it always his family attacked? It wasn't fair. He'd never let anything happen to Kasumi or Kushina, though. He'd promised himself that, even if they were the only survivors. Luckily, the Uzumaki clan had swiftly gotten all of the young, the children, to the safety of the bunker. They left them there within secure Fuinjutsu. That only they and Konoha knew. Come to think of it, where Konoha was the only other village that knew about their barriers. Were they betrayed? Madara hurriedly made a Kage Bunshin to check on the children, on Kushina. He broke out of his thoughts and focused on his side of the enemy forces. The Kinjin Kyodai, the Gold and Silver Brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and some IWA shinobi were facing off against Kasumi. She ducked under one of the swords and with her ninjato cut down the last of the IWA shinobi of the group. Kasumi gracefully backflipped over Ginkaku and parried the Nuabari. Jumping to the left just out of range of the swing of the Kubikurabocho, she slapped an explosive tag on the blade. Said sword's wielder threw the blade away a safe distance before engaging in a taijutsu match with her. They parried, blocked, and counted the numerous his, but with little time it proved that Kasumi was the taijutsu superior. The Kubikurabocho wielder went to deliver a high roundhouse kick to Kasumi's head. Thinking quickly, she ducked. Before her attacker could continue with his assault, she gave him a harsh kick to the side, sending him flying before sprawling out unconscious next to his sword. The wielder of Samahata came at her next. The monstrous blade dug into her shoulder. The Kenjutsu user smirked before she burst into a puff of smoke. He frowned. "Damn bitch," he muttered under his breath. Kasumi appeared from underground using the hide in a mole no jutsu and dragged the swordsman down. She swiftly pierced his head with a kunai. He was too cocky and wasn't suspecting to be caught in the ground. "Let's dance," she shouted to the remaining 7 enemies, taking a page from her husband's book. She suddenly ducked as the Kabutoari flew over where her head had been moments before. A few of her hair were cut. Kasumi grabbed the offending limb before she severed it with her ninjato. "Ergert, fucking whore," the man hissed in pain to her, clutching the stub that was his arm. She paid him no mind as went for a finishing blow, only for the man to block the blow with the Kabutowari in his remaining arm. "I'll make you pay," he said darkly. A chain sprouted from her back and skewered him through the heart. He had a look of shock on his face. "Will you now?" she questioned. As if in reply, the man coughed up blood and fell over dead. Both Kinkaku and Ginkaku simultaneously entered the version 2 cloak for tails. "Well, shit," she murmured. The men turned beasts gave a roar before charging. Kasumi pulled out 2 pieces of paper before using the Shunshin no Jutsu to get behind them. Upon appearing, she finished making one of the Biju chakra-suppressing seals. Her chakra chains shot out of her back before wrapping around on of them. She swiftly slapped the seal on its head, and the chakra shroud started to dissipate. One down. She rolled to the left, avoiding a sword, and jumped back narrowly, missing the extended claw-shaped appendage. She quickly finished the other suppressing seal and proceeded to wrap the final beast in her chakra chains and slap the seal on its head. "And 2, she muttered. Just as the chakra seemed to be about to dissipate, to her horror and shock, he sprouted 2 more tails, totaling 6. Squelch. She didn't have time to dodge the tails that speared through her guts, or the clawed arm that ripped right through her right lung and out the other side. Ward. She let out a horrible screech of pain. Madara was having very little to no difficulty in cleaning out the annoyances, but then he heard a horrible feminine screech of pain. He swallowed the lump in his throat, before turning to Kasumi's fight. When he did, his eyes widened in horror. There was his love, speared through the gut and lung. He could hear the squelch when the limbs were harshly ripped free from her body. He rushed over to her. He arrived not a second later and cradled her head in his lap. He gently and affectionately caressed her cheek. It's all right, Kasumi-chan. I will get help. You'll be fine. I promise," he tried to soothe her. He received a hollow chuckle in reply. "Sorry, Madara-kun. This is it for me, think. Thank you F for loving me and for G giving me Kushina-chan. Please protect her." Her voice getting quieter and quieter as she went on. "I love you so much, Madara-kun. You and Kushina be both." She kissed him on the lips one final time before she passed. Madara gently lowered her body and closed her eyes. Just as he did, he was assaulted with his Kage Bunshin's memories. All of the children in the bunker were slaughtered. He, the Bunshin, couldn't bring himself to see the remains of his little girl, Kushina. Madara's rage snapped. This was worse than any of his brother's untimely demises. This was his lover and wife Kasumi, and Kushina, their child's death. The six-tailed beast backed away in fear. The remaining Kiri no Shino Bigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, fell to their knees. This was unlike anything they had ever felt before. Madara's ridiculous killing intent bear down on them. "I'll fucking kill you," he roared. Madara's chakra exploded. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spun until they stopped at a metallic purple-gray color with a black ripple-like pattern. Branches of the Shodai's Mokutan sprung out of his body, skewering 2 of the remaining swordsmen. Madara appears at the site of one of the unconscious pseudo-Jinchuriki. With a single rage and chakra-imbued punch, the ground along with what was a head exploded. He appeared next to one of the swordsmen, the Shibuki wielder, and grabbed him by the neck. Madara hoisted the body from the ground and placed a hand on his head. "Ninjendo," bellowed Madara, his head filled with unknown jutsu. Just like that, the man's soul was evicted. The body fell limp, and Madara threw the body to the ground, where a wood spear sprouted and pierced the body through the spine. It hung limply, blood trailing down the wood. A chakra receiver appeared in Madara's hand, and he appeared behind another of the Kenjutsu users, this time the bearer of Hiramakiri. Madara was too fast, and he was impaled through the head. He was dead before he knew it. Blood spurted from the wound. Madara faced the unconscious Kubikirabocho wielder. Extra limbs sprouted from his back, and missiles fired off, destroying the body. And then there were 2. Staring down the final Kiri no Shino Bigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Madara raised a hand, and with 2 words. "Bansho Tenin." The body flew. Madara held out his other hand, and Kasumi's ninjato wordlessly flew into his hand. It was good to know he didn't need to say the jutsu aloud. Madara's Rinnegan pulsed, and the body stilled in the air. He thrust the sword right through the heart. His opponent didn't even stand a chance. His eyes narrowed in furious rage as he stared down the thing that had taken away Kasumi. It'd pay. Painfully. The beast roared and charged him. Madara held both hands in front of him. "Shinra Tensei," he roared. A fierce gravitational blast hit the pseudo-Jinchuriki full force and sent it tumbling back. Madara didn't give it any time to recuperate as he appeared on top of it. He smashed his foot down with a chakra-enhanced axe kick, and it fell into the newly formed crater. He manifested the chakra rods and stabbed them all through its body to subdue it. He jumped back a little ways away before roots emerged from the ground, impaling the beast. Madara wasn't satisfied or finished yet, however. With 2 hand seals, Tora, tiger, and Hibi, snake, Madara shouted his finishing jutsu. Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Koten. Wood release secret technique. Nativity of a world of trees. With that, a vast amount of trees grew from the ground and swallowed the pseudo-Jinchuriki. It wasn't even a challenge. Madara got moving. He still had some trash to clean out in honor of his family. Then he'd stick back to the plan. "I must enact the Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan. After I've killed the trash, I'll head to the mountain's graveyard," he thought with a twisted grin. The only thing keeping him sane and normal was his family. They were dead now. Only the plan mattered. Unaware to him, Kushina was alive. She had been taken by route to the safety of Konoha. They arrived late because they only just received the messages about there being incidents with the three great villages in Yuzu. Kushina didn't really want to go, but no one else was really left. The enemy, Ninja, killed all of the other children, but the root saved her. Unknown to her, it was a clone of one of the root that had massacred the children, under the guise of the Henge no Jutsu. Kushina did know that she could never let anyone know who her Tusin was. He was hated and feared in Konoha. He was a criminal to Konoha. Flashback end. That was the destruction of my home, Yuzushiyogakure, which made me make mistakes. The pain of losing loved ones changes people, Madara said sadly to Kiyomi and Naruto. After years of planning and mastering my newly acquired Rinnegan, I was too old and weak to challenge all of the elemental nations. During the Second Shinobi World War I gave my eyes to an Uzumaki boy, Nagato Uzumaki. He was the perfect host for it. With the Uzumaki's strong life force and massive amounts of chakra, in some way it was also to honor the Uzumaki clan. Madara gave a short pause before continuing. After that I had my created Zetsu, a clone made of Hashirama's DNA and nurtured from the Geto Mazo implant some spare Sharingan. They were the only two I had harvested from the corpse of an Uchiha. It was during the Third Shinobi World War that my plans really started to come to fruition. I gained my apprentice. He finished rather darkly. I kept my right eye covered with Jinjutsu. The reason was if I left everything to him, I'd have to die. There is an Uchiha Kenjutsu. Izanagi, it's a Jinjutsu that is cast on the user instead of others, and is the most powerful amongst this type of Jinjutsu. When activated, the caster removes the boundaries between reality and illusion within their personal space. To a degree, this allows the user to control their state of existence. But it is normally active for only the briefest of moments. However, with the use of Hashirama's DNA, I could extended the lifespan of each Sharingan's Izanagi to a minute. While the user remains physically real while fighting and such, this technique is capable of turning any occurrence, including injuries and even death inflicted upon them while the technique is active, into mere illusions. Madara paused and took a breath before continuing. Whenever the user receives a fatal injury, he or she automatically fades away as though they were an illusion all along, and then returns back to reality, physically real and unscathed. Izanagi can be used only by those with the genetic traits of the Sage of the Six Paths. The Uchiha, descended from the Sage, are able to perform Izanagi with their Sharingan. In exchange for the brief control of reality that it allows them, the Sharingan with which Izanagi is cast becomes blind. For this reason, the Uchiha labeled it a Kenjutsu. With this I could die but still live. He finished explaining, making sure the information had sunk in. He continued. Now my apprentice. During a mission of the Third Shinobi World War, Obito was crushed by rocks and presumed dead. In actuality, I rescued Obito. I found the younger Uchiha when the cave-in brought him to one of these tunnels leading to the mountain's graveyard. Here, Obito gave one Sharingan to his team, mate Kakashi Hitaki, and his remaining Sharingan was miraculously unharmed. The entire right side of his body from the neck down was completely destroyed. However, to save him, I had to reconstruct half of his body using parts of Hashirama's living clone. I told Obito that he now owes me his life. Obito instead declared he wanted to return to Konoha and be with his friends. I informed him that his new body would prevent him from becoming a shinobi again, and that in the end it wouldn't matter. I preached to him about the harsh nature of reality and how I have a plan to change the world. Still unconvinced, but otherwise unable to leave, Obito remained here to recuperate. During his recuperation, he met and became friends with White Zetsu and one of his clone brothers while undergoing rehabilitation in order to use his new limbs. As Obito was finally getting used to his new limbs, White Zetsu alerted him to the fact that Kakashi and Rin were surrounded by Kirigakure and in danger. Obito tried to punch through the wall blocking the mountain's graveyard, but ended up destroying his right arm and barely breaking the wall. Guru, wanting to help, ensure I would allow it, encased Obito with his body, which gave him the strength to break the wall. As Obito prepared to leave, he told me he had no intention of returning, but thanked me for saving his life. I in turn told him that he would return willingly and thank me truthfully. Using Guru to locate his friends, he learned that Minato was once again absent. Upon reaching the battlefield, he was shocked to see Kakashi had impaled Rin through with his Chidori, as Rin died before both of them. Their Sharingan matured into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kakashi passed out quickly afterwards. The Kirin attempted to claim Rin's body for intel. Enraged by this, Obito, experiencing a surge of rage and grief, responded by using a combination of his Kimui ability and Mokuton sprouting from his body, which resulted in the deaths of all the Kirin and ignoring Kakashi completely. With new conviction because of Rin Noara dying, Obito returned to me and agreed with my conclusion that the reality they lived in was worthless and should be destroyed. He vowed he would create a new reality where he, Rin, and Kakashi would be together again. I was pleased and told Obito the details of the Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, the secrets of the Geto Mazo, and the role Nagato would play with my Rinnegan. I would then go on to teach Obito much of his skills and knowledge. This included various kenjutsu, advanced Uchiha techniques, the Yin, Yang release, and the power of the Rinnegan. Before passing, I also created Black Zetsu by pouring my will into White Zetsu, and also left part of my will in the chakra receiver, which extends from the statue's navel. Before I disconnected myself from the demonic statue, I told Obito that until the day he was revived, he would be Madara Uchiha and must work to bring the Tsuki no Mi Kikaku, Eye of the Moon plan, to completion. I then gave Obito my remaining Sharingan. With Hashirama and Zetsu as part of his body, he quickly adapted to the transplanted eye. I cast a powerful Genjutsu on the room and used Izanagi to reattach myself to the Geto Mazo. I would also have a Zetsu clone inside me to sustain my life force when the Geto Mazo is summoned by Nagato or Obito. I plan on teaching you both what I taught Obito over the years, but I will teach you more than I did him. Madara finished. While Naruto and Kiyomi were shocked at his tale, they were grateful to the man because he would teach them, guide them to become powerful. Madara cleared his throat, indicating that he had more to say. A short time before the Kyuubi attack, I had Zetsu check to see who the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was because only an Uzumaki can be its Jinchuriki. I had a bad feeling about this, and I had previously been too immersed in my plans to realize before. Zetsu makes it back, and it turned out that Kushina Uzumaki, my daughter, was the current Jinchuriki. I couldn't do anything to stop Obito's plans. I'm too old and weak, and Zetsu is too weak and was needed. When I found out that Kushina was the Jinchuriki, and I inadvertently killed her, doomed her, I loathed myself. I vowed I'd make it right. I saw the error in my plans again. I couldn't bring either of you here until you were older. I couldn't look after babies, and there was only 3 Zetsu at the time. One keeping me alive when the Geto Mazo is absent because of that Nagato brat, Guguru, which is in the service of Obito, and the white half of the Black Zetsu. All other clones were growing or non-functional. I made plans to retrieve you both when you turned 6 and when the Zetsu clones were ready. But you made it here. Madara finished with a smile. Both Naruto and Kiyomi couldn't hold it against him. He couldn't do much after he had made his mistakes. Now let's get out of this Genjutsu and start your training. Madara trailed off. Time skipped 2.5 years. Over the past 2.5 years under their Gigi, Madara's guidance, they had both learned lots. First, Madara worked Kiyomi's training schedule up to Naruto's level, and Naruto worked his to the level of the Rokushiki Taijutsu style level, as per the scroll's instructions. Kiyomi would soon follow. By the time Kiyomi's physical abilities were up to par with Naruto's, thus the scroll's Naruto had already gotten some of the Shikatsu Miyaku, and some light Kama and Ninjato practice in. The reason Naruto didn't go ahead with the Rokushiki style is because Madara had told them it would be better to have someone to practice it with as opposed to doing it separately. With some of the Shikatsu Miyaka dances, Naruto could simply show and help Kiyomi with either Kage Bunshin or Chi Bunshin. They would be for muscle memory, but the Rokushiki, it wouldn't be effective because the clones wouldn't survive the harsh training, and thus it would just waste chakra. At least with the Kagaya dances, they could learn the katas and add the Shikatsu Miyaku to it later. All of this happened within the first 6 months. Naruto unlocked the fully mature 3-Tomo Sharingan at the 8th month mark. With the training, Kiyomi unlocked it not far after, at the 9th month mark. When Kiyomi had unlocked her fully matured Sharingan, Naruto unlocked his Mangekyo. Flashback start. Having been told about the Mangekyo and how to unlock it, Kurama had devised a way for Naruto to unlock it without the need for anyone to die. Inside the seal, she would place Naruto in her strongest Jinjutsu, unaware, and make him kill Kiyomi. After going to sleep that night, Naruto awoke again. Just as he sat up on the bed, a shadowy figure tries to kill him. He, however, uses the Shikatsumiyaku and stabs them in the heart. Light reveals that the figure is in fact Kiyomi. Naruto's face contorts into one of shock and horror. "Why Kiyomi-chan?" questioned Naruto, his voice cracking. Kiyomi smiled sadly. Because I wanted to be accepted I in the V village. Mamadurgiji said that if I killed you and G gained the Mangekyo, I would be as strong and I would be accepted and teach the village. She told him, struggling as blood was leaking out of her mouth. She coughed up a large amount of blood. Forgive me, Naruto-kun. I'm so sorry, Inai-san. I will always love you. She continued, her voice dying as she was. Her final actions were to kiss him on the forehead as he had done so often to her. He cradled her now limp body in his lap. Kiyomi, you have to get up? Come on, this isn't funny anymore. Naruto shouted at her, tears streaming down his face. Her body, however, remained still in his lap. Blood had surrounded him. Kiyomi, he tried weakly once more. It was in vain. He shouted at the top of his lungs as his rage snapped. Naruto's chakra grew even darker, and it amplified as it became stronger. His matured, three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, and tears of blood slowly leaked from his eyes, until they stopped, finally morphing into a new shape, his Mangekyo Sharingan, explained design. As his roar grew louder, his chakra grew stronger, and the world around him shook violently until cracks appeared all around and it shattered. Outside world. Madara's eyes snapped open as he felt Naruto's chakra grow more omnificent and stronger. What the hell is happening to the boy? He questioned to himself, hobbling his way over to his grandkid's bed. This chakra, it's incredible. He trailed off as it still grew stronger. He noticed blood coming from Naruto's eyes and had an inkling as to what was happening, but wondered how it was possible. Seal with Naruto. Having just achieved the 4th level of the fabled Sharingan, Naruto was utterly exhausted. He peered over to Kurama-chan and grinned. I hope that what was in that Jinjutsu never ever happens. It was horrible. Naruto spoke, quietly shivering at the thought. But thanks a bunch, Kurama-chan. With this I can protect Kiyomi-chan and myself better. He beamed, smiling brightly again. Of course, Naruto-kun. I'm always happy to help. Kurama spoke with a light blush dusting her cheeks, stressing the word always. Naruto dropped his grin into a small smile. Well, I'm exhausted. I'm going to go to bed. Night, Kurama-chan. Naruto said as he walked over and hugged her. Kurama's blush darkened. Good night, Naruto-kun, she replied. With that, Naruto exited his mindscape and was in the bed with Kiyomi next to him, still asleep. When Madara saw Naruto's eyes snap open, he saw it. The Mangekyo. Naruto felt something wet down his face and wiped it. It was blood. So, you've unlocked it, the Mangekyo, Madara stated. Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin and grumbled something about damn old geezers. Yeah, I'll tell both you and Kiyomi about it tomorrow. Is that all right? He questioned his Gigi. Madara nodded his head. Very well. Rest would do you good after unlocking it. Good night, Naruto. He finished softly. Naruto yawned and shut his eyes. Good night, Gigi, he replied. Madara would start to train him in the Mangekyo Sharingan tomorrow. Right now he was tired and needed rest. Before Naruto knew it, morning came. He woke up to Kiyomi gently shaking him. Naruto-kun, wake up, on board. What was it you did last night? Gigi wouldn't tell me yet, she asked curiously, pouting. Naruto's eyes flew open. Oh, I got my Sharingan to the next level, the Mangekyo. We'll get yours there too, but you need to practice your 3-tomo first. Well, let's get to that, Kiyomi retorted. Naruto nodded his head along with Madara. We will. Madara. Gigi will help too, Naruto said as Madara nodded again. He wanted Kiyomi to unlock it too. Flashback end. When Naruto unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan, he quickly found his 4th jutsu, Kamui, to be his favorite. He could literally walk through walls or just teleport to places. Suddenly, he found getting certain things in jutsu became a whole lot easier. He could steal anything, and there was no evidence. He could assassinate anybody with ease. He wouldn't abuse or become reliant on it, though. It would be foolish. About a month after Kiyomi had unlocked her 3-tomo Sharingan, she had been drawn into her seal. Apparently, the Yin half of Kurama had finally reformed. With the special link the two Kuramas shared, being one and the same, Yang Kurama told Yin Kurama to unlock Kiyomi's Mangekyo in the same manner as Naruto's. She did. Kiyomi had quiet, powerful chakra. It wasn't as potent or ominous as Naruto's, but it was extremely close to it. With little time, Kiyomi also rather liked her fourth jutsu. Sure, she couldn't walk through walls or become intangible. She could, however, control someone. The Kodo Amatsukami was an incredibly useful dojutsu. It puts a powerful, yet subtle mind-controlling jinjutsu on the target. With the help of her Uzumaki and Senju lineage, not to mention Kurama's chakra, she could use it once a week. While these same three factors, the DNA and Kurama's chakra, would temporarily sate the blindness, when they mastered the 4 Mangekyo Dojutsu abilities Madara recommended to transplant their eyes to each other. To trade eyes. Not only would it permanently stop the blindness, it would also strengthen the eyes. Along with that, the abilities of the original eyes merge with the new eyes, hence the new pattern that is both eye patterns. This would grant them access to all 5 Mangekyo abilities. The Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo, Kamui, and Kodo Amatsukami. The twins would then have to teach each other their own respective dojutsu. Naruto would teach Kiyomi the Kamui, while she would teach Naruto the Kodo Amatsukami. Trading eyes was several years down the track, though. They had to master what they had first. When they had both activated the Mangekyo, Madara had to master the 3-tomo Sharingan before working with the Mangekyo, the Rokushiki, the Shikatsumiaka dances, and had drilled gunbai training into both of them. Naruto received training for a ninjato, katana, and kama-tu. Kiyomi received training for the ninjato and chikudo. It was grueling training for the both of them, but it was worth it. They would need a few more years to completely master all of the training, but they had mastered the 3-tomo Sharingan and gotten far in the other aspects of training. Currently, Naruto was about to head out to the village to save Mikoto-chan and Sayuri from the coup d'etat. Kiyomi was staying to continue training with Madara while Naruto took care of it. She was confident in his abilities, so she didn't question his or Madara's judgment. He'd be fine. It might seem ludicrous that Naruto would know about the coup, but his studying in Fuinjutsu was paying off too. A little after finding Madara, Naruto had a Chi Bunshin put communication seals in the Hokage's office in order to listen into anything that was a danger to Kiyomi or himself, events going on around the village or the elemental nations in general, especially anything the old goat was plotting. A few weeks back, he had heard something interesting. The Uchiha are planning a coup d'etat, and if the old goat Sandame couldn't get it settled in peace, then Itachi was to eliminate the entire clan. Itachi, however, stated that if it were to come to that, he got to spare his Ototo, Sayuri. He had to say Ototo, no one outside of Mikoto, Fugaku, Sayuri, Naruto, Kiyomi, and he knew that Sasuke was actually a girl. The Sandame, Danzo, and the advisors, Hamura and Koharu, reluctantly agreed. Naruto was indifferent to this information, bar his Kachan's best friend Mikoto-chan and Sayuri. Most of the Uchiha hated Kiyomi and himself. He would save both females, no matter what. After a Chi Bunshin consulted Mikoto about it, he found out that she was against the planned coup. She didn't particularly like the clan. It was full of arrogance, and most relied heavily upon the Sharingan, if they unlocked it at all. She was an elite jonin once. She was even in the Yanbu for a little while, and then the clan dragged her down, forcing her to marry Fugaku. She didn't love the man. She didn't particularly like him either. They tolerated each other for the good of the clan. She knew he had whores on the side. He didn't really try to touch her, not that she'd ever let him. She dearly loved her children, though, Itachi and Sasuke. Sasuke is actually her daughter, Sayuri. This is one of the things she hates about Fugaku. He was embarrassed about having a daughter, so he put a jinjutsu around her to make her a boy. The one upside to this is that she wouldn't have to be married off like she was. If she was, then heads would roll. Mikoto had told him that she would have to die in the massacre, otherwise she could be used as breeding stock. Same said for Sayuri remaining as Sasuke around the village. It would be easy to fake Mikoto's death. He'd just get a Zetsu clone to morph into her. A week later, a Zetsu clone that was spying on Danzo found him talking to Itachi about the coup, saying that he has to kill everyone for the good of the village. Naruto was disgusted by this, but can understand Itachi. He grew up in war, and he became a pacifist. But Danzo is manipulating him into doing it when only the people involved in the coup need to die, not all of them, certainly not the children. Just as Naruto was about to Kimui to Konoha, he has a distant memory of their 6th birthday, while how Kiyomi and his Chi Bunshin spent it. It was one of the reasons he was going to save them. Flashback start, 6th birthday Uchiha compound. Upon entering the Uchiha clan head's house following after Mikoto and Sayuri, Kiyomi and he were greeted by Sayuri's father, Mikoto's husband Fugaku Uchiha. "Hello, Kiyomi-san," Naruto-san. "I hope you won't be too much trouble here. I'll be busy with clan business, but I trust you'll both be well-behaved," he said with indifference. "Hi, Fugaku-san," both Naruto and Kiyomi chimed. "That's Uchiha-sama to you," Fugaku stated firmly. Mikoto glared at the man, but didn't say anything. "HN," Naruto grunted in reply. Fugaku was too shocked to do anything. Naruto just used the famous Uchiha, HN, in the perfect way. Maybe the children weren't so bad. He just nodded his head stupidly, with grudging respect at how well Naruto used the Uchiha tradition. Breaking out of his stupor, he trotted off to his study to busy himself with clan affairs. Mikoto, Sayuri, and Kiyomi giggled lightly at how Naruto's HN put Fugaku in his place. They headed to have their picnic outside. Flashback end. With even more determination, Naruto steeled himself for the confrontation. "By Gigi, Kiyomi-chan. See you soon," he said. Upon receiving 2 farewells in response, he took a deep breath before using Kimui to disappear into a black vortex which originated from his right eye. Konoha, Uchiha compound, Uchiha massacre. "Are you ready, Itachi?" the masked man, Madara, questioned. Itachi hesitated for a second before replying in a cold, monotone voice. "Hi, Madara-senpai." "Good, let's start." With those last words, the slaughter, which would be dubbed the Uchiha massacre, began. Blood was everywhere. It covered the walls, buildings, and streets. "Why are you doing this, Itachi?" questioned one of the elders, barely rasping it out after being impaled through the stomach. If Itachi answered, it wouldn't matter. He only had about 20 seconds of life left. Itachi lopped off his head. Upon finally reaching his house with his side of the entire Uchiha estate eliminated, he got to the hardest part, killing his parents. He entered the house, silently walking in through it, covered in his ANBU armor with only minor blood splattered across it. His parents were both waiting for him, kneeling and smiling at him. "So it's this way, Itachi, you joined their side?" Fugaku started. Itachi stared somberly and tried to reply. "Ka-san, Tu-san, I," only to be interrupted by Mikoto. "We know, Itachi." Fugaku picked up again. "Itachi, promise me that you'll look after Sayuri," using his daughter's real name for once. Itachi's eyes started to water, tears fell. "I know," he replied somberly. "Don't hesitate, it's the path you chose. Our pain will only last an instant, unlike yours. The way we think is different, but I'm still proud of you," Fugaku stated. Itachi raised his katana to finish the deed, tears streaming freely down his face. His Kase Mikoto and Tusen Fugaku both braced themselves for their demise, closing their eyes. Itachi swung down the blade, was just about to reach Fugaku when clang. The sound of Itachi's katana being blocked rung throughout the house. Itachi looked on in shock, unable to believe his eyes. You're. Upon hearing the sound of their would-be killer's blade being blocked and a shocked voice of you're. Wait a minute. That was Itachi's shocked voice. Just what the hell was going on? Both Fugaku's and Mikoto's eyes flew open to try and figure what was going on. "Naruto-kun?" was Mikoto's shocked yell. "Uzumaki-san?" questioned Fugaku, also in shock, struggling to keep his emotions in check. There, right before their eyes, was one Uzumaki Naruto, blocking Itachi's katana with a bone sword. "I'm sorry, Itachi-san, however, I will not allow you to kill Mikoto-chan," Naruto stated in a monotone, although yelling the last part. The statement was backed up with a fully matured, three-tomo Sharingan glare. All of the current occupants were shocked at the Sharingan in Naruto's eyes. Sharingan, Fugaku whispered questioningly. After a small duel with Itachi that Naruto was gradually winning, a black swirl was made known in the middle of the room. An orange-masked man appeared in the room, coming from said vortex. Not finished, Itachi, the man questioned in a deep, ominous voice. Mamadara, spoke Itachi aloud. Fugaku's eyes widened. I am possible, he shouted with fear and alarm. Is it? The masked man queried mockingly. Please, Naruto started, drawing everyone's attention. You're not Madara. The Kyuubi said you don't have Madara's chakra. You do, however, have the same chakra as the douche that controlled it into attacking 8 years ago. Everyone was shocked. You're also the one that killed my Kaa-chan. Naruto snarled. He moved his hand and aimed at Madara. Teshi Sundan, 10-finger drilling bullets. Naruto said calmly. The bones went through the masked man. He had become intangible, a skill Naruto knows all too well. The Shikatsumiata, the masked man half-asked, half-questioned. Kamui, so you have the Mangekyo. Naruto stated. How do you know that name? Asked the masked man dangerously. In reply, Naruto's own Mangekyo Sharingan flew to life. Amaterasu, shouted Naruto. A trail of blood came from his left eyes where the black flames spawned from. All of the people present were shocked. An 8-year-old had the fabled Mangekyo Sharingan. Argh, the masked man hissed in pain as he stumbled out of the room. I find that Kamui comes in handy every so often. Naruto spoke, answering the previous question. Thump. Spinning around, Naruto saw that Obito had killed Fugaku. Itachi, let's go. We cannot afford to kill the Jinchuriki. He spoke deeply and in a tone of authority. Itachi nodded. Obito then turned to Naruto. Farewell, Naruto. We'll meet again, he said, his words holding promise. With that, the masked Obito used Kamui and disappeared in a black vortex. Naruto sighed in relief. He honestly couldn't hope to match Obito at this point. He was lucky that he knew that Obito couldn't afford to kill him. Not until the time when he could safely extract Kurama. Itachi faced Naruto. I don't think I can kill Ka-san with you here, Naruto-kun. He was about to speak more, but was interrupted. Aniki, what's going on? Why is everyone dead? And why are you covered in blood? Sayuri questioned, tears in her eyes. Itachi was about to say something, but was interrupted again. Go, Itachi. I'll explain it to her. It was Mikoto this time. She had a sad smile. It didn't have to be this way, Itachi. Danzo was just using you because you're a pacifist. It only had to be the leaders, and the rest would have fallen. He could have at least let you spare the children and elder. Naruto trailed off. Itachi gave him a sad look. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Please protect them. Ka-san and Amato where I have failed. Naruto nodded. I will. I'll protect them with my life. You have my word, no one will harm them. He spoke lowly and dangerously. Itachi shot him a thankful smile on his usual stoic face. I'm sorry, Ka-san. He received her same happy smile. It was a touch sadder than normal. I'm sorry, foolish Amato. He said sadly, poking her forehead with his fingers. With that, Itachi was gone. Mikoto looked at his retreating figure in sadness. She looked to a teary-eyed Sayuri and sighed softly. She'd have to tell her. I have to go, Mikoto-chan. Sayuri, before I do, I must do something. Before their eyes, a Zetsu clone sprouted from Naruto's body. Zetsu, please transform into Mikoto. Naruto ordered, pointing to the older of the two females. Hi. The clone answered, touching Mikoto. Just like that, the clone became a carbon copy of Mikoto, down to the slightest detail. With that done, Naruto stabbed it through the heart with his bone sword. The deed was done. Mikoto's death was faked, and she and Sayuri were safe from the village and making them breeding stock. You can't go into the village now, Mikoto-chan. You're dead, and if they find out, you'll be breeding stock, much like the Sandame is planning for Kiyomi when she is of age, all according to Yandame team's plan. Naruto snorted. It wasn't going to happen. Mikoto gave a disgusted look. Very well. Thank you for everything, Naruto-kun, she said, bending down and giving him a kiss on the forehead. Naruto lightly blushed before composing himself, only to be tackled and hugged by Sayuri. Thanks, Naruto-kun. she said. Naruto smiled at her. That's fine, Sayuri-chan, he said. She smiled brightly, and her cheeks tinted pink. I have to go now. Makoto-chan, you should hide somewhere. Ambi, you are bound to be on their way. Makoto nodded, thankful again. Goodbye, was the last thing Naruto said as he disappeared in the same manner as the masked man in a black vortex. Chapter 05, Graduation. Time skip 5 years. Naruto and Kiyomi were now both 12 years old. They had learned a lot from Madara in the total 7.5-year span. Shortly after returning from the Uchiha massacre, Madara had both Naruto and Kiyomi hooked up to the Geto Mazo. Because one of the Jubi's forms was the Shinju, Madara saw reason enough that it had the potential to force the Mokuton Kekkei Genkai of the Senju, Hashirama, to awaken. He had 3 vine-like cords attached to himself from the Geto Mazo, so it was not unreasonable. Add to the fact that he cultivated the Hashirama clone and the Zetsu from Hashirama's DNA and the Geto Mazo. If it could help grow Hashirama's DNS, specifically the Mokuton, why could it not force other Senju to awaken the latent ability? It was worth a shot. Miraculously enough, when one of the cords was nearing both Naruto's and Kiyomi's neck, a short protrusion of the same vine-like substance came from their neck and connected to the Mazo. The Mokuton was successfully forcefully awoken. Whilst connected to the statue, Madara had them both practice basic Mokuton skills because of the affinity boost from the Jubi's body. During all of the years of training in Fuinjutsu with the Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu, and the utilization of the memory filter seal from the Uzumaki clan's mask storage temple, he was an Uzumaki Fuinjutsu master of the highest level. Kiyomi was one as well, and of the same level too, from utilizing the same method as Naruto. For that very reason, near nothing was impossible for them to do with Fuinjutsu. After mastering sealing to a level 10 Uzumaki Seal Master, which is the highest level of Seal Master in existence, Naruto started out sketches and drafts of the seal he wanted to create that would defy logic. Speed time dramatically within a perimeter of the seals. But the speed of movement and such would still be normal paced, not in slow motion or sped up. On the Uzumaki Seal Master scale, Jiraiya was approximately at level 2, while Minato was level 3, his mother was a level 6, Mito Senju, and formerly Uzumaki was level 7. He and Kiyomi had done what possibly hadn't been done in the history of the Uzumaki clan. So creating this seal shouldn't be too difficult. He had it all planned out now, he could see it. Step 1. Create 200 Kage Bunshin and work on seal. Step 2. Keep refining ideas by dispel 20 clones at a time over 5 to 10 minutes. But keep majority of the clones working with the exception of overnight. The seal should be done with 4 to 12 months. He wasn't sure, it was hard to estimate. He was a few months away from starting work on it though. With the help of Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto and Kiyomi easily mastered their preferred weapons. Naruto had his own gunbai created from the highest of quality materials. It replicated Madara's perfectly. Along with the gunbai, he had a jagged edge, chakra-conducting katana made. The blade was black because of the highest of quality chakra-conducting metal he had used. The hilt was crafted from gold and wrapped in blood-red bandages. He enforced the blade with seals to make it unbreakable. His pride wouldn't allow any less. The weapon had to be worthy of the master after all. He also kept Madara's Kama that he found in the hidden cave at the Valley of the End. Each weapon of choice was mastered through hours worth of time with the Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu. Kiyomi received Madara's own gunbai to use. Along with the weapons that Naruto had made, she had a Chikudo made for her. The Chikudo was made from the same chakra-conducting metal as Naruto, making the blade a beautiful black color. The hilt was silver. It, like Naruto's, had bandages wrapped around the hilt, only a sea blue in color. While she could use all of the weapons like Naruto because of the Tajukage Bunshin no Jutsu, she favored the Chikudo and gunbai. They seemed to best suit her. Madara transplanted Naruto's eyes to Kiyomi and vice versa when they had only 6 months of time with him left. While they could have waited longer because they weren't going blind, Madara wanted them to grasp the power increase that came with the Eternal Mangekyo. It would also make it so they never had to worry about their eyes deteriorating in the heat of battle. That would be dangerous and could be avoided if they got the transplant over with. They didn't do it when they first unlocked the Mangekyo because they had to be sufficient in their own abilities before they could learn each other's with the transplant. It would make it simpler too. They had just returned to the village. It was late or extremely early at 1 a.m. After 4 long years of absence, they had returned, not that anyone knew they were gone. Come, Kiyomi-chan, we must visit the Naka Shrine. I want to see what exactly is written on this tablet. See if it can guide us towards the peace Madara and the Uzumaki clan wanted, whether we have to bring pain to the people or force everyone to kneel before us. It shall be done. Naruto spoke to his Amato, who nodded in agreement. Hi Naruto-kun, let's go. Naka Shrine. Both Naruto and Kiyomi stood side by side with their respective Eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan activated. They stood enthralled by the tablet. It had so much information and everything was exactly as Madara had said. The Jubi, its other form, the Shinju, the Sennin, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Everything was there. When he had finished reading, Naruto had formulated his hypothesis for peace. You needed both power and love. The elemental nations at this point are corrupt. He needs to kill off all of the daimyos of the ninja villages and take charge of them all. After all, why the fuck are civilians in charge of shinobi? It's mind-boggling. They don't know war or pain and have never been in bad situations. They just sit in their mansions and have their riches and wealth. He'd also kill any corrupt ones in charge of civilian areas, such as Yuki no Kuni. After that, he would assign his trusted followers as daimyo to rule the lands. He needed godlike abilities to fight the ninja world and bring it to its knees and use that power to bring peace. Unite the world under the flag of Uzushiogakure. He planned to rebuild that at some point. It was only natural to put it all under that name. The other lands would keep their names but be sub-villages. It'd be Kumogakure of Uzushiogakure. After that, he could monitor each village and kill any traitors or corrupt persons. That would be the loving support to the villages. The only way to get enormous godlike power is to recreate the Biju's progenitor, the Jubi, and become its Jinchuriki. He had a simple but complex idea to resurrect the Jubi and keep his Jinchuriki siblings and other Biju alive as well. Create a Biju chakra storage seal and seal a single tael's worth of each Biju, half in Shikaka's case. Bide his time for the Biju to recover their respective chakra. From there, have the Jinchuriki channel the Biju's chakra into the Geto Mazo directly or into the same storage seal, then transfer it to the Jubi. If all went according to plan, the Jinchuriki would all live, and he could unseal Kurama-chan's in half and reseal that half into Kiyomi, completing Kurama and become the Jubi's Jinchuriki to survive. He would then proceed to bring peace to the elemental nations, to be named the Uzushiogakure nations. He nodded to himself. It was a good plan. Sure, it seemed like he was an insane madman, but was uniting all people under one banner the same affiliation really that bad? There would be no need for wars. Everyone would have the same affiliation. Interesting. In about 4 or 5 years' time, it'll be a millennia since the Shinju bore the millennia fruit. So it shall sprout again, huh? Naruto stated, intrigued by this. That is interesting, isn't Naruto-kun? Kiyomi said in agreement. I like it. The power of the Jubi's Jinchuriki, as well as eating its fruit, that has never been done. Only both powers separate. First, the millennial fruit to Kagaya, and then the Shodai Jubi Jinchuriki, Hagoromo. If both of these powers were to work in conjunction with each other, especially if one person were to obtain both powers, it would bring forth unfathomable power. Naruto said with a manic grin. He would become a god. Yes, it would. Kiyomi muttered in agreement. A slight sweat drop was at the back of her head because of Naruto's excitement. Kiyomi, if we want to always have the upper hand on Konoha, you know what we must do. Naruto trailed off. At Kiyomi's negative, he continued. We must obtain all of the scrolls with clan secrets with the aid of Kamui. It is a simple task. Will you do this with me? He questioned. Of course, Naruto-kun. When will we be making copies of the scrolls? She replied. Naruto shrugged. In time. For now, we will just go to the locations of the scrolls and information and have it memorized with the Sharingan. From there, we can freely write our own scrolls if need be. Kiyomi nodded at Naruto's reasoning. We head out now then? She asked. Hi. It shouldn't take more than a few hours. We'll be back before long. Good luck, Kiyomi. I'll see you soon, Naruto said before both children used the Kamui to warp to their targeted locations. It had begun. Time skip 3 hours later. So, do you have your assigned clan scrolls recorded with the Sharingan? Naruto questioned Kiyomi, both having just got back home from their self-appointed mission. Kiyomi nodded before replying. Hi, Naruto-kun. Very good. Now that missing mean camp that was in Hino Kuni causing trouble, we should go take care of it swiftly. I believe there are 2 S-rank missing mean. The other 28 are between C rank and A rank. Naruto told her. But Naruto-kun, our chakra and bodies still haven't recuperated from the last of Madara Gisama's training. Along with the fact that we haven't had a decent resting period in months, we never had the time. Are you sure we should go out now? Kiyomi asked in concern. Naruto just nodded. We will be fine, Kiyomi-chan, I promise, replied Naruto, trying to comfort her. Kiyomi sighed. All right then, are we leaving immediately? Kiyomi questioned. Her answer was another nod. We shall Kamui outside of Konoha then travel on foot. It should only be about 40 minutes of travel. Naruto told Kiyomi. All right, let's leave now then, Kiyomi said to Naruto. A black vortex emanated from both children's right 3 Tomo Sharingan eye and engulfed them. A little ways away from the large gates of Konohagakure, another black vortex appeared, and Kiyomi and Naruto stepped out. Let's go, Naruto said. Hi, was Kiyomi's reply as both children sped off. Outside Missing Mean Camp. After 40 minutes of tree jumping, both Naruto and Kiyomi arrived at the Missing Mean Camp. They were hidden in the trees some distance away in order to not get detected. There are only 2 S ranks, 2 A ranks, for C ranks, and the rest are just bandits. Naruto mused aloud. It seems the information was misleading. No matter, it just means an easier time clearing out the trash. Naruto continued. Kiyomi nodded her head before replying. Hi, we get 1 A and S rank each, 2 C rank each, and 11 bandits each, right Naruto-kun? She questioned. Hi, let's move. Take out the bandits first, then engage the C ranks, then A ranks, followed by the S ranks. Take out the fodder first, Naruto said. Hi, Kiyomi muttered in acknowledgement. Move out, Naruto ordered, and they scattered. Naruto gathered a single shuriken in between his fingers and flicked it towards one of the groups of bandits. The groups, funnily enough, were split exactly how they were targeting them. It seemed as though they had groups, and the S ranks were in charge of them. How convenient. It's like they were just waiting for us to wipe them from the face of the earth, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto channeled his chakra as he sped through hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto muttered quietly and watched as the single turned 50 shuriken flew towards the unsuspecting bandits. With perfect accuracy, all 11 of Naruto's bandits were killed. Shuriken littered throughout their bodies. All of the shinobi blocked any that flew towards them. However, it was to be expected. He didn't expect it to kill any of the shinobi. Let's dance, Naruto stated in a monotone as he channeled chakra to the seal on his wrist and watched in satisfaction as a familiar kama appeared in his hand. There was no puff of smoke. It would be distracting if in the battle smoke obscured his vision after all. Soru, shave, he muttered and disappeared from the view of the C and A rank shinobi and appeared in front of one of the C ranks, giving him a brutal frontal kick to the stomach, sending him away. Naruto swiped his kama at the other C rank, who managed to dodge by the skin of his teeth. You sure you want to do that, boy? The unnamed shinobi who dodged his kama swipe taunted, a voice filled with arrogance. His answer said kama impaled through his skull. Arrogance is unbecoming of trash, Naruto stated, shaking his head. He ripped the kama from the shinobi's head with a squelch and didn't bat an eyelash as the body fell to the ground, dead. Shall we continue this dance? Naruto questioned the others. He turned, facing the recovering shinobi he kicked. He would be the next victim. Kiyomi eyed her group of bandits and missing Nin. Shouldn't be too difficult, she mused. Soru, shave, Kiyomi muttered as she appeared in between the circle of bandits. The missing Nin were on the outermost part. Sharingan, finger gun, rung through the area as Kiyomi used her index finger to pierce the heart of the first bandit. He coughed up blood before she kicked his body away and backflipped in the air. Kiyomi did a mid-flip roundhouse kick brutally, catching one of the bandits in the face, crushing his nose and killing him with the strength behind the kick. Jeppo, moon step, Kiyomi said as she kicked off of the air itself and hurtled towards another bandit. She utilized the Shikatsumiyaku to sprout a dagger-like bone from the underside of her wrist. Squelch. Kiyomi stabbed the man through the jugular and retracted the bone. The body dropped to the ground lifelessly. The remaining 9 bandits all shook in fear, all wondering what the hell was happening. They saw a girl standing there as Toma's body dropped lifelessly. "Toma, you bitch," one of them shouted as he charged at the girl, sword drawn. He swung down and hoped of ending the girl, only for it all to go wrong. Kiyomi stood there calmly and watched as the blade descended on her. She raised her hand and wrapped it around the blade, halting it in its tracks. The bandit didn't have the strength behind him to continue his assault. Kiyomi clenched her fist and watched as the cheap, shitty blade shattered. Upon seeing the action, the bandit staggered back in shock and horror. Teshi Sendan. 10-finger drilling bullets. Kiyomi spoke in monotone as she aimed her index finger at the man. The fingertips bone flew through the air and went straight through the bandit's head. A trail of blood leaked from the hole before his body fell backwards and hit the floor. The other bandits were frightened but decided to all charge together. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr and jumped into the air. Maneuvering in the air, she sprung off one's face and blood gushed from it as the body flew and hit the ground below her. Rankyaku, storm leg. Kiyomi shouted the technique's name as she kicked the air. A literal blade of compressed air was produced and sliced 4 bandits in half. Blood and guts spilled from the mutilated remains. Kiyomi landed on the stunned bandit on the ground and stabbed him with the same dagger-like bone protrusion she used before. One of the last 3 swung his sword in desperation. Kiyomi, however, redirected the blow and he ended up decapitating himself. Kiyomi took out a single kunai and sent it sailing towards one. It impaled the man's head. She turned to the last bandit, who was shaking in his spot. "Boo," she spoke aloud. He screamed like a little bitch. "Tobu Sharingan, Bachi, flying finger gun, plectrum," Kiyomi announced as a sharp, compressed air bullet shot from her finger. It pierced the bandits through the heart, and the body dropped to the ground. Blood pooled around the now deceased man. She turned and faced the group of missing nin. The battle was just beginning. "Naruto." "Soru, shave," Naruto said aloud, and he immediately appeared by the last C-rank's side. Naruto grasped the man's leg and hurled him off the ground, straight head first into the ground again. The man groaned in pain. Naruto then threw the body at one of the S-rank shinobi. His name was Shiro if he remembered correctly from the bingo book. Not that he bothered trying to remember Trash's names. Shiro kicked the other nameless man to the side. Naruto raised a brow. "You don't care for your comrades?" he questioned. Shiro gave a dark chuckle. "Kakuku, why should I?" he shouted. Naruto shrugged in response before sealing his kama. Facing the B-rank shinobi, Naruto sped through several hand seals. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique," he announced as a large fireball was spewed from his mouth and soared towards his B-rank opponent. The A-rank shinobi tried to capitalize on Naruto's concentration by attacking him. He dashed forward and brought a tanto down on Naruto's body. In response, Naruto grabbed the katana off of his back and parried the blow. "So you all want to dance at once?" he questioned before continuing. "Very well." Naruto started slashing like a possessed madman. The strength behind his strikes was unreal. The A-rank shinobi managed to block and parry the blows if barely. Naruto suddenly rolled to the right, dodging a jutsu that was thrown at him by the B-rank. It was a Suite-un ninjutsu. The A-rank opponent capitalized on his dodge by charging back and going for a slash at Naruto's chest. "Tekai, Iron Mass," was shouted before the sword was deflected from Naruto's bare flesh. Kuro couldn't believe it. What was this child? Naruto, however, did make use of the failed attempt by grabbing his opponent's wrist in an iron grip. He threw his katana in the air. Sharingan, Orin, finger gun, Yellow Lotus. Naruto struck like lightning. rapidly piercing the man's body with his figure. Instead of blood, the body melted away in mud. Doton, Kage Bunshin. Earth release, shadow clone. Naruto started muttering. Figures. He finished as he caught the katana again. Jeppo. Moonstep. Naruto whispered as he kicked the ground. He soared into the air. As soon as he had left the ground, Kuro burst from the ground. Trying to take advantage of Naruto's immobility, the B-rank shinobi threw several kunai at him. Naruto gingerly snatched the first one before swiftly deflecting the rest and dropping the one he caught. Damn brat, the shinobi muttered annoyed. This brat may just kill you. Naruto whispered into the man's ear. The Naruto in the air disappeared in a small puff of smoke. Kage Bunshin, he whispered. Naruto swung his katana an arc, and the head fell from the body. The decapitated body squirted blood from the neck before it fell to its knees and forward. Naruto faced the A-rank, Kuro. Let's finish this. Naruto spoke in monotone to the man who nodded in agreement. They both charged each other, starting a kenjutsu match. Shiro watched on with a grin. Naruto parried a desperate swing. He took advantage of the man staggering back by harshly kicking his knee, breaking it, and making the man cry out in pain. Naruto then channeled his futon chakra through his katana. It emanated a clear color, and Naruto swung at the man. Kuro put his all into trying to parry it. His blade, however, was sliced in two. He leapt back and away from Naruto, gaining some distance, and sped through multiple hand seals. Naruto, with his Sharingan, however, knew what attack was coming and countered with doing his own hand seals for a jutsu. They finished at the same time. Katan, Karyu, Enden. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Kuro shouted in desperation and spewed forward a large fire dragon, which soared towards Naruto. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Water release, Water Formation Wall. Naruto announced, spewing forth an enormous amount of water which formed a water wall around him, protecting him from the enemy's assault. As soon as he had finished the hand seals, he started doing the next set at an even more rapid pace. They were a mere blur. Suetun, Suikoden no Jutsu. Water release, Water Shark Bullet Technique. Naruto whispered as the shark burst through the water wall and straight into where he could see Kuro was with his Sharingan. The jutsu collided with him. When all of the steam cleared, Naruto saw Kuro's bloody and battered body slumped against a tree. It was obvious he was dead. He turned and faced his final opponent, Shiro. I guess it's time for us to finish this dance now? Naruto questioned, his Sharingan spinning. Shiro grinned. You bet, brat. Kiyomi. Kiyomi went through the boar and tiger hand signs. Doton, Yomi Numa. Earth release, Swamp of the Underworld. She exclaimed, touching the ground with both hands. A large pool of mud formed under the duo, successfully catching the two Sharingan shinobi off guard. They both desperately tried to escape their prison, but it proved in vain. Kiyomi went through several more hand seals. Hijitsu Sensatsu Susho. Secret Jutsu, 1,000 Flying Water Needles of Death. She announced and stomped the ground as an enormous amount of water needles materialized in the air. Not a second later, they launched forward at the trapped C-rank duo. Their bodies were littered with holes as blood poured from the wounds. They were dead in seconds. The B-rank shinobi appeared behind her and stabbed her in the back with a kunai. He smirked cockily. Haha, shouldn't have attacked us, brat, but you're dead now. He exclaimed with a grin, full confident in his victory. He felt something wet hit his feet. He looked down and saw water pooling at his feet. Huh? He questioned aloud. As soon as he did, the Kiyomi in front of him dispersed in a puddle of water. Mizu Bunshin, water clone. Shit, he roared. A hand burst from the ground, wrapped around the man's ankle, pulling him under the ground up to his neck. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique. Kiyomi said in his face. You're pitiful. How did you even become a B-rank shinobi in the bingo book? She mocked him aloud, angering the man further. Why, you little bitch, he roared, saliva flying from his mouth. Kiyomi's face distorted into one of disgust as she whipped the spit from her face. An angry enemy is a dead enemy, she proclaimed as she moved her hand to the side of his head. She moved closer and whispered in his ear. Sharingan. Finger gun. The man's body fell limp, his head bowed in eternal rest. Kiyomi stood back up and looked at the A-rank missing nin. Kenji. Kiyomi muttered his name, some no-name missing nin from some backwash village. What was it even called again? She shrugged. It wasn't important. Let's dance. Kiyomi told him in a monotone, her three-tomo Sharingan flaring to life. The man smirked at her before going through some hand seals. She went through some of her own before reaching into her shuriken pouch for shuriken. Katan. Hozinka no Jutsu. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Kenji said. A volley of small fireballs flew from his mouth. Katan. Hozinka Sumabini. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Kiyomi muttered the jutsu name and watched on impassively as it met Kenji's. Both volleys of small fireballs met and clashed, creating a small screen of smoke. Kiyomi's shuriken that were hidden in her fireballs flew out toward Kenji, who parried them all with his own kunai. Kiyomi rushed forward to engage the man in taijutsu. She threw a right hook that was dodged. She flipped into the air and aimed an axe kick at the man. He went to grab her leg as she was coming down. The man, however, regretted his decision as she proclaimed her own taijutsu move. Kamisori, Razor, Kiyomi announced as she darted to the left and out of the man's reach. Landing on the ground gracefully, she muttered her next technique's name. Soru. Shave. With that, Kiyomi appeared in front of the stunned man. He didn't have time to dodge or react to her next attack. Jugon. Stern beast. Kiyomi shouted as she landed one punch to the A-rank shinobi's unprotected gut. He immediately coughed up blood and staggered backwards, gasping for breath. Kiyomi, however, didn't give the criminal any time to recover. Sharingan, Fibu, Finger Gun, 5, Kiyomi announced as her entire left hand pierced into the man's heart. He fell limp, and she ripped out her hand with a sickening squelch. She laid her now deceased opponent on the ground before turning to her S-rank enemy. Shall we begin? Hachi, she inquired. The male just grunted. Let's. Naruto. Naruto blurred through a vast amount of hand seals. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Naruto shouted as a giant water dragon rose from the water that was the water wall. Attack. It roared as it sped toward Shiro. The man used the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique, and appeared several feet away from the devastating attack. He grinned at Naruto before he unleashed a bunch of shuriken at him. Naruto slowly released one of his upper arm bones from his left shoulder before he sprang into action. Tsubaki no Mai. Dance of the Camellia. Naruto announced the name of the second of the Shikatsu Miyaku's 5 dances and with great precision deflected, as well as slice all of the shuriken in half. It's no use. This bone is harder than steel, Naruto warned. Shiro didn't listen and charged ahead. Naruto waited as the man charged at him, and when the man came within distance, Naruto flipped into the air and jabbed at the man. Shiro tried to punch Naruto, but he blocked it and jabbed at Shiro again. Naruto rapidly stabbed the bone sword at the man as he maneuvered around him. The small bone sword moved with such speed that it seemed to project. Shiro was slowly losing track of Naruto as small slashes slowly littered his body. All of Naruto's movements seemed to have an afterimage, and he was losing and getting aggravated. Arg! He cried in pain as the blade was jabbed through his hand. It narrowly missed his head as he just angled the shot away from his face. The small break in the dance caused the blood pouring from Shiro's wounds to become visible. Naruto gave a sideways kick that caught the man in the stomach, and he flew through the air. Naruto hurled the bone sword, and it pinned Shiro to a tree about a foot off of the ground. Soru, shave, Naruto shouted and appeared in front of the now pinned Shiro. Both of Naruto's arms were stretched out, one on top of the other and touching Shiro's heart. Rokugan, 6 King Gun, Naruto announced, and the effect was immediate. The pure strength behind the devastating taijutsu technique literally caved in Shiro's chest in a show of brutality. Part of the man's spine was blown out of his back, and the tree that he was pinned to snapped clean in half. It was hurled back a good 20 feet. Naruto breathed in and out deeply. The area was in total silence. Kiyomi. Hachi charged straight towards Kiyomi, whom grew bones from the bottom of her wrists, her elbows, and above her knees. Yanagi no Mai. Dance of the Willow. Kiyomi announced the first of the 5 dances as she prepared to strike. As the man neared her, Kiyomi ducked and span as she tried to cut Hachi with the sword-like protrusions from her elbows. Hachi, however, was able to dodge. In retaliation, Kiyomi jumped into the air and spun, viscously slashing Hachi with her knee bones. Kiyomi landed gracefully on the ground and backflipped over a roundhouse kick that Hachi initiated. Kiyomi maneuvered in midair and stabbed her wrist blades into his shoulders. Hachi cried out in pain. Kiyomi proceeded to wrap her legs around his neck and have her knee bones pierce his throat. Using moment, Kiyomi rolled backwards, landing in a handstand position, and flipped the S-rank shinobi over her and onto his back. With the angle she rolled, Kiyomi landed in front of the fatally injured man. She rolled backwards again and stabbed Hachi in each lung, for finally flipping up and off of his body. A large pool of blood surrounded the now dead man. Better meet Naruto-kun to go home, she muttered to herself. With that said, she began her trek to Naruto's side of the camp. After a few seconds of walking towards Naruto's side of the bandit camp, she unsurprisingly met him. "Are you all done and ready to go home, Kiyomi-chan?" Naruto asked her. Kiyomi nodded. "Hi. They were too easy for the ranks. I think the S ranks were barely even A rank. Let's go home, though. We can just commute to outside Konoha or the training grounds, can't we?" she inquired. Naruto nodded. "Yeah, they were weak. And because we know the place, we can just picture it and warp there. We only had to go here because we have never been to this specific spot," he answered. "Well, let's go then, Tebane," Kiyomi said. Hi. Naruto muttered as the dojutsu began warping each of them. Training Ground 4. Naruto and Kiyomi arrived in a black vortex in the tree line and prepared for a few hours of physical conditioning. "Well, let's get to it, Kiyomi," Naruto told her. All right," Kiyomi replied. Time skip 2 hours. Training Ground 4. The two children over the course of the last 2 hours have done many physical exercises to keep their bodies in top physical condition. They even did it with the gravity seal that Madara put on them activated. They were utterly exhausted and needed rest after everything. "Let's go home now, all right, Naruto-kun," Kiyomi said softly to Naruto, who just nodded. All of a sudden, before either of them knew it, they were surrounded, ambushed by a group of shinobi, ranking from Chunin to Yanbiyu. Being exhausted and almost out of chakra, the twins didn't react quickly and couldn't do too much. They both swiftly received chakra-suppressing seals. Well, demons," one of them sneered as he spat on Naruto and drove his fist into Naruto's gut. Naruto coughed and fell to the ground, but didn't utter a peep. 3 people crowded around him, and all of them kicked and stomped on him. He still didn't utter a sound. He just took it. One of the shinobi pulled out several kunai and pinned Naruto's hands and arms to the ground facing Kiyomi. Struggling to look over to Kiyomi, he sees something that makes his blood run cold. Naruto sees his precious Amato, Kiyomi, held down by some of the shinobi. One vile man could be seen ripping at her clothes, and has torn her pants off and had lowered his own. "I think it's about time I teach the demon slut a lesson," he sneered lecherously, fondling her C-cup breasts. Just as he is about to thrust in, something inside Naruto snaps. No longer will he or his bunshin take the village's shit and pretend that he will for the sake of his cover because of the old goat. His precious Kiyomi-chan is about to be raped. He'll show them. He'll kill them all, show them their pain. With an almighty roar alerting the people surrounding him, they looked on in horror as the demons' eyes morph into the Sharingan, spinning wildly with hatred. Naruto's 3-tomo Sharingan continues spinning rapidly whilst they morph into his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Even more hatred seems to foster in the eyes, and his chakra darkened with malicious intent. The ground beneath Naruto cracks apart with the pressure of Naruto's rising chakra. The chakra-suppressing seal disintegrated from his body. The kunai that were pinning him to the ground shatter and fly out of his skin. His body heals rapidly. "I am possible." He was running on empty. We've been watching them train, and I could barely sense any of his chakra. The seal suppressed the rest, as well as blocked his Biju chakra. One of the Yanbiyu, the censor of the group, shouted in alarm. With one last fierce roar, his eyes still spinning rapidly, take a light metallic purple-gray with black concentric rings. Naruto's head snaps. Eyes pulsing, he aims his arms at the group of shinobi, and he screams with all his might. Shinra Tensei. Heavenly subjugation of the omnipresent god. And then there was silence. The gravitational blast exploded violently outward from Naruto, crushing and throwing all of the people from around him, killing them near instantaneously. The sick filth that was about to defile his precious Amato was thrown violently away from her. She, however, was fine, much to his relief and amazement. The attack must have only hurt those he willed it to, otherwise it seemed to be harmless. When everything finally died down, there was silence, only to be broken by Kiyomi's sobs that racked through her body. Slowly he crawled out of the crater that had formed around him and to where she was. He wasn't sure what had happened, but as long as he protected Kiyomi, it didn't matter. All that mattered was her, his son, the reason he strives to survive and become a shinobi. Kiyomi didn't know what happened. She was about to be defiled, raped, but then it went quiet after she closed her eyes. When she reopened them, bodies were everywhere and they were unmoving and mushed. She didn't know what happened, but she suspected it was her Aniki and hero Naruto. She blushed and smiled at the thought. Just like he promised he would protect her, always. They slowly made their way back to their apartment. At least it was close. They supported one another as they walked. Suddenly, a group of Konoha citizens, drunks, surrounded both Naruto and Kiyomi and trapped them in a dark alleyway. The foolish trash believed they had the advantage. They'd learned just how wrong they were, and too bad they wouldn't be around to utilize the message. What just happened played through Naruto's eyes as he stared at the citizens with absolute hatred and loathing, his chakra becoming more ominous, turning darker and darker as they close in on Kiyomi and himself. Things were about to get dark. "Why, you demon freaks? We'll get you bastards tea tonight." One of the drunks slurred as he clumsily made his way closer to them. "Yeah, you D-damn monsters," another chimed in, eager to get the party started. "Let's get in, boys," a third drunk man proclaimed, encouraging the rest of the group on. Oh, how foolish they were. The first man went to reach for Naruto, only to be shocked by what happened next. Naruto, upon seeing one of the trash approach both Kiyomi and himself and reach to grab him, pushed chakra that unlocked with the Rinnegan to his eyes. Right at that instant, before the very eyes of the group of now wary citizens, an ethereal black glow started to form around the demon brat. "Hey, what the hell that thing?" one of them shouted in panic. "I don't know, but it feels so dark and malicious," another stated, shivering in fear and whimpering as the glow started to take form. "Is the QB finally showing itself?" "No, it feels almost more dark and sinister than that night." The final man spoke, in complete terror. Upon gazing at what was happening, one could see a black ethereal rib cage starting to materialize around Naruto's standing form. Slowly but surely, a head with what looked like horns and two identical arms with horn-like protrusions jutting from the shoulders materialized. The elbows also have what looked like spikes coming from them. One of the hands was holding a large black jagged edge comma, the other a large black sword. With an almighty roar, it started obliterating everything that was a danger to it and its master. It then began to fade as if it were never there. Naruto went over to Kiyomi and they headed back to their apartment. He couldn't put up with much more shit in the damn village. Later that night, Kiyomi was nervous as hell. After being saved by Naruto from the earlier incidents, she had worked up the courage to confess her love to her Aniki, her Naruto-kun. If he didn't feel the same way or thought she was sick for loving him or hated her for it, she would just die. She wouldn't have the will to live any longer. She walked out from the bathroom and into the bedroom where Naruto was waiting for her, for bed like always. She was blushing like crazy and timidly walked into the room and up to him. She gulped, but decided to just say it and be blunt. "Naruto-kun, you have always been there for me, and used to be the only person who cared for me. What I'm trying to say is..." Her heart beat like crazy, face red. This was it. "I love you," she blurted out passionately. Naruto looked stunned, eyes wide. He didn't say anything. This is horrible, she thought. She just wanted to curl up in a ball and die. Tears gathered in her beautiful blue eyes. You understand if why you hate me now," she sniffed. I'll just leave. I won't bother you ever again. She turned and started to leave. But something stopped her. A hand grabbed her arm, and she was pulled back and into a hug, her head buried in a strong chest. Naruto used one hand on her chin to push her head up. He brought his head forward and gave her a kiss. His tongue licked her lips, asking for entrance, which she gladly gave, and Naruto deepened the kiss by possessively wrapping his arms around her waist and bring her close. When they both parted panting for air, Naruto smiled warmly and lovingly. I love you too, Kiyomi-chan, he announced proudly. The next day, Naruto had decided to try and create two seals. The first, a Jakuken Fuinjutsu, space-time sealing jutsu, that would speed up time within a certain room, perimeter that the seal is placed in. The second he also wanted to create is a branch variation of the gravity seal of the Uzumaki clan that Madara had put on them. He wanted to, instead of applying it to yourself, you put it on the walls in a room in a similar formation to the first seal. You would make the gravity increase by using increments of chakra. The amount of a Kage Bunshin ups the gravity 1 times Earth's. Well, that was the plan. He'd start working on the gravity seal first. 6:00.p. M. Naruto in Kiyomi's apartment. Please stay here for a little, Kiyomi-chan. I'll be back soon, Naruto said softly to her. Kiyomi pouted. Oh, but why Naruto-kun? She asked. Curiosity laced her tone. Naruto sighed. Remember that Kurama clan's main branch heiress. She's the last survivor of the main branch and the old goat, and Kurenai Yuhi sealed her power because they couldn't do anything for her, and Kurenai eventually refused to train her, instructing her to seek another way of life. While Kurenai might have been unable to do anything, Sarutobi should have been able to help her. When she is of age, he is going to either give her to Sasuke to make the reborn Uchiha clan that much better at Jinjutsu, or would just use her as breeding stock to repopulate the main branch and be in full control of it. Naruto said with disgust and in fury. It reminded him too much of Minato's and Hiruzen's plans for him and Kiyomi. Who is Kurenai to smash someone's dream? He stated angrily. Naruto gave a slight pause before continuing. I was going to infiltrate her home and visit her. I want to help her and bring her with us when we leave the village. I don't want her to be used. After I infiltrate her home, I am going to use my Sharingan to enter her mindscape. Then I'll use the Kotoeme Tsukumi on this Edo demon. I'll make it obey her every command. She will gain all of the demon's strength and be in control. He finished his explanation to Kiyomi. Kiyomi nodded to him before replying. All right, Naruto-kun, I'll make us dinner for when you get back. Okay, thanks, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto said grateful. I shouldn't be too long. That said, Naruto left their home and stealthily made his way to the mountainside outskirts of Konoha, Yakumo's home. Outside of Yakumo's mansion. 4, 5, 6, 8. There are 8 ANBU around the premises. Naruto whispered to himself. It'll be too risky to take them out. I'll have to Kamui to the porch, and then again from there into the house. Naruto mused. Naruto took action, his eyes becoming the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A black vortex originated from his right eye, and it sucked him into it. Not a moment later, Naruto reappeared crouched on the porch of the mansion. Quickly making sure that none of the ANBU were alerted, he made use of the Kamui once more and made it successfully inside the manor. Kukuku. Infiltration successful. Man, I love the Kamui. Naruto thought to himself. Place is kind of creepy, he added. Quietly and swiftly moving through the house with his 3-tomo Sharingan, he couldn't help but feel pity for the girl. To be trapped in a dark, depressing atmosphere. Naruto made his way to an open door and saw the girl painting in the center of the room and several other pictures lying throughout the room. Naruto cleared his throat and the girl jumped. Who are you? She asked fearfully. I am Naruto Uzumaki. Do not fret, Yakumo-san. I am here to help you. We will tame this Edo demon. Naruto said soothingly, softly like he used to do to Kiyomi when she was in distress. Why should I trust you? She queried cautiously. Naruto sighed. You don't have to, but the old goat and that woman shouldn't have betrayed you like that, Naruto told her. Yakumo's eyes widened. How do you know about that? She demanded. I am not the biggest fan of the Hokage, and for the safety of myself and my sister, I keep listening seals in his office, and I overheard it. Naruto replied smoothly. Do you know what they are going to do to you in a few short years? He inquired. Yakumo shook her head. What? Kill me? She squeaked fearfully. Naruto gave her a dark look. No dear, much worse than that. They'll either give you to the Uchiha heir, or practically whore you out to rebuild the main branch of the Yakumo clan. You'll be nothing more that breeding stock. They just need to wait until you are of childbearing age. Yakumo looked absolutely terrified, not that Naruto blamed her. She started sobbing. Please. I beg of you, sob, I'll do anything, sob, please help me, sob, she pleaded. Naruto's face softened. He walked over to her and gave her a hug, figuring she needed one. It's all right. I won't let them do that to you. I'll fix this and deal with the Ito. Naruto said softly. All I want is for you to follow me. You want revenge on Kurenai and Hiruzen, do you not? He asked her. Yakumo nodded her head, her crying having stopped. Yes, I do. I may be too weak at the moment, but I will get it if it's the last thing I do, she proclaimed. Naruto chuckled. It won't be the last thing you do, but I will deal with the old goat. I have some of my own vengeance I have to give him. Yakumo nodded her head. At least she'd still get Kurenai, and the Hokage was way out of her league, for the moment anyway. Very well. I'll follow you, if you help me. She half said, half pleaded. Good. Look into my eyes, asked Naruto. Yakumo obeyed. Upon looking into Naruto's eyes, she saw his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, and before she knew it, it all went dark. Before she reappeared in her mindscape, she saw Naruto standing next to her, and they were both facing the Ito demon. The Ito was ugly. It had the same hair as Yakumo, but looked like some mutated rabbit demon. It has 2 elongated fangs and long straight ears and dark brown eyes. The demon's skin was also dark brown. So this is this Ito demon, huh? Naruto asked. Yakumo nodded fearfully. Why yeah, this eye is it, she responded. It's all right, Yakumo. It'll be over before you know it, Naruto assured her. Naruto activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and faced the demon. Before it got a change to attack him, it made the mistake of making eye contact with Naruto. His left eye spun rapidly. Kodo Amatsukami, Naruto proclaimed, saying the dojutsu's name calmly. Not a moment later, the demon stilled. There, it's all over, Yakumo, Naruto said calmly. The girl could only gape. How? What did you do? She stuttered out. Naruto chuckled. I used a mind-controlling, manipulating jinjutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kodo Amatsukami. I commanded it to obey you and give you all of its power and strength. He replied. Thank you, she shouted and hugged him. Naruto's face turned blue at the lack of oxygen. N-N-E-E-D-A-I-R. Naruto gasped out desperately. Yakumo saw his new face color and quickly released her hold. She scratched the back of her neck a little sheepishly and nervous. Sorry, she muttered out with a light blush of embarrassment. It's fine. Let's go back to the real world, Naruto said to Yakumo, who nodded in agreement. As soon as she did, the current world shattered, and they were back in the dark, dreary room. I believe the Ito was draining all of your body's power. That's why you always had a weak body, Naruto started. But with the Ito under your complete control, after some time recovering, you should be completely fine. Your body should become perfectly healthy and normal. Yakumo beamed at him. Now you will leave the village with my Amato, Kiyomi, and I. I am not completely sure of when this will be, but hopefully soon, Naruto said to Yakumo, who nodded gleefully. I can't wait, she said. I will help you train when your body is completely healed and healthy. I'll come visit regularly. I might even bring Kiyomi next time. I'm sure you would make good friends, Naruto told her with a light smile. Yakumo had a few tears in her eyes. You've done so much already, Naruto. Thank you so much. You're helping me when no one else would. I am eternally grateful, Yakumo said before she went over to him and kissed his cheek. Both children gained a light pink tinge to their cheeks. Oh, I'm sorry, Yakumo apologized, only for Naruto to wave her off. It's fine. I better get going. See you next time. I'll visit soon. Yakumo nodded her head enthusiastically. I can't wait. Thank you and goodbye, Naruto-kun. Bye, Yakumo. Naruto said as he activated Kimui and used it to get directly to his and Kiyomi's apartment. Yakumo sighed. I can't wait for my training, she beamed. Naruto and Kiyomi's apartment. Naruto appeared in the kitchen via his Kimui. I'm back, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto stated as he moved near her. Oh, how did it go, Naruto-kun? She asked him. Fine, we have another ally, Naruto stated. She has a weak body for now, but she will recuperate with little time. I want you to meet her next time and help train her with me, Naruto said to Kiyomi, who nodded. Yeah, all right, Naruto-kun, dinner's almost ready, Kiyomi told him. Cool, Naruto replied before sitting at the table. Everything was slowly falling into place. They'd hopefully leave the village soon. Time skip 5 months. In the past 5 months, Naruto had made 2 seals. He made a branch off of the gravity seal. Instead of applying it to yourself, you put it on a wall in a room, and it will do to room, and you change the gravity by using increments of chakra. The amount of a Kage Bunshin ups the gravity 10 times Earth's, and to lower the gravity, you expel the chakra from the seal. The other was a Jikuken Fuinjutsu. The first seal, the gravity seal variation, took Naruto a few months, about 2 to finish the first final version from dissecting the gravity seal and reworking it. It could still use some improvements, but they could be done at a later point. His first attempt, once it was set, you couldn't change it. He fixed in the next version, though he did have several other problems when creating, but he eventually succeeded. The last one attempt had a max of 3 times gravity that it could handle. He had some kinks to work out, but he was proud anyway. Within the full 6 months, he had just finished the fully operating gravity chamber seal, as he had dubbed it. He and Kiyomi had tested it with light clothes on, and they gradually increased the gravity from double normal gravity to triple, which seemed the both of their limit at the moment. But that had soon changed given a few weeks. After a month or so of training with it, Kiyomi and Naruto were comfortable training in 3 times gravity and could move on to 4 times. His Uzumaki and Senju lineage coupled with Kurama-chan was great for healing wounds. Because of it, they got stronger a lot faster, but they still had to take it slow as to not destroy their bodies. One could only take so much. The first complete attempt at the seal got 30 hours in a single day. The next complete improved version got 56 hours in the 24-hour day. The next improved seal got a week in 1 day. Next, he got it to 2.5 weeks in a day. The second last attempt got 9 months with only 24 hours going by outside the seal. Finally, after 6 months, he completed his goal. He got 2 years inside the seal to have only a single day pass in the normal outside world. It took clones constantly working on the seal, day and night. To have it so the clone memories didn't wake him, he utilized the Uzumaki seal from the Mask Shrine, the memory storage seal, as it was dubbed. It was similar to Yamanaka Mind Jutsu, to store the memories for later retrieval and use. He could even slowly add them to his own memories. So theoretically, 100 years it took him to create the seal, but boy was he proud. It was 2 years within the seal's perimeter for each day on the outside. It was phenomenal. The maximum time they could be used in one sitting was 48 hours. More than enough, but if you exceed the limit, the seals malfunction and deactivate, which is dangerous as whatever is in the perimeter ages till it is destroyer. Because of the space-time flow involved, it was essentially a different dimension in the area created by the seals. He'd have to fix it. Time skips 6 months. Over the last 6 months, or 2 years and 6 months if you counted the time in the hyperbolic time seal, both Naruto and Kiyomi had grown older and strong. Naruto grew more handsome and Kiyomi more beautiful. Naruto now stood at an impressive 6 foot 7.5 inch, 202 centimeters, and his hair had grown out to shoulder length, with chin-length bangs. Kiyomi was shorter than Naruto, standing at 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters. Her hair had grown out straight and reached her shapely ass. Her bangs were shoulder length and framed her face. Her fringe was still slightly shaggy. Think Kushina's hair, but with Naruto, Oroko, no jutsu fringe. Her bust had also grown to an impressive D cup and seemed to be possibly getting even bigger. Naruto and Kiyomi had mastered the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the point that they could use the Susanoo without any Sharingan, the Susanoo and Kimui with regular 3-tomo Sharingan. They could also both use the Kodoame Tsukumi without having eye contact with the target. Naruto was at an advanced level with his Rinnegan training. He could successfully use the Susanoo with the Rinnegan activated without changing to any Sharingan level. The Kamui required the 3-Tomo Sharingan Minimal and Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi and Kodo Amatsukami still required the Mangekyo Sharingan. There was no way around this that was known. He theorized that it was because the other dojutsu, the Susanoo, was usable with the no Sharingan activated. Kiyomi hadn't unlocked the Rinnegan yet, and they were both unsure if she would ever unlock it. While she was disappointed in herself, Naruto had told her that she was plenty strong without it, and she could beat most opponents. They had continued to hone their skills in the shinobi arts and keep their bodies in the top physical form. Today was the day of the Genin graduation exams. They were going to show their actual skills and quit using the Chi Bunshin no Jutsu, blood clone jutsu, because they were going to pass and become honorable shinobi of Konoha. Shinobi Academy. Irika walking into the room, followed by Mizuki. Irika took note of all the brats chatting and making a loud commotion about how they were going to pass and be ace ninja. Having enough, he decided it was time to get the show rolling. Quiet, please. Irika ordered the students. What followed, however, only further irritated the poor man, gaining several tick marks at the lack of respect and brats ignoring him. Irika's head easily quadrupled in size. All right, you snot-nosed brats. Shut up, he shouted in rage. That got their attention as they immediately shut up and quietly faced the front awaiting their next instruction. Irika's head went back to normal and he coughed once. All right, today, as I'm sure all of you are aware, are the Genin graduation exams. Now first up is the written test. They will all be handed out now. Will you please put your name at the top? The test will begin in 10 minutes. At 9:10 a.m., the test will go for a duration of 60 minutes. With that said, Irika got to work with Mizuki and handed them out. An hour later, both Naruto and Kiyomi were the first people finished and flipped over their tests. They were followed by Sasuke, then Sakura, and others. If it wasn't too troublesome, Shikamaru probably would have finished with the first couple of people. All right, that's time. Irika called out. Please place your test papers on my desk at the front. You will have half an hour break whilst Mizuki and I mark these tests. After that, please proceed outside for the weapons and taijutsu portion of the test. I will call you all when it's ready. Outside. All right, the shuriken and kunai throwing and taijutsu portion of the test will now begin. The shuriken and kunai throwing will be first. Your aim is to hit the bullseye of the target. Most students did well. Naruto, Kiyomi, and Sasuke all scored the top of the class, getting a perfect score hitting all of the bullseyes. The person who got the worst was Ami, getting a 4 out of 10 on the shuriken and 3 out of 10 for kunai. She was cut. When everyone was finished, Irika called the next activity. All right, class, the taijutsu portion is now. They all followed after Irika. The test was each individual student versing a sensei. For the test, Naruto got Mizuki and wasn't going to hold back. He stepped into the ring with Mizuki, and his gaze was impassive with bored, half-lidded eyes, his arms folded over his chest, his shoulder-length hair blowing in the wind. So, are we going to dance? Naruto asked calmly. Dance? A confused Mizuki questioned. Yes, show me what you've got, no holding back. Naruto retorted calmly. Fine, snarled Mizuki. It's not my fault if you get hurt. He warned. Let's dance. Naruto stated impassively again, confusing the students. Mizuki dashed forward at speeds untraceable to all of the students. Irika could barely keep up. He couldn't hope to stop it, yet he couldn't tear his gaze away. Mizuki was within arm's reach of the demon brat, about to lash out with a vicious punch when he was caught. Nobody made a noise or could believe their eyes, nor take away their gaze. Only Kiyomi wasn't surprised. On her face was a smirk. You could hear gurgling. The reason? Naruto had seized Mizuki by the throat, and had he suspended a foot from the ground effortlessly. He snorted. HN. Pathetic, this is a chunin. He squeezed the man's neck tighter. You're trash. Naruto sneered, rearing his arm back and sent it straight into Mizuki's unprotected gut. Mizuki staggered back, gasping in pain. He fell to his knees, coughing up blood. About 15 seconds of violent coughing, he passed out cold. The whole class was in stunned silence, gaping. The dobe had knocked out the instructor seemingly effortlessly one hit. Irika snapped out of his shock. W winner in Naruto Uzumaki, he sputtered out. Naruto's match being last, it was time for the final portion. Alright students, now for the fourth and final portion of the Genin graduation exam, the ninjutsu portion. Please head back inside and wait for your name to be called. Irika announced, heading back inside. Pretty much everyone passed and became a Genin, including Naruto and Kiyomi. And as much as people hated Naruto and Kiyomi passing, they couldn't do anything. They all passed except for one. Ami. Ami. Ami had failed the final try of graduating the Ninja Academy. Being an orphan and hated by a majority of Konoha, mainly civilians, she couldn't afford a lot and didn't have any options after being a kunoichi for Konoha, especially after she became extremely hated and loathed by the village because of the incident. She remembered it clearly. She was such a complete and utter fool at the time, but she was desperate for bonds, and because of one stupid choice a few years back, she was screwed. The root of her problems stemmed from when she bullied Sakura. Her life went from a little challenging to hell in a single day. Flashback start. Ami was 7 years old and had been in the Shinobi Academy for almost a year now. Ami was the average height of her age group, and Ami has purple hair styled in an asymmetrical cut and brown eyes. She wears a striped blouse that was tied at her neck and waist over a dark blues dress that had a marking on the left sleeve, but none on the right, which she wore along with a pair of dark pants and sandals. Ami sighed as she looked from the closing distance as Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno were talking about the kunoichi flower arranging class that Suzume-sensei had going on. She didn't really want to bully the forehead girl, Sakura, but she needed to keep her friends, Kasumi and Fuki. She was an orphan and they were her only friends. They suggested to put the forehead girl in her place, as they had put it. She hesitated, but decided that she needed them, their acceptance. Opposite to what people believe, she wasn't the ringleader of their little group. Both of the other girls made the decisions and made her do their bidding, saying that if she didn't, then they weren't friends. Going over to Sakura, it had begun. "Hey, Ms. Huge Forehead," Ami started, sneering at Sakura. If anyone actually bothered to look in her eyes, they were filled with remorse and were apologetic. "You look like you are having fun today," Ami finished in a harsh tone. As soon as Sakura realized who it was, she paled while Ino narrowed her eyes. Ami gave a slight pause while thinking one last thought before she continued. "Please forgive me. You have been trying to make yourself look better recently. Who do you think you are?" Ami demanded angrily, almost shouting in Sakura's face. As soon as those words left Ami's mouth, however, Ino stuck in fast. She threw a handful of flowers not unlike one would throw shuriken, stem, and all landed in Ami's mouth, which almost fell back. "Ami-chan." Ami's friends, Kasumi and Fuki, cried in mock concern. Ino interjected with a comment. "Oh, sorry, I must have mistaken that opening for a vase." "Ino," Ami tried to spit out spitefully, but it came out as Bibbo. "It may be weak, but that flower is poisonous. You better spit it out," Ino warned Ami as she and her friends retreated. "Kaya, sensei," they screamed as they ran. "The poison is only in the root, though," chimed in Ino. Ami was especially frightened by the flowers as ran to the Suzume-sensei to explain what happened. Suzume-sensei, Kasumi and Fuki said they wouldn't be my friend anymore if I didn't put Sakura in her place. Ami started to explain the situation only to be interrupted by Suzume, who spoke quite coldly. "Come now, Ami. We all know that you're the leader of your little group. You should be ashamed of yourself, lying, and to your sensei no less, and trying to pin the blame of your stunt on these innocent young girls." Ami's eyes started to water slightly. But Ami was interrupted a second time, a little bit more coldly than the first time. "Here at Konoha, we don't tolerate lying or bullies. I suggest that you go home and do some thinking about your attitude, otherwise you will be expelled from the Shinobi Academy." "Oh, okay, Suzume-sensei," Ami muttered weakly as she turned around. "We'll make sure she gets home safely, Suzume-sensei." Kasumi chimed in eagerly, in an overly sweet voice. "Yeah," Fuki agreed. Suzume nodded. "Very well, such good friends. You should be ashamed for trying to blame them, Ami. They shouldn't associate with you anymore." "Hi, sensei, we'll be back soon," both Fuki and Kasumi said unanimously. Isolated field along the way. "That's it, Ami. We aren't friends anymore, and never will be." Kasumi spat at the girl, sneering. Yeah, that's right. Just leave, you nuisance. Fuki agreed with a disgusted look, harshly pushing Ami away, who almost tripped. Ami had tears in her eyes, her only friends, abandoning her. She couldn't go to any of the others, as they labeled her as the bully queen, and she was quite frankly hated by majority of the academy. Fuki went over to her and pushed her over into the mud, dirtying her. Good for nothing, loser. Just stay out of our way. Never talk to either of us again, she shouted in her face. Ami's body racked with choked sobs. She was dirty and didn't have much money for new clothes, and cleaning was difficult. These clothes might even be completely ruined. Kasumi looked down at her in disgust and loathing before walking closer and kicking her in the ribs several times, hard. You are just orphan trash. I'm disgusted that I ever associated with you, Kasumi shouted as she kept kicking and stomping on Ami. Both girls proceeded to walk away, leaving a crying Ami in the mud, in pain, coughing up some blood from the hard kicks that no doubt broke a few ribs. She blacked out. Upon seeing the two little skanks leave, Chi Bunshin Naruto drops down from the tree he was in, having overheard and seen everything. He uses a basic Iryo ninjutsu that Madara-ji-sama had taught both him and Kiyomi. He gently heals the injured girl. After successfully healing her wounds from the other little bitches, Naruto makes sure that no one is around before using the Kimui on Ami in order to take her to the orphanage and not be seen associated with him. That would make things worse. Ami's orphanage. Breaking into the building undetected, Naruto quickly locates Ami's room and leaves her there with a few thousand ryo for buying new clothes, food, and supporting herself. Naruto decided to lift her spirits by leaving a complimentary note with the money saying that she was pretty better than those two other skanks and should never have fell for the little bitch's tricks. She shouldn't have to be someone she isn't to have friends. She should just not worry about it, and she would find some real, proper friends one day. With that done, Naruto left. Time skipped 6 years after Genin exam. She failed. She couldn't believe it. It was horrible. She tried so hard, but in the end she failed. She didn't do well on the weapons or taijutsu portion of the test, and because of that she failed. She would have to drop out of the academy. She couldn't afford it anymore. Flashback end. Maybe I should become one of those prostitutes of the red light district, Ami thought to herself. She had really bloomed in the last couple years, and she would get easy money from the clients. It was the dark side of things, but she needed money, and she didn't have any real, education to get into anything else, no ties to anyone. It was sad and lonely. She would have to sell her body and become some cheap whore to pay bills. I have to make the best of it and try to look on the bright side, she thought, trying to assure herself. She'd get lots of sex, and that was meant to be great, right? Oh, who was she kidding? She sat on the swing out the front of the academy, bawling her eyes out. She didn't want to become some street whore, some cheap fuck for some of the sick people out there. What would she be, someone's cum dump? She just kept bawling. She couldn't do anything else. No one really liked her ever since the incident with Sakura because of the mother on the civilian council, so she was blocked from any civilian job trials, and she couldn't get back into the shinobi field. Just then she heard someone approaching. She looked up and was met with Mizuki-sensei's concerned face. Ami, Mizuki started. Mizuki-sensei? Ami questioned aloud in shock, hurriedly wiping her eyes. I'm sorry that you failed the exam. I understand that you can't afford to attend next year, Mizuki said. Why ya? Ami muttered quietly. Mizuki still here, however, and gave a wicked grin while she was looking away before he resumed his previous expression. You know, I think I'll tell you about a special little secret, if you promise to keep it between us, Mizuki said smoothly. Huh, what secret? Ami perked up, querying anxiously and hopefully. Naruto. Having sensed Mizuki's malicious intent during the exams, Naruto sent a Kage Bunshin opted to trail him after the graduation to see what he was up to. He was there and listened as he explained the secret graduation thing. It was a load of crap, and he knew it. It seems I shall help Ami out a little bit. I'll use the Kodo Amatsukami on the old goat and have him not do anything to Ami when she steals the Fuin no Sho scroll of seals. From there I will apprehend the trash, Mizuki, and eliminate Hai. Naruto mused to himself and thought. It was a simple plan and course of action. Naruto left for the Hokage Tower, more specifically Hiruzen's office, in order to complete his task. The Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's office. Naruto made his way through the door, having just been granted access by the Sandaime. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Hiruzen asked curiously, looking Naruto in the eyes. That was all Naruto needed. His eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, and he whispered the jutsu name as he activated it. Kodo Amitsukami. 6 p.m. The Hokage residence. Ami could be seen sneaking across the rows of the Hokage residence. She quietly breaks in through the open window and lands inside to steal the scroll. Because of her excellent chakra control, she is good in stealth. What do you think you're doing at my house at this hour? Hiruzen demanded sternly, only for Ami to lift up her shirt to show the Sandaime her bra and impressive bust. He promptly passed out with a nosebleed and flew onto the ground. Fufu. This was too easy. Ami thought to herself as she slowly made her way to the room that Mizuki said the scroll was in. Looking through the dozen that were there, she found it with relative ease. Kukuku. Found it, she thought to herself. She was unaware that Mizuki was watching her. The both of them were unaware of Naruto watching them. Ami clearing. Ami plopped down in the spot that Mizuki had told her to meet him at in about 12 hours, half a day. It was all going to plan. She unraveled the scroll. Let's see. The first jutsu is the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Ami said aloud to no one but herself. She shrugged. I wonder how it's different from the normal Bunshin no Jutsu, Clone Jutsu. She shrugged a second time and sighed. I may as well start there. Mizuki. Upon confirming that Ami successfully stole the scroll, Mizuki just had to wait the time for the Sandaime to order the other shinobi to try and find the girl. He was confident they'd never find her, and he could easily slip out in the havoc. He waited crouched on top of the Hokage residence. It had probably some time before the Sandaime came around and gather a group together. 12 hours later. The Sandaime had recovered from his ordeal and had a group of about 10 shinobi gathered around him listening to his instructions. We have a grievous ordeal. Someone has stolen the scroll of seals and is still out there. This is an incredibly dangerous scroll forbidden by the previous Hokage. If used in a certain way, it could cause incredible danger. While it has been half a day, they wouldn't have gotten away in time as they were under Jinin level. Was it one of those brats? One of them asked, referring to Naruto and Kiyomi. He quickly corrected his speech. Hiruzen shook his head negatively. No, it was a young kunoichi by the name of Ami, I believe. I do not know why she has stolen it, or even how she knew where it was. We must hurry and locate her immediately, Hiruzen ordered. Hi, sir, the group of shinobi unanimously replied, fanning out. Kukuku, it's all going to plan. I'll spread through the village a little more, then I'll take care of Ami and make it look like she disappeared with the scroll. Mizuki thought in arrogantly with glee. He was licking his lips lustfully at the last train of thought. Clearing with Ami. Ami panted in exhaustion. She had successfully learnt the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, albeit she could only summon one and was absolutely exhausted from it. But she could become a kunoichi nonetheless. She'd even get in a short break before she met Mizuki-sensei. She took a Hyarogan, military rations pill, so she could use the jutsu again to show Mizuki. Unaware to her, Naruto was camped in one of the trees waiting for Mizuki, but also he saw as she trained. He smiled lightly. Well, she's determined. I'll give her that. With some actual proper training, she could make a good kunoichi, Naruto thought. Just then both Naruto and Ami noticed Mizuki landed. So it begins, Naruto mused. Now, give me the scroll and show me the jutsu you learned, Ami. Then you'll graduate, Mizuki said. Ami nodded and slowly started to take off the scroll. Stop, Naruto ordered as he appeared in the clearing beside Ami. Well, the demon is here. Where is your Horomato, Kiyomi? Mizuki sneered aloud. Naruto's eyes gained a dark look, but he didn't otherwise move to the obvious taunt. This day keeps on getting better and better. I get to take the forbidden scroll to Orochimaru-sama. I get to kill the demon, and then after that I get the spoils. I'll have my way with Ami for hours on end before making her nice and used. Then I'll kill her. After I'm done with Ami and you, I'll find the demon whore, your precious Kiyomi. I'll rape her for hours on end and make her my sex slave. She'll be my personal little obedient come dump. I'll eventually kill her too." Mizuki proclaimed in mad glee, and leered lecherously, saying the sick things he plans to do to the girls. Hearing Mizuki spout his crap makes Naruto completely infuriated. Naruto starts to unleash some of his chakra, and the ground cracks beneath him. "I'm going to enjoy ending you, trash." Naruto snarled dangerously, his three-tomo Sharingan boring into Mizuki. His thick, killing intent bear down on Mizuki, who saw his own torture and death multiple times. He just pissed off the wrong person. "Why you know why you're ha-hated?" Mizuki stuttered in one last attempt to catch Naruto off guard and venerable. "I'll tell you the truth. 13 years ago, you know about the Yoko, demon fox, being sealed, right?" Mizuki started. He was just about to continue his rant, but was interrupted by Naruto. "Hi, I know. Then you know. You are the Kyuubi no Yoko," Mizuki declared. "Kukuku." Naruto chuckled. "Why you think that I'm the Kyuubi?" Naruto asked. He started to laugh, almost hysterically. Mizuki nodded. It was obvious he was. "If I was, I'd have already slaughtered this whole entire village," Naruto shouted. Mizuki snapped to attention. "But the village's fate will come later," Naruto said darkly. "There are some other people that need to be taken care of first." Naruto continued. "WW what?" was Mizuki's intelligent reply. "I'll be much, much worse than the Kyuubi ever was," Naruto retorted. "But enough of that. I'll deal with you now. Trash," finished Naruto aloud. Naruto appeared in front of Mizuki not a moment later and gave him a punch to the face. "Arg!" Mizuki yelped in pain as his nose broke. He stumbled back, and a tree met his back. Naruto appeared in front of Mizuki again. "Sharingan Madara." "Sharingan, spots," Naruto announced as he used both hand and each index finger to rapidly pierce Mizuki's body. The man slumped to the ground and whimpered in pain. "I won't finish you yet. I have a final punishment for you," Naruto whispered in Mizuki's ear before he utilized his three-tomo right Sharingan eyes Kimui. Naruto turned and faced Ami, who had tears in her eyes. "Are you alright?" Naruto questioned softly. She nodded slowly. "Hi. Thank you, but why did you save me?" she asked timidly. Naruto gave a comforting smile. "Why not? Both Kiyomi and I are hated for things out of our control, just like you." How do you know that?" Ami questioned cautiously. Naruto chuckled. "I saw what happened that day. I was the one who healed you and gave you the money." Ami gaped. Thank you. I always wondered who helped me," she said as she moved closer to Naruto and gave him a hug and kiss on the cheek. She blushed lightly as she did. "Let me see that scroll before Irika arrives. I want to copy all of the jutsu. Also, please don't say anything about Mizuki is still alive. Just let me answer the questions," Naruto said. "Hi," Ami replied, handing over the scroll. She wasn't fond of Konoha these days. They all abandoned her except for Naruto, it seemed, and he seemed to loathe Konoha. She had no intention of betraying the one who saved her. Naruto scanned over the scroll with his Sharingan and quickly memorized the whole thing. A few minutes later, Irika dropped down, and before he could open his mouth, Naruto spoke up. "There is no need to worry, Irika. I've dealt with traitor Chunin Mizuki. I will report to Sandaime immediately." "Hi," Irika replied. There was no room for argument or anything. It was more for the Hokage's ears too. "You'll have to come to Ami. We'll see what the Sandaime had to say," Naruto told Ami, who just nodded and followed him. Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's office. Having been notified by Irika about the situation, he had just called off the scroll hunt. He was awaiting the arrival of Naruto and Ami. Everything worked out in the end. He was broken out of his musings by a knock on the door. "Come in," he answered calmly. Naruto and Ami both strolled in, the scroll in Naruto's grasp. "Explain everything," he ordered and received 2 nods. "After failing the Genin graduation exam, I was rather upset. Mizuki used this to his advantage and told me about a secret graduation test, as he put it, and naturally fooled me, because he was my sensei. I stole the scroll, as you know." At this, both Hiruzen and Ami gained lightly tinted cheeks of embarrassment. She continued. "After that, I learned the single jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, in order to pass. I learned it within the 12-hour limit, and Mizuki came by not long after asking for the scroll and demonstration. Ami finished. Naruto picked up. I interjected and stopped her as I hear the announcement you made and managed to stumble across them. Naruto lied smoothly. Mizuki proclaimed he was going to kill me, rape Ami, then kill her, before finally raping Kiyomi and eventually kill her. I eliminated the trash, Naruto said, finishing in a monotone. When that was all finished, Iruka came by, and the rest is history, Naruto proclaimed, finishing the recount. Hiruzen sighed but nodded. Very well. Ami-chan, I apologize, but I cannot make you a kunoichi of Konoha. Maybe next year. No, I don't think I'm cut out to be a kunoichi. I'll just find a civilian job. Ami interrupted, saying just what Naruto told her to on the way here. She wouldn't. Naruto would help her train, and she could even move in with them. All right, Hiruzen said. He was curious, though. He was well aware of the fact that she had no money and couldn't go to the academy next year and couldn't get any civilian jobs except for the darker side. Maybe she was doing that. If she was, he'd be sure to employ her. You may go then, Ami. Naruto, can you get Kiyomi-chan? I want to have a chat with the two of you. Hiruzen ordered. Both nodded. Naruto puffed out of the room, indicating the use of Kage Bunshin, and Ami walked out of the office, unaware to anyone, to collect her things to move into Naruto's and Kiyomi's house. A few minutes of Hiruzen waiting, Naruto and Kiyomi appeared through the door. Now, Naruto-kun, Kiyomi-chan, do you know why I've called you both here now? Hiruzen questioned. Upon both respective individuals shaking their heads negatively, he continued. All right then, tell me what you know of the events that took place 12 years ago, the Kyuubi attack. Oh, Naruto exclaimed with realization, catching Hiruzen completely off guard. You mean how it was killed? Naruto queried, obviously mockingly. Or the fact that both Kiyomi and I are the Jinchuriki for it, continued Naruto. Sorry, Kurama-chan, Naruto mentally apologized to her for calling her an it. At this point, Hiruzen started to sweat nervously and paled. How do you know that? How long have you known that? Hiruzen questioned, doing his best at keeping his cool, which he was rapidly failing at. TSK, since we were 5. Naruto stated in a matter-of-fact monotone voice. Kiyomi nodded positively in agreement. Hiruzen paled further and squirmed uneasily. Oh, how Naruto loved watching the old shit-stain squirm. I apologize for keeping it from you. It was for the best. I hope you can forgive an old man. Hiruzen said sincerely. It's fine, Gigi, just don't do it again, Naruto said, and Kiyomi nodded in agreement. Hiruzen sighed in relief. You both may go. Hi, Gigi, they both chorused loudly as they left. Team selection day. Kiyomi and Naruto arrived early. Only Sasuke was in the room. Moving down to where he was sitting, Kiyomi plopped down next to her first real friend her age. Besides Naruto, he opted to sit down next to Kiyomi. 5 minutes until Iruka would arrive, a loud screeching like sound rung in from the door. Ino and Sakura, or when she was being loud, the Banshee, as Naruto had silently dubbed her, ran in through the door, both declaring winning, and went over to sit next to whom they knew as Sasuke. Upon arrival, Sakura noticed Naruto Baka and Kiyomi Baka were in the way. She did what came naturally. She screeched at them. Naruto Baka, get out of the way and get that bitch out of my seat. She raised a fist to hit him like normal. However, unlike normal and shocking everyone but Sasuke and Kiyomi, Naruto grabbed her wrist tightly, and she yelped in pain. Naruto looked up with cold purple eyes. Touch Kiyomi or myself, or call either of us that again, and he'll snap your neck. Naruto snarled, unleashing killer intent upon Sakura. The whole room was stunned. Not only did he stop his crush's attack, but he also actually threatened her by snapping her neck, for crying out loud. Sakura now had tears in her eyes from the harsh grip Naruto had on her. Got it? Naruto questioned angrily. Hi. Sakura stammered out. Good. Naruto replied coldly, then shoved her out the way and into a seat. Just as Sakura was shoved into her seat, the door gently slides open and Iruka strolls in, looking around confused about the deadly quiet of the classroom and gaping children. He shakes his head, best not think about it and get on with the team announcements. Then the brats will be out of his hair. He grinned at the last thought. All right, Iruka started. Team 1. Team 7. Kiyomi Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha. Your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki. As soon as Irika completed reading out that particular team, Sakura shouted something about true love conquers all. The whole class winced at how loudly she yelled. Irika opted to continue, ignoring the outburst. Team 8. Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga, and Kiba Inazuka. Your Jonin sensei will be Kurenai Yuhi. After a slight pause, he continued on. Team 9 is still in circulation, so Team 10, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Your Jonin sensei will be Asuma Saratobi. Finished reading out the teams, he left them with his final instructions. Your Jonin sensei will be here shortly to collect you. Please stay seated until they arrive. A few moments later, the door opened up, revealing a several Jonin. An attractive woman with striking red eyes, black hair complete with some sort of red bandage dress, spoke up. Team 8, with me. Next was a man with short, spiky black hair and goatee, complete with a cigarette in his mouth and standard Jonin attire. Team 10 with me. The rest of the sensei gathered their student, leaving only Team 7 behind. 3 hours later. Sasuke's right eye was twitching violently, and he had a tick mark on his forehead. Meanwhile, Sakura kept fawning over him, while screeching about how late their sensei was and how he had better apologize, so her Sasuke-kun. Kiyomi was irritated but was talking quietly to Naruto whilst reading a book. Naruto, well, he was absolutely pissed. His bastard sensei had kept them waiting for 3 fucking hours. 3. How dare the trash waste his time? He couldn't train whilst being watched. He was half tempted to wring the team's neck. But alas, that would only cause more problems. At least Kiyomi-chan was occupying him. Just then the door was casually slid open by a man with gravity-defying silver-gray hair with a mark covering his lower face. His Hitai covered his left eye. He wore the standard Jonin flak jacket and attire with gloves. To top it off, the smug prick was eye smiling. Naruto seethed in rage. He couldn't wait for the test to beat the crap out of him. My first impression of you is I don't like you guys. Meet me on the roof. With that said, he puffed out of existence. Oh, how the team would pay. Naruto thought murderously with tick marks covering his head. Academy roof. After everyone was there and seated, Kakashi decided to get the ball rolling. Well, let's get started with introducing yourselves, Kakashi said lazily as he clapped his hands together. What do you want to know? Questioned Kiyomi with narrowed eyes. Kakashi shrugged. How about your likes, dislikes, your dreams for the future, and things like that? Kakashi said. Why don't you go first, Team Sensei? Naruto spoke up. Yeah, you look kind of suspicious. Sakura chimed in. Ma Naruto, there's no need for name-calling. Kakashi retorted with an eye smile. HN. Fine, I'll go first. My name is Kakashi Hitaki. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. Dreams for the future. And I have lots of hobbies. Kakashi finished his introduction, mentally patting his back for a job well done. So, all he told us was his name. Sakura mumbled. Naruto's eyebrow twitched. This is why your team sensei, Naruto proclaimed. Sasuke, Kiyomi, and Sakura all nodded in agreement. Sakura reluctantly. Kakashi merely eye-smiled again. Now it's your turn to introduce yourselves. Let's start on the right. Kakashi ordered, pointing to Naruto. Naruto sighed. Naruto Uzumaki. Likes. Kiyomi in training. Dislikes. Rape, trash, and old goat, and various other people amongst other things. Dreams for the future. Become the strongest shinobi, and hobbies. Training and spending time with Kiyomi. Naruto finished. Kakashi nodded and pointed to Kiyomi to speak. Kiyomi Uzumaki, Tebane, likes, Naruto, and training. Dislikes, the same as Naruto. Dreams for the future. Become a strong kunoichi, and hobbies. The same as Naruto. Kiyomi said, slightly more cheerful than Naruto. Minato-sensei's children have grown up, interestingly. Kakashi mused with his ever-present eye smile. You're next, Kakashi said, pointing to Sasuke. HN, Sasuke Uchiha. There are a lot of things that I don't like, and I don't really like anything, and I can't really call it a dream. But I have an ambition. the resurrection of my clan, and to kill a certain man. Sayuri said in her full emo Sasuke persona. She'd really mastered it over the years. Cool, Sakura thought, blushing. As I suspected, Kakashi thought glumly with a sigh. Okay, lastly, Pinky, Kakashi said, pointing to Sakura. My name is Sakura Haruno, not Pinky, she exclaimed with a huff before continuing. The thing I like is, well, the person I like is, and, my dream for the future? Oh yeah, what I dislike is Ino Pig. My hobby is. She sighed dreamily at Sasuke. She opted to leave Naruto and Kiyomi out of what she hated because of what happened earlier. Oh right, girls of this age are more interested in love than ninjutsu. Kakashi thought, depressed. But what about Kiyomi? He added in afterthought. Okay, so far for introductions. Tomorrow we'll start our duties as shinobi. First we are going to do something with just the four of us. What is it, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked. Survival training, was his blunt reply. Why is our first duty training? Sasuke inquired. We've had enough training at the academy, Sakura stated. Naruto and Kiyomi both just kept quiet, already knowing what was going to happen because of the listening seals. This isn't your normal training. This time I'm your opponent. Kakashi spoke. What is it? Asked Sasuke. Hee hee. Kakashi giggled. What's so funny, sensei? Queried Sakura. Well, it's just you guys aren't going to like what I have to tell you. You're going to freak out, proclaimed Kakashi. Huh, freak out? Sakura asked aloud, confused. Out of the 28 graduates, only 9 or 10 will be chosen to become Genin. This year is special because we had an extra pass. The rest will go back to the academy. This training is a very difficult exam with a failure rate of over 66%, Kakashi said darkly. Upon seeing Sakura's shocked face, Kakashi laughed again. I told you you'd be shocked, though I thought you all would be. But we worked so hard. What was the point of us graduation, then, sensei? Sakura asked. Oh, that. It was just to select those who have a chance to become Genin, Kakashi announced without a care in the world. Anyway, tomorrow you have to show your skills on the training ground 7. Bring all of the tools you have. Oh, and skip breakfast. You might throw up otherwise, Kakashi said as he got up and walked over to them. The details are on this paper. Don't be late tomorrow, Kakashi said, handing all 4 of them a slip of paper and started walking away. The 4 followed their sensei's lead and went home to prepare for tomorrow's test. Chapter 06, Rebirth. Having just been dismissed by Kakashi, all of the members of Team 7 parted ways. Naruto and Kiyomi chose to take the roofs back to their apartment. It was so much better than having to put up with any glares that were thrown their way whilst walking along the ground. It was ironic. The Rakuto Sannin was the Shodai Jinchuriki, and he was hailed as a god, worshipped. Today, the people feared and loathed the Jinchuriki. Now Naruto could understand the fear, but the loathing, it was complete and utter foolishness. After several moments of gliding across the rooftops of the buildings, they arrived opposite their apartment. Both twins subsequently jumped down and landed gracefully on the ground. They both slowly walked toward the building and entered through the front door. As soon as they were inside, they were greeted by the face of their newest roommate, Ami. How was your day today, Ami? Naruto inquired. It was all right, thank you. I went shopping and bought proper shinobi gear with the money like you said. It was pretty expensive. Are you sure it's all right? Ami replied nervously. It's fine, Ami, Naruto responded, waving her off. It wasn't all that much money. We will sort out your training for tomorrow. You're also getting the rest of your things, aren't you? Naruto queried. Ami nodded and replied. Hi, I didn't get anything really last night. By the time the entire scroll fiasco was over and done with, we didn't really have any time for sleep. Add to the fact that I took some soldier pills before performing the Kage Bunshin, meant that I couldn't really sleep. I did get all of my clothes, pillow, and blanket today though. There are a few other things, but you said that you'd give me a storage scroll for transporting them. Naruto nodded in affirmative. I did, and I'll make it for you a little later on. Where will I be sleeping? Ami asked quietly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sorry, we only have one king-size bed. All 3 of us will have to share, Naruto said with a shrug. Ami's jaw dropped, mouth agape in shock, and she blushed. But I, WWH. She sputtered, unable to get anything coherent out. I don't see what the problem is. We're just sleeping. It's not like we're having sex or anything, Naruto stated rather bluntly. Both Kiyomi and Ami turned beet red. Right? Ami drawled awkwardly as Kiyomi discreetly wiped some blood from her nose. Naruto and Kiyomi both narrowed their eyes. They could feel a certain presence in the room. Kiyomi, why don't you take Ami to the bedroom and help her pick out a weapon she wants to use and explain to her about things? Naruto said to Kiyomi, who nodded her head. Hi Naruto-kun, will you just come in when you're finished? At Naruto's nod, she continued. All right then, tell me what it's about when you're done, and we can explain it to Ami too. Naruto gave another nod of acknowledgement, and Kiyomi left, dragging a confused Ami with her. Naruto sighed. You can come out now, he said, as soon as he had a figure rose from the ground. Greetings, Naruto-sama. We have some important information that will interest you, spoke the being in two different voices, one cheerful and happy, and one dark and ominous. What is it, Zetsu? Naruto questioned the now named Zetsu. Zetsu was a being crafted by Madara. The white half was cultivated from Hashirama's DNA, the Geto Mazo, and the utilization of the Onmyoton, Yin-Yang release. The black half is Madara's will manifested. Zetsu was a spy completely loyal to Madara, thus Naruto and Kiyomi. He was also the loyal spy to the Akatsuki organization and Obito Uchiha. Zetsu was the best spy, being insensible with the exception to those with the Mokuton, Kurama's negative emotion sensing ability, and Madara, the black half, being his will. Zetsu was encased in what seemed to be a Venus flytrap either side of his head. He has yellow eyes, short green hair, and was adorned in his Akatsuki attire. As you know, a while back, Orochimaru fled the Akatsuki after failure to take over Itachi Uchiha's body. He suffered losing a hand. Well, it seems that he has been planning something big for a while now. He is planning an invasion on Konoha with the aid of Tsunagakure and his own village Otogakure. Suna will ally with him because Konoha is getting all of the missions. The Kaze no Kuni daimyo is being bribed into giving Konoha their missions. He's a fat, greedy pig. It will all happen at the next Chunin exams that Konoha is hosting. In other words, in a few months' time, what will you do about it, Naruto-sama? Zetsu inquired, his two different voices coming in and out of play. Naruto scowled about the Kaze no Kuni daimyo. He let it play out for the moment, but in time Naruto would eliminate the greedy bastard and hopefully replace him with someone new that he could control or was trustworthy and loyal to him. I'll use this invasion to my advantage, and when all is done we'll leave here, Naruto said to Zetsu, who merely nodded. Very well, Naruto-sama. I'll keep you updated, Zetsu told Naruto. Is the Akatsuki on the move yet? Naruto inquired. No, not yet. They will use the invasion as a distraction and start then. For the moment we are doing missions to gather funds, and I am getting information on the Jinchuriki, Zetsu stated. Naruto chuckled. But you already have information on the Jinchuriki, don't you, Zetsu? Zetsu nodded his head. Hi, but they don't need to know that. So, it all begins after the invasion, then Zetsu, Naruto said, looking at Zetsu, who smirked back. Hi. Naruto returned the smirk. Very good, Zetsu. I'll see you when you have anything more or if I need to get into contact, Naruto stated, and Zetsu nodded. Hi, Naruto-sama. Say hi to Kiyomi-sama. I'll be going, Zetsu said, and he disappeared back into the ground. No trace remained of him. Interesting. Naruto mused to himself as he headed to the bedroom to inform Kiyomi of the developments and inform Ami of everything. Just a few more months, and everything would be set in motion. He was glad that they had held off on leaving Konoha until now. Naruto arrived at the door to Kiyomi and his bedroom and raised a brow. There sitting on their bed was Ami and Kiyomi. Weapons were stowed all over the bed, but in a careful arrangement in order to not be a danger. Naruto chuckled in amusement. Find a good weapon? He questioned. As soon as he spoke, both Ami and Kiyomi's heads snapped in the direction of the door. Air, was Ami's intelligent reply. Hi. She finished, flushed in embarrassment. Oh, what is it that you want to learn? Naruto questioned curiously. This, Ami proclaimed, holding up her chosen weapon, the kunai blade. Ah, an interesting choice. Very well, Naruto said, nodding. Now let us discuss matters, he continued. All right, Ami. I just met with my contact Zetsu. Explains everything and all plans. And you will be the Kaze no Kuni daimyo for the while until we find a suitable replacement. Is that all right? Naruto asked. Ami nodded. Hi. Good, Naruto stated, pleased with the way the events were unfolding. All right, Ami. We are Naruto and Kiyomi Uzumaki, children of Kushina Uzumaki and our sperm donor Minato Namikaze, Yandame Hokage. Our Kaa-chan, Kushina, was the daughter of the strongest Uzumaki, Kasumi Uzumaki, and Madara Uchiha. Ami's eyes widened at the name Madara. They were his grandson? Namikaze was the son of Kagaya and a Senju. Because of this, we have the blood of 4 of the strongest clans to ever walk the earth. Kiyomi and I have the Sharingan, Naruto said as he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto continued as he showed off the next level. I also have the Rinnegan, the eyes of the Rakuto Sannin, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, Naruto stated, activating the final stage of his eyes. Ami could feel the incredible power the eyes held. She was also entranced by them. They're beautiful, she whispered. We both have the Mokuton and Shikatsumiyaku. We are both S rank, possibly beyond. Shinobi, we were trained by Madaraji-sama for a few years. Amos' eyes widened again. Didn't he die years back? He survived the battle with the Shodai, Naruto stated, answering her question. In a few months' time, we will be leaving Konoha after giving it some payback for how it's treated us. It will suffer slowly. I was just in contact with our personal spy, Zetsu. Allow me to show you what Zetsu looks like, and please don't be alarmed, he was created by Ji-sama. Naruto did the Henge no Jutsu and revealed Zetsu. Ami felt a shudder go through her spine. He was creepy and intimidating. Naruto undid the Henge as quickly as he did it. Zetsu is in an organization called Akatsuki. It is comprised of 10 S-rank missing nin. Their goal is to collect the 9 Biju, the Ichibi no Shikaku through to Kyubi no Kurama-chan. That's right, the Kyubi is female, and she didn't attack the village of her own will. A masked man, Obito Uchiha, controlled her into attacking Konoha. Anyway, Namikaze made both Kiyomi and I Kurama-chan's Jinchuriki by splitting her chakra into yin and yang. He was going to do it anyway, and would have killed Ka-chan anyway. She had run her use after all, breeding 2 new Uzumaki. Either way, the female, Kiyomi, would be raped over and over. Nothing more than a plaything for breeding children, but she would be a weapon too. I would be the same, but primarily a weapon and a tool for breeding stock second. Ami was disgusted in Konoha. It was lucky that a few years after being turned into a Jinchuriki, Ka-chan gave Kurama-chan a chance instead of listening to Mito Uzumaki, Shodai Kyubi Jinchuriki. She used a Jinjutsu on Namikaze and artificially inseminated herself. Kurama-chan had told her about his lineage, and if she couldn't find love, then she would at least get some love from her children. She picked him, so she would have strong children in case anything happened. Naruto paused for a moment to catch his breath. After Kurama-chan's attack the old goat, Sarutobi announced our status to the village in hopes of making us loyal weapons. That backfired when Kurama-chan gave us her negative sensing ability, thus we knew that the whole village hated us bar few, Yugao and Mikoto. Over the years, Yakumo Kurama, who will join us, Sayuri or Sasuke Uchiha as you know her, she will leave with us, as well as Mikoto-chan, Itachi, and his friend Shursui also liked us, and now you, Ami. At age 6, we met Madara and really got into training. We left Chi Bunshin here in Konoha to keep up the guys while we trained. We came back a year ago. While we were going to leave the village soon, some important information that Zetsu has gathered has altered that. Orochimaru will be launching an invasion with his village, Otogekyure and Sunagekure. During the next Chunin exams here, we will get some revenge during the finals, when the invasion begins. After that, we'll use the confusion to slip away. Ami nodded her head. Are you with us? Naruto questioned. We will rebuild Yuzu and go there after we defect. Obito is controlling Yagura the Sanbai Jinchuriki and is the reason for the Kekkei Genkai purges in Kirigakure. If this is still going on when we leave, we will deal with Yagura after we defect. Yuzu is in between Konoha and Kiri. We can get started with Yuzu and rest, then at our leisure go and help Kiri. An ally would be nice, Naruto stated. My goal is peace. The figurehead leader of the Akatsuki wishes for peace through pain. He wants to use the 9 Biju as a weapon. He is being manipulated by a Beto going under the guise of Madara Uchiha. Nagato, or Pain as he goes by now, doesn't know that he will be making the Jubi. Obito plans to become the Jubi Jinchuriki and use the Shinju to reflect an eternal Jinjutsu off the moon, the Mugen Tsukuyami, infinite Tsukuyami. I want to become the Jubi Jinchuriki and eat the forbidden millennia fruit and bring peace. Unite all of the nations under the banner of Yuzushiogakure. However, first Konoha will have to be crushed. They have caused too much pain. Are you with us, Ami? Naruto questioned. The girl thought for all of 5 seconds before nodding rapidly. Hi Naruto-kun. You saved me, and I owe you everything. I'll follow you, she replied with hesitation. Good, Naruto stated, caressing her cheek softly. Ami flushed slightly. Now I shall send a Bunshin to see if Yugao can train you tomorrow while we take the bell test that Kakashi wants to administer. You needn't worry, she is with us, and she was my Kachan's apprentice and will leave Konoha with us. The only reason she has stayed in ANBU is for convenience and to not arouse suspicion. Hi, Ami said, nodding. Naruto created and sent the Kage Bunshin, shadow clone, to go. A few minutes later, Naruto got a flood of memories. She is coming over to meet you now. After that, she will train you tomorrow, Naruto stated. Hi, Ami replied eagerly. Kiyomi remained silent. The group moved out to the table and chairs in the kitchen. Not long later, they heard knocking on the door. Kiyomi got up and answered it. Ah, come in, Yugao-chan, she said to the older woman, who smiled. Thank you, Kiyomi-chan, she replied. Arriving at the table, she sees the girl she is going to be training tomorrow. So this is Ami-chan, Yugao spoke, inspecting the younger girl. Hi, Naruto answered. A pleasure to meet you. Ami-chan, please call me Yugao-chan, or Yugao-sensei when training, Yugao said, smiling at the girl. Ami returned the smile. Hi, Yugao-chan. So, do you have any preferred weapon that you want to learn? Yugao questioned. I myself am well versed in Kenjutsu, she finished. Ami nodded. I want to learn the Kunai blade. An interesting choice, Yugao mused aloud. What time will you be coming to training? She inquired. Naruto-kun and I have Kakashi's bell test at dawn. Ami-chan said that she had a few more things to get from her own apartment, then she would train with you, right? Kiyomi questioned. Ami nodded. Hi. It'll probably take an hour or so to finish getting the stuff I need from the apartment. After that, I'll go to you. Say at 6 a.m.? Hi, Yugao said, nodding her head. I have nothing on in the morning. I could help you gather your things, then I could lead you to my apartment for training. I do have a small training ground set up in the back. I'm ENBU after all. It's more for Kenjutsu, and I can get you started on learning the Kunai blade. Great. Thanks so much, Yugao-chan. Ami beamed, smiling gratefully. It's no trouble, Yugao said. Your apartment isn't far from here, is it? She questioned. Ami nodded. It's 2 blocks away, the one near the park with no neighbors. Ami replied. Yugao nodded, knowing the one. I guess I'll meet you there at 5 a.m. At Ami's nod, she continued. Very well. I must go now. I have guard duties until a little later. Bye, Yugao-chan. The 3 chorused. Yugao waved goodbye and left. Uchiha compound. Ah, Sayuri-chan, how was the academy? Makoto asked her daughter. It was fine, Ka-chan, Sayuri replied, dropping the Sasuke act and special hench. So who is in your team and who is your sensei? Makoto inquired. Sayuri gained a light pink hue to her cheeks before replying. Naruto-kun is along with Kiyomi-chan, and Sakura-san, our sensei, is Kakashi Hatake. Makoto grinned. So, you're on Naruto-kun's team? Huh, Makoto stated, emphasizing Kun, to tease her daughter, whom blushed heavier. Ka-chan, she yelled in embarrassment. Your sensei is little Kakashi-kun, huh? He's Sharingan no Kakashi, Kakashi of the Sharingan. He was in the ENBU for a while. He even had a Tachi under in his squad, and is known to have copied over 1,000 jutsu with his transplanted Sharingan. This gave him his second famed title, Copy Ninja no Kakashi, Copy Ninja Kakashi. His teammates were Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. His Jonin sensei was Minato Namikaze, she said, spitting out the name Minato Namikaze after all he had done. Sayuri's eyes widened. Wow, So he's strong then. We have a test tomorrow, a survival exercise. Do you have any advice, Kachan? Queried Sayuri. In reply, Mikoto nodded before speaking. It will be the famous Team 7 Bell test. It is a test that has been done on every single Team 7 in the history of Konoha. At the end of each generation, one of the students becomes sensei to the new Team 7, and the cycle continues. Kakashi-sen asked you to not eat, right? Sayuri nodded her head. Hi. He was lying. It isn't an order. But to see if you had common sense, you couldn't do a mission on an empty stomach after all. It's best to eat and throw up than to not, and be anything under 100%. Mikoto stated, pausing briefly before continuing. The point of this test is teamwork. You are to work together to get the bells. Well, try to. The bells is to split up the team and make it so those selfish fail. This rule particularly goes with Kakashi. He often quotes what his ex-teammate Obito said. Those who break the rule are trash. But those who would abandon even a single comrade are worse than that. So, if you want to pass, make sure all of you use teamwork. Mikoto finished. Sayuri nodded in determination. It'd be an interesting test tomorrow. Haruno household. How was your day, dear? Sakura's mother, Mabuki Haruno, asked. Good, thanks, Kazan. I have Sasuke-kun in my team. She beamed before she frowned. But I also have Naruto Baka and Kiyomi Baka. Them. Mabuki thought in alarm, paling, not liking this at all before she sighed. It was inevitable. Just be careful, sweetie, those Uzumaki children are bad and dangerous, so I want you to be careful around them, Mabuki said sternly. Sakura nodded her head. Good. Now you said you weren't having dinner or breakfast, right? She questioned. At Sakura's nod, she sighed, wishing her daughter would eat more. It was unhealthy. All right then, at least drink plenty tonight before you go to bed. Sakura nodded before going to have her shower. Naruto's and Kiyomi's bedroom later that night. Naruto went into the room and found both Ami and Kiyomi dressed in their night clothes. Kiyomi's hugged her perfect body, emphasizing her impressive, still-growing D-cup breasts. Her pants seemed to stick to her perfect rear end, and Naruto enjoyed the view. Ami's night clothes stuck fairly tightly to her form as well. In fact, they seemed a little small and too tight for her. Her C-cup bust was threatening to spill out of the top, and the top stopped just above her navel. Her pants only went to about the middle of her shins, and was incredibly tight around her plump rear end. And while she was technically 3 years Kiyomi's junior, he could honestly say Ami's body almost rivaled Kiyomi's when she was at that age. Sighing, he cleared his thoughts, though both girls seemed to notice that he had stared at them, studying their bodies. Kiyomi smirked. See something you like, Naruto-kun? Kiyomi purred suggestively, her hot breath licking at Naruto's neck. He shivered in delight. Maybe, he replied, moving closer. Ami coughed, trying to subdue the situation, and boy was she beet red. Are you right there? Why you weren't going to, you know? Ami asked nervously, leaving the question hanging. Kiyomi merely giggled at her, and Naruto just stared. No, we are both virgins, but if we did, you wouldn't have a problem, would you? Kiyomi asked, too sweetly more menacing. And no, Ami squeaked in fright. Good, Naruto and I, we're a couple, Kiyomi said, but Ami didn't do anything. Do you find it wrong? Kiyomi questioned, curious to her reply. Ami shook her head negatively. I don't. I'm an orphan too, and if I had just one person to love me, no matter whom, even if it was a sibling, and they were all I had and protected me and looked after me, I would probably be the same as you, Ami said slowly. Kiyomi smiled. Good, but please don't tell anyone, she said to Ami, who nodded. Hi. Come on, girls, time for bed, Naruto said as he ushered them to the bed. You can have the right part, Ami, Naruto instructed to Ami. She lay down under the covers. Kiyomi laid to her left in the middle, and Naruto turned off the light on God in behind Kiyomi. She was facing away from Naruto as Naruto hugged her from behind, arms wrapped securely around her waist. Before she realized it, Kiyomi had pulled her towards herself. You don't have to be alone again, Ami, Kiyomi said softly as she hugged her. Ami's eyes teared up. Thank you both, she said quietly. It's fine, Ami, Naruto said as he places a hand on her head. You're safe here. If anyone tried to hurt you again, they'll be destroyed, Naruto growled darkly. I'll give you some money for some proper-sized pajamas tomorrow. Now let's get some sleep. Naruto said to them as they all slowly drifted off into bliss. Hi, both Ami and Kiyomi murmured. Morning. Waking up was nice for the three of them. They didn't really want to get out from the comfort of the bed, but they knew they had to. After breakfast, Ami went to go collect the rest of her things in the storage scrolls Naruto had provided her with. She seemed to think it'd take a while. After that, she'd go with Yugao where she would train her, mostly physical conditioning to start. Naruto and Kiyomi would train her too, but while they were out at the bell test and some missions. Both Naruto and Kiyomi knew that their sensei would be 3 hours late. He was famous for it after all. So they had other plans to occupy each other than sit around and wait for the man to show up. They'd send Kage Bunshin as a precaution, though. It'd dispel when Kakashi arrived to alert them. Kiyomi. Naruto spoke seriously. Hi. Kiyomi asked curiously. What happens if I find someone else that I want to be with? Naruto inquired. At his question, Kiyomi looked down for a few seconds and silence imbued the room. Kiyomi lifted her head, showing that she had a grin. I don't care as long as I get to be with you too, Naruto-kun. Kiyomi proclaimed, and Naruto was utterly stunned. He then smiled at her. After a few seconds, they both lunged forward to each other and started preoccupying each other with a heated makeout session, attacking the other twin's face. They were currently grinding into and groping each other in lust, and they hungrily devoured each other's mouths. It was a good thing that they had silencing seals all around the house. Lime start. Ugh, Naruto-kun. I'm so horny. Kiyomi whimpered, grinding into his erect crutch. She enjoyed feeling his length grinding into her, but in his aroused state. Me too. Kiyomi-chan. Naruto replied, breaking for air before he licked from her chin to over her whiskered cheek. She shuddered in pleasure before both locked lips again. Kiyomi broke shortly after, panting and with a flushed face. Let's go further, Naruto-kun. Kiyomi purred as she ground her moist panty-clad ass against Naruto's crutch. Naruto went over to the bed first and climbed on, resting his head on the pillow. When he was settled, Kiyomi seductively crawled along the bed to Naruto. She crawled right on top of him and lay on top of him. She grabbed his face and pulled it toward hers. Naruto grabbed Kiyomi around the waist and pulled her in closer, keeping his lips locked to hers. He licked her lips, asking for entrance, and she gladly allowed. Their tongues played a battle of dominance. After a few seconds, Naruto won and began exploring Kiyomi's inner mouth. After about a minute, they parted, panting for air. Naruto looked into Kiyomi's eyes and could see the love and lust in them. His hands moved down further to her nice plump-toned ass, which he smacked, making it jiggle, and Kiyomi moaned loudly in encouragement. Yes, Naruto-kun, again. Naruto complied, smacking it again. Yes. Kiyomi moaned aloud, her panties getting even more soaked in her juices. Naruto gave her ass a nice firm squeeze, and damn did it feel good. He proceeded to knead it and smack it repeatedly. After a while, he moved one hand to her breast and proceeded to softly knead it and play with her nipples. God, Naruto-kun, that feels so good. She continued, moaning lewdly and panting. Kiyomi put her hand on his boxes over his dick and rubbed it, licking her lips at the feel of the size. She moved her mouth to his ear and whispered seductively. Let's keep going, Naruto-kun, but not all of the way yet. I'll need to move properly because of the damn test. Kiyomi finished in the same seductive tone, licking his earlobe. Naruto was grinning like a Cheshire cat. Okay, Kiyomi-chan, he answered cheerfully. Naruto lifted Kiyomi up in the air and moved her so they were positioned in the 69 position. Naruto gently set her down and proceeded to gently remove her panties and bra. Naruto rubbed her folds, then moved his dampened fingers to his mouth and put them in, gently sucking them, savoring the taste. Kiyomi-chan, you taste so delicious, Naruto said aloud. Kiyomi blushed at that and practically ripped his boxers off. His dick sprung free and almost slapped her in the face. It was standing at an impressive 8-inch. Kiyomi rubbed it in her hand and pumped it a little while fondling his balls, licking what pre-cum came from the tip. You too, Naruto-kun, she purred, licking it from her fingers and any remnants from her lips. She went down and engulfed the head of his cock in her mouth and started bobbing her head. Naruto moaned in pleasure. Damn, she was good. Naruto moved his head to her glistening folds and started licking them. He brought one finger to them and inserted it. Kiyomi arched her back in pleasure and let out a loud moan. RRRGHH. Yes, keep going, Naruto-kun. Naruto, not giving her a chance to go back to his own genitals, continued twisted it and kept moving it in and out at a slow pace. Oh, Oni-chan. F faster, she whimpered, almost desperately. In reply, Naruto gave her rear and another slap, making it jiggle. She moaned. Yes. Oh, Oni-ich dash. She was interrupted by Naruto. Oni-sama, he stated, smacking her ass again. Kiyomi cried out in pleasure as her, but was glowing red and her pussy was drenched and was making lewd sucking noises as Naruto pumped his finger. He quickly added a second and moved his head to start lapping her sweet nectar. Oh yes. Ugh. Yes. Oni-sama. Kiyomi cried in pure bliss as Naruto kept pleasing her. Just saying Oni-sama aloud and being submissive to him was a turn-on for her. Are you going to come, Kiyomi-chan? Naruto asked her. In reply, she moaned while slightly bobbing her head. Yes. Good, I won't waste any, he declared, his breath making her damp sex tingle with more pleasure. I dem. Coming. Oni-sama. Kiyomi shouted to the heavens as she came. Naruto, as he promised, lapped up her juice, not daring to waste a single drop. Once she calmed down from her high, she stared at Naruto lustfully. My turn to please you. Oni-sama, she declared with a purr. With that, she wrapped her soft hand around his length and moved one hand to stimulate his balls. Kiyomi swirled her tongue around the top of his head. Oh, Kiyomi. Naruto moaned out in pleasure. Kiyomi teasingly licked his length from base to tip. Naruto gritted his teeth in pleasure. Before long, she engulfs the head and 3 inches of his length, bobbing at a steady pace. God, Kiyomi, keep going faster, Naruto demanded in lust. Kiyomi hummed in reply, sending pleasurable vibrations through his dick. Ack, Naruto grunted. Kiyomi kept bobbing her head at the same pace, if not slightly faster. Gradually, as she was going, she would engulf more and more of Naruto's member. Before long, she was deep-throating him, and Naruto's eyes were clouded with lust as his beautiful little Amato serviced him. Yes, keep it up, Amato-chan. Naruto hissed in pleasure, bucking his hips, making his balls slap at her chin. Kiyomi suddenly pulled back and Naruto's cock sprung free. W. Naruto whispered. Before he could say anything more, Kiyomi had put his meat in between her soft, perfect, firm D-cup breasts. His eyes did roll in the back of his skull as she moved them up and down along his shaft, giving him an extremely pleasurable experience. The tit fuck. Oh, he moaned and grunted. Every time she could, Kiyomi licked at the tip of his length. Keep going. So close, Amato-chan, Naruto said aloud. Kiyomi quickly sped up her pace, wanting her Oni-sama's seed. Ugh, Naruto grunted, then moaned as he let loose and emptied his load. His shaft's head had been engulfed by both Kiyomi's breasts and mouth at this point. Her mouth quickly filled to the brim with his hot seed. He could see Kiyomi's throat moving as she greedily gulped it down. His length sprung free from her mouth and 2 squirts landed on her face, her nose and cheek, and 3 to her breasts. What happened next was a ludicrously hot sight. Kiyomi got her index and middle finger of both hands and cleaned the semen from her ample breasts. She slowly deposited it into her mouth and did the same with the amount on her cheek and nose. There was one final trail from to the right of her mouth down to her chin. She used her right index finger to scoop it up, and she wrapped her tongue around the limb and greedily licked it off. When she was finished, she put the digit fully in her mouth and sucked it clean. Itade kamasu, Oni-sama. Kiyomi purred with a beaming smile. Naruto felt his tool get hard again. One more round before the test wouldn't hurt, right? Lime end. After finishing their second round and after about half an hour of relaxation, their Kage Bunshin dispelled, notifying them that Kakashi had arrived at Training Ground 7. Well, we better go, Kiyomi-chan, Naruto said to his twin, who nodded her head in agreement. Hi, let's finish this test and become honorable shinobi of Konoha, she replied, spitting out the word Konoha and sarcastically saying honorable. With that, they both used the stand Shunshin to disappear from their room and appear on Training Ground 7, where their team was waiting for them, though their Kage Bunshin hadn't been dispelled more than a few seconds. Upon arriving, Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Why were your Kage Bunshin here and not the both of you? He questioned. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. You're Kakashi Hitaki, notorious for being late to everything. Normally by 3 hours. Why should we waste our time waiting for someone when we could be alerted by a Kage Bunshin dispelling and receiving the memories? Kakashi nodded, accepting that. He couldn't argue with that point. He clapped his hands together cheerfully. Now that we're all here. Kakashi paused, noticing Sakura's menacing glare. Sasuke didn't bother as he arrived a few minutes before Kakashi did, being warned by Mikoto and all. He shrugged and continued. We will commence with the bell test. At this, Kakashi pulled out 2 bells and they shook and jingled as he presented them. Your objective is to get one of these bells. You have until noon, and those who have one will pass and may eat. Those who don't, well, you won't be getting anything and you will be sent back to the academy. At this, Sakura and Sasuke glared at Kakashi, Sayuri more for her act. Suddenly, Sakura's stomach growled loudly and she flushed in embarrassment. Kakashi took note that none of the others growled and mentally praised them. Looks like 3 of you have common sense, he mused. Come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi said, seemingly bored with an eye smile before he placed a timer on the log. You begin now, Kakashi said as he disappeared with a puff of smoke. Sayuri bolted and hid in some bushes, suppressing her chakra as best she could, just as her Kachan taught her. While she was pleased with her abilities at low to mid-Chunin level, she wasn't arrogant and knew she couldn't take on someone of Kakashi's caliber. Yet, she would have to hide for now and talk to Naruto, Kiyomi, and Sakura about the true meaning of the test. Though she was confident that both Naruto and Kiyomi already knew, it still wouldn't hurt to be more cautious. Sakura had hid not far from her or him. Rather, she was determined to impress Sasuke-kun and have just the 2 of them on a team, hence why she stuck close to him. Kiyomi disappeared and quickly scaled a tree near the clearing. Naruto was waiting in with his arms crossed with a bored lock on his face. She wanted the best vantage point to watch his show with the Hitaki. If he really was as good as the legends made him out to be, then it would be a good show. She plopped down on a branch, ready to catch the whole thing. I can't wait, she thought in glee, swinging her legs back and forth. Naruto was waiting and was bored to hell. Come on, Hitaki. I want to dance with you. Show me that you're a respectable shinobi and can entertain me, Naruto thought, hoping Kakashi would be here soon. Kakashi noticed Sakura and Sasuke hiding in the bushes. Sasuke's doing a good job of hiding, and Sakura, not so much. Sakura would be his first easy target. He had also seen Kiyomi's stunt, tree walking already. She was an already seemingly talented young kunoichi. She must have held back in the academy for fear of what the villagers would do. He thought sadly. It was a shame how someone who should be showing off their skills had to suppress them and play dumb. He had also seen Naruto wait in the clearing for him, so he decided to play with Naruto after he had finished with Sakura. He's either arrogant or he thinks he can actually take me on, Kakashi thought, intrigued. Kakashi moved and appeared behind Sakura. Sakura, behind you, he whispered in her ear. Sakura stiffened and slowly turned her head and came face to face with Kakashi. Kakashi did 2 hand seals, Hibi, snake, and Nezumi, rat, and used the Megan, Narikomi no Jutsu, demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. On Sakura, a whirlwind of leaves engulfed her form. When it died down, nothing was there except the empty spot she had been. Huh, what was that? What's going on? Where's Sensei? Sakura questioned aloud, frantically looking around. She suddenly heard Sasuke-kun's voice. Sakura. It panted. Sakura spun around in glee to the source. Sasuke-kun, she shouted. She turned horrified at what she saw. Sakura, help me, Sasuke pleaded, panting. Sakura paled and tears spilled from her eyes. Not her precious Sasuke-kun. Not like this. HHH, she screamed before she fell to the ground on her back, frothing at the mouth. Kakashi's sweat dropped, but continued reading his beloved little orange book. I think that was a bit too much, he thought. Elsewhere, the other 3 team members, Naruto, Kiyomi, and Sayuri, shook their heads in disgust. It was pitiful to fall for such a weak technique, especially such a weak Jinjutsu, and she was adept in Jinjutsu. All 3 of them were broken out of their musings as Kakashi appeared in the middle opposite Naruto. You'll fight him alone, Naruto-kun, Sayuri thought in slight worry, but she was confident he could win. He did fight off Itachi and win when he was 8 after all, and he was in a completely different league. Kiyomi too. Yay, it's about to start. Kiyomi cheered mentally. About time Sharingan no Kakashi, Naruto stated, arms still folded over his chest and bored. You're just going to fight me, one-on-one? By yourself? Kakashi questioned. Naruto nodded. Both myself and Kiyomi know the real purpose of your little bell test, and I'm confident that Sasuke knows too, the teamwork exercise. I just want a challenge, to dance with you, Naruto proclaimed. Oh, Kakashi said with a raised eyebrow. Well, I guess you would all pass besides Sakura. Kakashi was interrupted by Naruto. Kiyomi just had Sasuke. Wake up Sakura while you were here, and she agreed to work together with Sasuke. So because we all know the meaning to the bell test, we all pass, but I'd like to dance with you first, Naruto said, and Kakashi nodded. Very well. I can't fail if you all work together like that and know what the test is about. Even if you didn't or don't get any bells, that isn't the objective. I will honor your wish and fight you, Kakashi said with an eye smile. I will warn you, Kakashi. You better go all out, or else you might die. At Naruto's proclamation, the man scoffed at the arrogance and pulled out his beloved book and started to read it. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at this, but with a warning move, Kakashi was proven mistaken and he decided to take Naruto serious. Naruto ran at Kakashi at the speed of High Chunin to test the waters. He aimed a fist at the Hitaki's head, and Kakashi blocked it. Kakashi went for a leg sweep only for Naruto to jump in the air and flip over it. Landing on the ground, Naruto tried to roundhouse kick Kakashi, who leapt back to gain some distance. Kakashi charged at Naruto this time. He aimed to punch Naruto in the gut, but his hit was redirected and it put him off balance. Naruto spun around Kakashi and kicked his legs out from underneath him. Kakashi lands in a handstand position before wrapping his legs around Naruto's waist and flinging him forward towards a tree. Naruto does a few flips and twists in midair before landing softly on the side of the tree. He didn't make so much as a peep. A singed leaf fell down between the short distance between Naruto and Kakashi. As it fell, Naruto did a single hand seal and whispered, Juryoku Fuin, Kai, gravity seal, release. As soon as he did, the gravity seal reduced its weight, granting him access to Jonin level speeds. As soon as the leaf reached the ground, both shinobi blasted forward at mid-Jonin level speed. As Kakashi came at Naruto, he leapt high into the air and soared towards Naruto. As he did, he maneuvered his body and initiated a spinning axe kick. Naruto didn't make any move to get away. He simply raised an arm. When Kakashi made contact, Naruto didn't even budge an inch. The ground beneath him, however, creaked beneath the strength of the kick and made indentations where Naruto's feet were. Naruto's face remained fixed on the ground. Not bad, Kakashi, Naruto announced as he chuckled. You must, however, go all out, even with your borrowed Sharingan. Naruto finished his sentence, moving his head from the ground, and it faced Kakashi. As soon as it did, Kakashi froze in shock. He was looking into red orbs instead of the usual purple one, and it wasn't the Kyuubi's doing either. Oh no, they certainly weren't slitted. Kakashi knew these eyes much, much better. How did he have them, though? How did Naruto have the Sharingan? He was only 13 too, and they were fully mature, 3-tomo Sharingan. How? Kakashi's barely audible whisper broke the seemingly never-ending silence. I have Uchiha blood, I am a true heir of the Sharingan, Naruto answered. When? Was Kakashi's next answer, and Naruto smirked at him. For Kakashi's eye widened. It was unheard of, obscene. Itachi hadn't even unlocked his till the age of 7. He was hailed as the genius prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Once in a generation, Naruto's voice brought him back to reality. Having interrupted his inner musings, they unlocked at the 2-tomo level, and I reached the fully matured 3-tomo level not long later, by the time I was 6, Naruto said. Kakashi gaped. He was rendered utterly speechless. Come now, Kakashi, take off you Hitaiate. Reveal your Sharingan. I want to have a good dance. Naruto spoke sincerely. Kakashi nodded and obliged. He reached his right arm up to his Hitaiate, and with a firm pull it was now across his forehead, his left eye still close. Not a moment later it snapped open to reveal a Sharingan, a single red orb with 3 black tomo. Let's dance, Kakashi Hitaki, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded. The real battle was just getting started. Sidelines. Sakura. Sakura could only gape in awe and wonder with how Naruto was dealing with Kakashi, their elite Jonin sensei. It was truly a sight to behold. Naruto really wasn't some dope loser like the academy. Perhaps she'd been wrong and would have to give both him and Kiyomi a chance. Maybe after the bell test, she should try to be friendlier. In fact, it didn't really seem that Naruto loved her like back in the academy. Maybe he was just faking it? Sakura nodded her head to herself. She'd at least try to get along with them. And if they were neutral with each other, it would be good. Well, better than meaningless conflict. Sayuri. Sayuri was watching the fight with rapt attention. She was solely fixated on it. It was alluring. The display of skill and strength that Naruto showed was a slight turn-on to her. If anything, that's what she would look for in a man, not someone weak and pathetic. He seemed ridiculously strong, holding his own in a battle with someone as fabled and strong as Kakashi. Well, according to her Kachan. I wonder what else you can do, Naruto-kun. Sayuri thought. Kiyomi. Kiyomi was silently observing the spar between the Hatake and Naruto from her spot in the tree. It was an intriguing match to say the least. She had to give Kakashi credit, and he was a pretty good shinobi. I wonder how good he is with the Sharingan. Kiyomi wondered, all the while keeping her eye on the battle. She was about to find out. Naruto versus Kakashi. Naruto flipped through several hand seal at blurred speeds and ended in a Tora, tiger, hand seal. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm. I am possible. A genin can't do elemental ninjutsu, he said aloud. Naruto called out the jutsu. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. A giant orb of fire, twice the size of Kakashi in width, flew at him at tremendous speeds. Kakashi's eyes were horror-struck as the jutsu struck him. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a burned trail where the jutsu had gone and dispersed. Naruto knew that the Hatake was not finished. That would be ridiculously easy, especially for a jonin of some 13 years. A pair of hands burst from the ground under Naruto and wrapped around his ankles. Naruto's eye only had time to widen as he was pulled down and embedded up to the neck in the ground. Before Kakashi had time to lecture Naruto, Naruto poofed out of existence. Kage Bunshin. When did he have time for that? Kakashi thought inwardly. He quickly pulled out a kunai, preparing for anything. A barrage of shuriken burst from the trees heading straight for Kakashi, intent on impaling him. Kakashi with great precision deflected them all away from himself. As soon as he had finished, Naruto ran down from the tree he was in. When reaching the halfway point, he kicked off the tree and sailed towards the ground, landing softly on it. Naruto pulled the katana from his back, and Kakashi in retaliation pulled out a second kunai. Naruto's large, intimidating figure was not for show. He towered a good head above Kakashi and swung down with his sword. Kakashi raised the two kunai in an X pattern to block it. The force and strength behind the swing was unlike anything that Kakashi had felt before. Hell, it was probably even stronger than Guy. That was unnerving. Naruto raised his blade and swung anew, this time a full crossword slash. Kakashi ducked under the swing, and it skimmed over where his head had been, cutting a few hairs loose. Taking advantage of his position, Kakashi put as much strength as he could into a frontal kick. It got Naruto clean in the gut, and Naruto flew through the air before flipping and landing on the ground. He wasn't even injured from the kick. Trying to take advantage of Naruto's current state, Kakashi decided to start a battle of jutsu. He was at a large disadvantage with Naruto having a sword and how strong Naruto was. Kakashi sped through several consecutive hand seals. Naruto, seeing this, decided to seal his katana in the same sealing tattoo as his kama. When he had sealed it, he started going through the hand seals for his own counter to the Hatake's jutsu. Kakashi had finished his and announced the jutsu name. Katan, Karyu Endan. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The jutsu name called out, the large fire dragon sped towards Naruto. Luckily for Naruto, he was extremely adept in ninjutsu and completed going through his own hand seals in a blur, and he released his own ninjutsu, his counter for Kakashi's. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Technique. As soon as Naruto finished the jutsu, a water dragon of equal size to Kakashi's fire dragon sped off and nullified its fire counterpart. and kept on speeding through, heading straight for Kakashi. Kakashi, having good knowledge of the weakness to each element, was aware that Naruto's jutsu would be coming for him, and while steam envelopes the entire area obscuring his vision, Kakashi starts a string of hand seals to protect himself. Ending in the Inu seal, dog seal, Kakashi utilizes his jutsu. Doton, Dorihiki. Earth release, earth-style wall. A large, solid wall of earth rose from the ground. It had several dog heads facing outward, towards Naruto's incoming jutsu. The water dragon crashed into and against Kakashi's earth wall, but it didn't budge on the slightest and held strong. Kakashi sighed in relief and prepared for his next move. Seeing that his jutsu had been avoided, the steam having mostly cleared, Naruto ran up to Kakashi's wall and leaped atop the large earth wall. Kakashi, having spotted Naruto, throws a kunai with an exploding tag attached to it. Naruto catches the kunai between his fingers, middle and index, and flicks it back at the Hitaki. Kakashi, seeing the oncoming threat, rolls to the left, successfully dodging it. Naruto uses the distraction to his advantage and appears directly above Kakashi's crouched form and punches the Jonin in the side, successfully landing the hit. Kakashi slams into ground from the solid hit, but pushes off of the ground immediately and gains some distance from Naruto. When safely away, he winces, holding his side, the one struck by Naruto. Naruto goes through seals at a pace that even Kakashi can barely keep up with and end in the Hibi seal, snake seal. He says the jutsu name. Futon, de Tapa. Wind release, great breakthrough. Quickly using the devastating jutsu to his advantage, Kakashi runs through several of his own hand seals. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. The large fireball quickly overpowers Naruto's wind jutsu and gains its power, making the fire jutsu larger and more deadly. Naruto, seeing this, quickly makes a Kage Bunshin, and the both of them simultaneously goes through a slew of hand seals. Naruto's Kage Bunshin uses the Doton, Dorihiki, earth release, earth-style wall, and erects a large barrier of earth to block the path of the incoming wind-powered fire jutsu. The real Naruto uses the Suiton, Suijin Hiki, water release, water formation wall, to create a massive formation of water around himself. The Kage Bunshin and the Doton, Dorihiki, earth release, earth-style wall. The Suiton, Suijin Hiki, water release, water formation wall, and Doton, Dorihiki, earth release, earth-style wall, completely nullify the high wind-powered fireball, the combination jutsu that the Hitaki made. Naruto walks up to the weakened Doton, Dorihiki, earth release, earth-style wall, and shatters it with a single punch. As soon as he did, he saw that Kakashi was trying to take charge by engaging in a surprise taijutsu attack. Naruto quickly and effectively outmaneuvers Kakashi and lands a solid punch to the Hitaki that connects with his gut, lifting him from the ground, making him cough up blood. Not that anyone could tell because of the mask covering Kakashi's lower face, but it gained a light red hue. Kakashi falls to his knees. Naruto is behind him, a kunai to his throat. Hee. Kakashi chuckles with a pant every now and then. Why, you're good, Naruto. You got me. You win. Kakashi says, giving his student an eye smile. The kid was good. He was proud of him. Naruto pockets the kunai and offers Kakashi a hand and helps him off the ground. You're a respectable shinobi, Kakashi Hitaki. It was an honor, Naruto states. Kakashi rubs his head sheepishly. Ma, I'm not that great. Kakashi says, waving Naruto off. The alarm rings. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kiyomi all move towards them, the whole team now gathered. That was amazing, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto. Sakura said, gaining both people's attention. If you train hard enough, you might be that good one day too, Sakura-san, Naruto replied. Sakura nodded her head eagerly. Good job, Naruto. Tebane. Kiyomi says with a smile to her older twin. Naruto returns her smile. HN, he replies, and Kiyomi pouts cutely. That was a good show, Kakashi. Naruto, added Sasuke. Kakashi clapped his hands together. Well, that ends the training. All of you pass. You guys are the first. No one else bothered to accept the help and come together as a team. They were all just morons. A shinobi must see underneath the underneath. Those who break the rules are called trash. But you know what? Those who don't take care of their comrades are lower than trash. Kakashi finished his speech. Naruto smirked. Konoha, he started catching everyone's attention, is lower than trash. He finished, making Kakashi and Sakura's eyes widen. What? Kakashi questioned. Sakumo Hatake, the village treated him as scum for saving his comrades on a mission. He committed seppuku after Mato died. He couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He was eternally a genin. The village mocked him and ridiculed him. Konoha abandoned their comrades, Yuzushio, to fend for themselves. Naruto snarled. Konoha is worse than trash, he finished. Both Kakashi and Sakura were shocked. Kakashi broke the silence. We are officially Team 7. Our duties as Team 7 will begin tomorrow, Kakashi said aloud in a good guy pose, giving them the thumbs up and gaining everyone's attention. They had varied reactions. Sakura beamed at him, while Kiyomi, Naruto, and Sasuke smirked. I will see you all tomorrow. Dismissed, Kakashi said. Everyone, with the sole exception of himself, started to move from the training field. When they were gone, he stood still, staring at the monument. Naruto had given him a lot to think about. Is Konoha, is the village really lower than trash? He recalled finding his father's body. He was only a young child around the age of 5. He clenched his fists. I don't know. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei. What should I believe? The evidence is right there, Kakashi asked to himself as he stared at the stone. He sighed and flipped open his book before using the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to tell the Hokage how his team passed. Jonin team's meeting, Hokage's office. Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves. Apparently, they were all waiting on him. Hiruzen cleared his throat. Now that everyone is here, please tell me if your team passed or failed. I'll start at Team 1, Hiruzen announced, and he gave a small pause before continuing. Team 1. Fail. Team 2. Fail. Team 3. Fail. Team 4. Fail. Team 5. Fail. Team 6. Fail. Team 7. Pass. As soon as Kakashi answered, all eyes were drawn to him. They all sweat dropped as he remained fixated on his precious porn. Hiruzen rubbed the bridge of his nose before continuing. Team 8. Pass. Team 9 is still in circulation. So, finally we have Team 10. Pass. Very well, I'll expect reports tomorrow. You're dismissed, ordered Hiruzen. Hi, was chorused throughout the room as they all left. Naruto and Kiyomi. After the bell test, Naruto and Kiyomi headed straight home. Ami would already be there because Yugao could only train her until lunchtime. They needed to discuss her training schedule. Both Naruto and Kiyomi would teach her, and some Kage Bunshin or possibly Chi Bunshin, while they sent their own Chi Bunshin to the D-rank missions. When Ami was up to an adequate level, Naruto would have a Chi Bunshin go with her and into the hyperbolic time seal. He didn't really want to speed age himself another 2 years after all. After Ami's training, they themselves would have to find Kushina's blood, DNA from where she died. Then, and only then, could she be revived. Arriving home, the twins entered their house and went into the small living area. Sure enough, Ami was there reading a book. Ami, Naruto said, catching her attention. Hi, Naruto-kun, Ami replied, smiling. We have to discuss your training, Naruto announced as he moved and sat down next to her. Kiyomi followed, sitting to the right of Naruto. Team 7 will be on just D-rank missions for I'd say a month or 2. During this time, we, Kiyomi, and I will be training you and send a Chi Bunshin with Team 7. A Chi Bunshin is a special type of Bunshin like the Kage Bunshin that you learned, only it is made of blood and chakra. It makes a solid flesh and bone copy of yourself so it can take hits. But it is also like the Kage Bunshin in the sense that it has its own mind and will, and even gives you its memories once dispelled. Naruto paused, giving her a moment to let the information sink in. When you're up to an appropriate level, I will take you into my special seal. It is my greatest accomplishment with Fuinjutsu. It is called the Hyperbolic Time Seal, and the seal itself allows the person or persons inside the selected area of the seal to remain in there for 2 days in the real world. In the area inside the seal, the time and space is altered drastically, and it creates a separate dimension, which those 2 days are 2 years. In other words, even a single year inside the seal is equivalent to only 24 hours, a single day on the outside. As Naruto finished explaining his ultimate Fuinjutsu accomplishment, Ami's eyes widened. Different time flow and dimension? That was ludicrous. The idea, it should be impossible, but Naruto had made this seal reality. Naruto's voice snapped Ami back to reality. We will start you on Shuriken Jutsu and Taijutsu. We will need to get your body in a top physical condition. I will draw a gravity seal on you to help your body's strength increase. Well, we'll get started. Naruto finished speaking, and Ami nodded in agreement and eager to finally get some proper training. Time skipped 2 months. Over the 2 months, Naruto and Kiyomi had kept on sending Chi Bunshin to do the chores, or D-rank missions. They were completely useless missions that should be done by the academy students in groups of 3 with a supervising chunin. They were wasting Jinin for weeding gardens, painting fences and houses, taking shopping to houses, walking dogs, cleaning trash, and anything in between. It was something Naruto couldn't fathom. The absurdity of it all was ludicrous. Not like he or Kiyomi were wasting time, though. They had been working Ami to the bone with as many Bunshin clones, both Kage, shadow, and Chi, blood, as she could make. During the 2 months in the real world, Ami had gotten better at Taijutsu. She went from not even the academy standard to low Jinin and Shuriken Jutsu to Jinin level from low academy rank, making really amazing progress with someone willing to take the time to teach her. Her Jinjutsu was at low Jinin level. Her body was slightly more toned and slim. Her speed without the gravity seal was high Jinin level. Overall, she was at med Jinin level. During the 2 years she spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, her hair had grown to waist length and out. Her C-cup breasts grew to a modest D-cup, and she stood at 5 feet 3.15 inches, 162 centimeters. During the strenuous 2 years of training with the Chi Bunshin of both Naruto and Kiyomi, Ami had grown more attracted to Naruto and had a deep bond with both of the twins. She had taken to using a kunai blade, and when she came out of the seal, Naruto had gotten a chakra conducting one made and enforced it with the same seals as his katana as to not break in the heat of battle. Her attire consists of black ANBU pants and shinobi sandals. Her shirt is a form-fitting dark purple that shows of her full curvaceous, lean, toned figure, and she wears her hair in a ponytail, with her bangs framing her face, the left side covering that eye. She was a low to mid-jonin level kunoichi. Currently, Naruto's and Kiyomi's Chi Bunshin were on a D-rank mission. Chi Bunshin, Blood Clone, and Team 7. Right now, Team 7 was on a mission that they all had come to loathe, finding Tora, the blasted monster of the wife of the High no Kuni Daimyo, Land of Fire Daimyo, Madame Jimmy. The little devil was the bane of all D-rank missions. It was known far and wide, and more importantly feared all amongst High no Kuni, Land of Fire. Naruto Uzumaki gave the evil devil cat, Tora, a look of utter loathing that you would not believe. If his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was activated right now, the damn thing would have been ablaze in the black flames of the Amaterasu. It was worse than anything he'd ever faced before. It truly was worthy adversary. That's it. I know how to succeed, he thought with barely contained glee and a manic grin. He slowly walked over and stood in front of Tora. He stared deep into its eyes with his 3 Tomo Sharingan activated. The rest of Team 7 looked on from a short ways away, wondering what Naruto was about to do. Kakashi ready to intervene at a moment's notice in the case that Naruto got violent with the mighty beast. Naruto decided that it was time to put his master plan into action. He started his, Madara Ji-sama's monologue with his own twist. He cleared his throat. Attention, Tora, I will become the ruler. You are merely a momentary life, a temporary existence, of pure evil devil cat energy. Energy that is a single ultimate form. I'm positive. You're an unstable force, though you don't lack intelligence or sapience. You're also very deceptive. You require a guide to show you your purpose. That guide is the Uchiha. Evil devil cats are but slaves to those with blessed eyes. With that said, Naruto formed a single hand sign. Obey me, Tora. Obey me, world, he commanded. Tora's eyes gained the fully mature three-tomo Sharingan pattern over the original eye. He could even hear the faint shouts of "All hail Naruto-sama." Naruto cackled in mad laughter, and epic music played in the background from nowhere. I've done it. With Tora under my control, I shall become the supreme ruler. If anyone dares to resist my authority, they shall know pain. From this moment onward, this world belongs to me. He cackled again and grinned. He'd done it. He'd beaten the evil devil cat, Tora. He flashed a grin to his team with a V for victory. Team 7 and Kakashi's sweat dropped at his monologue after speech. Kiyomi especially, before Kakashi dropped to his knees and bowed his head to the ground. Teach me the ways of the blessed eyes, Naruto-sama. Kakashi shouted dramatically as if Naruto were some god in human form, with almost sick glee at the thought of using it on Tora. It was for payback, damn it. Naruto just looked at him as if he'd grown a second head. HN. The music faded from the background. Kakashi sighed and got to his feet, mumbling something about ungrateful brats not showing their sensei jutsu these days. Kakashi coughed in his hand and turned back to Naruto, as if the whole ground fiasco never occurred. Nicely done, Naruto. Now let's just get Tora back nice and easy, and it'll be mission over. The rest of the team had slack-jawed expressions, but nodded nonetheless. As Naruto started to trek toward the Hokage Tower, Tora followed closely behind, obediently like a loyal pet. Kakashi stared in shock and awe. I wonder if he'll teach me it later, Kakashi thought hopefully. During the trip back to the Hokage Tower, teams of Genin and the occasional Chunin and Jonin saw Tora following Naruto. Hated or not, they bowed down to him. The non-existent chance of Naruto-sama continued. Maybe it was Jinjutsu? Finally arriving at the Hokage Tower, they entered and proceeded to the mission center. Arriving inside, the Chunin, Irika, and another, as well as the Sandame, stared in shock at Team 7, more specifically Naruto and his new pet. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama, Kakashi announced lazily. What happened to Tora? Hiruzen demanded. The usually problematic beast was quiet and docile. Kakashi scratched his head. Naruto tamed her, Kakashi said, correcting himself at the last moment. Hiruzen and the Chunin nodded dumbly. Very well, mission complete. The Sandame announced. Tora went to Madame Jimmy as per Naruto's order, and Team 7 received the payment. All right, on to the next mission. Babysitting an elder's grandson, shopping in the neighboring village, and help with the potato digging. Hiruzen was cut off from his listing. No, Naruto stated firmly, voicing his opinion on the matter. I refuse to play these games any longer. These are not shinobi missions. You're wasting our time. Give them to the academy students in groups of 3 with a Chunin squad leader, Naruto said. Hiruzen had to admit, it was a good idea. You baka, you're just a rookie. Everyone starts with simple duties and works their way up. Irika interrupted, adding his 2 cents. Naruto's cold glare shut him up. This is wasting our time. I thought I became a shinobi, not some worker for hire, he said firmly. Hiruzen sighed. Very well, I'll give you a C-rank protection mission of a certain individual. He started. Will you come in here? Hiruzen finished. An older man in his late 50s, early 60s walked in. He is a gray-haired, bespectacled man with a large beard and dark eyes. He wears a sleeveless V-neck shirt with an obi, pants, and a pair of sandals. He also carried a towel around his neck and wore a pointed hat on his head. He also carried a bottle of sake. What's this? 2 super brats and 2 super teens, especially the pink-haired one with the flat chest. Are you really shinobi? Hey, Tazuna exclaimed, taking a large gulp of sake. Naruto and Sasuke snorted at the old fart, and Kiyomi sneered in disgust. Sakura's eye twitched, flat chest echoed in her head. I'll kill you, she roared, being held back by Kakashi. What's the point in killing the person you're supposed to protect? Baka, Kakashi said, still holding her back by the collar. She eventually calmed down. I am the super expert bridge builder, Tazuna. I expect you to provide super protection until I get back to my country, Nami no Kuni, land of waves, and complete the bridge, Tazuna stated. Hi, Kakashi said, eyes smiling. We'll meet you at the gates in an hour, so that gives us time to prepare. Is that all right? He asked. That's super, Tazuna replied. All right, team, meet at the gates in an hour. Dismissed. Kakashi ordered. The team split to get ready. Real Naruto and Kiyomi. Naruto and Kiyomi had just finished visiting the site where Kushina died, the summoning altar. The reason was to gain some of the blood stain, her blood specifically, for samples. All right, off to the mountain's graveyard, right, Naruto-kun? Kiyomi inquired. Hi, Kiyomi-chan. It's almost time, Naruto replied. Both of the teens used the Kamui to warp there. When there, Naruto went and connected himself to the Geto Mazo with the utilization of the Mokuton. He also activated the Rinnegan. After all was in place, Naruto proceeds to use the Kamui and Bright Mizuki forth. He was barely alive, bound and gagged. As per the memorized instruction in the Scroll of Seals, Naruto prepared the scroll. When finished, he placed the DNA of Kushina he acquired on the scroll and placed it near the pathetic form of Mizuki. Naruto went through the several hand seals carefully, saying them as he went along. Tora, tiger; Hebe, snake; Inu, dog; Ryu, dragon. Upon finishing doing all of the hand seals, Naruto did the final step to complete the jutsu. He clapped his hands together and announced the name. Kuchios, Edo Tensei. Summoning, impure world reincarnation. Before both his and Kiyomi's eyes, a large black intricate Fuinjutsu array appeared from the scroll. A large black circle appeared where Mizuki was bound. The twins both watched in interest and expectancy. Mizuki wailed in pain as what looked like small bits of paper quickly covered his form. It was over fairly quickly. Mizuki was no more. Standing before Naruto, and Kiyomi was a woman with beautiful dark fiery red hair. Her build was slender, and she has an impressive D-cup bust. Her skin is fair but marred by cracks. Her eyes look glassy. Where am I and who are you? She questioned, confused before continuing. The last thing I remember was that I thought I died, Databang. Ka-chan. Kiyomi murmured, tearing up. Ka. Amusum. Kushina shouted in shock with wide eyes, noticing her looking almost identical to herself and having 6 whisker-like marks. Looking towards the giant, young, handsome man, her eyes widened upon noticing his eyes and the same whisker-like marks. He had some tears as well. Sochi. She questioned again shakily. Hi, Ka-chan. Naruto answered, moving forward with Kiyomi to give their newly reincarnated Ka-chan a hug. Kushina's eyes watered. How am I here? And why can't I feel anything? She asked, hugging both of her children close to her, sad that she couldn't feel their warmth. We used the Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation, Ka-chan, sorry. But this is the only way to bring you back without risking my health and reversing your corpse's state. Give me a moment, and I will fully resurrect you. Kushina was about to say something but decided against it, seeing Naruto perform the Hitsuji, Ram, and Hebe, snake, hand seals, and announce a jutsu name. Geto, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Outer Path, Sasra of Heavenly Life Technique. The cracks that marred Kushina's body all started to disappear as skin seemed to form in the air and cover her body. Her complexion gained its healthy regular glow and her eyes gained their deep violet color. She was reborn, alive again. She looked over to thank Naruto and saw him panting slightly on his knees, fairly exhausted. She walked over to him and hugged him tightly to her body, tears falling from her eyes. Thanks, Sochi. Tebane, she mumbled and pulled Kiyomi into the hug too. We have to go on a mission, Ka-chan. We'll both leave some Chi Bunshin to explain this to you. Sorry. Naruto apologized and Kushina waved him off. It's all right, she said. Naruto nodded and disconnected from the Geto Mazo. Hold still. We'll go back to our apartment. Naruto muttered and used the Kimui on Kushina and himself. Kiyomi used it on herself and they appeared back in their apartment. Make yourself at home, Ka-chan, Kiyomi said. Ami-chan isn't here right now. She'll be back soon probably. The Chi Bunshin will explain, she added. Kushina nodded her head. See you when we get back, Ka-chan, Kiyomi said, giving her a hug and smiling. Naruto did the same. See you, Ka-chan, Naruto said, smiling. We better go. With that, both Naruto and Kiyomi created a Chi Bunshin each and grabbed the stuff that the already dispelled Chi Bunshin left. Let's go, Kiyomi, Naruto said. Hi. Kiyomi replied, and they both used the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. Kushina turned to the Chi Bunshin. Now please explain, she said. Alright, I actually believe that the Rinne Tensei doesn't kill the user, but take tremendous chakra, though with an Edo Tensei less. Nagato revived all of the recently dead Konoha with little chakra, and Conan said, but if you do it with this little chakra you'll. Obito also survived reviving Madara after having the Jubi extracted, and he was running on empty. It was either the Rinne Tensei or Banbutsu Sozo, creation of all things. I am iffy about this bit. Please, I really need people's thoughts on it. I went off one person's opinion in keeping it. I will delete it if people don't like it. It's good in the way that Naruto plants the seeds of doubt in Kakashi and Sakura, but bad that he gives away some of his loathing of Konoha. Konoha, he started catching everyone's attention, is lower than trash. He finished making Kakashi and Sakura's eyes widen. What? Kakashi questioned. Sakumo Hatake, the village treated him as scum for saving his comrades on a mission. He committed seppuku after. Mado die. He couldn't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He was eternally a genin. The village mocked him and ridiculed him. Konoha abandoned their comrades, Yuzushio to fend for themselves. Naruto snarled. Konoha is worse than trash, he finished. Both Kakashi and Sakura were shocked. Kakashi broke the silence. We are officially Team 7. Our duties as Team 7 will begin tomorrow, Kakashi said aloud in a good guy pose, giving them the thumbs up and gaining everyone's attention. They had varied reactions. Sakura beamed at him, while Kiyomi, Naruto, and Sasuke smirked. I will see you all tomorrow. Dismissed, Kakashi said. Everyone, with the sole exception of himself, started to move from the training field. When they were gone, he stood still, staring at the monument. Naruto had given him a lot to think about. Is Konoha, is the village really lower than trash? He recalled finding his father's body. He was only a young child around the age of 5. He clenched his fists. I don't know. Obito, Rin, Minato-sensei. What should I believe? The evidence is right there, Kakashi asked to himself as he stared at the stone. He sighed and flipped open his book before using the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to tell the Hokage how his team passed. Chapter 07 Wave. Konoha Gates. Naruto and Kiyomi arrived in a swirl of fire, noting only Sasuke and Tazuna were there, Kakashi and Sakura absent. Sasuke, Naruto greeted, nodding his head. Naruto, Kiyomi, he greeted in return. Hello Sasuke, Kiyomi replied. Sasuke-kun, Sakura shouted, running up to the group. HN, he grunted in annoyance. God, did she ever shut up with the Sasuke-kuns? Naruto-san, Kiyomi-san, she greeted her other two teammates. Naruto sighed in annoyance and Kiyomi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Hello Sakura-san, they drawled out in perfect union. Are we just waiting on Kakashi-sensei? She queried. Great, she was already asking the obvious. What do you think, Sakura? Naruto bit out in annoyance. Hi, she replied, a bit confused and dumbfounded. He's here, Kiyomi announced. Just then Kakashi appeared in a puff of smoke. Yo, he greeted with an eye smile and wave of the hand. Everyone ready for the mission? He asked around. At their nods, he clapped his hands together. Good, let's get moving then. Is that all right with you, Tazuna-san? Kakashi asked to the elder client. Hi, that's super, he replied. Good, let's be on our way then, Kakashi said to the group, who started to move outside of the gates. Tazuna-san, you're from Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, right? Sakura asked curiously and in thought. Hi, what about it? Tazuna replied, nodding his head. Sakura hummed and turned her head to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, does Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, have shinobi too? Why didn't he just hire shinobi from there? Sakura quipped in confusion. Before Kakashi could answer her question, Kiyomi interrupted, snorting. You're supposed to be the smartest kunoichi in the academy. Didn't you learn anything? Or were you too focused on your oh-so-precious Sasuke-kun? Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, has no shinobi. There are only several minor villages with shinobi. There are 5 primary shinobi villages. There was a time when there was almost 6. Each of the 5 great nations have a hidden village. Each of these villages have its own kage. These make up the Gakage, 5 shadows. We are Kanahagakure no Sato and Hai no Kuni, land of fire. The Hokage is the leader of the village. Our current one is the Sandame, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who goes by the titles Shinobi no Kami, God of Shinobi, and the Professor. Next is Sunagakure no Sato and the Yondame Kazekage and Kaze no Kuni, land of wind. In Tsuchi no Kuni, land of stone, there is a Wagakure no Sato and the Sandame Tsuchikage, Anoki, who goes by the title Ryatinbin no Anoki, Anoki of both scales. In Kaminari no Kuni, land of lightning, we have Kumogakure no Sato and the Yondame Reikage. Finally, we have in Mizu no Kuni, land of water, there is Kirigakure no Sato and the Yondame Mizukage, Yagura. There are also minor shinobi villages. These include Amigakure, Husagakure, Otogakure, and more. Kiyomi lectured. Sakura, Tazuna, and Sayuri absorbed the information greedily. Kakashi had to admit it. She certainly knew her stuff and gave a better lecture than he would have. He was proud of her, and I smiled. Wait, you said that was 6 great villages? What happened to that one? Sakura asked in confusion. There were almost 6, Kiyomi corrected before continuing. The would-be 6th village was destroyed. It was Yuzushigakure no Sato, home of the Uzumaki clan, Kiyomi stated. Sakura's eyes widened. It was destroyed during the Second Shinobi World War. They were deemed a threat and destroyed. It was so wrong. They never had a part in any of the wars, but they were destroyed because of their mastery of Fuinjutsu, Kiyomi said bitterly. I wish to visit our clan's homeland one day. Right, Naruto? Kiyomi stated to Naruto, who nodded. The group kept on walking in silence. The next day, walking along the dusty road to Nami no Kuni, land of waves, Team 7 passed by a peculiar puddle of water. Kakashi, Naruto, Kiyomi, and Sayuri all narrowed their eyes with one single train of thought in mind, Jinjutsu. It was a horrible one at that. Add to the fact that it was sunny and hadn't rained in weeks. The disguise wasn't well thought out. Sakura and Tazuna were none the wiser. One by one, they walked past the puddle until finally Kakashi, who was at the rear, crossed past it. When he did, 2 cloaked shinobi emerged from the Jinjutsu with a serrated edge chain connected to poison claw gauntlets. The duo charged at Kakashi and weaved around him, surrounding him in the deadly chain. Kakashi's single visible eye only had time to widen in horror before his body was viciously mutilated into chunks. One down. The missing Nin duo proclaimed in perfect union. They charged onwards. If they had bothered to analyze the situation, they would be aware that the Hitaki was in fact not dead, and he used Takorami no Jutsu, substitution technique, to escape harm. What should have been a mangled corpse was only shredded wood. Kawarimi. The Uzumaki twins and Sayuri thought, noticing that Kakashi was not in fact dead. Kakashi-sensei, shrieked Sakura in terror. Sensei was dead. They were screwed. Naruto appeared in an instant in front of Tazuna. Sayuri and Sakura stayed put, seeing how it played out, but Sayuri was ready to move at a moment's notice. Gozu and Meizu, after killing Kakashi, came after Kiyomi next. 2 down, they stated simultaneously. However, instead of them getting Kiyomi trapped in the lethal chains, they got nothing but air. As they were approaching Kiyomi, she unfastened her beautiful Chikudo and back-flipped over the lethal spike chain and channeled her futon chakra into her Chikudo, effectively slicing the chain in 2, rendering it practically useless. Upon landing, she flipped her sword into reverse grip and dashed at one of the stunned opponents. She reappeared in front of him, not a moment later, and parried the deadly poison-soaked claws with a slash of her Chikudo, leaving the victim wide open. Kiyomi utilized the opening to perform a solid frontward kick to the man's stomach, winding him and sending him craning into a nearby tree. Bark exploded a little under the intense pressure and strength of the kick. Kiyomi appeared in front of the stunned, winded man and harshly slammed her Chikudo through the man's shoulder, bone, and all, effectively pinning him to the tree. Kiyomi quickly pierced his head with a kunai, ending his life, quickly and mercifully. As soon as Meizu slumped to the ground dead, his sibling Gozu cried out in rage and sorrow. Meizu, no. Why, you little bitch? I'll kill you, I swear it. He raged and charged. Upon reaching Kiyomi, he brought his arm back and went for a wide slash in the hope of getting her with the deadly poison gauntlet. Kiyomi brought up her left arm, successfully blocking and safety directing the blow away. She moved backwards, dodging the second swing, and tilted her head to the side, making the third blow fly past her head. She wrapped her hand around Gozu's neck, choking him. Her grip was tight, and before he could claw at her arms, he looked into her eyes. Kiyomi's three-tomo Sharingan was on display. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Gozu's eyes glazed over, and he stared off into Kiyomi's still active Sharingan. She was using the Sharingan to interrogate him in the Jinjutsu world so that she could easily manipulate things. It was like a weaker, simpler version of the Tsukuyomi and was what Madara had used to talk about Yuzushiyo when they first met him. Jinjutsu world. Kiyomi has Gozu bound to a chair. "Who is it that you're working for, and what is your objective?" she demanded sternly. Gozu scoffed. "Have to do better than that, bitch," he hissed out. Kiyomi smirked and snapped one of the shinobi's fingers back. He cried out in pain. "Now?" she questioned. In reply, Gozu spat at her face. She sneered and snapped another two fingers. "How about now?" "Fuck you, bitch, I am not saying shit," he bit out through clenched teeth, trying to do his best to ignore the pain. Kiyomi sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Why wouldn't they just give? Why did they always persist to choose the hard way? Kiyomi grasped his hand and snapped the last three good fingers on his left hand. "Still not going to talk?" she mocked. She received a grunt in reply. "Sharingan, Orin, finger gun, Yellow Lotus." Kiyomi shouted and stabbed the bound Gozu in his shoulders, thighs, knees, and gut. He spewed blood forth and it leaked from the new wounds. "Okay, I'll tell you, he announced, finally giving in. Kiyomi smiled. "Good. I was hired by a man. Gato, he's in control of Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, and hired us along with Zabuza and his tool, Haku. We are to target the bridge builder, Tazuna, and eliminate him. If the bridge is built, then Gato can't rule Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, anymore. That's all I know, I swear. You'll let me go, right?" he pleaded. "Ah, thanks for the information," Kiyomi said. The Jinjutsu world shattered around them. The real world. Gozu, still in Kiyomi's grip, slumped unconscious. The Jinjutsu lasted for what seemed like a second or two in the real world. She swiftly beheaded Gozu. Kakashi appeared. "I have all of the info, Kakashi," Kiyomi stated. Kakashi nodded. Long story short, these shinobi, along with Zabuza and his tool, Haku, were hired by Gato to eliminate Tazuna-san so the bridge doesn't get built. If it is built, then Gato can't rule over Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, anymore. Kiyomi reported, running a hand through her hair. Kakashi nodded. "So Tazuna-san, these shinobi, they are after you, eh?" "You can leave me if you want." Tazuna started with his head down. "But my lovely daughter would loathe Konoha and its shinobi forever." Kakashi sighed. "We'll help you, Tazuna." Tazuna grinned and did a thumbs up. He'd won. The group started to set up a camp. The next day, after packing up the camp that they had made, the group continued on walking for a few hours. "So this is where the boat that we are using to get there, Tazuna-san?" Kakashi asked. Tazuna nodded his head. "He will be here soon." Time skip 15 minutes. We can currently find Team 7 and Client Tazuna in a boat being paddled by the rower. "What a thick mist, I can't see ahead," Sakura stated, looking out the front of the boat. Everyone nodded in agreement. "We should see the bridge soon. Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, is as the base of the bridge," the rower said. "Wow, that's massive," Sakura said quietly. "And you're the master bridge builder, Tazuna-san?" Sakura asked. Tazuna nodded proudly. "It's super. Please, no talking from now on. We'll be in serious trouble if Gato finds us." "Why do you think I have turned off the motor?" the rower stated. The group immediately silenced. "We'll be there soon," the rower said as they came up to some tunnels under the city. "Tazuna, it looks like we have avoided detection thus, but just in case, we'll take that route that has vegetation. It will make it harder for Gato or any enemies to spot us." Tazuna nodded his head. "Thanks." The group kept on sailing for a while longer until the rower finally pulled up to a small wooden dock. Team 7 and Tazuna exited the boat and onto the dock. "This is it for me. Goodbye and good luck," the rower said. Yeah, thank you so much, Tazuna replied with a smile as the rower rowed off. Okay, now get me home safely, Tazuna announced. Hi, hi, Kakashi drawled. Next one will be Zabuza Momochi, Walking along the path, Kiyomi, Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke all sensed something. Naruto lobbed a kunai at the bush and nothing came out. The four individuals each narrowed their eyes. Sakura walked over to the bush. Naruto, you killed the poor rabbit. She hissed. Sakura move. It's meant for a kawarimi, substitution. Naruto said seriously. Sakura hurried back into formation. Everyone get down now. Kakashi yelled as he pulled Tazuna down. Naruto pulled Sakura down and Kiyomi, Sasuke. As soon as they were all safely to the ground, a large butcher knife flew over them and stabbed into the tree. A man appeared on top of the handle. This marked Zabuza's appearance. Well, if it isn't Kirigakure's, the hidden mists, Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi stated. Just as Kakashi was about to pull down his Hitaiate to reveal his Sharingan, Naruto grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. Naruto shook his head. I've got him, Kakashi. I want to have a Kenjutsu dance, Naruto stated, pulling his black katana from his back. Zabuza eyes the beautiful sword. He hoped to pry it from his opponent's cold, dead hands. Killing intent flooded the area, the pressure bearing down on all. It was intense. Kakashi sweated slightly. Such monstrous, malicious intent. He glanced back at his genin to see how they were faring. Kiyomi was fine too, common fact. I guess she has felt more than her fair share from the villagers, Naruto too. Kakashi thought, bitterly clenching his fist before he unclenched them. Looking over to Sasuke, Kakashi saw that he was shaking a fair bit and pale. He was taking it fairly well for his first time. Not bad, Sasuke, Kakashi mused. Finally, Kakashi looked to their last female teammate, Sakura. She was, for the lack of better terms, a wreck. She was shaking uncontrollably and paler than even Orochimaru. It's all right, you guys. I won't allow my comrades to die. Trust me and trust in Naruto. I doubt Zabuza will get past him, and if he does, he won't get past me to get to you guys. Kakashi spoke confidently with an eye smile. He saw that Sakura had calmed down a lot, and Sasuke was now completely fine. You want to dance with me, Zabuza asked with an unseen grin. When Naruto nodded, he reappeared on the ground in front of the group with his massive sword by his side instead of in the tree. What is your name? Zabuza asked, gazing at the giant of a teen. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto replied, also eyeing the Momochi. At the clan name, Zabuza's eyes widened slightly before his unseen grin returned full force. Fine, so be it. I'll take care of you. Then Sharingan no Kakashi, then the others before I finally get the old man, Zabuza stated confidently. Naruto and Zabuza eyed each other, and Naruto grew a wicked grin. Let's start, he shouted, cackling in excitement as he charged Zabuza, whose eyes widened in surprise at the speed his target displayed. He just barely had enough time to bring up Kubikurabocho, and he grunted at the force behind Naruto's swing. He was holding it off, if barely. What insane, overwhelming strength, he thought in alarm. Naruto pulled back and Zabuza righted himself. Naruto swung down again with his magnificent jagged-edge black blade. The force between both Kenjutsu users created a literal shockwave that blew outwards. Both Naruto and Zabuza jumped away from each other. Each of the shinobi eyed their respective opponents and charged. Naruto grinned as he neared Zabuza's form. He swung his sword in a wide right side arc and towards Zabuza, who ducked under the wild slash. Upon hearing a loud creaking sound, Zabuza glanced to his right and paled. A tree at least a meter in diameter had been sliced clean through and was falling. He didn't even aim for the tree, let alone completely slice it. Zabuza's thoughts ran rampant. What was this kid? Team 7. Kakashi was observing the fight with an utmost critical eye. Naruto was extremely gifted in Kenjutsu. Hell, he seemed to be a rare genius, a true genius of the shinobi arts. Not just dubbed genius for being Rookie of the Year in the Academy bullshit. He is in a league of his own. I doubt Zabuza could pull this off. If Naruto keeps this up, Zabuza should be done for. Kakashi thought in pride. That is hot. Naruto-kun is strong and his dominating aura. I hope that I can catch up, Sayuri thought, licking her lips. As expected, Naruto-kun, we are above even the elite, Kiri no Shino Bigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, in Kenjutsu. Kiyomi said in thought. Sakura could only stare bug-eyed, mouth agape at the battle before her. Naruto versus Zabuza. Come on Kirigikure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist. Is this all that you've got? No brows? It's still good enough for a morning exerciser though. Naruto taunted in a mocking voice. Zabuza gained a tick mark. Good, it seemed to be working. You dare mock the great Kiri no Shino Bigatana Shishinin Shu? 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You're very arrogant and think too highly of yourself. Naruto Uzumaki. Zabuza spoke in a chilling tone. Naruto scoffed. It's not arrogance if it's the truth now, is it? Now show me what you've got, demon. Naruto roared as he pushed off the ground, leaving indentations, and sped towards Zabuza. Zabuza met Naruto's wild swing with one of his own, successfully parrying the powerful blow. The two monstrous shinobi moved backward and forth as they duked it out, exchanging blows. The terrain was getting fairly roughed up in the process. Zabuza put all of his might into a swing down on Naruto, who was still recovering from his previous onslaught. Just as it seemed that Zabuza was finally going to land a hit, Naruto dived to the left and succeeded in making it over the enormous blade and landed in a handstand position. Naruto swung out with a kick that nailed Zabuza in his gut and made him skid back. Zabuza coughed a little as he recovered. The bandages covering his face gained a slight red hue, indicating that he coughed up a slight amount of blood. Naruto flipped back into a standing position, facing the Momochi. Upon noticing that he seemed to have coughed up blood from his successfully landed kick, he grinned. Noticing the grin, Zabuza snarled slightly and started doing hand seals. You'll pay for that, the angered Zabuza promised. Upon finishing the proclamation, he also completed his set of hand signs. Kirigikure no Jutsu. Hidden mist technique. Zabuza bellowed and his voice carried out. He was gone. The silent killing. Naruto mused aloud. Liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidneys, heart. Which should I go for? Zabuza's voice echoed through the clearing, coupled with his killing intent. Naruto activated his Sharingan so that he could somewhat distinguish where Zabuza was, but also to help him react to any situation. In addition, he also channeled chakra to his ears in order to hear even the faintest of sounds. Are you afraid now that you cannot see? Zabuza's voice queried, echoing around them. Afraid? Naruto said, confused as he cackled. Why would I be afraid? This makes it exhilarating. The perfect conditions for dancing. Why be afraid? Zabuza was stunned. This kid, he had to have a few screws loose. He seemed to be enjoying this too much. You seem to have lost all common sense, Zabuza stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Naruto's grin seemed to grow demonic. Huh, common sense. Worthless things such as those, I've never really had them for as long as I can remember. Naruto shouted back in glee. Zabuza's eyes widened before he made his move. Zabuza appeared behind Naruto and swung down with the mighty Kubikurabocho. Naruto blocked the swing with his own sword, not even facing Zabuza, who disappeared back into the depths of the mist. Is the mighty demon running? Get back here, Naruto roared. I take back what I said. My morning exercisers are harder than this. This won't even help me to warm up. Let's just fight quickly and get it over with, Naruto stated, further unleashing his chakra and killing intent, making the ground beneath him crack with the enormous pressure. The Momochi turned around and charged at Naruto. He appeared in front of Naruto. Not a second later, his massive broadsword cocked back, and he slashed it wildly at Naruto's torso. He didn't make any effort to dodge or move. Zabuza's eyes widened in shock and disbelief at what had happened. While Naruto's clothes were torn and shredded, not a speck of blood left his body. His torso wasn't even scratched. Zabuza trembled. That's impossible. What are you? He questioned in slight fear. Naruto looked bored. That's all you've got? How disappointing, Naruto stated as his eyes bore into Zabuza's. Now that I've found you, it's my turn. Please, don't die too quickly, Naruto said as he gripped his sword. You seem shocked, Naruto remarked. Is it so hard to believe? The fact that your pathetic sword couldn't even scratch me. As soon as the words left Naruto's mouth, he rested his bare arm against Zabuza's Kubikurabocho. As he moved his sword around his arm, pushed into the massive sword, and successfully shoved both Zabuza and his sword back. Let's clear this bothersome mist, Naruto stated, going through a few hand seals. Futon, de Tapa. Wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto's low-powered futon jutsu cleared the mist. Much better, he stated, looking at Zabuza, grin in place. As much fun as it was, I grew bored of it. I am possible. He pushed against my blade with his bare arm. Zabuza thought in alarm. I hope that at the very least, you can put a little dent in my sword, Naruto stated as he hefted his katana to rest on his shoulder. The sword gleamed in the sunlight. Naruto charged at Zabuza, who was slightly retreating, having rethought his current predicament. Zabuza looked out the corner of his eye and noticed that Naruto was behind him. Naruto swung his blade down on Zabuza's form. In reply, he held up his sword sideways to block, one hand on the hilt and one on the tip. He was just barely holding off Naruto's one-armed assault. Just when the Momochi thought that it couldn't get any worse, it happened. Naruto's blade started to cut into Kubikirabocho. Shit! Zabuza screamed mentally as he just rolled out of the way and off to the side and back onto his feet. Where Naruto's sword swung, a large cloud of dust rose and obscured both of their vision of their opponents. Zabuza back-pedaled somewhat, but it proved futile as Naruto's form burst out of the cover and he swung out at the Momochi. Zabuza felt something wet trail down his cheek and put a hand to it and glanced at it. It was blood. His blood. Zabuza's bandages wore half-cut at the left side of his cheek, so he tore them off. They'd just get in the way. Hold still, damn you. I hate it when weaklings run, Naruto roared. I refuse to lose. Zabuza shouted as he pumped chakra into Kubikirabocho, charged at Naruto, who stayed still. Time seemed to slow as Zabuza approached, and with a roar he swung the mighty broadsword with all of his might straight across Naruto's upper torso and pecs. A faint red line of blood trailed down from Naruto's cut. Naruto gave a demonic grin. What's this? So you can pierce my skin after all? It's been so long since someone has managed to cut me. Naruto cackled as he wiped the blood trail, and much to Zabuza's horror and Naruto's amusement, the small cut that he had just made had already healed. You can't relax yet. You also better keep on using that chakra of yours, demon. The fun is just beginning after all, isn't it? Naruto proclaimed. Why can't you just die? Zabuza roared as he sunk down again. Naruto simply tilted his arm and soared to the right, deflecting the blow. Naruto grasped Kubikirabocho with his bare hand and pushed it away and slashed from Zabuza's right shoulder to his stomach. Zabuza grunted in pain and stepped back. Zabuza grasped Kubikirabocho with his left hand. The vicious slash that Naruto landed on his body made him incapable of using that arm with the sword for now. Zabuza lashed out with an arc-like swing, but Naruto easily parried it. As Naruto went for an overhead swing, Zabuza put his sword up in defense, successfully blocking the swing. Naruto retracted his sword and put the tip against Kubikirabocho's side. Naruto slowly pushed his sword through it and out the other side, and it stabbed right through Zabuza's gut and out the other side of the man. Zabuza coughed up blood and fell to his knees as Naruto retracted his sword. What a boring end, Naruto commented as he looked at Zabuza's fallen form. Just as Naruto went for the final swing, several Senbon pierced Zabuza's neck and killed him. A Kirigakure Hunter Nin appeared in the trees. Thank you very much. I have been searching for Zabuza Momochi for a long time, and with this opportunity, one have finally killed him. The young Hinternin spoke to Team 7 and Tazuna, but more specifically Naruto. That mask. You're a Kiri Hunternin, Kakashi observed. Hi, you are correct, the masked shinobi replied. Hunternin? Questioned both Sakura and Tazuna. The Hunternin nodded his head. Hi. It is my duty as a Hunternin of Kirigakure no Sato to hunt down any missing nin from our homeland. From his height, he'd probably be around Sasuke's age. Kakashi thought, impressed. The Hunternin used the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to appear next to Zabuza's body. Your battle is over now. I must dispose of this body and its secrets. Farewell. The shinobi spoke as he utilized the Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to move both his and Zabuza's bodies. Zabuza isn't finished, Naruto spoke as he grinned. What do you mean, Naruto? Kakashi asked in curiosity. Hunternin, Don't take the body away, Naruto commented as he put his katana on his back and walked towards the group. Kakashi's eye widened. He's right, his tool, Haku. Kakashi thought in alarm and remembrance before he sighed. Naruto could take him again. He seemed to do it effortlessly. Well, we better continue on with our journey and get you home, Ini Tazuna-san, Kakashi said facing their client. Tazuna looked at Kakashi and nodded his head slowly. Hi, that would be super, he said to the Jonin. With that, Team 7 and client Tazuna started the rest of the trek to Tazuna's house. With any luck, they'd be there within just over an hour. Time skip 1 hour. Just over an hour had passed since Naruto's battle with the Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza and Team 7 were just approaching where Tazuna's house was built. This is it here, Tazuna said, pointing out his house. Team 7 followed his lead. The house itself was rather large and spacious looking, if a little worn. Tazuna knocked on the door of the house a few times. Tsunami, dear. It's me, I've returned, Tazuna called out. There were a few muffles and quiet footsteps. Tusan, you're back, was called out in surprise by a beautiful woman in her mid to late 20s as she opened the door of the house. At the appearance of the women, Naruto's eyes widened ever so slightly before he composed himself. No one saw him. Hi, I'm back, Tsunami, and these are the super shinobi that I hired and protected me, Tazuna announced as he gestured to Team 7. Oh, Tsunami replied with an arched eyebrow as she faced the group of brave shinobi that had protected her father thus far and brought him here. She saw that there were 5 people, 3 males and 2 females. One of the females looked to be in her early teens, the other mid to late teens. She could tell that the multicolored-haired girl was more professional than the younger Pinkette, even though she hadn't had much to do with shinobi. She looked to the males of the group. First was a broody-looking raven-haired teen in his early teens. The next was a cyclops of a man with gravity-defying gray hair. She guessed he was in his mid to late 20s, and the last person made her eyes widen in surprise as she gazed at a seemingly familiar-looking face before they went back to normal. As soon as Naruto noticed the woman was the one that he saved those years back, he quickly and discreetly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whilst looking at the ground. He utilized the Kodoame Tsukumi to make the woman not talk about him like she knew him in the presence of others. You didn't even have to make eye contact for the Kodoame Tsukumi to work after all. As quickly as he activated the advanced dojutsu, it was complete, and he deactivated the eyes. He was extremely similar to her savior those few years back. She had a crush on him. He was handsome, considerate, and had saved her from the worst fate to a woman. He had to be the same person even if the looks were slightly off. But that would happen with time. She tried to say something, but nothing came out. She literally couldn't speak about it or him for some reason. It's not that she had forgotten, but no matter how hard she tried, she just could not speak it. It would come out something different. She would ask him in private later. Right now she had to get dinner started. She could help, but Naruto. God, even the name was the same. Like a piece of meat. Well, everyone, come on, I'll get dinner started, Tsunami stated as she walked inside. Naruto gave a small, unnoticeable sigh as he walked in with the group. The inside of the house was quite large and spacious. Tusan, can you please show them to their room? Tsunami said as she got back to work cooking dinner. Tazuna nodded in affirmative. It's this way, Tazuna spoke as he led them up a flight of stairs. He walked through a hallway and through one final room and into the spare room, which would become their new quarters for however long they ended up staying in Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. Thank you, Tazuna-san. We'll be down in a moment to talk about what is happening. We will just set up our room first if that is all right. Kakashi asked. Tazuna nodded in reply. That's super, he said as he walked back outside and down to the dining room, more specifically the table. All right, team, let's set up, Kakashi ordered. He received nods from the group. Kakashi set his futon lengthways at the head of the group. Sakura put hers at the far left. Sasuke laid his down next to Sakura's. Finally, Naruto set out a double one to the right of Sasuke's. The 3 raised their eyebrows, but didn't say anything. After laying out their bedding, Team 7 headed back downstairs to the area where Tazuna was seated. So this Zabuza guy is alive? Tazuna inquired, cutting straight to the chase. Kakashi nodded somewhat glumly. Hi. I estimate in about a week he'll be up and ready for round 2. the Hitaki stated seriously before he smiled. But don't worry too much about it. Look how easily Naruto took care of him last time. Tazuna nodded in agreement. He was super, Tazuna said, and Team 7 sweat dropped. Did he only ever say that things were super? Naruto scoffed. He was a little demon, nothing big and bothersome. Ma Naruto. Kakashi started waving his hand. You should be proud. It's not every day that a Jonin beats a Jonin, especially someone of the caliber as Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi stated, which was true. Naruto faced Kakashi. Rank means nothing. Kakashi nodded in agreement. It was true after all. So, you will protect me until I've finished the bridge? Tazuna asked hopefully. Kakashi nodded with an eye smile. Hi Tazuna-san, I'll also train these guys for a while. Well, Sakura needs the most, then Sasuke. Sakura nodded in determination. She had seen how useless and hopeless that she was in both the Bell test and this mission so far. She vowed to try harder. Dinner's ready. Tsunami cheerfully proclaimed, walking into the room and setting steaming plates on the table. It looked delicious. After dinner, Tazuna-san, Tsunami-san. Sakura started. Both of the adults looked to the girl who spoke. I was wondering. Walking through Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves, I couldn't help but notice. Why did it seem that everyone had lost all hope? Shouldn't they have at least some hope of being free of Gato? Sakura questioned the duo curiously. Both Tazuna and Tsunami looked at each other and sighed in union. Tazuna cleared his throat. They did have hope once when that man first came here and started his tyrannical rule, but Gato doused all hope from them. Tazuna trailed off before he continued and looked at everyone. He slayed the people's hero in front of them. It was a public execution, he said rather bluntly. Oh, I apologize. Who was the hero, if you don't mind me asking? Sakura asked. Curiosity laced her voice. Tazuna waved the young pinkette off. It's all right, girl. His name was Kaiza. Tazuna announced, gaining a faraway look. Team 7 looked curiously at the woman, pretty intrigued to hear more. It was around about 3 years' age. A few bandits came here. At this, Naruto narrowed his eyes. Tazuna picked up again. There weren't many. 2 or 3. They demanded some of our property and belongings. We were going to agree if just to make them leave peacefully, but one of the younger women, Akemi, refused. Flashback start. Fine then, you little bitch. One of the bandits, Hiro, snarled. You'll be the example, he said, cracking his knuckles with a grin. He went to punch the young woman, and she closed her eyes in fear. She, however, never felt anything connect. Akemi slowly opened her eyes and realized the man was in front of her, holding her would-be attacker's hand tightly. There isn't a problem here, is there? He stated lowly, tightening his grip on the offending limb. As a matter of fact, there is sport, Hiro stated as he yanked his arm free. He drew a small blade. You and the pretty little thing are going to hand over anything valuable, nice and easy, and no one gets hurt, Hiro stated, looking at Kaiza. Kaiza looked at the man for a moment before he acted. He smacked the weapon out of the man's hands, twisted his arm behind his back, and pointed the blade at his neck. How about you lot? Leave this place and never come back. This way everyone wins and nobody gets hurt. Fair enough? Kaiza said, leaving little room for argument. Hiro gulped, as did the other bandits, Kyo and Koji. Koji, being the leader, spoke up. All right, he called out hastily. We'll leave. Please drop the weapon. We'll go, he said, pleading. Kaiza removed the blade but kept it in his grasp and let the man up. I'll hang on to this until you're out of the village, Kaiza stated firmly. The trio of bandits nodded, albeit reluctantly. Flashback end. After that, Kaiza gained the title as hero of Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. He and the young woman, Akemi, fell in love. When Gato came, they were getting ready to be married and start a family. But he killed Kaiza, devastating everyone. The woman tried to fight back with Kaiza, but she was killed too, to show that Gato has no mercy and that he wouldn't allow things to just happen. Tazuna finished his tale sadly. Sakura whipped some tears at the devastating story. My apologies, she murmured. The whole group stayed silent for a few moments. Kakashi suddenly spoke up. Well, we better get to bed to get an early start tomorrow. The members of Team 7 nodded to him, and they helped Tsunami clear the table and went up to the room. Good night, team, Kakashi said. Good night, Kakashi/Sensei chorused through the room. The moment that sleep claimed Naruto, he ended up in a familiar place. Naruto's mindscape. Hello, Kurama-chan. Naruto greeted the Biju in human form. How are you? He asked. Good, Naruto-kun, Kurama purred in reply, engulfing him in a hug and sensually rubbing her curvaceous body against his. Naruto smirked slightly. That's good. I am sure that you are pleased knowing that we will leave that hellhole of a village soon, he stated. Uh-huh. Very happy, she said back, staring into Naruto's wee purple eyes with her alluring, red, slitted orbs. She licked her bottom ruby-red lipstick-covered lip sensually. You have to get the hack no Fuin Shiki, 8 trigram ceiling style. He from the Toad Sennin, Toad Sage. Either that, or you can try and reverse engineer one. Kushina-chan knows the seal, so with your mastery of Fuin Jutsu, and her knowing it, you'll get it done faster. Naruto hummed thoughtfully. I know, Kurama-chan. Sorry that I haven't had the chance to try yet with how busy we have been, but it'll be much easier with Kachan knowing the seal. I mean, sure, I could recreate it myself, but it's a lot simpler with someone who knows it, Naruto stated. Kurama nodded. It's fine, Naruto-kun. I've told you before, I've been sealed for about a century once. Kushina did undo her seal though. But Mito being an Uzumaki lived long and her seal was tight that whole time. What are a few more months? She said, caressing Naruto's cheek. Who knows? If you beat me in the fight to control my chakra, I might even give you the honor of being my first mate. I am fine with sharing, she purred. Naruto gained a shit-eating grin and Kurama had a nosebleed thinking of how Naruto could dominate her, ravish her, and all of the wondrous positions they could try. Wait, you've never had a mate? He questioned. Kurama shook her head and snorted. No way I'd let one of those filthy ninjin, humans, touch me. They're disgusting and weak, she sneered. You're not like them though. You don't hate what's different and you're strong. She murmured, hugging Naruto again, more specifically burying his face into her impressive assets. Well, when we're back from this Nami wave mission, I'll work on the seal with Kachan, and then we'll have our dance, Naruto stated. Kurama smirked, then got another nosebleed thinking of them dancing. Naruto's sweat dropped. Well, good night, Kurama-chan, Naruto said as he gave her a kiss on the cheek. Good night, Naruto-kun, she replied, doing the same to Naruto, who afterwards left the mindscape. I wouldn't mind doing the horizontal tango, she murmured before she wiped some blood from her nose. She was getting wet thinking about it. The next morning, after breakfast, Naruto had noticed that Tsunami had gone outside for a little bit. He decided to head out too. I'm going outside for some fresh air, Naruto stated, excusing himself from the table. All of the occupants nodded. Naruto went for the door and to the veranda. Lovely morning, Naruto commented as he stepped outside. Tsunami jumped slightly, then blushed slightly in embarrassment. Yes, it is, she said, gazing outwards into the sky. Naruto walked closer and Tsunami's face him. Naruto's eyes quickly turned blood red with an intricate black pattern. Tsukiyami, Naruto whispered, and her world went dark for a moment before her vision became normal again. Only they weren't on the veranda anymore. The area had a red sky. Where are we? Tsunami questioned, looking around. Naruto chuckled. We are in the Tsukuyami. Here I am God and control everything from the surrounding to the flow of time itself. Tsunami's eyes widened. You wished to speak to me earlier? I apologize, but I couldn't have anyone know. I mean, my Amato already knows. But we can talk in private here. No interruptions, and it will only take a second on the outside world, so no one will suspect anything, Naruto said. The raven-haired women nodded slowly, taking everything in. Well, ask away, Naruto said as he materialized some chairs. Tsunami didn't say anything for a moment, before she finally spoke up. You are that Naruto that saved me back then, aren't you? Tsunami stated. Naruto nodded his head. I know it's been a long time, but you look pretty different yet still just as young. Care to explain? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Naruto chuckled. Well, I'm 13 and a bit now, technically 16 and a bit. I spent some time inside a special seal that I created that has a different flow of time, Naruto said. Tsunami's eyes widened. That seemed ludicrous, impossible. But Naruto had absolutely no reason to lie to her, so she knew it was the truth. So you were little over 5 years old, she murmured. Naruto nodded. Hi. I was under the hinge no jutsu, transformation technique, and outside of the village, myself and Kiyomi are hated, loathed in our home, and back then it was still too dangerous for her to come out, so I had her protected at home in other Fuinjutsu barriers, and with a solid bunshin, a chi bunshin, blood clone. The reason came out here was to search for clan jutsu near Mizu no Kuni, land of water. And I was getting more supplies here. I saw you and helped you. Naruto finished. Tsunami nodded. That explained and changed looks. But you were so young when you. Tsunami trailed off. Naruto waved her off. I told you. Our village isn't kind to us. I had killed before then to protect myself and my Yamato. At that, Tsunami nodded sadly and hugged him. She felt safe in his arms, and she could feel his strong muscles up against her own lithe frame. Even in the Jinjutsu, you had all of your senses after all. I will dispose of Gato later. I will get all of his possessions first, though. It will be suspicious if he dies before Zabuza comes back. If he's dead, Zabuza won't come to fight. After our team mission is done, that is when I'll finish Gato, Naruto stated. Tsunami nodded in understanding. Thank you, she said quietly. But how will you gain his possessions? Tsunami asked. I have a powerful mind controlling Jinjutsu. It's as simple as that. Tsunami smiled. Thank you again, she said as she kissed his cheek. Is this all you wanted to talk about? Naruto questioned. Tsunami nodded. Very well. With that, the world around them shattered, and they found themselves back in reality. As soon as the door opened. Naruto, Kakashi started. We're going to do some training. Naruto nodded. Let's go then, Kakashi, Naruto stated as the rest of Team 7 trailed out the door. Forest. Okay guys, today we are going to commence with our training. We all know what chakra is, and you can all do jutsu, Kakashi stated. But if you want to use jutsu efficiently, you have to have good chakra control, otherwise you will waste chakra, Kakashi said. You mean like the tree walking exercise? Sasuke spoke with a raised eyebrow. Just as Kakashi was about to speak, he was interrupted. Or the water walking exercise, Kiyomi chimed in. Even the leaf concentration, Naruto said with a shrug. Each 3 students had listed off 3 ways of training chakra control. Kakashi's eyebrow twitched violently. Let me guess, you 3 can do them all already, he stated with a deadpan. I have mastered the leaf concentration, tree walking exercise, and almost mastered the water walking exercise, Sasuke listed off. We have both mastered all 3 and more, Kiyomi said, speaking for both her and Naruto, who nodded his head. Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose. Well, you too. He pointed at Naruto and Kiyomi. Train you, he pointed to Sasuke. I'll train Sakura to hopefully catch up. I'll have her go over her taijutsu, chakra control, and shuriken jutsu. Kakashi finished. All of the Genin nodded in affirmative. We'll help fine-tune Sasuke's shinobi arts, Naruto stated. Kakashi just nodded. Well, we'll be out of your way then, he said as he walked away with Kiyomi and Sasuke trailing behind. Thank you for the help, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura mumbled. Mama, I'm your sensei Sakura. I'm meant to train you, he said with an eye smile. Do you know any chakra control exercises? You should know the leaf balancing from the academy. Sakura nodded. Hi, that's the only one. Oh, that's good. Well, time to get started on the tree climbing. Now, first you have to. Naruto, Kiyomi, and Sayuri. Well, I guess we'll make sure that you've mastered the water walking, then we'll work on your taijutsu a bit. Right, Sayuri-chan? Naruto said with a wink. Sasuke flushed slightly, and Kiyomi laughed. How about you get out of the ridiculous hinge, Sayuri-chan? Kiyomi stated. But what if Kakashi comes and see? She asked hesitantly. Don't worry, he won't. And if he does, we can just use Jinjutsu until you reapply your special hinge no jutsu, transformation technique, Naruto said. Sayuri nodded and formed a hand seal. Kai, she shouted, and the hinge was broken. Once it was there stood a beautiful teenage girl with raven hair down to just above her waist. Her fringe was slightly spiky, and she has chin-length bangs. She has a fair-skinned complexion, and she has a C-cup bust. She looked extremely similar to her mother, Mikoto. Now let's train Sayuri, Naruto stated. Sayuri and Kiyomi nodded. Elsewhere, a large structure can be seen bound by trees. It has the words, Gato Corporation, printed on the top in large letters. There is a spiral ramp at the base as an entrance and multiple bridges to the trees. Inside one of the rooms lay a bedridden and injured Zabuza Momochi, Haku sitting in a chair by his side. Footsteps approached the room, and in walked Gato and his two guards. So, even the mighty demon and his follower came back defeated, Gato's samurai bodyguard, Waraji Kakali said in a mocking tone. Yeah, it looks like Kirigakure's hidden mists. Shinobi are pretty pathetic, the second samurai guard, Zora sneered. Gato walked forward to the bed. You can't even avenge your own men, and yet you call yourself a demon. Huh, don't make me laugh, Gato stated with a frown. Both Waraji and Zora followed closely behind Gato and reached to draw their blades. An attack? Haku thought with narrowed eyes. Hold on for a second, Gato said aloud. Hey, there's no need to stay silent. How about? Gato spoke, moving his arm towards Zabuza's face and neck area. Haku firmly grasped the limb, tightly squeezing it. Don't touch Zabuza-sama with your dirty hands, Haku said dangerously with a glare. Goo. You, Gato yelled and grunted in pain. Both samurai guards went to draw their weapons only for Haku to appear between them. Both of their swords pointed at their throats. The swords crossed over each other. No way. He moved in an instant. Both men thought with sweating. You shouldn't do that. I'm pissed right now, Haku hissed, glare still in place. A monster? Zora thought, sweating still. Gato was sweating too. One more time. If you fail one more time, you won't be welcome here anymore. Remember that. Gato roared in anger as he stormed out of the room, his two bodyguards stalking off with the shorter man. Haku exhaled a breath and sat back on his chair. Haku, you didn't have to do that, Zabuza said as he revealed a kunai under the blankets. I know, but it's too early to kill of that swine, Gato yet. If we cause a commotion here, they will be after us again, Haku stated, referring to the hunter Nin. We must be patient, Haku finished with a smile. Zabuza sighed. Yeah, you're right. Later that evening. After dinner, Sakura had gone back outside in order to do more training. Kakashi wasn't going to stop the girl if she was trying so hard to become a decent kunoichi. I might go for a walk, Kakashi, Naruto stated, standing up from his seat. I'll go with. Kiyomi chimed in, getting up off her seat in order to follow Naruto. She had a good idea as to what he was up to. Kakashi simply nodded. We'll be back soon, Naruto said, walking out the door. Finding Gato's place turned out to be extremely simple because the arrogant little shit had a structure with Gato Corporation in big bold letters. He was practically painting a target on his back for anyone willing to target him. Gato having no shinobi, but the injured Zabuza and Haku made it even easier. All they had to do was cast a genjutsu to look like one of the thugs. They didn't even have to knock them out or anything complicated. After that, all they had to do was follow the path to the top floor, and lo and behold, there was Gato's large office. They didn't even bother knocking. What is the meaning of this? Gato roared in anger. Well, they dispelled the hinge, and before Gato could utter even a peep, Kiyomi appeared before him. Kodo Amitsukami. It all went dark and blank for Gato. When Gato came to, he rubbed his head. Must have dozed off, he mused with a frown. Naruto and Kiyomi made their way back to Tezuna's, having gotten all of Gato's assets. The next morning, Haku walked through the forest area to collect herbs to help heal Zabuza-sama. Upon walking into the clearing, the feminine male noticed a sleeping girl, more specifically the Pinkette Kunoichi of the Konoha team that was guarding the bridge builder, their target, and opposing Zabuza-sama. As he reached down, he contemplated snapping the girl's neck, but sighed. He wouldn't take this young life. He didn't even like violence. He gently shook her. Hey, wake up. You'll catch a cold if you stay sleeping out here. After shaking her again, it seemed to have the desired effect, and the adolescent groggily awoke. Who are you? Sakura questioned. Haku laughed a little. She's beautiful, Sakura thought in slight envy. What were you doing out here, young one? Haku questioned. Oh, I was training. I'm a kunoichi. Sakura beamed. Oh, you seem pretty strong already, Haku stated to Sakura as he continued to pick the herbs. Sakura blushed at the praise. Oh, I'm nothing special. Not compared to my teammates, Sakura said, slightly downcast. What is it you fight for? Haku queried, looking straight at Sakura. Sakura herself was caught off guard by the question. Well, Sakura hummed in thought for a moment. I do fight for Sasuke-kun's affection. However, I don't think that is good or enough. I am still weak, and I had noticed this during our team training, but more so I have noticed during our current mission. I think I'll have to find something better to fight for. My parents, the village, and my friends. That is what I will fight for, Sakura declared, fire burning in her eyes. Haku smiled at the young girl. That is good. It is only when you have something precious to protect that you become truly strong, Haku stated. Sakura smiled and nodded. After I finish helping you pick these medical herbs, do you want to look at the shops with me? Sakura asked, slightly shy. Haku looked at her. I mean, you would look beautiful in a better dress than that kimono, Sakura stated. Haku gained a slight eye twitch. But Haku was interrupted. Yeah, we should really see what dresses they have in town. And we could even get your nails done and makeup, Sakura declared. Haku's eye twitched more violently. But I'm no Haku was interrupted again by Sakura's rant. Oh, and you should meet Sasuke-kun. You'd love him. Oh, and my other teammate Naruto is looking nice these days. Maybe we could go on a double date, Sakura suggested. Haku gained a tick mark along with his severely twitching eyes. I'm a bow he was interrupted yet again. Oh, do you already have a boyfriend? Sakura gushed. Is he hot? I bet he is. How often does he take you out on date? I'll bet you make a cute couple. Oh, I'm jealous of you, girl. Sakura ranted. Haku gained several more tick marks. That was it. Haku couldn't take it anymore. He was generally a patient person. He never usually got mad when someone mistook his gender. He was feminine after all. I'm not a female, I'm a male. Haku screamed red-faced to Sakura before he chopped the back of her neck and Sakura's body slumped in his arms. He dragged the unconscious body along the grass and back to where she was previous and made it look like Sakura was still asleep. Deep breaths, Haku. Deep breaths. Haku chanted to himself, trying to calm his rage. Haku walked away from the scene whistling a Johnny tune. He was calm now. Some minutes later, Sakura awoke groggily. Arg. She looked around. Wait, what happened to that girl? Sakura questioned to herself before she shrugged it off. She must have dreamed it up. Oh crap. I better get back to Tazuna-san's house. Sakura shouted in alarm as she got up and collected her things before making a beeline straight for the house. Upon arriving at the house's door, she opened it. Ah, good morning, Sakura. How was training? Did it go well? Kakashi questioned. Sakura nodded and mumbled a small hi. Here's breakfast, dear. Tsunami chirped as she loaded Sakura's empty hands with a plate and ushered her to the table. Before Sakura knew what had happened or what was going on, she was at the table eating. Time skipped 5 days. 5 more days have come and gone, and the whole team was heading to the bridge with Tazuna. They were certain that Zabuza and his apprentice would show up today. As a precaution, Naruto left a Chi Bunshin, blood clone, at the house to guard Tsunami in case anyone came there. Unknown location. Gato was comfortably sitting on a luxurious sofa. Is the ambush ready? Gato asked through a wireless radio. The location of the other radio was a boat with 2 occupants, Zabuza and Haku. Hey Zabuza, are you listening? Hey, Gato's voice screeched through it. Both shinobi ignored it. Shall we go, Haku? Zabuza asked. Hi. Haku replied, fixing his hunter Nin mask. Tsunami and Chi Bunshin, blood clone. So you have all of Gato's assets now, Naruto-kun? Tsunami asked the Bunshin, who nodded his head. That's wonderful, Nami. Wave. We'll get its money back, she said with a smile. The clone nodded again. Thank you, she said with a smile and small blush as she leaned in and hugged the clone tightly. The both of them stayed like that for a while, enjoying the other's warmth. The Chi Bunshin, blood clone, narrowed his eyes as he sensed 2 weak chakra sources incoming. He may not be the best sensor, but he did have some sensing capabilities. The door made a minute creaking sound as it was opened. Tsunami didn't hear it, being a civilian and all, but any trained shinobi would notice. Naruto eyed the 2 samurai guers, Zori and Waraji. Both came up behind Tsunami. How's about you leave the pretty thing to us? Zori said with a sick grin. Tsunami shuddered. Leave, Naruto replied simply. Both of the thugs were angered by this and drew their blades. Leave, How about we just kill the little whore now? Waraji snarled out. Naruto's eyes narrowed in furious anger. He cast a quick jinjutsu over Tsunami, so she didn't have to see what he was going to do, nor how also to keep her calm. His normal purple eyes became a deep metallic purple-gray with black concentric rings. The demonic-like killing intent froze both of the samurai in place. The both of them saw their own deaths over and over again. It was horrifying. No pain, Naruto stated as a black rod manifested in each of his hands. He impaled them both at the same time straight through the skull. The bodies didn't have a chance to drop to the floor or even spill a single drop of blood before he threw them in the air over the ocean and used a high-powered katan ninjutsu to dispose of the bodies. After the deed was done, Chi Bunshin, blood clone, Naruto walked back into the house and released the jinjutsu. Huh, what happened? Tsunami questioned. Where are those two people? I disposed of them, Naruto said simply. You protected me again, Tsunami stated. Naruto nodded and she gained lightly pink-tinted cheeks. Thank you again, Naruto-kun, Tsunami said as she moved into Naruto and claimed the Bunshin's lips. The Chi Bunshin, blood clone, was slightly stunned at first but proceeded to pull Tsunami onto the lounge and into his lap and hold her around the waist, all the while keeping their lips locked. Tsunami broke it and panted slightly with slightly flushed cheeks. That was nice, she stated. I have a partner already. But she will share, Naruto said. Tsunami smirked. Can you handle it? She questioned before their heads moved closer and they started to kiss each other again. Team 7 and Tazuna. Arriving at the bridge, the team was wary, and then they saw it and were slightly horrified. Tazuna and Sakura more so than the others. There were several workers of the bridge, and they all seemed to be dead. No. What's this? Tazuna shouted in panic, alarm, and fear. A monster, one of them rasped out. Shiki, oh thank God you're all right. Tazuna cried out in joy as he saw at least one of his fellow workers alive. He nodded. He just missed me. All of the others weren't as fortunate, he said. Tazuna nodded. At least you didn't perish too, like the rest of them, Tazuna muttered sadly. This missed, Kakashi noted. Naruto and Kiyomi both nodded as they all noticed the Kirigakure no Jutsu, hidden mist technique, rolled in and covered the bridge. A few moments later, it cleared only to reveal the demon of the hidden mist himself along with his accomplice, the fake Kiri Hunter Nin, Haku. Well, are we ready for round 2? Naruto said with a grin. Zabuza looked to the large teen. Yeah, I'll kill you this time, kid, than that bridge builder. Whatever you think, little demon. Naruto spoke with a shrug. But first, get your friend to take off the mask. May as well take it off, Haku. Zabuza stated. Said person sighed. Oppu, I've grown fond of it, Zabuza-sama. Haku retorted, taking the mask off. When the face was finally revealed, Naruto broke into an uncontrollable fit of mad laughter and cackles. Why you're a fucking trap. Naruto shouted, pointing his finger accusingly at Haku, whom gained a dark aura, several tick marks, and a twitching eye. Naruto broke into more laughter. A fucking trap, Kakashi. Can you believe that? It'd be awkward if he woke up with his dick and pussy together. Kakashi looked amused at the situation and chuckled lightly. Kiyomi giggled. Sasuke had a smirk on his face, but Sayuri was giggling on the inside. Tazuna looked a mixture of breaking into laughter and horrified. Sakura herself was mortified. Damn it, Naruto, don't rile up the enemy, she chided. Naruto rolled his eyes. Not like he was strong enough to harm him. I am not a trap. I'm a bloody male. Haku fumed. Well, let's get this show on the road. I believe Sasuke and Kiyomi will take Haku, Naruto said, pointing to Sasuke and Kiyomi. Haku and Zabuza both nodded. I'll take you, and Kakashi will watch. Naruto finished, and Zabuza nodded again. Sakura, take Tazuna-san and Shiki-san over there. It'll be all right. We won't lose, Kakashi declared with an eye smile and pointed back a little ways away. Hi, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said as she led Tazuna and Shiki to the safer area. Sakura sighed in relief that she didn't have to battle yet. She didn't feel ready. She would still protect Tazuna-san to the best of her ability, though. Make sure to stay close here, Shiki. This Supergirl is guarding me from those shinobi that Gato hired. It'll be safest, he informed his fellow worker, who nodded. Both Sakura and Tizuna turned back to the battle that was about to commence. No one noticed the sick grin that the worker wore. Tsunami and Chi Bunshin, blood clone. They broke apart from another makeout session, both panting for breath. We should stop Tsunami-chan. This isn't appropriate for either of us. We should get to know each other first before we end up going too far, Naruto said. Tsunami nodded, albeit a little reluctantly. Hi, I understand, you're right. Can we stay like this though, it's nice? She questioned as she rested her head against his chest. Naruto tightened his grip protectively on her. Sure, he said with a smile. At the bridge. It won't make a difference. We'll get the bridge builder, Zabuza declared. At least I know how to hurt you this time. Naruto Uzumaki. Zabuza shouted as he rushed at Naruto with his Kubikurabocho drawn. Zabuza was already channeling his chakra through the behemoth of a blade. Naruto met his charge. Do you really think that I'll die so easily, little demon? Naruto retorted as the two charged each other. Naruto drew his black, jagged-edged katana. Come, puny demon, let's finish this once and for all. Naruto cackled. Both of the Kenjutsu users met on the bridge and clashed their blades. Boom. A large, powerful force blew from the clashing of the blade. This is more like it, Zabuza Momochi. Naruto roared with his demonic grin in place. Let's keep dancing, he shouted, cackling. Kakashi's sweat dropped from the sidelines. They were both going a little overboard in his opinion. Haku, Sasuke, and Kiyomi. Let us fight then, Haku stated to both Sasuke and Kiyomi. Sasuke nodded, and Kiyomi hummed in agreement. Sasuke drew several shuriken and threw them at the fake Hunter Nin. In retaliation, Haku parried and safely deflected them with his weapon of choice, a Sunbon in each hand. You're good, Haku commented. Sasuke smirked. You haven't seen anything yet. They both disappeared and reappeared. Sasuke this time had a kunai in each hand as Haku did Sunbon. The two teens clashed back and forth in a battle for dominance. Your speed is impressive for a genin, Haku praised. Yours is good too, Sasuke mused. Both Haku and Sasuke mimicked each other's actions and tossed one of each of their weapons at their opponent. They continued to clash with the single weapons. Sasuke threw his current kunai at Haku, whom tilted his head to the side, successfully dodging the blow. In the short time that he had taken his eyes off of his opponent, Sasuke had completed a set of hand seals. Katon, Hozenka, Sumabini. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. Multiple fireballs were unleashed with shuriken in them. This fact was unknown to the Yuki. Shit. Haku cursed, forming his own hand seals. Haku quickly formed a Suiton, Suijin Hiki, water release. Water formation wall. Because Haku wasn't the best at Suiton and the fact that he didn't have large chakra reserves, the defense was rather small. Though extinguishing the flames, Sasuke's shuriken flew through the water defense. One nicked Haku's cheek, one stuck in his upper thigh, but the rest missed. Haku cursed and tore off some of his kimono and hastily wrapped it around the wound on his thigh. Not so tough are you now? Sasuke mocked. Naruto, Kakashi, and Zabuza. Naruto and Zabuza kept charging at each other, clashing, parrying, blocking, and evading each other's hits. Yes, this is it. The thrill of battle. How can you not love it? A good challenge. Naruto roared as he charged anew. Zabuza cursed. He was alright, starting to get a little worn down. The two shinobi continued to clash blades like possessed men. Perhaps they really were demons? Naruto ducked under one of Zabuza's swings and slashed along the side of his face. Come on, demon. Don't slack off now, Naruto taunted. Zabuza grit his teeth and swung his massive broadsword across Naruto's torso, diagonally cutting into him. Zabuza grinned as Naruto's face stayed looking at the ground. Naruto lifted his head only for Zabuza's grin to turn mortified. Naruto was grinning even more if that was possible. Huh, you finally cut me a little. I hope that you can do more than this before you're in Momochi. The slash had already started to heal. It wasn't as fast as the cut he made last time, as that was more akin to that of a paper cut. Naruto dragged his sword along the bridge floor, and it created sparks. Naruto in front of Zabuza an instant later, and Zabuza's black had a slice in it. It wasn't all the way through because Zabuza was still channeling chakra through it. The Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist. cursed but held his sword up to his bleeding face, and the blade healed all damage. Ah, an interesting ability for a sword, wouldn't you say so too, Zabuza? Naruto commented. Zabuza merely grinned in reply. But handy, Zabuza replied. Naruto charged again, only faster than the last time. Zabuza gained a slash mark across his chest, and Naruto appeared behind him again. A bloody X formed on the Momochi's chest as Naruto slowly stalked forwards towards his prey. Perhaps I should stop playing around. Akirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi? This is starting to get a little dull. Naruto spoke as his chakra started to rise as with his killing intent. Zabuza gritted his teeth and rose to his knees. Haku, Sasuke, and Kiyomi. Haku formed several one-handed seals as he threw a sun bond with the other. Hijitsu Sensatsu Susho. 1,000 flying water needles of death, he roared. Sasuke's eyes widened, but he jumped over and out of the way of the deadly jutsu, backflipping. Makio Hyosho, demonic mirroring ice crystals, echoed out in Haku's voice. Upon landing and looking around, Sasuke was alarmed to find that he and Kiyomi were both surrounded by the Hayaton Kekkei Genkai user's ultimate jutsu. There didn't seem to be any way out. Shit, what the hell is this? Sasuke cursed aloud in slight panic. This is my ultimate jutsu. Makio Hyosho, demonic mirroring ice crystals. My Kekkei Genkai is the Hayaton of the Yuki clan of Kiri. I am the last of the Yuki clan, and no one has ever escaped this jutsu, my ultimate jutsu. Now give up, Haku declared. Heh, it's not over until it's over. It won't be that easy for you, and I won't give up, Sasuke said with determination. Kiyomi stayed quiet but nodded. Haku moved, and he slowly melded until he was inside one of the mirrors. An instant after that, he was in another mirror, and Sasuke had a sun bond in his arm. Kiyomi had caught two between her fingers. Haku sweat seeing how easily the girl had caught his sunbon, but figured if he were to target Sasuke, he could get her to protect him and finish the girl of before the male. You have 5 minutes, Sasuke, and then I will finish this battle. Kiyomi stated as she activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, and Sasuke activated his 2-tomo version and nodded. Haku's eyes widened in surprise and alarm. I thought that there was only a single survivor of the massacre, Haku said in confusion. Kiyomi and Sasuke both shrugged. Haku moved again and threw more sunbon as he went. The sunbon that flew at Kiyomi seemed to phase through her as if she didn't exist. Sasuke caught a sunbon and deflected his safely from himself. TCH. Haku was terrified of the girl's ability but grunted in irritation. Lucky. Naruto, Kakashi, and Zabuza. Naruto smirked at Zabuza. With you continually channeling chakra through your sword, you are using up chakra quite quickly. You might start slowing down soon. Let's finish this dance before it gets boring, Naruto said. Zabuza gritted his teeth in frustration. The brat was right. Naruto Uzumaki. Zabuza Momochi. Both combatants shouted as they charged for his last battle. Both swords clashed against each other. Naruto started to get serious and quickly started to overpower the Momochi. His incredibly powerful strikes kept on taking their toll on Zabuza. Sparks flew through the air as the swords clashed. Both opponents jumped away from each other. Naruto appeared in front of Zabuza and slashed deeply into Zabuza's left shoulder. Zabuza roared in pain, but put his foot down and swung with his right arm equipped with the Kubikurabocho. Naruto swiftly and accurately brought up his blade and deflected the blow, throwing Zabuza off balance and off guard. Zabuza staggered backwards on his feet. He was on his last legs. He chuckled. What a way to go, like a true shinobi at least. If I die this way, it is a glorious death, he announced, and Naruto nodded. That it is. Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist. Both shinobi braced themselves. Time slowed as they each took several breaths. The wind blew their hair, and the two powerful killing intents and chakra clashed. Arg! Zabuza shouted as he began his final charge. Naruto grinned wickedly and met the charge. Demon! He roared and cackled. Haku, Sasuke, and Kiyomi. Every time Haku threw sunbon, they would just go straight through the girl's body. The boy would just deflect them. Damn Sharingan. He cursed mentally. He had been using his demonic ice mirrors jutsu for too long, and the amount of chakra it utilized to compare his reserves weren't good. He didn't have a very large chakra pool to start with, and this jutsu chewed through it, and he wasn't getting anywhere. You're slowing. You are using too much chakra to sustain this. You are getting more tired by the minute, Sasuke observed. Haku mashed his teeth in anger and frustration. Don't get cocky, he warned. I can easily follow your movements now. It's over for you, Sasuke stated. Ragh! Haku yelled as he charged. Sasuke grabbed Haku's leg and pulled him back, and he slammed Haku into one of the mirrors. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sasuke roared, having gone through the seals at a fast pace. With the small distance between Sasuke and Haku, poor Haku didn't stand a chance, nor could he make an escape. He was exhausted. He stared at the oncoming projectile. This is it, huh? I hope that I was a good tool, Zabuza-sama. Thank you for being there for me. I am sorry that this is all I could do, but even with my jutsu, it seems that I was no match for these children. The Uchiha are truly something. I hope that I can meet both you and Ka-sen again, Zabuza Momochi. Haku smiled and embraced death as the fireball struck him. He screamed a little, but it was over before long. His charred remains were all that was left of the last Yuki. The ice mirrors all shattered and fell to the ground before dissolving, leaving only water. I did it, Sasuke panted. But I killed him, he said sadly. Sayuri, Kiyomi started. It was you or him. You did it to protect yourself, but also your comrades. As long as you don't relish in death and live for death, you are all right. If he wasn't our enemy, he would have lived to see another day, Kiyomi said. Sasuke nodded sadly but smiled. Thank you, Kiyomi-chan. Kiyomi smiled back. No problem at all, Sayuri-chan. Now let's get back to the bridge. Sasuke nodded. Naruto, Kakashi, and Zabuza. Zabuza put his all into the final swing. Naruto charged too. The blades clashed and Zabuza's was cut clean in half. The man fell to his knees as blood poured from his wounded body. This is it, huh? He said and turned back to Naruto, who was walking over to him slowly. Naruto had a gash running from shoulder to hip, but other than that he was fine, and it was already healing, slowly but surely. Naruto moved closer to Zabuza. You're a good swordsman, but I am better. It is an honor to have met and fought you. Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi, Naruto said sincerely. Zabuza chuckled and smiled. You needn't worry about your home. I will end the civil war myself after the current Chunin exams, Naruto declared, and Zabuza's eyes widened. But why would you do that? Zabuza questioned. I will need allies after leaving Konoha, and I will bring peace to the world, Naruto stated seriously. Zabuza nodded and smirked. Good luck, and can you please bury me with Haku? Zabuza got out. Naruto nodded before Zabuza coughed up some blood and passed from the world. You were a fine shinobi, Zabuza Momochi. Rest now, and may you find your peace in the afterlife, Naruto said as he closed his eyes and carried the body with him. A high-pitched scream echoed across the bridge. The four survivors of the battle all turned in alarm towards the source, Sakura. They all moved as fast as they could to her position. What happened, Sakura? Kakashi questioned, worried as he saw blood on the ground and two bodies. One, Shiki, was already dead. The second was their client Tazuna, and he wasn't in very good shape at all. Sakura looked to Kakashi, and she had tears in her eyes. I killed him, Sakura whispered. Shiki, he came up and stabbed Tazuna-san in the lung. I think it was poisoned. I only managed to get there just after Decay kill him. He was a spy of God OS. Tazuna coughed up some blood. Do something, sensei. Sakura shouted frantically. Kakashi placed a hand on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura, this is no ordinary poison if he is already on death's door. I'm afraid I can't do anything. I'm not a medic, Kakashi said. But, Naruto, you can use Iryo ninjutsu, right? She questioned frantically. Naruto shook his head sadly. I am Sakura, but I'm not the best medic, and we don't have any time to create an antidote for this level of poison. I apologize, Tazuna-san, Naruto stated. Tazuna chuckled. Don't feel sorry, all of you. This is just my time. I can feel that I won't last much longer. I want to thank you for your help. please still take the money? You've helped so much. Just finish off that little cunt Gato. Can you please tell Tsunami? Tell her I'm sorry. Tazuna finished speaking, and he coughed up blood. I will, Tazuna-san, Naruto stated firmly. The rest of Team 7 nodded. I'll finish this bridge for you too. Thanks, that'd be super. Tazuna finished weakly as he left the land of the living. Ha ha. Laughter echoed over the bridge. Serves you right, you shitty bridge builder. Gato said with a sneer. The smaller man was backed up with a large amount of mercenaries behind him. The bridge was silent, apart from the footsteps that could be heard over the bridge. Well. Zabuza is really just a baby demon, to be killed by a bunch of brats, and I can pay his little bitch back for breaking my arm. Gato sneered as he approached the downed still form of Haku. Kicked it harshly in the side. At least I don't have to worry about finishing him now, but you lot better finish off these shinobi, then we can raid the village and use the women, Gato said with lust in his tone. Keep the kunoichi alive too, we'll use them too, and look at that red head. Gato licked his lips gleefully. I'll make her my personal slave, he announced proudly. Kiyomi shuddered at the vile man. That was it. Naruto snapped. He stalked forward. The only sound was his footsteps echoing over and around the bridge. A look of pure undulated rage set upon his face. Like fucking hell you'll get my precious Amato, Naruto said in a low, vicious tone, full of pure rage. One of the mercenaries charged ahead, followed by a second. Everyone else watched to see the outcome to judge the blonde's skills. Upon approach, Naruto withdrew the katana from his back and did a jeppo. Whilst in the air, he hurled his katana at the mercenary. From Naruto's raw physical strength alone, the black blade pierced through the mercenary's head and was embedded upright in the bridge. Upon landing in a crouched position, Naruto wasted no time and waited for the second mercenary to approach. He did a backflip whilst throwing a kunai that pierced the man's jugular, killing him instantly. After having thrown the kunai, Naruto started forming hand seals at a rapid pace. When Naruto finally landed atop the small hilt of his katana, utilizing chakra to stick to it, and he was within 20 feet from Gato and the mercenaries, and had finished the hand seal, horse. Naruto had completed all of these actions within seconds. Kakashi, Sayuri, and Sakura were wide-eyed at the insane speed Naruto had displayed while doing everything. That speed, it's insane, was the collective thought. Katon, Goka Mekyaku, fire release, great fire annihilation, Naruto roared, pulling his head back. The wind blew his fairly long hair back. The effects were instantaneous. A giant wall of flames came from him, easily twice as wide as the bridge, just as tall. They rushed forward, engulfing everything in front, Gato, mercenaries and all. When the flames died down, all that was left was a charred bridge. Naruto walked back towards his group. It was total silence. That was an A-rank Katon ninjutsu, Kakashi thought in bewilderment. Sayuri gaped. That was one of the A-rank Uchiha Katon jutsu that Madara Uchiha favored. To get it this large, it takes a large amount of chakra and chakra control. What is he? Kiyomi looked on with a smirk. That taught that filthy pig. She belonged to Naruto. She raced forward and glommed him. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I'll reward you when we get home. She spoke low and seductively, practically purring it out. Naruto smirked. Now to finish the bridge. Naruto started before looking at Kakashi and Sakura with hard eyes. You will not ask questions. You will not tell the Hokage or anyone about this. Do you understand? Naruto demanded, leaving zero room for arguments. They simply nodded. Naruto walked over to the end of the bridge and formed several hand seals before saying the jutsu name. Mokuton, Kyosaisei no Jutsu. Wood release, bridge formation technique. A large, sturdy wooden bridge made from the Mokuton rapidly formed and connected the still unfinished bridge to the mainland. Kakashi and Sakura could only gape. We better get back and tell Tsunami about Tazuna-san, Naruto stated. The team nodded somberly and in agreement. Tsunami and the Chi Bunshin. The others are coming back now, though one chakra signature is missing. Chi Bunshin, blood clone, Naruto said. Tsunami bit her lip nervously as they both got off of the lounge and moved to the kitchen. We're home. Kakashi started as he walked in, followed by everyone sans Tazuna. Naruto walked over to Tsunami. May I speak to you for a moment? Naruto said gravely. Tsunami nodded with her head down. It was obvious to her what had happened. She just needed to know how. She followed Naruto outside. How did it happen? Tsunami inquired. Naruto sighed. We were all fighting and Sakura was guarding Tazuna and one of the workers, Shiki. It turned out that he was a spy and stabbed Tazuna in one of his lungs before Sakura finished him off. He passed not long after. I finished the bridge in Gato and the mercenaries though, Naruto said. Tsunami nodded with a few tears in her eyes. Thank you, she murmured before she hugged Naruto tightly, who returned it. You already prepared for if he didn't return from Konoha, didn't you? Naruto spoke sadly. She nodded her head. I'll leave my Chi Bunshin, blood clone, here with you. Our team is leaving soon. You'll be the Nami no Kuni daimyo, Land of Waves feudal lord, and in charge of Gato-S funds. When we are gone, my Chi Bunshin, blood clone, will tell you what will happen, Naruto said. Tsunami nodded and let go. I am fine now, she said as she dried her eyes. I have his body in a coffin in a storage scroll. We'll bury him before we go, Naruto stated. Tsunami just nodded with a small smile. Naruto and Team 7 had already buried Zabuza and Haku with Doton Ninjutsu and marked the graves with a wooden cross each, Zabuza's with Kubikurabocho and Haku's with his Hunter-nin mask. Are you alright, Tsunami-san? Kakashi asked quietly as he saw both Naruto and Tsunami walk in the door. Hi, Tsunami said, nodded. Let us put him to rest, she spoke softly. Very well, Kakashi said. Time skip 1 hour. Team 7 were just leaving Nami no Kuni, Land of Waves. The entire village had come to see them off. There were many cheers and shouts for the heroes of Nami, Wave. They waved goodbye to the gathering and started to head off. It was odd seeing a Bunshin, clone, of Naruto with Tsunami, but he had explained to them that he had saved her from some samurai that Gato had hired to get her, and it was to help her now that Tazuna was deceased. I've made up my mind, Kakashi-sensei. I'm going to become a brilliant Irionin, Sakura stated with a smile. Kakashi chuckled and ruffled her hair. I'm sure you will. Sakura smiled brighter. Now back to Konoha, Kakashi declared as they marched off. Time skip 3 days, Konoha, Hokage Tower. As soon as Team 7 had arrived to Konoha from their C-A rank mission, the group headed straight for the Hokage Tower to report in. Kakashi had just finished his report. And that's what happened, Kakashi said, finishing his 15-minute mission report. Very well, Hiruzen said, nodding. He turned and faced Sasuke and sighed. You can drop the advanced Henge no Jutsu transformation technique, Sasuke, and tell me your name, Hiruzen stated. Sasuke stiffened and paled but complied. This was shocking to both Kakashi and Sakura. Sakura's world shattered. Sasuke-kun didn't even exist? Naruto and Kiyomi both narrowed their eyes at the old goat. He was playing a dangerous game. I'm Sayuri. How did why you know Hokage-sama? Sayuri asked nervously and suspiciously. Oh, before your last mission, there were reports of an Uchiha-looking female, similar to your mother Mikoto in the Uchiha compound. She looked around 13. I put 2 and 2 together, and well, the rest is history, Hiruzen proclaimed, lying through his teeth. Did you Uchiha really think I wouldn't have root or A&BU monitor the birthing of the Uchiha's children? Such arrogance. I've known for years that you were female. In fact, it was one of the only reasons that I allowed Itachi to spare you. Otherwise, I would have spared your mother, the only other female Uchiha who was young enough to stillbirth children. In a few short years, you'll be ready for breeding. Hiruzen thought with glee, slightly licking his lips. The council has caught wind of this, and while I try to fight them off, I can only so long. Hiruzen lied again, though outwardly he was sincere. Kakashi, Sayuri, Kiyomi, and Naruto narrowed their eyes at the elderly Kage, who sighed. You will have to birth a child in 3 years, Hiruzen proclaimed. Okay, Sayuri agreed. Kakashi was shocked, the same with Sakura. Naruto and Kiyomi weren't, though. They and Sayuri would be long gone from the village. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. It was too easy. He shrugged anyway. She must have given up. He thought with a leer. Good, he said, smiling grandfatherly. Kakashi was rapidly losing faith in the village. Very well, you're all dismissed. You old fucker. You knew all along that she was a female and Sasuke didn't exist. My bet is he was watching in on the birthing and let them play at it. Well played, Shitstain. Well played. You have made one glaring, fatal mistake, however. Me. I'll end you before she becomes breeding stock, and in your arrogance you don't know that Mikoto is alive. You had no one shadow Itachi on his mission. You'll get what's coming, old goat. Naruto thought.